Strange things were supposed to happen a year later, but the system bound me a year in advance. Even without any strange occurrences, the system still assigns tasks and rewards. For example, when I greet my neighbor, the system says I am being chased by a cat-faced old lady. When I take the bus, the system says I am on a death bus. When I go to work, the system says I am entering a haunted building. Just as I arrived at the office building, I heard the system's warning again. Warning, warning, the host is approaching the ghost-level haunted building. Please evacuate immediately. Please evacuate immediately. What is this? This building is a ghost level, right? Fortunately, after the elevator passed the 6th floor, the system's voice came again. The host is truly extraordinary, entering the haunted building as if entering a deserted place, successfully escaping the haunted building, rewarded with 30 survival points. It seems that the main factor in the formation of the haunted building is the 6th floor or below. The elevator slowly stopped at the 19th floor, and the elevator door opened. I skillfully walked towards the company's entrance. I arrived at my desk, turned on the computer, and was about to go to the toilet when a flashing red danger sign appeared in front of me. I hurriedly looked around and saw a man with dark circles under his eyes standing and walking towards me. It seemed like he wanted to scare me. I didn't even make a sound. How did you know I was behind you? The man looked at me in surprise, and I remained silent. I just watched the danger sign getting bigger and bigger. Then, the system's prompt sound timely rang. Warning, the host is being approached by a zombie. Please keep a safe distance from the zombie and prepare to use black dog blood for protection. This system strongly recommends killing the zombie with the strength of a wandering soul in front of you to complete the trial task. Damn it, Lou Man will turn into a zombie. He will turn into a zombie a year later. Dealing with the system's messages, I looked at Lou Man without responding for a long time. Lou Man is known as the overtime maniac in the company. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you daydreaming in broad daylight? Lou Man looked at me in a daze. Lou Man walked up and patted my shoulder. The danger sign in front of me flashed, and I instinctively moved away from him. What's wrong with you? Why are you so jumpy? Ah, it's nothing. It's nothing. I waved my hand and forced a smile. You're here early too. Did you sleep in the office after working overtime last night? Hey, you guessed it right. I need to ask the boss for a folding bed. It's really hard to sleep on a chair every day. As he spoke, he stretched his arms and his whole body made a cracking sound. Then he walked towards the boss's office. Drip. The host successfully evaded the zombie's attack. Congratulations. The host has gained 10 survival points. I shook my head and opened the work interface on the computer, preparing to start working. Danger, danger. Suddenly, the biggest blood-red danger sign appeared in front of me since I had the system. I was startled. What the hell? Warning, warning. An extremely powerful ghost, the little girl in a red dress, is approaching the host. Warning, warning. Once you hear the little girl in a red dress or see her, you will undoubtedly die. Please take care of yourself, as the system is looking for the next host. Brother Tong, you are truly a brother in my heart. I couldn't reach you when I called. I saw a little girl wearing a red dress and sniffling, standing at the office door. She lowered her head and poked her two milky white hands together. Mommy, are you done? Let's go eat fried chicken. Her tender voice sounded. The cute little girl caught me off guard. Okay, so this is the little girl in a red dress that the system mentioned. I looked at the little girl for a while and vaguely felt that she looked familiar. At this moment, a woman in a black uniform with neat long hair walked out of the office. Chi-Chi, didn't I tell you to stay in the room? Why did you come out? The woman's voice sounded reproachful, and the girl smiled. It's not fun in the room. Play. I knew you would just play. Today, Mommy is busy, so you stay in the company for a day. Ah, no, it's nothing. Later, I'll find an employee to take care of you. The woman immediately rejected the girl's coquetry. Then her gaze silently moved and saw Xiangnan standing there. Xiangnan, what are you doing here? I remember you just finished work last night. It seems like you don't have anything to do today. Can you please take care of my daughter? I have to go out and pick up a business order. The woman's words didn't carry any hint of trouble. Xiangnan looked at the little girl in the red dress and could only nod in agreement. Understood, boss. After speaking, the woman left gracefully, leaving behind the little girl and Xiangnan facing each other. If it weren't for you being good-looking, I would report you for exploiting employees, Xiangnan silently criticized. Nonetheless, he still smiled and looked at the little girl. Little sister, tell your brother. What's your name? Uncle, my name is Lu Chung. Oh, Lu Qing, call me brother. Uncle, can you play with Peppa Pig? Call me brother. Brother will take care of you. Uncle, no problem. Uncle. Little one Lu Qing smiled with her teeth showing, looking at her mouth with teeth that haven't fully grown. She smiled forcefully at Nan. Little thing, so cute. he said, pulling her back to his desk. Lu Man, sitting next to him, looked shocked. When did you have a child? Open your eyes and take a look. Who does this doll look like? It seems to have a bit of President Lu's shadow. Could this child be President Lu's? In the midst of Lu Man's surprise, he had already taken out snacks from the drawer. Come here, little princess. Uncle has snacks here. How much do you want to improve yourself? Nan looked disdainfully at Lu Man's actions and shook his head at Nan. She opened the computer and started watching Peppa Pig. Lu Qing didn't hesitate and sat directly at Nan's desk. She ate Lu Man's snacks as if it were her right. Swinging her little legs, she really looked like a little princess. If I leave her now, I'll probably earn a lot of survival points. Is there any way to take advantage of her? Nan looked at Lu Qing with an evil gaze. Lu Qing's small body trembled, and she turned to look. She only saw Nan's sunny smile. Every time I leave voluntarily, what if I can make the weird things leave voluntarily? How would the system judge that? Nan thought for a moment and inexplicably took out his phone. His phone was connected to the computer screen. There were resources of horror movies in his phone. He adjusted the horror scenes and chose to screen them. In an instant, the screen of the playing pink pig family playing with mud turned into a green and purple ghost face. Lu Qing, who was originally happily swinging her little feet, suddenly stopped. Then, the potato chips she was chewing on choked her. Her face turned pale and she screamed. Ghost! Like a reflex, the little girl jumped off the chair and ran straight to the manager's office without saying a word. Watching the little girl's back as she left, Nan couldn't help but laugh. Ding! The host is really amazing. After encountering the little girl in the red dress, she successfully scared her away. The system admires the host like the endless river, overflowing with admiration, scaring away the little girl in the red dress, gaining double survival points, 80 points. He, as expected, actively avoiding and scaring away the weird things are different in terms of points. Nan felt that in the future, he might be able to gain more survival points by scaring Lu Qing. Lu Man, who was beside him, looked at him in surprise. No, buddy, are you crazy? Showing horror movies to President Lu's child. If she tells her mom, you're done for. Hey, don't worry, I'll tell her that I'll show her horror movies every day from now on. Do you believe me? Nan didn't care. Are you crazy? In Lu Man's exclamation, Nan walked straight to the door of the general manager's office. He knocked on the door. Lu Qing, come out. It was just a computer malfunction. It's nothing. Humph, Uncle is a big bad guy. It must have been you who screened it. Oh, so you know about screen mirroring too? When my mom is home alone, she secretly watches those TV shows where men and women fight. Humph, you adults always think I don't understand anything. A coquettish voice came, leaving Nan dumbfounded. So the female boss also had this hobby. I'll wait for my mom to come back and tell her. Oh, is that so? Should we go eat fried chicken with Uncle before telling your mom? As soon as she heard fried chicken, the voices in the room became noticeably brighter. Uncle can't finish it alone. I really hope someone can help me. While speaking, Nan turned and walked towards the company's exit. Creak! Just as he took a few steps, the door of the general manager's office opened, and a small head eagerly popped out. If you beg me, I'll help you. Then please, Princess Lu Qing, help me eat fried chicken, okay? Nan turned his head and smiled. Humph, that's more like it. I want to eat spicy chicken leg burgers and fried chicken pieces. With a smile on her face, Lu Qing grabbed Nan's clothes. The two of them happily walked outside the company, leaving Lu Man on his seat dumbfounded. It's ruined. This opportunity really suits him. Eating fried chicken in the elevator. Lu Qing's little head shook back and forth, looking at Lu Qing who was bouncing around. He took the initiative to speak. Lu Qing, can you come to the company tomorrow? Why? Lu Qing tilted her head in confusion. Most people find her troublesome, but this strange uncle who wants to treat her to fried chicken actually asked her to come. Well, Uncle doesn't have much work, so he can accompany you to play. Ah, but I don't want to play with Uncle. You're really cute. After biting her lip, she raised her finger towards the south. I'll take you to eat fried chicken every day. That's great. Lu Qing likes Big Brother the most. After saying that, Lu Qing hugged Nan's thigh. Nan smiled bitterly. She's really the boss's child, always weighing her interests from a young age. In the evening, Nan clocked out on time, adhering to the principle of never working overtime easily. He handed Lu Qing over to Lu Man. Fortunately, almost at the same time, Lu Lingxue also hurried back to the company. Lu Qing took small tiger steps and hugged Lu Lingxue's thigh. Mommy, I want to come to the company to play tomorrow. Little Chang, didn't you used to hate coming to the company? No, I want to play with that big brother. She pointed at Nan with her little finger. Looking at Nan who was personally named by the little princess, Lu Lingxue frowned, but she didn't say much. She looked at Nan for a while before speaking. Nan, I might trouble you recently. I need to run some errands. Since the child likes you, please take care of her more. I'll give you some meal allowances. Thank you, boss. After thanking Nan, he greeted Lu Qing. See you tomorrow. Then, without looking back, he walked towards the elevator. Lu Lingxue opened her mouth, obviously wanting to say something thankful, but looking at Nan's anxious figure, she shook her head. Is he in a hurry to go to the cemetery after the ghost festival? Little did she know. After taking the elevator downstairs, Nan hailed a taxi and directly shouted, Master, go to the North City Cemetery. The driver was stunned by Nan's words. Young man, are you sure you didn't say it wrong? It's almost dark now. What are you going to do there? Go to the cemetery. Silent all the way. The car stopped in the northern suburbs. The driver casually asked for some money and drove off in a hurry. As for why, I watched in silence as the taxi hurriedly fled. Looking south, I surveyed the chaotic burial mound in the north of the city, stepping on the withered grass. Frowning, I walked through the cemetery. Suddenly, a big red word appeared in front of my eyes, danger. Smirking, I headed south, finally in the right place. Warning, warning, the host is currently in the midst of a 100 Ghosts Night Parade. Host, please refrain from going crazy. Please immediately avoid. Please immediately avoid. Listening to the voice of the system, I looked into the distance in front of me. In the irregular mounds, there was nothing but weeds. I took big strides and walked randomly through the mounds. Host, you make me feel unfamiliar. You trample on the grass without affecting the wandering ghosts at all. You have successfully crossed the 100 Ghosts Night Parade and earned 100 survival points. Only 100 points? System, are you kidding me? Even at the lowest level of wandering souls, you should give me 1000 points for 10 points. Beep. In the 100 Ghosts Night Parade, all the strange powers are at the level of wandering souls or below the level of wandering souls. Therefore, 100 points is a fair judgment. Are you saying that there are no high-level ghosts in this grave? I clicked my tongue. It seems that reality is not as beautiful as I thought. Little girls can turn into fierce spirits, but not a single grudge appears in a graveyard. Dissatisfied, I took out my phone from my pocket. This trip to the south also has another purpose, downloading and playing the Great Compassion Mantra. A solemn voice came from the phone. Like a madman, I held up my phone and ran around in the graveyard. Fortunately, there was really no one in the northern suburbs. Otherwise, people who didn't know would definitely think I'm crazy. Huffing and puffing, an hour later, my phone was about to run out of battery. I was panting heavily, not knowing how many tombstones I had stepped on. Damn it, system, what about my novice mission? Why isn't it completed? Beep, the novice mission is just a warm-up. Killing a fragile monster is in progress. The host has not yet completed it. What? The Great Compassion Mantra doesn't work? I felt a little frustrated. Beep, the Great Compassion Mantra needs to be recited by someone who knows Buddhism personally. Otherwise it won't have any effect. I turned off my phone, feeling annoyed. If that's the case, then his novice mission is really impossible to complete. If not, I'll just earn some survival points first. Shaking my head, I reluctantly walked towards the exit of the graveyard. The northern suburbs are really remote, but fortunately, my physical fitness is still good. I walked to a populated area and called a taxi to go home. After taking a shower at home, I eagerly waited for today's journal summary. At midnight, the voice of the system came on time. July 16, 2025. Journal summary begins. Today, you were unusually unlucky and unusually brave. At 6 o'clock, you encountered the cat-faced old lady and successfully escaped, earning 20 survival points. At 7 o'clock, you encountered the death bus. On the bus, you successfully escaped the pursuit of the drowned ghost. Reward 10 survival points. You have successfully escaped the death bus. Reward 20 survival points. In 8 minutes, you entered the haunted building and successfully escaped. Reward 30 points. At 9 o'clock, you encountered the pursuit of a little girl in a red dress. You are incredibly brave, and you actually scared away the little girl in the red dress. Reward 80 survival points. At 18 o'clock, you encountered the night parade of 100 demons in the northern suburbs. You passed through the night parade of 100 demons unharmed and received a reward of 100 survival points. You successfully survived the second day of the extraordinary arrival and received a reward of 10 survival points. Today, you have accumulated a total of 270 survival points. Damn it, if this were to change to free attribute points, would I have already reached the strength of a wandering soul? Excitedly unable to sleep, I arrived at the chaotic burial mound at midnight. Warning, the host is approaching the evil spirit level ghost child. Warning, once targeted by the ghost child, the host will undoubtedly die. Host, please escape immediately. Ghost child, evil spirit level. Xiangnan smiled and walked a few steps towards the direction of the flashing danger sign. Then, he actually saw a faint candlelight in the desolate burial mound. In front of the candlelight, two sneaky bald men were each holding a shovel, continuously digging and excavating the soil, accompanied by the sound of the black soil being dug out. A small coffin gradually appeared under the pile of soil. The two bald men finally stopped digging and gasped for breath. "Damn, this little thing is really hard to raise," complained one of the round-faced men, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The other square-faced man laughed and cursed. "Hey, when you collect the money for the incense, you don't curse like this, do you? Mind your own business and work faster. The host spent a lot of money to find this newly born baby's grave. If we don't feed that thing tonight, it will cause trouble again tomorrow." Alright, why are you in such a hurry? In this long night, can't we be disturbed by anyone here? The square-faced man shook his head and grabbed the shovel, prying open the small coffin. The grating sound of prying was heard, and the coffin nails on the coffin began to pop out. After a short while, the coffin lid was broken open, and a strong foul smell rushed out. In the distance, Xiangnan tiptoed and slowly stretched his head to look over. With his current physical condition at the wandering soul stage, he could tell at a glance what was in the coffin. It was a baby with a pale, purplish complexion and tightly closed eyelids. The baby's skin was pale white, and the whole body was wrapped in red silk. The mottled hair on the top of the head was blown by the wind and fell off. Could this be the ghost child? Xiangnan speculated to himself, but he did not intervene to stop the other party's plan. He wanted to see what these two bald men could do with a baby's corpse. This poor little thing hasn't even seen the world yet, and after death, it has to be someone else's food, sighed the round-faced man. The square-faced man interrupted coldly. Alright, you really think you're a monk? Tell me, who's going to roast this time? You or me? I just had pig's trotters for dinner tonight. So you roast it. I have something to take care of. You have nothing to do. The round-faced man muttered and reached out to grab the neck of the still closed-eyed child in the coffin, pulling it out. Then he picked up the candlestick inserted in the ground and started roasting the child's chin with the candle flame. The faint flame roasted the child's tender chin, turning the originally pale chin black in an instant. Not only that, because the moisture in the body was burned dry, a sizzling yellow grease emerged from the child's chin. The night wind blew gently, like the howling of an evil ghost. The eyes of the two bald men flickered with eerie greed. Xiangnan, who was in the distance, was stunned. This scene inexplicably reminded him of the greasy meat on the grill. However, that was animal fat. But now these two men were roasting human fat. To be precise, they were roasting corpse fat. What exactly are these two beasts planning to do? Xiangnan squinted his eyes and had the intention to call the police. It's dripping. Hurry up, urged the square-faced man. At this time, the square-faced man quickly brought a jar from beside him. The jar was not big. It looked a bit like the ones used to pickle vegetables in the countryside. But the jar was sealed with red cloth and red thread. The square-faced man skillfully untied the red cloth and red thread, and faced the jar towards the child's chin, which was oozing corpse fat. Drip. The yellow-brown corpse fat dripped into the jar. Suddenly, a strange laughter came from the jar, followed by the appearance of a baby with black skin all over. The child slowly stretched out a head from the jar. His mouth, which should have been toothless, was filled with sharp, protruding fangs. Gurgle, he swallowed the corpse oil bit by bit. On his dark brown neck, the purple veins pulsated, terrifyingly abnormal. Not enough. The baby let out an angry roar, startling the two men. A crimson tongue, like a snake, twisted out of his mouth and licked the dead baby's chin frantically. The black and tender body seemed to convulse and tremble as if it had licked the corpse oil. Not enough. Another low growl. This time, the baby's eyes in the jar opened, revealing a pair of crimson eyes squinting. With a grunt, the mouth full of fangs closed and actually bit off the chin of the dying baby. Grunt. The little mouth kept chewing, and the baby's body in the jar finally satisfiedly retreated into the jar. What a monster! They quickly sealed the jar with red cloth and red rope. The square-faced man's hands were trembling. It's almost done. Let's go quickly, he urged the round-faced man. The round-faced man swallowed a mouthful of saliva, nodded, and directly threw the dead baby into the ground. They casually buried it and then walked towards the other side of the grave without thinking. In the dark night, the two of them hurriedly fled while holding the jar. After hesitating for a moment, I chose to follow them. Now he already knew that the so-called ghost child was not the dead baby, but the monster in the jar. They raised such a terrifying thing. So when it came to the eerie resurrection, would this little thing evolve into an evil existence at the demon level? He pondered secretly. If possible, maybe he could kill it before this monster took shape. This matter cannot be reported. These two guys might have some background relationship with the person in charge of the investigation. If I rashly report it, I'm afraid I'll be the one in trouble. Following the two men until they got on a motorcycle. In the dark night, the sound of the motorcycle echoed in the northern suburbs as the two of them rode around the graves. Then they headed towards the east of the city. Their speed was not fast, and Xiangnan hid in the darkness, following them like a ghost. When they reached the city, the two men's speed did not increase, but Xiangnan noticed something different. These two guys, at some point, had worn a string of Buddhist beads on their chests. Their faces also became peaceful, as if because of their identity as monks, they did not speed up their motorcycles. Xiangnan had been following them until they crossed several bustling streets and stopped in front of the famous Fahua temple in the city. Although it was dark, there were still two young monks standing at the entrance of the temple. As soon as they saw the two people on the motorcycle, the two young monks immediately greeted them. Master Fian, Master Fafong, the abbot is waiting for you in the inner room. Ignoring the two young monks, the two men rushed in with the jar in their arms. Xiangnan took everything in, took a breath, and was about to pretend to be innocent and step into the entrance of Fahua temple. Suddenly, a voice sounded urgently in his ear. Warning, warning, the host has entered the ghostly realm of Fahua temple. Please leave immediately. Please leave immediately. Dharma temple ghosts? The moment he heard this voice, Xiangnan froze. The Dharma temple? Ghosts? These two words can be connected? Fahua temple is not said to be famous inside and outside the city, but it is also considered to be a solemn treasure. A little famous. A place like this can become haunted. Ha? Ghosts? System? What's a ghost? Hearing this term for the first time, Xiangnan was doubly curious. Drops. Ghostly is a calamity-class spooky mastery avatar. Within the confines of the ghost, Creepy can come and go as he pleases and constantly erode the host's mental state. The host may not be able to walk out of the ghost for the rest of his life. Host, please behave yourself. Calamity level weirdness. Boy, is there something even more terrifying than a ghost child inside this Fahua temple? Secretly staggered. To be honest, even if the current Fahua temple didn't look quite right, Xiangnan still wanted to go in and take a look, even though he probably wasn't even a match for Ghost Boy. But it's still okay to go in and get a little survival value. It couldn't be that the weirdness hadn't even descended yet, and he'd be slapped to death by calamity level weirdness as soon as he stepped into the Dharma flower temple. Could it? Get in there. After thinking about it, Xiangnan quickly walked towards Fahua temple. Wait and look closer. Only then did he realize that there was someone else standing at the entrance to the temple. The man wore a long, disheveled robe of old cloth, and wore his long hair pinned with a wooden hairpin. A few strands of long, disheveled hair fell over his forehead, and his face was thin. He was also carrying a bamboo basket on his back similar to those carried by ancient scholars rushing to take exams. When I hit my eyes, it was a Taoist priest. Taoist priests blocking the entrance to a Buddhist temple? That's a rare thing. While Xiangnan was sizing up the Taoist was also sizing up Xiangnan. Drops. The host is so lucky that he actually met a high-ranking person in the pre-evil ghost realm in the ghostly world. The system suggests that the host should rely on this person's means to escape from the ghosts. The sound of the system came to his ears. Xiangnan's eyes changed slightly. This unimpressive, even somewhat unkempt Taoist in front of him was actually an expert at the evil ghost stage after a year? This is the big guy. Too bad it's the big guy a year from now. A hint of awe unconsciously rose in his eyes. The Taoist looked at Xiangnan and said with a clasped fist as he took a few steps forward, "My friend, I am a cloudwalker from the inner sect of Maoshan." Seeing that my friend is full of anger and his face is full of vigor, he is by no means an idle person. Dare I ask, my friend? I don't know what faction I come from. The Taoist's attitude was quite respectful, and Xiangnan rubbed his nose. He reckoned that the guy in front of him might know a bit of face reading and could see that he had a physique that was beyond the norm. Not much of a pedigree, just more of a workout guy. Responding casually, Xiangnan didn't want to say anything more about the leak. That's a weird who. In this final world, if it were not for the nourishment of the medicinal soup and the refinement of the Dharma, it would be difficult to achieve such a creation. Could it be that it's someone with marvelous roots and bones? The Taoist looked at Xiangnan curiously. Xiangnan didn't care much about him and was about to take a step towards the interior of the Dharma Hua temple. I didn't want to. Bigfoot hadn't even stepped over the threshold yet. The two monks standing at the door directly stood up and stopped him at the door. This giver. Fahua temple is now in a state of closure. Without an appointment. Please leave. Two greenish-colored monks' robes covered the path ahead, and Xiangnan's brows furrowed. What? Isn't this temple always open to the public? Scholar, I'm sorry. At the presiding officer's wish, the Dharma Flower Temple has only allowed reserved guests to enter since half a year ago. Two tall figures blocked the door dead center. Xiangnan took a step back and looked at the door sign. If you ask, you shall receive, hanging high in front of the entrance of the Fahua Temple, only to find it unusually blinding. And how, may I ask, can I become a reservation guest? This The presiding officer said that those who have the destiny will be able to come in by themselves. I'm afraid it's not arigato, is it? Mockingly, the two monks at the door were not annoyed. Xiang Nan had no choice but to retreat resentfully, darkening his face. He was thinking of walking to work at the office on the way. I didn't want to. The wind behind me was fierce, and the person from earlier actually followed me. Friend, what's wrong? Twisting his head, the Taoist looked concerned. Friend, listen to my advice. This Fa temple must not be visited. Oh, why? Although I am not thorough in Taoism, I can smell the ghostly aura in the temple. I've been observing it for a long time these past few days. Those who come to pray are all infected with a ghostly aura when they leave the temple. If the poor Taoist were not so weak, he would have gone in to eliminate this demonic miasma. The Taoist looked indignant. Xiang Nan sniffed thoughtfully. Prayer? Ghost energy? The ghost boy in the altar? These associations are interesting when put together. I say man. What's that black doll you say is kept in the altar? Xiang Nan did not understand these crooked ways, so he simply asked those in front of him who knew what they were doing. An altar black doll? My friend, do you mean ghost mantle? Ghost manton? Yes, it is said that a dead baby becomes a ghost mantis when it is fed with a secret method of essence and blood. The ghost mantis can help the donor fulfill his or her wish, but relatively, the donor needs to offer his or her essence blood and even his or her life. My friend, have you seen this before? The Taoist looked nervously towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan shrugged and pointed to the Fa temple. Then maybe, there's this inside the Dharma temple. I see. I said why some people come to pray and get covered in ghostly aura. So it's a ghost pretending to be a Buddha. Let the supplicant fulfill his wish with his own essence. As if he had been awakened, the Taoist looked at the Fa temple with a face of indignation. If the Buddha doesn't listen to wishes, he acts with ghosts and monsters? This monastery, what a request. His fists were clenched, his teeth clenched, but he couldn't half-act. So, you've been guarding the temple to warn people going in not to make a wish? Xiang Nan looked at the Taoist with a snicker, and the Taoist nodded. That's right, it's just a shame that what I say will only be taken as crazy talk. You're a nice guy. Forget it. Behind this Fa temple, there must be a backstage. Shaking his head, Xiang Nan also figured out the identity of the black boy in that altar and twisted around. Suddenly, the Taoist behind him greeted again. Hey, friend, I haven't asked your name yet. Poor Taoist Zhang Yuanshan. Toward the south, southward toward the south. Responding quietly, Xiang Nan walked out of the entrance of Fa temple without looking back. In his ears, the system beep sounded. The host is truly blessed and has successfully escaped from the ghostly world with the evil ghost stage powerhouse Zhang Yuanshan. Rewarded with 50 survival points. The host has a wide range of human resources and has made friends with the powerful Zhang Yuanshan. Rewarded with 30 survival points. The host has successfully escaped from the hunting range of the ghost children. Rewarded with 40 survival points. A series of voices rang out, and Xiang Nan's face, which was still depressed, instantly lifted. This trip was truly not in vain. Another point to swipe in the future. Strolling down the street, Xiang Nan decided to walk towards the company on foot. Eyes mesmerized, he looked over at the big wheel of fortune. He had 70 points before he left the house in the early hours of the morning. Now fixing my eyes on the point accumulation, I already have 210 points. These, enough for him to draw 210 consecutive times. System, give me a regular 10-shot streak first. With the points, Xiang Nan definitely couldn't help himself. Dropping, 100 points have been deducted. 110 points remain. With the points deducted from the system, that colorful lucky carousel was finally active. Drops. Congratulations to the host for winning the Red Dragon *1 in the lottery. Red Dragon, the product of a woman's menstruation. It can be used to drive away ghosts and evil spirits. Congratulations to the host for winning Mineral Water *3. Congratulations to the host for winning Canned Potato Chips *3. Dropping. After listening to a bunch of stuff that looked like useless crap, Xiang Nan's face turned green. Sure enough, Xian doesn't save the wrong, and Krypton doesn't change its fate. Drops. 10 consecutive guaranteed triggers. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the fine grade skill, Palm Thunder. Thunder in the palm of the hand, Longhu Mountain's beginner's thunder method. Using the method to gather thunder in the palm of the hand. Thunder is the natural enemy of evil spirits. With one palm, all evil spirits will retreat. Palm lightning? Looking at the secret book on the panel that was glowing green, Xiang Nan sighed at his own nonchalance. If it wasn't for the guarantee, he would have lost his 100 points. 100 points. What's wrong with that? Pulling attribute points are enough for 10 points. Shit, never smoke again. Like a gambler's sayings, Xiang Nan tapped on the secret of Palm Thunder. A metaphysical voice echoed in his head. Immediately afterward, his palms gradually glowed as if they had a sense. Baird. Fine arcs of electricity pulsed. Bare your teeth. Eventually, the arcs of electricity densely covered the palm. Like a dancing flame. The streets were deserted in the early hours of the morning. Southward slapped his palm against the sidewalk floor. Bang! A thunderous, startling sound came out, and the ground sidewalk floor was instantly blackened. A slight crack appeared in the center of the floor, and a small amount of broken pieces flowed out. Vaguely, there was also a bare arc of electricity flowing through the cracks in the stone. Nice guy, this is palm lightning? Xiang Nan looked at his palm and then incredulously at the ground. If this slap were to hit a person. Hiss. Don't dare think about it. Kind of cool. Chidori. The middle child shouted, and the arcs of electricity gathered in his hands once more. But this time, the speed at which the arcs gathered was obviously much slower. Xiang Nan actually began to see blackness rise before his eyes as well. Feeling a little confused, he hastily interrupted the release of the palm thunder. System, what's going on? Can't you empty me out by letting off a palm thunderbolt? Asked suspiciously, the system's voice rang out. Drops, the host is only at the early stage of the traveling soul realm, and you presume to shoot out 2 palm thunderbolts? Skill feats are important, but the host's own physical strength is not enough to squander skills without limit. Is that so? After drifting off for a while, Xiang Nan opened his personal panel. To the south, race, human, strength, early soul sweeping realm, stamina value, 10, spirit level, 7/12, recovering, agility, 10, strength value, 10, skill, palm thunder, creepy, none, rub, just slapping a palm thunderbolt is going to cost me 5 spirit points. Ha, this skill is so blue bar intensive? Muttering, Xiang Nan was still ready to go bursting to kill the gourmand boy with his palm thunder. For now, it seems better to live with it for a while. Drop palm thunder is not an equivalent skill at the early stage of the traveling soul stage. Please also ask the host to improve their own strength and weight until they reach the grievance spirit realm cultivation level. Then they can use it freely. So it's because I'm too weak to shoot more. Shaking his head, without realizing it, Xiang Nan had already arrived at the company's downstairs. It's getting light out. Entered the floor as usual and took the elevator. The system's voice sounded again as it passed through the 6th floor. Warning, you've entered a haunted building. The host is really dancing on the tip of a knife and has successfully escaped the haunted building area. Gain 30 survival points. Ding dong. The elevator door opened and Xiang Nan walked into the company with grace. The host once again stumbled upon a zombie, suggesting that the host use palm lightning to kill the zombie and complete the novice task. The host approached the zombie and did not startle it, gaining 10 survival points. Walk flat out to the workstation. Nan looked at the neighboring workstation, where a folding chair had been set up. Lu Man is lying in his sleeping bag, revealing a dark, unattractive face. After staying up late and working overtime for a long time, his face seems to be getting worse and worse. Xiang Nan was speechless at this rate. Maybe this guy is going to have a funeral before he has a wedding first. So tired. It seemed to sense someone approaching. Lu Man drilled away from his sleeping bag, a pair of bloodshot eyes opening. To the south? You're pretty early here lately, aren't you? He covered his mouth and snorted several times, his body going limp. I mean, what time did you stay up again? Xiang Nan snickered and looked at Lu Man, who shook his head. I'm not sure. Anyway, when I went to bed last night, it seemed like it was almost dawn. It was so hard to fall asleep, wasn't it? And then I heard a thunderclap in the street. You mean, that bastard, who's got nothing to do with blowing up guns in the street early in the morning? Probably not a cannon. Xiang Nan smiled awkwardly. Lu Man got up from the folding bed and looked like he was going to get up and pack the folding bed. Didn't realize. Such a big man, but the body faint. Plop from the bed rolled down. Ouch. He slumped to the ground, his whole body wailing breathlessly, arms braced against the ground. It took a long time to get up. Hey, I said, are you okay? Why is it like handing over a couple rounds of food storage? Look like you're dying. Xiang Nan looked at Lu Man with some concern. Lu Man cursed a few times and stood up with his chair. He looks, well, deflated. You're the one dying. Do you know? I'm going to be promoted to management soon with my monthly performance this month. When I become a manager, I can prepare for my marriage. Just to be sure, I even went to the Dharma temple to pray. You kid, you'll have to call me Brother Lu from now on. Lu Man spoke prettily. Xiang Nan sniffed, but he frowned. What did you say? You've been to the Dharma temple too? Yeah, went last week. I made a lot of connections and that's how I got in. I'm telling you, making a wish at the Fahua temple is famous for its spirit. I just made a wish and then my boss talked to me at length and gave me a raise next month. You made a wish? Was there anything out of the ordinary when you made the wish? Xiang Nan looked at Lu Man more and more vigilantly, and Lu Man stroked his chin. When you put it that way, I do remember something. At that time, When I faced the statue of Buddha, a monk handed me a bowl of fresh water. I seek to worship Buddha is not burning incense? He said no. I was told to bite my index finger and pass the blood into the bowl. I tell you what, it's divine. My blood was dripped into that clear water and placed in front of the Buddha statue, and the blood in the water disappeared instantly. The monk said that it was a manifestation of the Buddha. So yeah, I came back to fight so hard. Yu Man dejectedly spoke. Xiang Nan's eyebrows furrowed as he looked at his ebony face with an odd expression. Have you been feeling physically drained lately? Not the overtime exhaustion kind, but weak qi and blood. Do you feel that? Xiang Nan interrupted the still cheerful Lu Man with a serious face. Lu Man froze. How do you know? I am feeling easily numb lately, like it's caused by anemia. I doubt it. It's from working overtime. When I get promoted, I'll go to the hospital. Lu Man said with full concern, and Xiang Nan's brow furrowed. I say, Lu Man, if you really can't, why don't you take a few days off? Go for a walk, or maybe I'll take you to see a Taoist priest? Xiang Nan, are you out of your mind? I'm about to be promoted. How can I have time to fool around with you? A bite interrupted Xiang Nan's offer. Lu Man held on to the chair for a few more dizzy moments before he put away the folding bed. His eyelids looked like they were stubbornly opening, and every now and then he squinted for a moment like he was taking a nap. When you're like that, you're no different than a deadbeat. Another warning. Seeing that Lu Man still didn't care, Xiang Nan had no choice. Perhaps it was true that he had to wait for Lu Man to be promoted before he got along with himself. Time passes in an instant. Gradually all the employees in the company started to come on board. Once the point of time for going to work arrives, Lu Lingxue also brought Lu Qing to the company. She made the rounds of the company before clapping her hands together and signaling everyone to look over. I say a good thing. The company just signed off on a couple more orders of drawings that were outsourced over, conservatively estimated in the hundreds of thousands. Everyone gets a raise in commission this month. Great. Isn't that overtime again? After this extra month, I'm going to get some rest. For a while, there were various responses. Lu Lingxue smiled and pointed her finger at Lu Man. One more thing. I've decided to promote Lu Man to chief examiner. Everyone knows Lu Man's strength, the number of times he works overtime. No one dares to compare, right? Crap, who can beat him? I have absolutely no problem with Lu being the leader. Lu is the one who deserves it. The pronouncement was immediately echoed around the room. Lu Man is simply a model cowhorse. It really doesn't surprise anyone that he was promoted. Thanks. Thank you, leader. Thank you all. Hearing that he had actually been promoted, Lu Man's simmering dark face was colored with a hint of redness. He staggered his steps and smiled towards the people around him. So what? I don't have much to say. I'll treat you all to a group lunch at noon. Good. Brother Lu is awesome. Brother Lu can definitely lead us to a better job. The response was even louder. The morning company was in a rare and joyous mood. Lu Man was gorgeous, and was about to turn his head towards Xiang Nan on his side to show off a few words. Suddenly, his ears seemed to ring a jie strange laughter. You got your wish. I've come to collect my offerings. The vision in front of him gradually became blurry, and Lu Man's smiling face froze. In the darkness, he seemed to see a black baby. The baby climbed on his shoulders and spat out a bright red tongue twisted like a snake. The baby opened its mouth, a mouthful of fangs. Sharp fangs bit hard through his neck. Blood gurgled and was swallowed by the baby. Lu Man desperately grabbed towards the neck, but realized, how could he not grab the baby? No. Because of the neck hemorrhage, the qi was drying up little by little. With his mouth wide open, Lu Man looked like he had been emptied of the last of his essence. No, I can't die. I have a family to feed. I still have to buy a house. I have to get married. His body was already vapid. At this moment, he even plopped. The whole person was paralyzed on the ground, shivering all over. Inside the company, there was still a jubilant scene. It became instantly silent, because, in everyone's opinion, Lu Man, who had just been full of springtime, just for a few moments, you're holding your neck and saying you can't die? Then he fell to the ground in what looked like an epileptic spasm. Lu wouldn't be stupid to work overtime, would he? Did you not sleep well? Out of your mind? There was a lot of talk around. Lu Lingxue's face sank, and she had already pulled out her cell phone to dial the emergency number. Xiang Nan stood aside, watching Lu Man's face gradually darken. Even the luster of his skin was fading. It felt like there was something that was invisibly devouring his qi and blood. Is it the gourmand boy? Once you make a wish, you have to pay the due price when the wish is granted? Lu Man was already weak from staying up all night, and this one time, it directly sucked all the essence out of him. Gaze at Lu Man's face. At the moment, his eyes were wide as if he had seen something horrible. His hands were clenched at the nape of his neck, resignation written all over his features. But, gradually, however, his body stopped twitching. The light in the pupils of his eyes also gradually dissipated. Living like a dead man. Dead? Dumbfounded. He looked at Lu Man. Xiang Nan seems to have realized something. People who are around and laughing 1 second are gone the next. Xiang Nan was in a bit of a trance. A living, breathing man, just gone? Stay standing for who knows how long. The sound of an ambulance finally came from downstairs. A couple of white coats rushed into the company, carrying a frame. They sized up Lu Man and merely pressed Lu Man's chest a few times with their hands before eagerly lifting the man onto the stretcher. Patient suspected to show signs of sudden death. Prepare for resuscitation immediately. Yes. Fire and fury. The paramedics rushed out of the company carrying Lu Man. Who's the leader? Me. The accompanying doctor shouted again. And Lu Lingxue hurriedly answered. Come with us on guard. Yes. That. Xiang Nan. I'm counting on you for Haru. Following the medical staff as they rushed into the elevator. Lu Lingxue only had time to greet Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan nodded and didn't say anything more, pulling Lu Qing to walk back to the workstation. Wait until the people are gone. The company, which had been quiet, was once again noisy. Oops, look at that. Daily inward curls. You're killing yourself. That's not true, Lu Man. This kid really wants money more than life. Poor yo, it's so hard to make it to the top, but I don't have this life to enjoy it. Sighs, taunts, and all sorts of comments rang out like a rainbow. Xiang Nan darkened his face and sat alone in his seat. Only he knows that Lu Man didn't die suddenly at all. His body would have been able to handle the burden of staying up all night. However, coupled with the solicitation of the Gormuki, even if one does not stay up all night, one has to be gradually sucked dry. Damn beasts. No wonder you were able to become a ghostbuster after a year. Clenching his fists, Xiang Nan inexplicably felt a nameless fire rise. Colleague Lu Man, although people are rolled a little, that at least is really struggling. In the city of steel and concrete, he just wanted a home of his own. Is he wrong? He's right. It's such a small wish, such a small character, and it's okay to be exploited by life. This ghostly creature has come to exploit him too. What gives it the right? Newbie mission. Ghost Manton. Wait for me. Let's see if you're faster at killing people or I'm faster at saving my attribute points. Eyes narrowed. Xiang Nan prided himself on not being a great saint. He's just upset about parasites like Ghost Mantle. Even without Ghost Manton, Lu Man's promotion was a foregone conclusion. Lu Man is nothing more than a pathetic cowhorse trying to move up the ladder. For having begged for it? So the gourmand boy can eat essence blood without fear? During the process, it didn't even need to make any return. It just needed to eat away at the essence blood like a parasite. Sure enough, is weirdness all bad? Pursing her lips, Xiang Nan began to count the pros and cons weighing up. For whoring out attribute points all the time, the ghosts of the Dharma temple are good, but not Ghost Manton. It's inside the temple. It can't be whored out at all. Encounters with shenanigans get few survival points. Shocking back creepy seems to get double survival points. And what if it's a kill? How many points would it be to kill creepy? What about killing a ghost child who will be in the Jedi realm a year from now? Xiang Nan thought silently. If he could really kill Ghost Mantle, he would be able to complete the mission. And secondly, it would be a generous amount of survival points. Unfortunately, with Palm Thunder alone, he still wasn't sure. Just have to go brush up on more attribute points while it's still early. Perhaps, with the stack of attribute points, it was possible to take down a ghost child who hadn't yet become a Jedi Fury. With this thought, a pair of small hands tugged at the corner of Xiang Nan's coat. Uncle, are we still having fried chicken today? The milky, sticky voice came. When Xiang Nan looked back, Lu Qing was showing her ungrown teeth and smiling nervously. Kids are kids, and it doesn't bother them at all. Eat, I'll order fried chicken every day as long as you come every day. Xiang Nan smiled and touched Lu Qing's head. Dropping, the host is in contact with the Jedi Realm's bizarre red-clothed little girl. The host is desperate. Please escape immediately. The system's warning sounded at the right time. And Xiang Nan's eyes blinked, then looked to the office. Lu Qing, why don't you go to your mom's room and get me some printing paper? I'll print a document and take you downstairs for fried chicken. Okay? Yes. As soon as the little guy heard there was food, he ran towards the office in a frenzy. The host is truly cunning. He tricked the little girl in red, successfully gained 80 survival points. Listening to the system's new round of reports, Xiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, as long as you don't leave of your own accord, but rather have creepy leave of his own accord, it counts as a shock retreat in the system's determination. In no time at all, the little one returned clutching the paper. Xiang Nan printed some random drawings and led her downstairs. After eating some fried chicken and putting wild pig peppers on Lu Qing, Xiang Nan sat down at his workstation and launched himself into a daze. On this day, less Lu Man at the next table. he was always a little uncomfortable. The atmosphere in the company is also very dull. Everyone is talking about whether Lu Man is really dead. Until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In the company group, Lu Lingxue sent out an announcement. Obituary: Lu Man, an employee of our company, was declared dead after failing to be rescued. After the doctor's diagnosis, Lu Man was diagnosed as a sudden death from physical exhaustion. Let's honor the memory of this wonderful employee. The company will take a half-day vacation in the afternoon, so please come to condole with Comrade Lu Man in the evening. Comrade Lu Man's contribution to our company is superior, and the company will also give preferential treatment to his family and follow-up arrangements. Holy shit, it's really gone. Hey, I told you inside rolls are overpressurized. Roll what? It's not scientific at all. The murmur rang out again. Xiang Nan shook his head and pulled Lu Qing's small hand. Let's go, I'll take you to your mom. Aha! Nodding dutifully, the big one went out the door first. Looking at the group chat on his cell phone, the hospital side had already covered Lu Man with a white cloth. His family went a step ahead and the plan was to haul the remains back home for burial. Standing at the bus stop waiting for the bus, Xiang Nan was quite impressed with the way things were going. This isn't even creepy descent yet, and someone's already gone first. If shenanigans do come to pass, what kind of chaos will there be then? Bus number 4 is here. Bus number 4 is here. The stop sign beep sounded, and Xiang Nan didn't care much about anything. The familiar number 4 bus pulled up and the doors opened. The driver looked out of the car, and Xiang Nan was still emotional. Suddenly, a prompt rang in his ears. Dropping, the host is being spied on by a ghost driver. Please stay away from the death bus at once. Ghost driver? For a split second, Xiang Nan looked up. The driver of bus number 4 had closed the door, looked at him, and yanked away. Ghost driver? So he was the driver of the bus when it went wrong? Staring at the driver's face, Xiang Nan made a note of the present time. 14:14. Still need to check out the death bus sometime. The host is calm and collected, successfully avoiding the ghost driver's stalking. Rewarded with 10 survival points. Half a quarter of an hour later, a cab was beckoned to the south. At 3 p.m., along with a large group of subsidiary employees, they entered the designated hospital room. Before he even entered the house, he could hear an old woman's miserable howl. Son, why did you just leave like that? The wailing was dismal, as if the owner of the voice had cried enough. Step inside. Most of my co-workers could be seen standing apart around a hospital bed. The white cloth on the hospital bed covered a pale body, revealing only a pair of large white to blue feet. An old woman with tufts of hair lay on her bed, sobbing. Beside her, there stood a woman, whose belly seemed to be slightly bulging, also hiding her sobs from time to time. Giving away a white hair is inherently difficult. The fact that his unmarried wife is pregnant adds to the problem. Everyone watched the two women cry, and no one held a word for most of the day. Lu Lingxue stood at the front of the pile, pursing her lips. Eyes were on the crone and the woman's stomach for a while before he stepped forward. Auntie, and this family member. It's done and I'm sorry. Lu Man is a good employee, and it's a blow to the company that he's gone. I'll make a decision to give Lu Man a $200,000 pension, together with his medical insurance and whatnot. You and your family should be able to pass on as well. After Lu Lingxue finished these words, the surrounding employees couldn't help but look at her in a higher light. This is already considered very conscientious. Pity. The old woman, however, shouted angrily, "What money do you want? I want my son." A word that instantly overshadowed any words. The atmosphere was oppressive and silent. Lu Lingxue frowned, but still went on to say, "I'll go pay the first aid fee first." After saying that, she pulled Lu Qing, who was beside Xiang Nan, and hurriedly walked out of the hospital room. The other employees, seeing Lu Lingxue leaving, were even more scattered. Xiang Nan was the only one who stayed in the house without leaving. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the body in that hospital bed. Unsurprisingly, this corpse will turn into a zombie in a year. That. Auntie, I'm Lu Man's co-worker. My name is Xiang Nan. I heard that you are taking his body back for burial? Offering a greeting, the pregnant woman responded. Xiang Nan, I think Lu Man has talked about you. It was my mother-in-law's idea to take him back. Said he was going back to his ancestral grave to stay there and not be a lone soul. It's not convenient for you to pull the body if it's buried in the ground, is it? If it's possible, I suggest you could start with cremation and take the ashes back for burial. Xiang Nan was sincere in his words. The two women still in the room both froze at the sound of that. Does that speak human language? Someone's son just died, and you don't even come up and offer to cremate him? Two pairs of resentful eyes instantly looked at Xiang Nan, and Xiang Nan's words gave way. He's kind of meddling in being the good guy. 1 year later, Lu Man will turn into a zombie. If we take this back to our ancestors' graves, When the time comes for the bizarre resuscitation of Lu Man's corpse, won't he kill all of his own family first? For his own good and for the good of his family. Cremation is the best. One and done. Cremation? No way. My son has suffered enough. How can he be cremated? Young man, I only stopped talking about you because I heard Mandy say you were nice. Mind your own business. The old woman's face was instantly slate after she sniffed. Xiang Nan frowned. In his heart, he said, surely the establishment is not so simple to change? Lu Man turning into a zombie is a given for the future. Now if he burns it for Lu Man, is the future a change? Gritting his teeth, Xiang Nan was still undeterred. Auntie, words can't be said like that. If you transport Lu Man back, his body will harbor a lot of bacteria along the way. It will be very buried. You don't mind, but can your daughter-in-law touch these germs with a baby in her belly? I don't think Lu Man wants to hurt his family himself. Speaking crookedly, Xiang Nan had a sincere face. The crone's face twitched at the sound of the child. Seeing that there was something going on, Xiang Nan sped up even more by saying a few words. Actually, cremation is the burning of a person into ashes. Earth burial is also a cloud of ash after a person's death. There's essentially no difference. You're transporting Lu Man, and if there's any accident in the process, it's incomplete instead. Now with cremation, it must be a complete ash for you to pack, to be sent to the old family graves in one piece when the time comes. Why wouldn't that be a better choice? The crone clearly hesitated. Mom, he's right. It wouldn't be good if Amon stinks and is sent to his ancestral grave. The woman who was pregnant presumably heard the reasoning and followed suit. The crone nodded then. Well, just burn it. Hey, I'd like to help with the cremation if I can. Seeing that it was a done deal, Xiang Nan simply stuck his foot in the door. Don't get me wrong. He's not a nice guy. Except, one possibility occurred to him. Xiang Nan, right. Amon's got a good point. You're such a good boy. Nodding, the crone didn't resist heading south. Xiang Nan immediately took out his cell phone and contacted the crematorium in the city. Wait until Lu Lingxue comes back again. Hearing that Xiang Nan was going to help transport Lu Man's body for cremation, he was even more incredulous and looked at him twice more. 7 o'clock at night. After the morning was over, the crematorium car drove up. The rest of the group dispersed in a flurry. Xiang Nan followed Lu Man's family to the car and arrived at the crematorium. Because the body was undamaged, makeup was dispensed with straight away. A red envelope was slipped to the cremation master and the body was pushed into the cremation chamber. Watching Lu Man was gradually carried to the fireplace. Lu Man's old mother and the object cannot help but sob out. On the contrary, it was Xiang Nan who looked at the cremation master with a calm face. Master, I'm on good terms with Lu Man. Can I push him in for the last ride? It's okay. There aren't many people like you in this world. The cremation master sniffed and looked at Xiang Nan with relief. I didn't realize there were still people in this world who didn't mind the bad luck of corpses. Xiang Nan didn't say anything. With a wooden face, he shoved Lu Man's entire body into the fireplace. Crunch! The door to the fireplace is closed. The built-in fire starter flared up with a loud bang. After the bared burning sound came, Xiang Nan's ears heard the system's voice. Dropping. Congratulations to the host for successfully decapitating the zombie. Congratulations to the host for the kill reward. 30 survival points. Congratulations to the host for completing the newbie quest. A little experiment with the ox sword. Random rewards are being drawn, so please draw your own by the host. Sure enough, if I had been involved in the incineration, the system would have ruled that I had killed it. 2. If we burn Lu Man now, there will be no zombie Lu Man in a year. In a sense, I did kill him. Sorry about that. Lu Man, you don't want to become creepy yourself, do you? I won't let you come to life and harm people. The fire in the furnace burned, and Xiang Nan's mind was as calm as water. Inside the incinerator room, sobs were heard. The incinerating master looked at the black smoke in the furnace and shook his head. It's good to burn it. I heard the old generation say that if people with grudges are buried in the ground, the grudges within chi can easily trigger necrophilia. Zombies, it's because they can't swallow an extra mouthful of grievances that they turn into corpses. This young man was supposed to get a promotion and a wife, right? The resentment. He's got a lot of grievances. The teacher was talking to himself, but he woke up the silent Xiang Nan. It turns out that 100 causes have consequences. The reason why Lu Man became a zombie is because of the resentment of his early death. He was dissatisfied with necrophilia because of his early death. What about the death bus? What about the haunted building? What about the little girl in red? Luck Ching? And what happened to them? What if I'm competent enough, wouldn't I be able to stop the other 1 year after shenanigans just like this time? When I interrupted Lu Man's necrophilia directly from the root? The more he thought about it, the more Xiang Nan felt that there was something going on. He returned darkly to his senses and bowed toward the fireplace. and toward the family of Lu Man said a few words of comfort goodbye, which walked out of the cremation room. Xiang Nan didn't leave directly from the funeral home. Instead, he stepped and continued to walk around the funeral home. It was hard to come to a place like a funeral parlor. He didn't want to miss the chance to brush up on his points. The crematorium at night was not as eerie as one might expect, and lights were on everywhere. Apart from the incineration room, it is the morgue that has the most eerie atmosphere. There was a sign saying no one allowed right in front of the place where the bodies were stitched up. Instead of approaching, Xiang Nan stopped at the door. Fruity, the word danger flashed in red again. Dropping, the host has entered the ghoul's territory. The ghoul king is sleeping, and you've attracted the attention of a large number of fire ghosts. Ghouls, glanced toward the morgue. The doors of most mortuary cabinets are closed, indicating the presence of a body inside. Several body stitchers were sewing up the body at their respective stations, a few steps back to the south, without further observation. After skulking around the funeral hall for a while longer without any more system warnings, Xiang Nan left. The host's figure is like a ghost, successfully escaping the ghoul area. Reward 50 survival points. Ghouls. It's not peaceful at this funeral parlor either. Secretly staggered, Xiang Nan's feet flew. Instead of calling for a car, he ran to the northside cemetery. It's worth noting that we never encountered the two monks from the Dharma temple again tonight. After successfully collecting 100 points of the 100 ghosts of the night points there. Following that, he then returned to the Linping neighborhood with satisfaction. The night is still. Xiang Nan lay down on the bed and thought back on the day. There was just so much happening on this day. First, there is the appearance of the gourmand boy, and then there is the cause of the zombification of his colleague, Lu Man. What's the saying? There is no wind. Perhaps the seemingly normal weirdness was the buildup before the weirdness descended. Gonna have to stretch my brush soon. Once the ghostly spirit of Fahua Temple does appear, it might be a question whether I can even get out of this city alive. Live in peace and truly fear to the south. Or was it the latent bomb at the Dharma Temple? Exactly what calamity-level shenanigans were going on? He still wasn't sure. Sitting quietly in bed, the time came to 12 o'clock. The system's voice sounded right on time. Dropping, congratulations on surviving the third day of Eerie Advent. It's been a wonderful day. Before early morning arrives, you provoke the old cat-faced lady and earn 20 survival points for successfully escaping. You encountered the gourmand boy at the northside tomb. Subsequently, you trailed the gourmand boy and discovered the ghosts of the Dharma Temple. After you mistakenly entered the ghostly world, you managed to escape hand in hand with the human powerhouse Zhang Yuanshan. Escape the gourmand boy for 40 points. Befriend Zhang Yuanshan for 30 points. And escape the ghosts for 50 points. In the early morning hours, you escape after entering the haunted building again, gaining 30 points. In the morning, you encountered zombies and successfully evacuated, gaining 10 points. At noon, you shocked back the little girl in red and gained 80 points. By mid-afternoon, you have escaped the ghost driver's watchful eye and gained 10 points. At night, you successfully kill zombies to gain 30 points and complete the novice reward. After killing a zombie, you unknowingly sneak into the ghoul realm and succeed in coming back from the dead, earning you 50 survival points. Finally, you head once again to the southern outskirts of the country to walk through the 100 ghosts of the night, earning 100 survival points. You used the lucky spin once, deducting 100 points. Current survival points remaining 420 points. Host, you're a stranger to me. In one day's time, you're so death-defying that you're actually unharmed. Could it be that you're really the chosen one? After summarizing everything, the system even whined. Xiang Nan also didn't expect that he had actually swiped so many points in one day. After a flash of delight in his eyes, he regained his vigilance. Although there are a lot of points, but in this case, the fixed brush points of Lu Man went away, and there are also the points of Ghost Mantle. He cannot always get. Next, it's time to explore the Haunted Mansion and the Death Bus to expand the scoring map. It's best to pull yourself up to the evil ghost realm within a month. Make up your mind for yourself. Xiang Nan did not hesitate to use 400 survival points to exchange 40 attribute points. He was, right now, about to become the middle stage of the soul swimming realm. The original 420 generous points were instantly reduced to only 20 points. System, add some, add 10 to all 4-dimensional attributes. After the command, a hot current that was about to explode inside his body was surging. Xiang Nan only felt that his limbs were filled with power. He seemed to have gotten a little taller all around, with a more internalized muscular profile. After opening his attribute panel, Xiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. To the south, race, human, strength, mid-soul walker realm, stamina value, 20, spiritual value, 22, agility, 20, strength value, 20, skill, palm thunder, creepy, none, with 22 points of spirit value. It should be enough for me to slap 4 palm thunderbolts, right? Mindfulness is slight. Electricity flickered in the palm of his right hand. Crackling thunder jumped. Blue electricity covered the entire palm, creating a rush of electricity. Looking at the active arcs of electricity, Xiang Nan could tell that this palm was definitely even more violent than the one he had slapped in the morning. It seems that spirit value also relates to the strength of the skill. Watching the spirit value about to fall from 22 to 17, Xiang Nan hurriedly extinguished the lightning in his palm and secretly sighed. If only I had skills that didn't consume spirit value. Too bad it's only 20 points. Not enough for the raffle either. Sighing, Xiang Nan's gaze flickered and finally landed on the system's quest bar. The quest bar is blinking with little gold dots, showing that items to be determined have not been claimed. Right. I haven't gotten my reward for the bullseye quest yet. Hastily clicking on the quest, the newbie quest had been completed, and the accompanying reward pattern was still flashing. Xiang Nan let out a deep breath and clicked to claim it. Then, the random reward pattern lit up, dropping. Congratulations on acquiring the skill, Dragon Tiger Mountain Golden Light Mantra. Excellent. Golden Light Mantra, use the Supreme Tao to communicate divine power. And golden light flashes after the divine power spreads throughout your body. Your body's functions will be doubled after the golden light is activated. Note, the duration of the golden light spell is based on your stamina. Your current strength is 20 points. After 20 minutes of use, you will fall into a disengaged state. Your current strength suggests using it for 15 minutes. A golden light spell? Holy shit, this is a body art? After Xiang Nan clicked to collect it, a deep incantation resounded in his head. Heaven and earth, the root of all air. Cultivate extensively for billions of kalpas, and prove my divine power. As the incantation was recited, Xiang Nan only felt that his body was filled with power, and a golden light began to flicker continuously on the surface of his body. Take another look at your own attributes. Stamina, 19 out of 20. Mental value, 44 out of 22. Agility, 40 to 20. Strength value, 40/20ths. Except for physical strength, all other attributes have been doubled. Clenching his shimmering fists, the room was golden. Xiang Nan had the illusion that he might have smashed a hole in the floorboards with this smash. Who the hell doesn't sleep in the middle of the night? What's the point of turning the lights on so bright? Suddenly, there was a snarl from downstairs. Xiang Nan panicked and stopped the golden light spell, and only then did the noise stop. Golden light curse. Great stuff. His eyes were filled with excitement. This skill was simply berserk. The low attributes don't tell you much right now. If you reach the 100 attribute evil spirit realm, doubling your strength in the early stages would be the middle stages. Bull. It's true that the quests give just as good as they get. System, are there any more missions left? Monkey asked, and the quest panel began to refresh. Dropping. Rookie mission completed. A new mission is now issued. Build on it. Reattempt. You've killed a creepy at the beginning of the traveling soul realm, taking the first step towards becoming a strong person. Now, please try to kill a creep that is higher than the traveling soul realm. Mission reward, random. Shit, killing above the traveling soul realm? You want me to kill the grudge realm? Mouths dropped open. Xiang Nan was speechless. Grievance realm? Mrs. Li next door? Or is it the little Lu Qing in the company's desperate situation? Anyway, it's not even possible to do it. The only possibility. It's the ghost mantis from the Fa temple. But, how the hell am I going to get close to ghost mantle? Going to the Dharma temple too? Hiss. It's pretty tough without a background. Frowning. Xiang Nan wants to slaughter Ghost Manboy. Not in a righteous way, but to kill him while he's small. I don't know. What kind of strength is the current Ghost Mantle considered? To be on the safe side, it's better to dog to the evil spirit stage before finding a channel. I just don't believe that the gourmand boy has risen as fast as my strength. Hiding his calculations in the back of his mind, Xiang Nan looked out the window. He still didn't have to sleep tonight. After a new day refreshes, he simply washed and changed his clothes, and went out and gleaned the survival points of Grandma Li next door. And after that, it ran straight towards the Fa temple. In the darkness of the night, on a deserted street, Xiang Nan recklessly used the golden light curse. He was like golden light spilling down to earth, weaving through street after street. By the time we reached the entrance to the Dharma temple, Xiang Nan, however, was a little disappointed. The Zhang Yuanshan we ran into last night is gone. The 2 monks guarding the gate were also absent, and the gate of the Fa temple was closed. There was no choice but to walk up and down the temple entrance. This left him with only 20 points from Grandma Li and 50 points from the ghosts of Fa temple as his regular swipe points. Taking advantage of the system reset, Xiang Nan took another trip to the northern suburb cemetery. A total of 170 points arrived in one trip. With the remaining 20 points, that's 190 points. TSK. That's not enough either. Even if there's still Lu Qing in Ghost House, it's only 300 points today. Too slow, too slow. Today is the day to find out what's going on with the haunted building and the death bus shenanigans. Otherwise the strength upgrade is too turtle speed. Thinking silently, Xiang Nan had arrived at the company's downstairs. It's also only 3 in the morning. It's impossible to go south to the funeral home again. And there's no bus at this hour. Only, the company's commercial building was still open. Walk into the commercial building. Instead of taking the elevator this time, Xiang Nan chose to climb the walking staircase 1 floor at a time. He remembered that the system gave a hint of the haunted building, which was floors 1 to 6. On the first floor is the hall, which is directly excluded. The second level is a gym, which is also unresponsive. The third level is the property. Still no response. Layer STH. Warning, warning. The host is entering the core area of the ghost building. Please flee immediately. Please flee immediately. Core area? Climbing toward the south. He gave a lurch and opened the 4th floor fire door and stepped out. On the 4th floor is a large company that contracts interior fire protection. I've heard that they did the fire protection in this building and are a little known in the city. Wilder Fire. The red sign stands. The fire company's doors were locked. The lights were out inside, and it was pitch black. With his overpowering attributes, Xiang Nan squinted for a while before he could see the folders piled up on the large and small workstations inside. In a darkness, the general manager's office inside. A light flickering. Faintly, Xiang Nan could still hear talking. Wilder, you said the fire inspection was okay, right? It's okay, just rest assured. Those pipes are hidden in the ceiling layer. Who would know? The property of the Linjiang building is also nothing to check. You slut. You're not the one who took the kickback. Goo. Wilder, we're in this together. Bitch, how much paperwork do I have to have my staff create to cover this? You know? You said, how will you repay me? Then I'll serve you well. The talking was getting quieter and quieter. Xiang Nan frowned, as if he had guessed something. Perhaps. I'll have to wait until I run into an employee of their company to find out if it's what I think it is or not. Silently departing from the 4th floor, Xiang Nan took the elevator to the 19th floor. It was getting light. The host has successfully escaped from the haunted building area and has earned 30 survival points. The haunted mansion. Why does that floor count alone as a twisted creepy? Walking faithfully inside the company, Xiang Nan waited until it was time to go to work. The atmosphere at the office today was depressing. Because of Lu Man's tragic death, the thick depression still hadn't dissipated. Lu Lingxue came to the company with dark panda eyes. Lu Qing, who was beside her, had a less lively expression. Yesterday's throwaway settlement of $200. 000 did show that she is a good boss. But that's no small amount. When you do the math, it's a month's salary for the company. Now the money is gone, not to mention, the company's mainstay Lu Man is also gone. I guess she did not sleep well last night. As soon as she came to the company, Lu Lingxue locked herself inside the office. The little girl Lu Qing honestly found Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan repeated his trick and plagiarized 80 points on her. In the afternoon, Xiang Nan asked Lu Lingxue for a vacation. After handing Lu Qing back over to her, Lu Lingxue didn't say much and Xiang Nan left the company. When taking the elevator downstairs, Xiang Nan purposely stopped at the 4th floor. Exiting the elevator, he looked at the 4th floor filled with workstations, all of them buried in their work. There was no response from the system. Xiang Nan thoughtfully took the elevator again and left the commercial building. 1414. Xiang Nan came to the bus stop at a stuck time. Exploring the haunted mansion and the death bus was the most stressful thing on his mind right now. Since the ghost house site is stuck, it's only natural for this bus to keep up. Bus number 4 will be arriving soon. Bus number 4 will be arriving soon. The site's horn alerted, and Xiang Nan's face was stunned. Warning, host is being approached by the death bus. Please stay away from the host immediately. Looking up, bus number 4 was slowly pulling up to the stop. You have been noticed by the ghost driver. Please flee immediately. The word Jeopardy blinks. With a snort, the door of bus number 4 popped open, and Xiang Nan swiped his card to board the bus as the driver watched. 1415. At this point in the day, the buses aren't very crowded. Walking around casually, Xiang Nan suddenly spotted the old man who had given him his seat that morning. The boss seemed to recognize Xiang Nan and smiled at him. A mere drowned ghost of the wandering soul realm dares to disrespect the host. The system strongly recommends that the host use palm lightning to exterminate. The system's voice came. Xiang Nan didn't care, but walked towards the back seat of the bus. Didn't think so. The further back you go, the brighter the word danger becomes. Drop. You are being watched by a drowned ghost in the late stage of the traveling soul realm. Drops. You're being watched by a drowned ghost in the middle of the wandering soul realm. Dropping. You are being. One after another. The beeps rang out, and Xiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. There, in the back seat of the car, there were 26 seats. 13 of which were occupied, and the system beeps a full 15 times. That is to say, the current busload of people will all be drowned ghosts a year from now on Midwinter's Day, with the oldest man in the front seat and the driver. That makes 15 drowned ghosts. So many drowned ghosts. That means that sometime in the future, this car will be carrying this load of people, all drowned, eyes flashing, looking at the men, women, and children in the car, freshly separated lives. Xiang Nan pursed his lips. He didn't move to the back seat, intending to see if the car would add any new drowned ghost passengers afterward. South River Bridge Road is here. South River Bridge Road is here. The bus's horn blared and the car approached another stop. At this stop, no one gets off. The front door of the car opened and a woman slowly walked up. The moment this woman got into the car, the system tone in Xiang Nan's ears exploded again. Drops. Host, you're in deep shit. You've encountered a long-haired female water ghost. The long-haired female water ghost's hair can extend indefinitely, and is the most disgusting evil spirit in the water. Spooky. It is recommended that you, the host, should never approach and provoke her. Suggest the host jumps out of the car and flees immediately. Long-haired green water ghost? Drip senior card. Raise your eyes to the front door. The woman who got into the car looked to be no more than 30 years old, with slanted eyebrows and wavy curls. She looked as if she had eaten a turd for some reason, and sat down on her ass in the orange old and sick seat. The driver looked at her behavior and frowned. Hey, you're only in your 30s. How do you swipe your senior card? The senior citizen card is a government benefit for the elderly, and it's not civilized for you to do this. In the spirit of professionalism, the driver warned. Don't want to. That's like stepping on a woman's thunder. Her already ugly face was even more clouded at the moment. TNND. I don't care if I'm late today and get docked full time. You have to scold me for taking public transportation? In an instant, the bitch was out of her seat with a loud bang. She pointed at the driver in the driver's seat and cursed. NMD. You're a broken bus driver. Why do you care so much? The driver sniffed and didn't respond. Just continued driving with an ugly face. The South River Bridge is here. The South River Bridge is here. The bus's speakers played a tone. The bus is crossing the bridge that was built along the South River in Linjiang City. Looking out through the car window, this would have been a scenic spot surrounded by water. But at the moment, the cursing of the woman in the car took away anyone's desire to look at the view. MD, what are you? You can point at me too? Seemingly seeing that the driver was not responding, the woman cursed even more. The driver gripped the steering wheel and showed the generosity of not getting into it with the woman. The truth, however, is that it often does not work out as expected. Seeing that the driver was not yet returning the favor, the woman became even more rampant. Taking a few steps over to the driver, he pointed at his face and sputtered angrily. Inside the bus, some passengers began to look away. No, have you no qualities? That's right, you used the senior citizen card without authorization and the driver master just reminded you. As far as you are concerned, do you have any culture? You're taking advantage of me. The sound of crowing rebukes rang out. The woman's words were struck dumb and her face flushed red. Well, you're all working together to bully me. Bullying? Ha! She cursed like a shrew. Then her eyes flashed to the driver's steering wheel. Bullying me? None of it. Caught off guard, the woman grabbed the driver's steering wheel and pushed it hard. Giggle. The steering wheel instantly swung open dramatically, and the entire bus crashed out toward the outside of the required lane. At high speeds, the hard steering caused the tires to scuff violently and the body began to lean. You unreasonable, crazy bitch, what the fuck are you doing? The driver was dumbfounded. He had truly never thought that a single act of forbearance would be rewarded with such a result. Swinging the steering wheel sharply, the driver tried to pull the car back on track. But, by this time it was too late. The front end of the bus crashed through the guardrail of the South River Bridge with a loud bang, and both front tires ran off the bridge. Seeing that the car was about to go headlong into the big river beyond the bridge, no one in the car was calm. Crap, Nima, you crazy woman. Harming people. You're crazy, you're not as good as you want to be, so you victimize people, right? Help, help. Curses and cries for help rose into a chorus. The car rattled. The woman by the driver's seat, looking at the current situation, was also flustered. Who told you to bully people? You asked for it. Despite having been scared pale, she still refused to admit her mistake. This kind of person has a lack of literacy in her bones, and it's hard as hell to get her to admit she's wrong. Crunch! The driver slammed on the brakes so hard that the rear wheels of the car wore out tire skins on the bridge, but the front body of the bus had sunk most of the way toward the bridge. At the moment, it presents a 45-degree angle of inclination. Even if the car had stopped, the body couldn't slow the fall. Don't panic. Everyone, don't panic. All towards the back of the car. Pull your weight behind the car. It'll be fine. The The driver did his best to calm the people in the car. With their lives on the line, the group moved silently toward the back of the car. Unthinking, the woman who messed up, once again, open the door, open the door. Without further ado, she kicked the front door of the car twice. The car, which had been hovering squeaking, suddenly flew toward the bridge in a 90-degree straight line. Ah, damn it, I won't let you go even as a ghost. I don't want to die. I have children. Help, help, I can't swim. At the moment of life and death, everyone lost their voice and shouted. Xiang Nan leaned on the back seat of the car, calmly taking it all in. So, I always thought the death bus was a disaster after the weirdness descended. But, actually, just today, after the crash, everyone drowned. And then in a year's time, on the mid-year festival, this bus and the people who drowned will return to Earth as drowned ghosts. Is this the truth about the death bus? Calmly analyzing everything, Xiang Nan looked at the panicked wavy-haired woman by the driver's seat with abhorrence. It was because of her alone that she prompted a brew of disaster and shenanigans. She also became the most powerful creepy after the fact. And what a wicked, wicked man. It's just a shame. This time, I'm in the car. The car shakes. Just as the car left the roadway completely, a voice rang out from the back seat of the car. Heaven and earth are the fundamental roots of all air. I have practiced for hundreds of millions of years to prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three realms, only the Tao is honored. There is a golden light that covers my body. Bang! A blast of glass shattered. With that, only a golden light was seen shattering the window of the car and flying towards the outside of the car. After the golden light landed, Xiang Nan fiercely reached out and grabbed the rear of the car, pulling it toward the back with all his might. Boom boom boom. The car shook more than a little. People in extreme fear don't care about alienation beyond that. No one noticed how Xiang Nan flew out of the bus. Panic was loud and clear. Suddenly, the bumpy rattles in the car stopped abruptly. Some people shook their heads, and then realized that the car was actually half hanging on the side of the bridge. No longer sinking trend. Hey, the car's dangling? What happened? We didn't fall? Nope, you guys, look behind the car. Someone's tugging on it. Some people looked toward the back of the car for the first time, only to see a person covered in flashes of golden light pulling the car, actually controlling the car at the edge of the bridge with his own strength. Holy shit, yeah, is this Superman? What Superman? It's the living god. Oh, golden light Superman. The crowd looked at Xiang Nan, who was illuminated by the golden light. In unison, no one could see his face. Under the golden light mantra, Xiang Nan's body shimmered with golden light, vaguely revealing the outline of a humanoid. Fuck! Stop gawking. All of you climb out of the car. I'm not going to be able to hold out. Bellowing towards the car. Xiang Nan didn't have time to pretend. He just looked at his stamina value worriedly. 20, 19, 18. Because of the whole body attributes strengthened by the golden light mantra, the stamina value was dropping crazily. He lasted 15 minutes tops. Once the 15 minutes had passed, he had to let go as well. If it drags on for 20 minutes, a deficit in stamina value, a dissipation of the golden light spell, and everyone recognizing themselves was the worst possible outcome. He didn't want to be noticed by someone who was interested in noticing that he'd gained his powers before the shenanigans. I hope that saving you is as fruitful as I thought it would be. Otherwise, I'm losing money. Silently calculating in his mind, Xiang Nan bellowed again. Don't crawl out yet. I'm going to spread my hands. The muffled voice resounded across the bridge. There were passing cars around them stopping frequently, some of them looking confusedly at the unusual situation on the side of the bridge. Crap, am I dreaming? Mom, there's a guy over there towing the car up. Nima, I didn't hear that anyone was going to challenge the Hercules record at the South River Bridge either. For a while, there was a steady stream of cell phone shots. Inside the bus, everyone came back to their senses as well and hurried toward the back of the car. Nearly 2/3 of the body was now hanging under the bridge, with only the rear wheel still hanging over the edge. If you wanted to leave, the only way was to jump out the window of the last row of cars. Bang! The safety hammer was removed and the window glass was instantly shattered. A couple of monkey men boldly jumped out of the car. This was followed by a swarm of people jumping out one after another. There weren't many people in the car, but it was only 3 minutes, and 13 of the 16 jumped out one after the other. The crowd jumped out of the car and ran towards the back of the car, wanting to see who it was under the golden light. Only, that person seems to be intentional. The golden light stabbing people simply can't open their eyes, can't see half of the human face under the golden light. Click click click. The bus was still proceeding to drop, and Xiang Nan only felt his wrist pulling out of its socket. Even with 8 times the strength of an adult, the body's overdraft was still visible to the naked eye when used consistently. Come on, what are you guys still dawdling about for? Another urge. Xiang Nan couldn't see anything unusual in the car. Unbeknownst to me, the bus car at the moment, the only 3 people left were the driver, the curly-haired woman, and the old man who had given up his seat to Shangnan at the time. The driver assisted the old man and brought him to the car window. Unexpectedly, the curly-haired woman followed suit and brashly pushed her out of the way. Fuck off. I'll go down first. I don't want to die. She has no cheek and even less quality. Pulling the driver and the boss stumbled. Only, her brash face was just sticking out of the car window when her body tried to poke out. Boom! The car lurched again, throwing her back into the car. Bang! Her head hit the armrest of the car so hard that her forehead was bruised and she grimaced in pain. Hiss, it hurts. Shit, are you okay? Can't you hold on to the car properly? The curly-haired woman yelled in chagrin. She didn't care how fierce the golden light people outside the car were. She only cared about herself. Cursing and trying to forcefully squeeze himself to climb out first. Rumble. The car shook again. Shit, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Indignantly, the woman's mouth suddenly lolled as she looked out of the car at the golden-haired man. In a trance, she seemed to see the corners of the golden man's mouth grinning. Subsequently, the golden man actually jerked his hands back. Boom! The car lost its pull for a split second and flew out quickly toward the bridge. Boom! Not waiting for her to respond, the huge bus flew into the water and exploded into a huge puddle. A layer of waves surged across the river, and the bus instantly poured into the water and began to sink. A large number of blisters sprang up and water poured in through the car windows. The pressure hit, and it was no longer possible for the 3 people in the car to escape. It's over. Watching the Azure River engulf the bus, the woman finally sank from indignation to stupefaction in this moment. She can be brutal. Disaster can be equally brutal. Cough cough. The boss and the driver coughed up water and looked out over the water at the high bridge without regret. On the high bridge, the rest of the passengers each had their mouths open, but inwardly they were glad they had escaped. It's a shame. The driver and the grandpa didn't escape. If only the golden light man had held up more. And I don't blame Superman Kanemitsu. He's been holding out for so long. Yeah, if it wasn't for that woman, how would this have happened? Where's Superman Kanemitsu? The passengers spoke. Herself realized that the golden man, who was supposed to be standing on the bridge, had disappeared. The river was bubbling with gurgling bubbles. A golden light flashed, whoosh, into the car. The 3 men in the car had choked on the water and passed out. Xiang Nan moved around the car like a swimming fish, grabbing the driver and the oldest man as soon as he could. In a flash of floating light, a ball of golden light rushed out of the water with the 2 of them. Bang! The water exploded in a cloud of water. The golden light shone and flew across the bridge in golden lines. Then, after hovering over the river for a few moments like a dragonfly, there were 2 more people by the river. The golden light then flickered again and disappeared into the border of the southern river. A crowd of people, jaws agape, watched the scene, all in a trance. Cough cough. The south river on the far side of the river under the bridge deck. Xiang Nan coughed lightly in his throat and spat out a few mouthfuls of river water. He collapsed helplessly against the heavy columns of the bridge, his face white, glancing down at his stamina level. 3. So close. I almost gave up at the South River Bridge. Patting his chest, the corners of Xiang Nan's mouth hooked into a smile. In fact, he could have braced himself to pull the cart and save everyone, but then, for him, there was no need to save the extras. Back in the moment when the curly-haired woman stuck her head out of the car window, Xiang Nan then made up his mind. This man, he will not save. He's not a saintly mother, and saving people is just a matter of spontaneity. As far as history is concerned, this busload of people should have all deserved to die, but Xiang Nan changed history by saving 15 passengers, saving 1 less. He had no mental burden. So, the shaking of the car at that time was not an accident, but something he did intentionally. As for the next action, Xiang Nan sort of knew the limit of the golden light spell's ability, holding 2 people up and running across the water. That's pretty terrifying physical strength, and I wonder, what will the system do with this account? While recovering his strength, Xiang Nan opened his cell phone. Nice guy. Under the golden light protection, the cell phone in high-speed movement actually did not enter a little water. Turned on the hot local news in Lincoln City. Unsurprisingly, news of the South River Bridge Golden Light Superman has hit the hot seat. By then, a number of people had already raised their cell phones to take pictures. The highest number of views on the video has even reached 1 million. Superman? Or is it a superhero? The South River Bridge is in a state of shock. We have our own patron saint in Linjiang. The city police department has been dispatched to salvage the remains of the bus, which have been suspended due to the fact that the bus is too large and has sunk underwater. The bus was in distress according to the passengers. all caused by a woman who was being disruptive and tapping on the steering wheel. At present, 17 passengers in the car, 15 successfully out of danger. The body of the curly-haired woman who caused the bus accident, which may have sunk to the bottom of the lake with the bus, has not been found. The one remaining passenger, according to other passengers, was a young man, but no one remembered what he looked like because the vehicle was in distress. In the panic of the moment, even less people cared where the person actually went. The only in-vehicle surveillance that could be interrogated was completely disconnected because the bus went overboard. The Lincoln City Police Department hereby sincerely honors the memory of this young man. Hot off the local news. Nothing exploded more than the official notice from the Linjian City Police. At the notice, a bunch of people were clamoring, saying God is good, the woman died well, the young man is a pity. Others were speculating on the powers and identity of the Golden Light Superman. These bustling discussions, however, were blocked after half an hour. Even the video clips that were circulating on the internet were removed as much as possible. Is the state stepping in? Xiang Nan secretly guessed. Since someone can raise a gourmand boy before the creepy descent by evil magic, well, the country has more or less corresponding high-level people, right? The state should have seen my golden light spell and blocked the video. Luckily, no one knows that the Golden Light Superman is me now. Slowly standing up, Xiang Nan walked towards the Linping neighborhood with a normal face. In his ears, the system's prompts also sounded right after him. The host is truly a cow and a force to be reckoned with. The host encountered 15 drowned ghosts and gained 150 points for survival. The host killed 15 drowned ghosts and gained 450 survival points. The host encountered a long-haired female ghost and gained 20 survival points. The host killed the long-haired female ghost and gained 60 survival points. The host has destroyed the death bus, the first destruction of a bizarre event, and has earned 500 points. Current points total 1,480. Has so many points? Listening to the system's feedback, Xiang Nan was somewhat staggered. Although it was expected, he didn't expect to score so many points. Wouldn't stopping the passengers of bus 04 from falling into the river be interrupting the death bus a year later? Where's a death bus when the driver isn't even dead? Why? Does a long-haired ghost count as a kill? Could it be, because the car can't be driven without a ghost driver, that it counts as her death? Xiang Nan guessed and silently looked at the system's quest panel. This time around, the further efforts quest requires the killing of spooky spirits above the traveling soul realm. The long-haired ghost is from the evil spirit realm, so that should count as mission accomplished, right? Tapping on the quest panel, sure enough, there was already a small light point there. The reinforcement quest has been completed, with random rewards to be claimed. Mission updated. New mission, Frontier. Sharpness, you already have the ability to kill monsters in the grudge realm. Show your sharpness to the world. Please kill a being in the evil ghost realm and above. Mission reward, 1 random epic item. Slaying at least the evil ghost realm's creepy. The reward props are epic. This is truly an opportunity and a risk. The realm of evil ghosts. Haunted mansion counts, doesn't it? Gourmand children should also count. Thinking about it, Xiang Nan had already returned to his small rental house. As usual, he went home, took a shower and lay down on his bed, waiting quietly until 12 o'clock midnight arrived. Congratulations to the host. You have survived the 4th day of the bizarre descent. You seem to have taken to provoking old cat-faced ladies. In the early hours of the morning, successfully escaped from the old cat-faced lady's place, earning 20 survival points. You traveled to the Fahua Temple and successfully escaped after entering the ghostly world, earning you 50 survival points. You've traveled to the northern suburbs once again and traversed 100 ghosts at night, earning you 100 points. You have successfully escaped after approaching the core area of the haunted mansion, earning you 30 points. You big guts. You rode the death bus. You not only managed to escape the death bus, but you also killed 15 drowned ghosts and 1 long-haired female ghost. At the same time, you destroyed the death bus and accumulated 180 survival points. Host, I have to admit, even the pride of heaven pales in front of you. You're like a man of God in a weird world. This day's settlement is complete. You have survived and gained 10 points for a current total of 490 survival points. 1490 System, give me a raise. 4-dimensional attributes. Add 30 points to each for me. How commanded. Xiang Nan had planned, however, to reach the grievance spirit realm in a month. Dropping is adding points for you. 1200 survival points have been deducted. Currently 290 survival points remain. Congratulations to the host for successfully entering the late stage of the traveling soul realm. The body rolled and swelled with heat. Xiang Nan only felt hot as hard iron. Lowering his eyes and tuning away from his attributes, it was quite magnificent at the moment. To the south, race, human, strength, late soul stream realm. Stamina value, 50. Spiritual value, 52. Agility, 50. Strength value, 50. Skills, Palm Thunder. Golden Light Curse. Creepy, none. 50 points of composite quality. Now that I'm using the Golden Light spell, I might be able to give the afternoon bus a whirl. Feeling the surging power in his body, Xiang Nan was not yet satisfied and fixed his mind on the Yi Quest panel. System, claim your mission reward. Drops, random reward drawing in progress. As Xiang Nan's voice fell, a purple light flashed on that random reward panel, and a blood-red pupil pattern emerged. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic level of shenanigans, blood pupil. Epic? Holy shit? Finally this time? He couldn't wait to look at the blood pupil, and the blood-colored demonic pupil actually turned. Blood pupil, legendary legacy of the Calamity Eyes. Active ability, consume your agility value to shock your enemies with a terrifying pressure. For every 1 point of agility, suppress for 1 second. Note, blood pupils have very little power when strength exceeds 1 full rank. Passive ability, the blood pupil can sense the presence of a bizarre aura, and any bizarreness will not be able to escape its capture. Well. Not bad for a product of epic proportions. Pick up. Without any hesitation at all, Xiang Nan chose to receive it. Is fusing weirdness for you? The system's voice came, followed by a fiery pain in both eyes. Xiang Nan had a false sense that his eyes seemed to have a consciousness of their own. Spinning wildly, hurrying to the restroom, Xiang Nan looked into the mirror. In the black pupils, there was actually a demonic red halo flowing. The reddish hue, sometimes coalescing and sometimes spreading, was like a smaller pupil in a pupil. Hiss, that's wicked. Hey, system, this thing won't have any side effects, will it? Xiang Nan was a little worried. When the host's agility value is emptied, creepy will contaminate you, and you will become its carrier. So, please, host, always grow your strength. Grass, and that. With a blink, Xiang Nan knew that a creepy with dual skills was really something. Forget it, I can't use it for a while anyway. Silently, he walked to the restroom. A new day refreshes. Changing his clothes, Xiang Nan continued to go out in the early hours of the morning. Swiping points was never exhausting. And looking in the direction of Grandma Li across the street, Xiang Nan's eyes narrowed. This time, unlike before, he could see 2 clouds of gray turbid air drifting in the darkness, leading all the way to the house across the street. Is this the blood pupils catching shenanigans? Rather interesting. Weed away Grandma Li's points and head south straight to Fahua Temple. The Dharma Temple is open again today for some reason. 2 monks guarded the doorway, and Zhang Yuanshan was still absent. Turning casually to the south, he looked over the Dharma Temple. In the world of the blood pupil, the Fahua Temple was filled with a thick blood mist, which was eerie. Ghosts? What else is there in this Fahua Temple? Murmuring, he headed south towards the northern suburbs. Right now, a lot of things are out of his hands. After picking up the survival points in the northern suburbs, Xiang Nan ended up back at the office, still walking up to the 4th floor. Within the world of the blood pupil, Xiang Nan finally understood why the ghost building was a ghost building. The 4th floor, to normalize, is now dark, but in the blood pupil, inky pitch blackness was winding through the ceiling's canopy. The pitch blackness densely covered the entire roof of the 4th floor, like a huge black mouth to swallow down the 4th floor. The whole 4th floor gives a suffocating and depressing feeling. The black ink was like a mess, like a huge black balloon that was about to explode at any moment. Here, should there be an explosion later? Stepping through the bizarre world, Xiang Nan figured it out. What the blood pupil could see was the bizarre origin power. Grandma Li, for example, is a sure bet to become creepy, and Fahua Temple is having a creepy born right now. As for the 4th floor of the company, the source of the weirdness is above the ceiling. Any way you think about it, there should be a statement here. Then if we stop the ghost building from being born, is it a good idea to report or have the place seized? Rubbing his chin, Xiang Nan took the elevator to the 19th floor. After entering the company, he thought about it for a while, but he still wasn't going to report the problem on the 4th floor. Ben is rootless. Trying to catch the cat here might get you backed into a corner then. 20 points for Grandma Li, 50 points for Fahua Temple, 100 points for the northern suburbs, 30 points for the haunted mansion, plus 80 points for Luqing later. My basic score for the day was only 280. Not enough. Far from it. Xiang Nan frowned bitterly. The time has come to go to work. The door of the company was pushed open with a pop, and Lu Lingxue walked in with Luqing in a flurry of wind and fire. Unlike yesterday's droopy head, although Lu Lingxue was still wearing panda eyes today, her eyebrows were filled with joy. It seemed something happy had come up. Xiang Nan, please take care of Haru today. I've taken 2 more orders. Lu Lingxue revealed a hint of a smile. I had expected that Xiang Nan would have smiled back. Unexpectedly, The other man's eyes narrowed and he looked nervous. What's wrong? Lu Lingxue looked at him suspiciously. Xiang Nan didn't say anything and rubbed his eyes. In his eyes, Lu Lingxue's body was being haunted by a cloud of black gas. The black aura is sometimes staring and sometimes disorganized. The gathering of black qi was at Lu Lingxue's left shoulder and chest. Somewhat like the shape of a small baby was gradually presenting itself. Boss. Do you think your left shoulder is heavy? Lu Lingxue was stunned when Xiang Nan asked such a sentence for no reason. How do you know? I went to bed last night and I felt my shoulders sinking. Xiang Nan, you're good. When did you learn to read Chinese medicine? As she spoke, Lu Lingxue rubbed her shoulder, but the black qi that clung to her shoulder became more and more solid. Boss. You recently. Was it touching something? Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes. In the morning he had experimented. The blood pupil captures the eerie is the power of only the eerie essence. And Lu Lingxue wasn't Lu Qing. She wouldn't become spooky. So what about the ghostly aura on her? Skimming aside, Xiao Lu Qing. In this girl's body, what emerged was a purple and black qi, and it was not similar to Lu Lingxue's black qi. Hey, I said to Nan, did you learn some kind of fortune telling? I went to the Dharma temple yesterday afternoon. I heard someone say that there was a request there. I went there to try it, and it really worked. Yesterday afternoon Wish asked for results, and this morning a client is coming to sign a contract. Lu Lingxue said joyfully. Xiang Nan's face twitched. So is it that after the client said yes, your shoulder started hurting? It seems to be true. The atmosphere was inexplicably weird. Lu Lingxue touched her shoulder and said indifferently, I think I caught a cold last night? Forget it, sign the client first. Xiang Nan, trouble for you. I have to treat you to a meal tonight when you get off work late. Trouble you for taking care of Xiao Qing for so many days. Lu Lingxue spoke and was about to walk out of the company in a flurry of wind. Looking at her back, Xiang Nan's face stared. Still the words of warning were uttered. Boss, do you know what happened to all the others who went to the Dharma temple? Hey, stunned by the question, Lu Lingxue jerked her feet to a halt. Spinning his eyes, he became strange. Xiang Nan, what do you mean by that? Perhaps you don't know, but Lu Man also went to Fahua temple once. His prayer is for a promotion. Then the next day after the promotion, he died. Xiang Nan's words were plain, but Lu Lingxue frowned when she heard them. You mean my shoulder is also the result of a wish? Not that I'm saying, it's the 21st century and you're still pulling this shit. Xiang Nan? I'm not really sure. Think about it yourself. Those who have been to the Fahua temple, what happened to them now? Coldly gazing at Lu Lingxue, Xiang Nan finished his words. As for whether Lu Lingxue believed it or not, it didn't matter to him. Anyway, he was helping Lu Lingxue just to have a position available for the next 10 months or so. If Lu Lingxue died, it would be quite troublesome to find a job again. Shrugging his shoulders, Xiang Nan took Lu Qing's small hand and was about to walk towards the workstation. Instead, the little guy grabbed the corner of Xiang Nan's coat and restrained him. Brother, you help my mom. I heard it last night. There were children laughing in her house. Little Dot's childish words, however, caused both of their complexions to change. Haru, what are you babbling about? Lu Lingxue's face flushed. Where did I get a child? Whether or not there's a child, I reckon you'll know in a few days. Xiang Nan shook his head, dragging Lu Qing still to go. Luckily, Lu Lingxue wasn't a barbarian either. There was silence for a while, and there was no rush to go out and sign the contract. Instead, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, hello, is this Mr. Ho? Right, I'm Lu Lingxue. I wanted to ask, how have you been? What? You said you were at the downtown hospital? Also after having been to the Dharma temple? Advanced liver cancer? Aren't you benign? Holding the cell phone, Lu Lingxue stayed standing in front of the company, her face dark and scary. She's not a stupid woman. Otherwise, her husband's company would not have prospered in her hands. Lu Man, himself, and Boss He, all three have been to the Dharma temple, and all three have had problems again. It can be one or two or three. It's definitely not a coincidence. Hanging up the phone, Lu Lingxue looked at Lu Qing and then at Xiang Nan. Finally, she sank in a breath and looked to Xiang Nan with a helpless, begging gaze. Xiang Nan, can you accompany me to see Mr. Ho? Regular people are ultimately weak. When it comes to things that are out of the realm of perception, you still show your helplessness. Her eyes were full of hope, and Xiang Nan hesitated and nodded. He, likewise, had his own ideas. What about Lu Qing? Pointing to the little dot beside her, Lu Lingxue led her over. Come along. Okay. The three of them hurried out of the company and made their way to the underground parking lot. Lu Lingxue drove her BMW commercial car and ran straight towards the downtown hospital. Downtown hospital. inside the senior member retreat building. It was separated from the hospital's consultation hall, the surgery building, and set up as a separate, uncluttered existence. Even more, the surrounding area is dedicated to parks and pool view facilities, so to speak. Staying here is more like a vacation retreat than healing an injury or illness. But it's such a bright presence. Inside a 100-flat convalescent room on the second floor, a middle-aged man, however, was lying down on the bed with a pale face. He looked out of the house at the brilliant sunrise with remorse in his eyes. Boss he. LOL. The door to the room was pushed open, and Lu Lingxue led Xiang Nan Lu Qing in hurriedly. Upon seeing the pale, thin, skinny man in the hospital bed, Lu Lingxue's mouth instantly opened wide, incredulous to the extreme. You are Boss Lu, right? Hesitantly, he looked at the number of the ward to make sure he hadn't made a mistake. Lu Lingxue only slowly approached the man. The man saw this expression on her face, but he smiled calmly. What? Boss Lu is afraid of recognizing the wrong person? This, boss he. Your change. It's also too exaggerated. Looking the man up and down, the twiggy body, the sickly white skin, and the thin cheekbones protruding from the cheekbones. Any way you look at it, it doesn't look like the chubby white man you know. Cough cough. The world is unpredictable. Make so much money. What's the use? Cough cough. In the end, you're still in the hospital? The man sighs and exclaims. Lu Lingxue looked at him and was also a bit silent. After a long time, it was still Xiang Nan, who hadn't said anything, who took the initiative to speak. Dare I ask this, boss? You've also been to Fahua Temple, right? At the sound of the voice, the man narrowed his eyes at Xiang Nan and his face changed smoothly. What are you trying to say? You have met the ghost mantle, haven't you? The corner of Xiang Nan's mouth hooked into a smile. Since this man went to Fahua Temple before Lu Lingxue, he must have more or less seen Ghost Mantis. But, you've seen Ghostbusters and they're still alive? It's really interesting. You know Ghost Mantle? The man's body moved violently for a few moments. Of course, I not only know, I also know that you have to endure it torturing you in your chest every night. Xiang Nan's gaze was like a torch, staring straight at the man's chest. There, a cloud of ghostly energy was rising. You, who the hell are you? The man's tone grew more agitated. Someone who can save your life. Can you save me? The desire for life made him excitedly and laboriously rise from his bed. Saved is definitely saved. Provided that you cooperate with me. Xiang Nan wrapped his hands around his waist with the demeanor of a tall man. If only you could save me. Don't talk about cooperating with you. You could be my father. Hey, don't talk so outrageously. I don't want such a big son yet. Now, I ask, can you answer? Calmly finding a seat and sitting down. Xiang Nan's face was as usual, and the man nodded as if he were pounding garlic. Just the abnormalities of the ghost mantis and the chest alone were enough for him to determine that the Xiang Nan in front of him was by no means simple. You ask. First question, how did you survive? Staring straight at the man's face was complicated. Xiang Nan grunted as he immediately took off his shirt. It's this one. Only on his white and thin chest, there were densely packed blood-red talismans, as if they had been painted on. Talisman? Right. When I went to Fahua Temple that day, a Taoist stopped me. Say something about never going in there or you'll attract a ghost. I didn't believe it at the time until my health was deteriorating and I saw a baby, and that's when I thought of him. I asked the butler to find him, and he showed me, and all he said was that he could use the talisman to hang on to his life and drag it out for a month and a half. The man explained disheveledly, nodding to Nan. I said, why is Zhang Yuanshan missing? Hey, where is he now? After he drew me the talisman, he said he was going to look for an opportunity or something, and never looked at it again. Looking for an opportunity. Narrowing his eyes, Xiang Nan rubbed his chin. Following that, the next question was asked. How many of you rich people are still alive? It seems that besides me and the mayor, there's also Boss Lu. All dead. The man spoke breathlessly. Lu Lingxue, who was on the side, turned pale with fear. She had thought that it was not a big deal to go to the Dharma temple. I hadn't realized that so many people had already died. Say, aren't all you rich people rich and powerful? All the anomalies have been discovered, and not a few have found connections to help? In the seat, Nan asked with a snicker. The man shook his head vigorously. It's not like we haven't struggled. Whether it's the Taoist priests that were brought in, or anyone else, it's basically all useless. If I hadn't been smart enough to think of the Taoist priest at the gate that day, guess so, I'm long gone. 2. TSK. By whom were you fooled into going to the Dharma temple? It's the mayor, Mayor Pan Delong of Linjiang City. I remember the day he took us to the Fahua temple to offer incense, saying something about this place being spiritual. Shit, a stick of incense costs $100,000, and you have to feed the blood afterward. At the time we were disbelievers. The result everyone's wishes were inexplicably fulfilled afterward. And that's how the word spread about Fa Temple. So, I'm a little curious then. Why is the mayor okay? There seems to be a rumor that the mayor is the one behind the Dharma Temple. Of all you rich people, not many of you want to take it to the big city? There was a guy who was upset with the mayor earlier and tried to shake up the Fawarthas. Turns out he died the next day. The man spoke grimly. Obviously a big boss with a lot of assets. Before the shenanigans, he was now being held like a grandson. TSK. Sure enough, the wind has actually been rising for a long time. Except that there have been people guarding the wind in waves. Slowly rising from his seat, Nan moved his arms and legs. Is it a requirement to go to that Dharma temple? Need a referral from an acquaintance and a deposit of at least $300,000. White BYD Buddha is going to eat people. Cursing, Xiang Nan looked to the man. You, that who? Help me arrange to go in. I'll go check it out. Ha, you're going to Dharma temple too? What? You're not far from death anyway. Why don't you spend $300,000 to bet on whether I can do it or not? You shouldn't be short of money, right? But once you go in, you'll be watched too. As the man analyzed at his discretion, Lu Lingxue also pulled on Xiang Nan's coat. Xiang Nan, you must never go back. No one else can get hit. Don't worry, I wouldn't dare to die if I'm not sure. Zip, zip, zip. An arc of electricity flashed in his palm. Without any further ado, Xiang Nan slapped the man's chest. Bare your teeth. Electricity arced and exploded, and gouts of black smoke billowed from the man's belly. A corner of the black gas that was invisible to the naked eye dissipated, and the man looked at Xiang Nan in surprise. You can palm discharge? It's palm lightning. It's the Tao. Does it feel like easier on your chest? Xiang Nan calmly withdrew his hand. He knew that he wouldn't be able to convince the two men here without showing some skill. As if, it's like it's more comfortable. The man sniffed and touched his chest, followed by a look of delight. Xiang Nan, you still know this? Seeing this strange situation, Lu Lingxue also looked at Xiang Nan dumbfounded. It was as if, for the first time, he knew the man. It'll be a little skinny. So, can you arrange for me to go to the Dharma temple now? Blandly, he looked at the man. The man changed his previous attitude and immediately struggled to move his body. The withered branch-like body barely knelt beside the bed, and towards Xiang Nan was a kowtow. The great fairy, great immortal, you must save me. If you save me, He Jiajin, will treat you as my ancestor from now on. He Jiajin was like meeting the living Buddha, kowtowing desperately and sincerely. It can't be helped. In the face of life and death, everything is vanity. I can't say, but I'll try to check it out. Xiang Nan waved his hand and his gaze became deep. In fact, he was thinking of meeting Ghost Mantis again, at least in the realm of grievances. But now, if we don't go, Ho's condition is deteriorating, and he can't afford to delay. He came with Lu Lingxue this time. There are only two purposes. One of them is to determine how many people have been to the Dharma temple. The second is that those who have been to the Dharma palace must be rich and powerful. And Xiang Nan, what's missing now is rich and powerful connections. What's missing in this society, between the haves and the have-nots, is this class-spanning network? With more than 10 months to go before creepy descent, it's vital to have connections. Saving Ho's life is the first step in network development. Dyson, anything you can do to help. Don't worry, I'll arrange it right away. Tonight? No, now. Find connections to get you into the Dharma temple now. He was busy pulling the phone out of his pocket. He Jiajin, who had grabbed the straw that saved his life, couldn't help but say a few words towards the other end of the phone. Soon, a Mercedes-Benz commercial car drove up to the entrance of the sanatorium. A butler-like middle-aged man got out of the car and waited up respectfully at the door. Xian, my life depends on you. You saved me, and He Jiajin, will look up to you from now on. He Jiajin was still sitting on his knees beside the bed. He now only had to trust this Xiang Nan who had popped up out of nowhere. Well, I'll go see how it goes first. Walking out of the hospital room blandly, Xiang Nan didn't put words in his mouth. Under the golden light mantra, his 50 points of 4-dimensional attributes would be augmented to 100 points, which meant that he would be able to have the strength of the grudge realm for a short period of time. He couldn't guarantee that he'd be able to eat the gourmand boy. Even if they really did, they couldn't have done it directly at the Dharma Flower Temple. This trip there can only be a feeler. Faith walked outside the building. Behind her, Lu Lingxue pulled Lu Qing and looked blearily at Xiang Nan. Just one afternoon's work. Lu Lingxue felt that she completely didn't recognize Xiang Nan anymore. The hangdog employee became unfathomable all of a sudden. Xiang Nan. Suddenly, Lu Lingxue called out to him. What's wrong? Xiang Nan turned his head, and Lu Lingxue's mouth fell open. If only this could go away. Just have dinner together. Okay. Nodding, Nan got into the commercial vehicle. Lu Lingxue brought Lu Qing and wanted to come up together, but was interrupted by Xiang Nan. You guys wait here, it's useless to go more than one. Coldly closing the door, the car rode away. Through the rearview mirror, I watched a large mother and daughter stop in front of the building. The corner of Xiang Nan's mouth skimmed. I don't know what I can gain from this trip. The entrance to the Dharma Flower Temple. It's different from last time. The Mercedes business car was merely parked in the lot, and the two monks guarding the gate took the initiative to come forward and greet them. Guru, greetings. Master Fa Hui has been waiting for a long time. Monk took the initiative and pulled open the car door. As soon as Xiang Nan got off the bus, the two monks looked at him in surprise. Apparently, we're not expecting that the new guest would be him. Please? Xiang Nan gave a teasing smile. The monk didn't say anything more and led him towards the back of the door of the Fahua temple. Behind the door of the ancient temple, it's an expansive rocky forest passage. Right in front is the classic Mahamudra, a huge Buddha statue that can be seen from a distance. Old incense burners emitted curls of smoke that overflowed into the temple. If you are a normal tourist, you would think that you would go to the main hall to offer incense and pray for blessings. To the south, on the other hand, he was led by one of the monks guarding the gate to the left side of the roadway entrance. Guru, the 100-spirit Buddha, which you prayed for, is consecrated by the presider. It requires you to go to the host and pray there yourself. I'll invite you here. Please wait a little while for senior uncle to come over. He will take you to the host. The monk respectfully sent Xiang Nan to the intersection. Then, without looking back, he walked towards the mouth of the temple. Xiang Nan didn't say anything either, just squinted and looked around. In the blood mist that filled the temple, there was indeed a dark-colored ghostly aura that kept drifting towards the left. Thinking about it, it should be that ghost manton without a doubt. But at this moment, Xiang Nan was looking more to the right. There was no road to the right, but a wooded area with what appeared to be a few monoliths standing in the woods, kind of like a temple cemetery. Crimson blood mist was spilling out from the forest where the stone monument stood, which was bizarre and inexplicable. Amit Ba. As he was watching, a deep male voice sounded behind him. Xiang Nan turned back, and suddenly realized that the Fa Yuan of that day was standing behind him in his robe. Don't say it. Wearing a robe and then wearing Buddhist beads, he squinted and smiled, but he really had the wrong flavor of the Maitreya Buddha. Guru, I suppose you are the person of destiny introduced to me by He Sure. Please also follow the poor monk. Fa Yuan made a decent salute. None of the viciousness he had shown that night when he roasted the corpse oil. Xiang Nan didn't move and nodded. The two made their way deeper towards the forest road on the left. At the end of the road was a two-story building. The building was divided into many rooms in equal parts, and there were extravagant Buddhist sounds coming out. It looks like this is where all the monks of the Dharma temple live. Enchanter please. Walking straight into the building and wandering along it for a good while, Xiang Nan saw a room with the Fa Fong guarding the doorway. Amit Ba. Senior brother Fa Fong, I've led the Shurshur here. Amit Ba Buddha the host has been waiting for a long time. The two did a salute to each other, and after sizing up Xiang Nan, Fa Fong pushed open the door to the room behind him. Enchanter please. Both of them did their salute at the same time, and Xiang Nan stepped into the room with faith. Crunch! Without waiting to fix his eyes on the interior of the room, the door was covered. Amit Ba, you are just Xiang Shi master, aren't you? A much older voice came. Raising his eyes toward the south, an old black-faced monk in a robe in front of him was walking slowly with a tray of purified water. The old monk showed a smiling face. Behind him, in the not-so-large room, a statue of Buddha with a majestic face was placed in the center. Instead of candles and flames, bowls of water are offered in front of the Buddha statue. Some of the water was still vaguely filled with the odor of blood. Hello, is this the place to make a wish, please? To the south knowingly. The old monk nodded and brought the bowl of water over. It's the pole. All the monk needs to do is to bite his middle finger and drop his essence blood into the bowl, then offer it in front of the Buddha statue. In this way, the 100-spirit Buddha will be able to hear your thoughts and help you accomplish what you wish. Oh, you're a really interesting Buddha. Don't you eat incense and eat essence blood? Taking the bowl of water, Xiang Nan asked with a snicker. The old monk's face was stunned. Then he smiled. Scholar, sincerity of heart is the key to success. Ha! Ignoring the old Tao's perfunctory. In Xiang Nan's eyes, the black ghostly aura within the golden Buddha statue in the house was so thick, Xiang Nan dared to be sure. That gourmand boy, either hiding behind the Buddha statue, either that, or it's inside the Buddha statue. On the surface, they are worshipping Buddha, but in fact, They are worshipping Ghost Manton. Eyes misty, Xiang Nan was slow to move. It is impossible to worship Buddha. He wondered how on earth he was going to test Ghost Mantle silently. It's impossible to strike out with a palm thunderbolt in front of the old monk, right? Giver? When the old monk saw that he didn't move, he gave a sharp prod. Make a wish, please? It's Master Teacher. My heart's desire is a bit difficult to talk about, so I wonder if Master Teacher could step back for a moment? After thinking about it, Xiang Nan decided to compromise. Supporting the others first, he could test the depths of Ghost Mantle if he was given the chance to be alone. Only by knowing the strength of the other side could you be sure of your chances of winning. Simply provoking Ghost Manta. The other party doesn't come out in the daytime and go crazy, right? Licking a wide grin, he looked at the old monk. The old monk hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and covered the door and walked out. Wait until the house is completely quiet. Toward the south a tiger step approached the statue of Buddha. Dropping, the host is approaching the Jedi realm Ghost Mantis. Host, you want to die. Warning, please evacuate the host immediately. The system's warning sounded in his ears, and Xiang Nan calmly took out the red dragon from the system space. This thing, or the first draw, is the only prop other than food? Stuff the red dragon into the bowl of water, and the stench of blood spreads. Xiang Nan said with a playful face, come on, little thing, my wish is, presenting the bowl of water towards the statue of Buddha. Xiang Nan wanted to see if this ghost manton could eat the red dragon. The corners of his mouth are curling up. Without wanting to, the niche under the statue of Buddha shook. A figure in Taoist robes swept out at speed. Scholar, don't fall into the path. The figure pounced on Xiang Nan without a second thought, and Xiang Nan didn't even have time to react. With a bang, the man was flung down, and the bowl flew directly onto the statue of Buddha. Ka-ching! The bowl was smashed to pieces, and the bright red blood in the bowl flowed to the statue of Buddha. Suddenly, a hysterical scream came from within the statue. A cry as loud as a child's exploded through the house. Click, click, click. The Buddha statue's surroundings began to crumble from the mournful screams, tortoise shell-like cracks emerging inch by inch. Large pieces then began to fall off, revealing the hollow inside the Buddha statue. A dark brown altar was sitting in the hollow. The red cloth and red thread sealing the top of the altar were soaked with blood and water and bulging, as if something was toppling them. Woohoo woohoo! The cries echoed, more like resentful wails. Red cloth at the edges. A thin, purplish red tongue was struggling and twisting out. I'll go. Play it off. Dumbfounded as he watched the purple tongue gush out. Xiang Nan was even more dumbfounded as he looked at Zhang Yuanshan, who had pounced on him. Why the hell are you here? Sure, master. You're confused. I can't believe I gave it blood. Zhang Yuanshan obviously hadn't returned to his state yet and had a chagrined look on his face. Shoo! Without waiting for the two to say anything more, a sharp sword-like tongue rolled in. Xiang Nan's eyes were quick and his arms were entwined with golden light. Rustling. The tongue is like an arrow and the palms are like ropes. The arrow is faster and the rope is faster. Large hands instantly grabbed the tongue. As soon as Xiang Nan exerted his force, the ghost mantle with the tongue attached to the altar was withdrawn by him with force. Grabbed by his tongue. Ghost mantle was immediately absent. Inside the jar, the dark red eyes, for the first time, had a scornful look. How did you? So strong. The crimson eyes looked at Xiang Nan in horror, but Xiang Nan could read in the eyes of the gourmand boy what it was saying. What the fuck? I thought you were so strong, but the strength of a late-stage wandering soul. It seems that your strength just skyrocketed this year to the weird recovery, right? Tugging at the ancient mandarin's tongue, Xiang Nan's taut nerves finally loosened. He thought right. Even the Gormuki of the absolute fate realm after the late weird descent can be intercepted now. In that case, it's totally fine to come in at night and just do it. The palm of his hand loosened, and the purplish red tongue was immediately withdrawn into the altar. Xiang Nan reverted to his usual self. He could not, at this time, expose his means. It's not like the ghost mantle can talk, so as long as we don't kill it, no one will know what just happened. Bang! The miserable whimpering sound also startled the old monk outside the house at the same time. The door to the room was pushed open, and the old monk rushed in with Fa Fong and Fa Yuan. What's wrong? What's wrong? What's happening? The three monks looked alarmed and almost simultaneously looked toward the Buddha platform. Broken Buddha statues, open altars, and the gourmand boy who hid in the altar and shivered. What happened? I haven't asked you guys yet. I just served a bowl of blood and water and this Buddha statue exploded. There are actually children in the statue of Buddha. You guys aren't going to explain this to me? Shouting at thieves and hitting them upside down is Xiang Nan's best skill. Without waiting for a few monks to question over first, Xiang Nan took the initiative to scold angrily. The three monks were confused. You just prayed for a wish and blew up the statue of Buddha? What is it that you pray for? The three looked dizzily at Xiang Nan, who bristled. Rule the world. There was silence in the room. The three big bald men gazed southward with dull jaws. Everyone didn't notice the sudden appearance of Zhang Yuanshan. Woohoo woohoo. Well, tending to be quiet, the gourmand boy cried out again, attracting the attention of the party. The old monk's eyes rolled and he poked Fa Yuan beside him. Fa Yuan, go, put the things away. Yes. Without saying a word, Fa Yuan walked out of the room, holding the altar. The gourmand boy shrank in the altar, whimpering and not daring to stick his head out at all, afraid to meet Xiang Nan's eyes. Drops, host, you're awesome. Shocking back the Jedi Ghost Mantis, gaining 80 survival points, currently accumulating 650 points. When Fa Yuan walked away, listening to the system's voice, Xiang Nan remained justified. I said, I spent $300. 000. Are you sure you don't want to give me a statement? Saying, scholar, are you sure you just made a wish and the Buddha statue blew up? The old monk's eyes narrowed. He had already regained his senses from the panic he had just experienced, and his gaze seemed to look towards Zhang Yuanshan beside Xiang Nan. Okay, what evil thing? It's okay if you can't fulfill your wish, but if you blow me up, who's to blame? Stirring up his nose, Xiang Nan is aggressive. The old monk's gaze was grim as he spoke again to Fa Fang at his side. Go, get Mayor Pan. Yes, da. French trotted off at once. Xiang Nan listened to him with a face as steady as an old dog's. Anyway, the other party had no evidence that he had done anything, so it was hard to believe that the ghost mandarin could still open his mouth and talk about himself. Waiting quietly for a while, sharp footsteps sounded outside the house, and Xiang Nan's brow furrowed. In front of his eyes, the blood-red word danger actually lit up. Warning, warning, the host is being approached by a calamity-class creepy bone demon. Host, you're playing a big game. Today, it looks like it's the day the system parted with you. A rare bit of sadness appeared in the system's mechanical voice. Xiang Nan sniffed, but his face was happy. Calamity level? It seems like this thing has always been in the Fahua temple, right? How can it come out of its own accord? Eyes looking out of the house. To Xiang Nan's surprise, the departing French side walked in with an old man in a suit. The old man was not tall, but his body was extremely slab-sided. His face was so wrinkled and creased that he couldn't tell his age, but his eyes were shining. As soon as he entered, the presiding old monk immediately shouted respectfully, Mayor Pan. Things I've heard. Fa Hui. Don't let anyone be alone with 100 Spirit Buddha in the future. Pendragon's muffled response. No expression fluctuating on his face. Fa Hui's body trembled and nodded her head, never daring to squeak again. You're Mr. Xiang, aren't you? I heard you were introduced by Bossy, praying for a wish to blow up a Buddha statue? After the admonishment, Pendragon's gaze was fixed on Xiang Nan like a falcon. Xiang Nan bristled. Right, not that I'm saying, this Buddha statue of yours will still explode. Isn't it more or less a safety hazard? Oh, are you sure that you are implementing all the steps of the prayer? Faith walks over to the blasted statue of Buddha. Pendragon lifted the shard from the floor and rubbed his palm over it casually. But the next second, he touched the red dragon liquid on the fragment of the Buddha statue, and his palm trembled violently. As if in response to a stress reaction, the shard was quickly thrown back out. It's as if he's afraid of the red dragon. 2. Definitely following the steps. And what else? Taking in Pendragon's dissimilarity, Xiang Nan's expression became odd. Yes? Can you tell me what happened to the water on the pieces of the Buddha statue? Taking a handkerchief out of his suit, he wiped his palms. Pendragon looked at the blood that was wiped away, and there was a hidden huff between his brows. Isn't that normal? The Buddha statue blew up and must have splattered the bowl of water offered in front of it. How normal to get a little wet. Is that so? Then I am curious. Mr. Xiang, did you pray and cut so much blood? The handkerchief in his hand was raised, and scarlet blood stained a whole crimson. I see to Mr. Xiang, there is not such a big wound on his body, right? Scrutinizing eyes swept over Xiang Nan's body. Xiang Nan said in a harmless manner, No, my girlfriend is on her period. I prayed with her blood. The whole room was silent. After hearing these words, Pendragon's face jumped violently a few times. Fa Hui's mouth was wide open, and she couldn't close it for half a day. No, you're damn well praying to yourself with your girlfriend's great aunt? The French were dumbfounded. Anyone else play like that? No, it's not like the prayer has to be your own blood, is it? You. After most of the Fa Fang realized that he was actually speechless. Pan Delong gazed at the faceless Xiang Nan, and his final gaze fell on Zhang Yuanshan, who also had a surprised face. Mr. Xiang is really smart. Good. Then, your business aside, how did this gentleman, again, come to be here? The big finger pointed towards Zhang Yuanshan. Xiang Nan shrugged. None of my business. The statue of Buddha blew up and he got scared and ran out of the shrine. Is that so? Fa Hui Fa Fong. Invite this almsman down to me. He's not a customer. He's trespassing. Yes. Without any further ado, the two behind him set up Zhang Yuanshan. Zhang Yuanshan didn't resist, but just looked at Xiang Nan with a face that was still surprised, and was dragged out of the room. After Fa Hui and Fa Fong dragged away Zhang Yuanshan, only Xiang Nan and Pendragon were left in the room. The two stared at each other wordlessly for a while before Pendragon squeezed out a smile. Using a red dragon as blood water. Did that stinking Taoist teach you that? You're here to save Hijajin on this trip? You're trying to hurt the gourmand boy even with this kind of dirt method? You guys are really good. When there were only two of them, Pendragon simply played his cards straight. He looked teasingly at Xiang Nan, who gave him a blank look. What are you talking about, Quinn Bar? The old man was almost blown up by the statue of Buddha. What are you telling me about red dragons and not red dragons? Don't change the subject. How about $300,000? I spent it for nothing. Eyes full of anger. Xiang Nan really looks like a praying man who didn't get what he wanted. Pendragon stared at him for a few more moments before he said irritably, Mr. Xiang is a smart man, since he doesn't want to tell the truth. This wish fulfillment wasn't accomplished. The $300,000 will naturally be returned the way it was. Just, Mr. Xiang, don't even come to our Fa Hua temple in the future, please. With a big wave of his hand, Pendragon pointed to the door. Shit, who cares? Cursing, Xiang Nan walked out of the room, all the way towards the way they came. Xiang Nan could feel that someone behind him had been watching him. It wasn't until they were out of the Fa Hua temple that the feeling of being watched disappeared. Drops, host, you're really dancing on the tip of a knife. I can't even figure out how the hell you escaped the Calamity class creepy hands. Are you really a genius? Successfully escaped from the Bone Demon's pursuit and gained 50 survival points. Currently accumulating 700 survival points. A system beep sounded in his ears. Xiang Nan's eyes narrowed. It seems that there is a direct connection between the Calamity level's weirdness, the mayor, and the Dharma temple. How in the world did the mayor turn out to be Calamity level creepy? Rubbing his chin, his steps had come to the parking lot. Hijajin's butler was still waiting respectfully. Xiang Nan looked at him and shouted, Drive, back to the hospital. Yes, half an hour later. Ho's conservation room. Hijajin respectfully looked at Xiang Nan, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, and the other frowned without saying a word. After a long time, he mustered up enough energy to dare to ask a question. Does Xian, that gourmand boy thing? I went to see it, and the gourmand boy is hidden in the statue of the 100-spirit Buddha. I was thinking of testing the waters, but I didn't expect Mayor Pan to come too. You were right to suspect that the mastermind is Pendragon. Ha, what then? With Mayor Pan protecting him, isn't this gourmand boy even harder to deal with? At those words, Hijajin's pale face became more and more disheveled. There's no way to survive. Even if he were to tough it out and report to the big city now, he wouldn't know who to go to. It should have been an unsolvable innings, but I hadn't thought about it. And Xiang Nan waved his hand in an old-fashioned manner. Panic about what? I'll do it tonight. Ha, you went and did it? How? Single-handedly alone? Horrified, he looked at Xiang Nan, who was just crossing his legs, idly. At night, you will naturally know. The sun is setting in the west and the bright moon is curving. Xiang Nan swiped his cell phone, and the expressions of both Hijajin and Lu Lingxue in the room were hard to read. Once the night came, they were raw and afraid of Ghost Manton's claim. The two looked at Xiang Nan with bated breath, all their hopes pinned on him. Does Xian look? Without waiting for Hijajin to urge him on, Xiang Nan patted his butt and looked out the window at the night. Tonight, the night is hazy, but it's suitable for wonders to appear. Spectacle? The two men froze at that. In his ears came the sound of a burst of thoughts. Heaven and earth, the root of all air. I have practiced for hundreds of millions of years to prove my divine power. Inside and outside the three realms, only the Tao is honored. Golden light. In a split second, bright, blinding golden light violently exploded into the room. Toward the south, a man of golden light was moving his arms and legs. Immediately, like a white horse, golden light flashed inside the corridor outside the house. Between the flashes of light and shadow, only a wisp of residual gold was seen flying out of the window and disappearing. Inside the house, Hijajin and Lu Lingxue had their mouths wide open, not having slowed down for half a day. It's the Golden Light Superman? Is that the Superman who stopped the bus from crashing into the river the other day? Toward the south is actually the Golden Light Superman? The two men looked at each other. How could he not have expected that the original father, who was so hot in the Douyin hotspot, was right in front of his eyes? What a great immortal! Watching the golden light dissipate, Hijajin's expression grew more and more sincere. Lu Lingxue pursed her lips and didn't know what she was thinking. Outside the downtown hospital, the passing vehicles all only saw a golden aura flying by, extremely fast, scurrying towards Fahua Temple. On the street, the crowd stopped to look at the golden light flashing on the street like a spectacle. 58, 59, 60. Keep count under your breath. 1 minute is just right. Toward the south, full of golden light wrapped around his body, he rushed straight to the gate of Fahua Temple. Bang! The Dharma Temple is not open tonight. However, a pair of golden fists swung out, and the wooden gate blew out in an instant. The golden light went straight to the left side inside the Dharma Temple. Quick! It's too fast. Even with the surveillance, all that could be seen was a ball of golden light flickering. Just do it. That's the decision to go south. Under the golden light spell, he had 100 points of combined quality. Plotting? In the face of absolute strength, all is vanity. Protected by the golden light curse, no one knows who the golden light Superman is. As long as Xiang Nan wanted to, he could use the golden light spell anytime he wanted to, trampling on any corner of the city. Of course, the reason for exposing his identity to Ho tonight was to follow up with more cooperation. The wind was whistling in his ears. A golden aura flickered inside the Dharma Flower Temple. Half a minute later, Xiang Nan had arrived at the place where the 100-spirit Buddha was enshrined during the day. The room had been cleaned and even the Buddha statue had been replaced with a new one. However, through the gaze of the blood pupil, the presence of the ghost mantis was not detected. Palm thunder! Zip! 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 Electricity arcs flashed in his hand as he slapped his palm out to the south. Jumping currents surged out like serpentine pythons. With a boom, the Buddha statue instantly exploded into pieces. No! The Buddha statue, which is hollow inside, no longer has the altar that held the ghost mantle. Xiang Nan's eyes twinkled. Did it shift positions? Or, pulling out for corpse oil tonight? 2. In the blink of an eye, the sound of footsteps sounded behind Xiang Nan. Twisting around to look, Fa Hui leading Fa Yuan was standing in the doorway, staring in shock at the golden light person inside the room. This is the golden light mantra of Dragon Tiger Mountain. You, what are you? Fa Hui's pupils contracted as the golden light pierced his eyes. Click click click. Not waiting for him to ask a question, golden light flashed as a large hand snapped around his throat. Fa Hui only felt his footsteps were weak. Fixed attention to see. He actually do not know when. Was that golden light people close to the body? Curved throat lifted up. Say, where did ghost mantle hide? Eyes bulged out involuntarily. Fa Hui then felt that it was not a human hand that grabbed him, but a large iron vice. Desperately looking at the golden light, Fa Hui could not see what existed underneath it. Don't kill me. The body shook a lot. Fa Hui panicked. This kind of monster-like power was simply not something that could be fought against. Say, click click click. The sound of moving bones came. Fa Hui looked to her side, and Fa Fong and Fa Yuan had long since fallen on their asses in fear. I said, that gourmand boy was taken by Mayor Pan. With her tongue pinched out, Fa Hui felt like she was going to see too much milk, hiding in the mayor's house. You mean? No. The mayor said the gourmand boy he was going to take it for himself for a few days. What about the mayor? He's in the forest of graves to the right of the Fa Hua temple. Bang! The body slammed to the ground. Fa Hui didn't even have time to react, and her entire body lost support and fell to the ground. He was gasping for air. His heart was pounding. When Fa Hui came back to his senses again, the golden light flashed outside the house, and the golden man, long gone. Host, it's this. What kind of monster is this? It's almost scarier than a gourmand boy. The golden light dispersed, and Phelan came over in a cold sweat. Fa Hui shivered. That's not a monster. It's Taoism. It's a golden light spell. A golden light spell? I thought these things were out of order. Hell knows what's going on. Can a Gormuki be raised and the Tao practiced? Fa Fong guessed, and Fa Hui swung a slap on his big head. Stupid. If we could practice, we'd have been caught long ago. This monster. How on earth did he learn the golden light mantra? Monster. Cursing, Fa Hui scornfully looked to the right side of Fa Hua Temple's tomb forest. He had a delusion. After tonight, the Dharma Temple will be gone. Fa Hua Temple Tomb Forest. The starlight of the night shone through the gaps in the forest. The sound of digging came. In the forest, Pendragon soldiered on, wielding a shovel to make a man-sized pit in the ground in front of him. In front of the pit, the tombstone of the 34th generation presiding Fa Silence had fallen to the ground. Thick piles of dirt rose up, and Pendragon's eyes were cold and unfeeling. At his side, Zhang Yuanshan was bound by ropes, and gazed at him with the same cold eyes. What is your intention in digging up the graves of successive presidents? What is the intention? Don't you Taoists emphasize the unity of heaven and man? I'll send you down to meet those hosts. Whimper. The shovel slammed into the dirt. Pendragon is incredibly strong. With just a casual fling, the spade head sank an inch deep into the dirt. Simply not the power an old man his age should have. What the hell do you want? Zhang Yuanshan squinted his eyes, always feeling that there was something evil about the person in front of him. If you go down there, you'll see. Bang! The big foot kicked out, and Zhang Yuanshan couldn't react in time. His body rolled and fell within the mound. Rustling, the sky swirled before his eyes. Without waiting for Zhang Yuanshan to say anything else, dirt leaked down from above his head. The fishy-smelling dirt covered his face, and Zhang Yuanshan realized it. Where is Pendragon trying to dig up the grave? He is trying to bury himself alive. You're going to bury me alive? You're going to kill someone? Surprised, he looked at Pendragon. Zhang Yuanshan had thought that, under the rule of law, he would at most be arrested by Pan Delong and locked up in the police station. I hadn't realized that the old man was ruthless. It was not meant to be killed. But, he said you could. Huffing and puffing as the earth continued to be buried, Pendragon said only this. As the dirt covered his face, Zhang Yuanshan only felt that it was becoming more and more difficult to breathe. Suddenly, he felt the dirt stirring beneath him, as if something was slowly burrowing out. Trying to turn my head to look, I couldn't because of the thick mud. Zhang Yuanshan could vaguely feel as if, looks like a hand, a thin, bony, white hand. Cluck cluck cluck. Strange noises came. Pale, bony hands slowly approached his face. A cold touch would arrive, and the bones of the dirt-covered hands felt like they were about to caress the face. And after, caught off guard, the hand bones actually reached out towards the mouth. Oh, it's this is a demon. With a whimper, Zhang Yuanshan didn't want to swallow the hand bone. Cluck cluck cluck. Unfortunately, it was just in vain. The hand bone slowly peeled itself away from his mouth, and underneath it, a full white bony arm slowly crawled out of the dirt. Creepy. Down here, buried in weirdness, Zhang Yuanshan shouted. How could he not have thought that there was another presence in Fahua Temple besides Ghost Mantis? The moon was bleak, and he pursed his lips in desperate resistance. The rustling of the soil is still under the cover. The only thing Zhang Yuanshan could see was Pan Delong, who was wielding a shovel and had a cold face. An odd smile inexplicably surfaced on the other's stiff face. Be his vessel, and feel the supreme honor. You, Vam. The mouth was forcibly knocked open, just as Zhang Yuanshan closed his eyes in despair. Under the cold moonlight, a brilliant golden light flashing like daytime descended from the sky. Palm thunder, bare your teeth. An electric current surged in his ears. Boom sounded like a thunderbolt. The heavy dirt on his body was instantly lifted off and exploded and splashed all around. The bone hand that was previously attached to the body was now gone. When he opened his eyes again, Zhang Yuanshan looked dumbfounded. The golden man. A golden man. His left hand flashed with lightning and he slapped the dirt away from himself. A golden glow illuminated the entire tomb forest in the moonlight. The golden man with lightning in his hand seems to be an exiled immortal descending from the earth. Dragon Tiger Mountain. A golden light spell? Zhang Yuanshan was baffled. Is this kind of divine power not the same as that recorded in the canonical books? Receive it 10,000 times, and your body will have light. All the gods are on a pilgrimage to serve the thunder, muttered the golden man. The golden man slowly stood up and seemed to skim himself. And then, those golden reddish eyes looked coldly at Pendragon. I said, where's Ghost Mantle? The voice seemed a little familiar. Zhang Yuanshan couldn't remember. Pendragon couldn't help but take 2 steps back as he was watched. Golden light spell? Palm thunder? You're the one who saved the bus? You're actually able to practice the Tao? Surprised, Pendragon looked at the golden man and hesitated. Under that dazzling golden light, he sensed killing intent. I say, where's Ghost Mantle? Whoosh! A golden light flashed before his eyes. Pendragon didn't even have time to react as his skinny body floated up into the air. His feet were dangling in the air, and he was already being picked up by the golden man with one hand around his neck. You, what do you want to know about Ghost Mantle? Look bad. Kill. A bland voice came, and although Pendragon's lips were shivering, his face was ruthless. You dare to kill him? Then I dare to find someone to kill you. Cutting off someone's money is no less than killing their parents. Kill me? Do you know who I am? One more chance. Not to mention, I'll kill them all. Even you. Click click click. The golden hand continued to tighten, choking Pendragon's neck and causing it to contract. Xiang Nan looked at him indifferently, as if he really wanted to slaughter him in passing. It's no joke. Even if you kill Pendragon, who will know that Pendragon killed himself? Besides, does killing him mean killing the Calamity Class Bone Demon as well? Why not? Would Xiang Nan be psychologically burdened by killing someone? Not at all. As far as he was concerned, All that was killed was the calamitous weirdness of keeping a gourmand boy. Say no. Click click click. Having already pinched Pendragon's throat out of shape, the little old man still had a stubborn face. You really dare to kill me? He will not let you go. Noisy. Ka. The palm of his hand tightened violently. Pendragon's neck lolled. His eyes rolled over, and he was completely motionless. It's hanging? Looking at Pendragon, whose eyeballs were about to bulge out. Xiang Nan was a bit puzzled. Isn't that slaughtering him? Where's the system tip? That's killing the calamity class after a year. Where's the reward? Puzzled, he squeezed Pendragon's flaccid cervical vertebrae with his hand to make sure it was broken, and Xiang Nan fell silent. Pa! Casually throwing him to the ground, Xiang Nan gazed towards the mound where Zhang Yuanshan was buried. Are you okay? Seeing that he was still looking dumbfounded, Xiang Nan asked. It's okay. Senpai. You killed someone? Zhang Yuanshan is still a man of the rule of law after all, unaware of the bizarre descent a year later. As far as he's concerned, the Golden Light Superman is killing people. It's just killing an evil spirit that keeps a ghost mandarin. He waved his hand in a bland manner, and in his left hand, the bared electric light was flickering again. If it's okay, just climb out of the grave. A cold drink. The lightning buildup in his palm became denser and denser. Zhang Yuanshan was startled and rolled out of the pit sharply. Palm thunder. Rumble. Without saying a word, blue arcs of electricity slammed into the dirt pit. Large swaths of dirt splattered out. The hole in the earth, which was already deep, sank again, revealing several white bones in the earth. Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes and gazed at the white bones. He certainly wasn't fine with a blind chicken splitting thunder, but he had noticed it early on in his blood pupil. Below the forest tomb, ghostly aura spreads. By all rights, that calamity level of weirdness should be under the forest tomb. But Xiang Nan couldn't figure out why Pendragon was calamity level creepy. White bones were scattered messily in the dark brown dirt. These white bones had long since corroded, and if one fixed their eyes to take a closer look, there seemed to be scriptures engraved on the bones. Namo Amitabhaya. It's the past life mantra. Zhang Yuanshan, who was on the side, also noticed the anomaly. A spell for the afterlife? Right. It is rumored that the flesh and bones of Buddhist monks are also supreme magic weapons. If it is used to seal scriptures, it is even more powerful in suppressing evil spirits. Oh, no wonder. Putting his eyes on the stone monument in the forest tomb, at this moment, Xiang Nan seemed to be enlightened. What the successive presidents of the Dharma Flower Temple have suppressed with their physical bodies is that calamity-level evil spirit. Again, I'd like to see, what the hell is down here? Bare your teeth. With palm lightning building up again in his hand, Xiang Nan looked at the white bones sealing the scriptures and did not stop. The thick ghostly aura was still spreading out from under the earth. The source is still down there. Pa. Electricity arced and jumped, just as Xiang Nan was about to slap out another palm thunderbolt. Click click click. An odd, strange sound came from it, collapsing to the side. The neck of Pendragon, who had his neck broken, actually twitched strangely. His neck began to rotate dramatically with activity, and his eyes, which had been dead, regained their spirit. I can't believe it. I can't imagine that you actually hit harder than me. Slowly rising from the floor, he propped his head up as if pushing it back into place. You actually, not dead? Watching him stand up again, Xiang Nan was surprised. His power is not something you can fathom. Pendragon moved his head, his eyes looking into the crater that had been blown deep, his gaze grim and frightening. I said, why don't I get a reward? So it's Yuya that's not dead. The heart gave a belly laugh. Xiang Nan stared at Pendragon, who was acting strangely, and didn't deflate him at all. At this moment, look again at Pendragon's words. Xiang Nan's blood pupils flickered, and what could be seen clearly was that the area of the bastard's head and neck was flashing with a blood-colored aura. That's interesting. Bone Demon. How dare you call him by his name? Damn you. The old, decrepit body snapped. Xiang Nan's eyelids fluttered. With the Golden Light Mantra's 100 points of attributes, he actually didn't even react? With a whoosh, a black shadow pounced on the door. Xiang Nan's chest sank, only to see Pendragon curled up like a monkey flexing on Xiang Nan's chest. His body slammed into Nan's heart in a crouching position. Caught off guard, Xiang Nan took 2 steps backwards. The Golden Light hand was not slow to react, and Xiang Nan immediately tried to counter-grab Pendragon. Don't want to. His toes stomped, and his entire body flew out again like an ape, turning into a black shadow to vanish into the forest. What speed? This guy, how can you say he's in the middle of the grudge spirit realm? Worthy of being a monster of the late calamity realm. Eyes narrowed, and for the first time, Xiang Nan felt the pressure. How come this Pendragon is so fierce after dying once? Is it that evil? I don't care what you are, but now that you have found him, and to try to harm him, tonight, you must die. A voice like a ghostly whistle came from the forest. The rustling sound of falling leaves rang out among the trees, and a figure quickly flickered among the trees, looking to the south as best he could. He still couldn't capture the other's positioning. Shit! Ran into a tough one. Bare your teeth. Lightning flashed in the palm of his left hand, and Xiang Nan looked around vigilantly. Whoosh! The black shadow flickered again. Palm thunder! Like a gamble. Xiang Nan couldn't help but shoot towards his body. The lightning flashed and the shot went wide. GGG. Young! The grim voice came from behind. That rickety body stomped violently on the back. Xiang Nan's body stumbled and took 2 hard steps toward the front. Even with the golden light mantra protecting his body, his back was still tingling. A heavy pressure came. Xiang Nan knew that Pendragon was crouching on his back again. Didn't you just break my neck? Now, I'm going to bite your neck. Crouching and flexing on Xiang Nan's back, Pendragon maintained a bizarre posture. His mouth opened. Underneath the creased lips, what showed was actually a neat row of blood-colored teeth. Click click click. A toothy voice came. The neck shook violently a few times. Xiang Nan knew that it was the body's warning. Damn it! The neck is actually afraid of his bite under the protection of the golden light mantra? The pupils in his eyes contracted. It was now too late to push away Pendragon behind him. As the blood teeth approached, Xiang Nan's face flickered. It seems that there's no hiding. Blood pupil, shock and awe. Beneath the golden pupils, a cloud of blood color twisted up strangely. Pendragon greedily opened his big mouth about to bite into that golden neck. Suddenly, his mouth was struck dumb. Since Xiang Nan's neck, a mass of fleshy skin split open, and a red eyeball was extruded from it. Those eyes blinking and staring at themselves. A nasty chill came over me. Pendragon realized with horror that he couldn't actually move. This is weird. How do you still have creepy pawn? Teeth nodded. Pendragon's mouth was just stuck in midair, unable to bite down. His face was horrified. It never occurred to me that a person who practiced the Dharma was still hosting shenanigans. Crap dough. Now, it's your turn to be on your way. Bare your teeth. Seeing the opportunity, Xiang Nan didn't want to explain anything more to Pendragon. Palm thunder. The left hand once again stored up electricity and slapped towards the head of Pendragon, who had stumbled in front of his neck. Now, with the shock of the blood pupil, this was a living target. Snap! Blue arcs of electricity infused Pendragon's canopy with an explosive surge. For only a moment, his large brain was burned black and dried out. Electricity arced like a python as it swam. Pendragon's few hairs began to scorch and smoke. His mouth opened wide, saliva spilling out of his mouth uncontrollably, and his entire body couldn't stop trembling. Ka-ching! Finally, an odd crunching sound rang out over the thrumming of electricity. Pendragon's eyes rolled over. His neck lolled, and he fell from Xiang Nan's body with a plop and fell to the ground. The host is truly a genius among men. The host is truly brave and courageous. You have repelled the Calamity Realm Bone Demon with your soul-walking realm cultivation, and have earned 100 survival points. Current survival points 800. Ha! Shocked back? Not a hit? Listening to the system's voice, Xiang Nan looked at the smoking Pendragon on the ground with some confusion. This can't be still alive? Taking 2 steps forward, Xiang Nan uneasily slapped another palm thunderbolt on Pendragon's head. Bang! This time, it seemed that it had lost some kind of protection, and Pendragon's head exploded into a puddle of blood mist in an instant. The headless body lay on the ground, and Xiang Nan let it go. He was a bit puzzled. Killing like that was still considered a shock retreat? System, have you made a mistake? I've killed a calamity class. Did you take the points for yourself? Cursing and swearing, Xiang Nan made sure that Pendragon was not different before he withdrew his hand. Drop! You have killed a bone fiend head, and not a full bone fiend. It counts as a shock retreat. When you kill the bone demon in its entirety, you will receive the full 5,000 calamity lifting points. 5,000? Is this thing so overpriced? Drops! Calamity Realm's weirdness possesses characteristics that are no longer the same as mundane weirdness. Characteristics? What are the characteristics of a bone demon? 6 body symbiosis. Bone Devil has the ability to transplant his head, left hand, right hand, body, left foot, and right foot separately. Humans who receive bone demon transplants will be his vessels. Any part of the bone demon survives, and given enough time, can repopulate the host with new parts. Crap! So buggy? If we leave him a foot here, he'll be able to redifferentiate the rest of it? Yes, the host is advised not to provoke him easily, unless you can kill his 6-segmented body in one go. You didn't say so earlier? You didn't ask. Frowning, Nan looked in the direction of the mound. There was still a thick ghostly aura spreading. I think there should be other parts of the bone demon under this earth. Palm thunder. Without any further ado, another thunderbolt struck down. Drops. Host is awesome. You shook back Bone Demon left hand. Gain 100 survival points. Palm Thunder. Dropping. Host, you are too fierce. You knocked back the Bone Demon's right hand. Gain 100 survival points. Boom. 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 2 explosions of thunder rang out. And all Xiang Nan could see was earth and blood-colored powder spattering and flying out. Listening to the voice in his ears, Xiang Nan secretly said that it was true. Have you exterminated 3 parts yet? 5,000 points. Again. Bare your teeth. The lightning in his hands kept building up. Pff. Suddenly, a sultry voice rang out from beneath the deep earth. Kid, don't you go too far. There was a movement of the hand. Only a blood-colored skeleton with only its torso and legs left protruded from the earth under a depression in the earth. It was like a work of art. Its blood-colored crystalline bones glowing in the moonlight. Obviously no head. The broken neck looked to itself, and Xiang Nan could feel being watched by it. This is the true body of the Bone Demon, isn't it? Narrowing his eyes, Xiang Nan's palm was flooded with electricity, and he was about to jump straight down into the mound. Scarlet skeleton bone joints weirdly twisted, issued creaking strange sound. Boy, you don't have much time, do you? You really dare to play with me? With a flash of golden light, Xiang Nan slapped his palm towards the earthen pit. He doesn't give a shit, merely glancing at the renewal of the golden light spell with a few minutes to go. Without saying a word, Palm Thunder slapped out. Well, if you play like that, you're just waiting to be parasitized by me. Bang! Thunder and lightning exploded and splattered the flying earth, only to have the palm go down without any more system prompts in his ears. After the dust, Xiang Nan fixed his eyes for a closer look. The blood mist that had previously filled the air at his feet was now gone, and from the direction of the left side, a new mist of blood filled the thick mud. This thing burrowed into some other dirt. Palm Thunder. Boom. The left side of the mud splash. The system feedback is still no response. This time, without looking, Xiang Nan knew that the Bone Devil had vanished again. Damn, worthy of being a calamity-class old demon. Standing in a daze in the mound of dirt, Xiang Nan's face was hesitant. He was already feeling a little unhinged. With the use of the blood pupil, along with the prolonged use of the golden light mantra Palm Thunder, his mind began to wander. To the south in choice. Should I use my blood pupil, keep the Bone Demon, and play with him? Pity, he had the idea, but the Bone Demon was hiding in the dirt and not coming out. Time is flying. Finally, Xiang Nan couldn't sink any lower. He knew that if he didn't leave, when the golden light spell was over, he would be at the mercy of others. The golden light faded. Just as he was about to leap out of the mound, there was a commotion beneath the earth. Trying to escape now? Cluck cluck cluck. A pile of blood-colored skeletons propped up above the mound, about to stop the hole. Look for the mound to close. Palm Thunder. Thunderbolts flashed in his palm. I can't believe you still have power left. Click click click. The bloody bones propped up on the pit scrambled toward the earth. Blood pupil. Shock and awe. The blood-colored eyes on his neck widened and his contracted bones paused. With a boom, the blood and bones on the pit were blown to pieces by the lightning. The host is against the odds. With his own strength, he shook back the Bone Devil body again, and gained 100 survival points. Currently accumulating 100 survival points. Whoosh! The golden light rushed out of the pit. Xiang Nan's brain was a little heavy. The time for the golden light curse was about to expire. Once you become your average attribute self, you really don't have the capital to call it a day. Somewhat sadly, he looked at the pit. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth, and with a flash of golden light, he wrapped Zhang Yuanshan and flew towards the outside of Fahua Temple. Boy, destroyed my body and still want to escape? Click click click. The blood-colored skeletons under the mound spread towards the outside of the pit, surging wildly out of the toon forest like a tidal wave of blood. The eyes were about to catch up with the golden light in front of them. Suddenly, the stone monuments of the successive presidents of the Dharmakaya temple in the forest of toons trembled, and the sound of the woozy Buddha was heard. No! Click click click. The blood and bones that had tumbled out surged back into the earth like dead ashes in a split second. Who? The chest rose and fell violently. Xiang Nan looked at the Bone Demon that had been suppressed back, and his heart felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the remnants of the successive presidencies are still in place. Otherwise really give this Bone Devil chase out. Their own golden light spell scattered. Pure its plaything. This demon. It's truly terrifying. If, in time, the seals presided over by successive generations are broken, this demon will surely wreak havoc in all directions. Zhang Yuanshan was carried by Xiang Nan and looked at what was happening in front of him. His face dull. Crap. Or what if the weirdness revives and it's a plague? Mentally slandering a sentence. Xiang Nan did not answer him. The dull golden light flickered and stopped at a corner of the city. Xiang Nan put down Zhang Yuanshan and only hurriedly threw down a sentence. Find a place to hide. I'll solve the matter of the gourmand boy. Immediately, the golden light disappeared into the infinite darkness. Zhang Yuanshan was left with a mute face. Hey senior, I haven't asked for your name yet. Zhang Yuanshan of the Maoshan sect. I'm here to thank you senior. Looking at the dissipating golden light, Zhang Yuanshan's eyes were filled with admiration. To be able to practice the golden light mantra to such a level in the last days, I think that this senior must be an old Taoist master who is highly respected and practiced the Taoist teachings diligently, right? Secretly guessing, Zhang Yuanshan clenched his fists. Is the Dharma temple suppressing the weirdness? If I have the strength in the future, I will definitely cure it. Stepping forward, Zhang Yuanshan was also hidden in the city, downtown hospital nursing home. Xiang Nan sat wearily in He Jiajin's convalescent room. He had a round eye pupil-shaped red mark on his neck and his face looked rather tired. After ending the golden light spell and blood pupil, Xiang Nan felt more tired than if he had jerked off 3 times. Leaning on the seat, he didn't say anything, but looked out at the system's survival points. 1100 points. Though I didn't kill Ghost Manton or destroy the Bone Demon this time, but the points were undoubtedly solidly earned. It's still not as strong as it should be. A calamity class trait. That's interesting. Frowning as he contemplated the evening's passage, Xiang Nan counted the gains and losses. On the Bone Demon side, there was no good way to get rid of it for now. The words of Ghost Manton. Killed the mayor and it didn't pop. Probably taken somewhere. Was rubbing his chin. In the hospital room, He Jiajin and Lu Lingxue watched him carefully, afraid of messing with this great immortal. Xiang. Mr. Xiang. Please, may I ask that gourmand boy? After a long time, it was He Jiajin who couldn't help but ask. He looked hopeful, but Xiang Nan waved his hand. Didn't catch it. Ha, but there's good news. It's backstage and the mayor is done by me. Ha, the words are not shocking. Originally, upon hearing that he hadn't caught the gourmand boy, he was obviously a bit disappointed. But to hear that the mayor is straight up gone? He Jiajin was dumbfounded. You made the mayor just by leaving the house? Unbelievable? If you don't believe me, swipe your phone. I think the news should be out soon, right? Yes. Seeing that He Jiajin hadn't slowed down yet, Xiang Nan signaled. He took out his cell phone shakily. As expected, the city's hot information refresh exploded. Tonight there is a golden light flashing in the Fahua temple, and there is thunder, suspected to be the descent of a god. The Fahua roadway was a spectacle of golden light at 7 o'clock in the evening, and it is suspected that the golden man was captured on a high-speed camera. Linjiang Mayor Pan Delong died suddenly after praying at Fahua temple. Fahua temple is now temporarily closed. For news stories that simultaneously exploded the Hot 100, He Jiajin and Lu Lingxue glanced at their cell phones and then looked at Xiang Nan dumbfounded, not daring to make a sound. Because, the one who started it all was this unimpressive-looking man in front of him. Say the mayor died suddenly? And closed the Dharma temple? It seems someone's getting close to this too. Opening his cell phone, Xiang Nan paid equal attention to these hotspots. Tap the comment section and it's basically a hot mess of people who are eating it up. Hey crap, I said driving at night to see a flash of golden light. This golden light Superman is not running at night. No way. It looks like it's going to the Dharma temple. Isn't there a rumor that Fahua temple only receives the rich? My family lives near the Fahua temple. Shit, tonight's the night. There's a thunderstorm going on in that temple. It's really weird. Thunderbolts. Ha, it can't be that which one was struck by lightning went to the temple to make a blind promise and was really struck by the Buddha, right? The mayor died suddenly after making a wish? Is that so weird? If I hadn't watched the news, I wouldn't have known our mayor's last name was Pan. The internet is full of windy comments, but not many are talking about Mayor Pendragon. I can see that. The guy has no scandals and no reverends, but he keeps a low profile. Closing his cell phone, Xiang Nan thought briefly before greeting He Jiajin. Right. You have a wide range of contacts. Ask someone to inquire if anyone has been inquiring about where there are dead babies lately. It's one of those dead babies that just died. Toward the south droned. He Jiajin nodded and didn't ask anything more. He probably knew that Xiang Nan was following the trail. In fact, the fact that the mayor died and didn't pop the gourmand boy is probably a sign that someone is taking over the gourmand boy. And to raise a gourmand boy, you have to feed it corpse oil. Well, dead babies are especially important. Mr. Xiang, don't worry, I'll find out in the morning. As He Jiajin spoke with conviction, Xiang Nan nodded and continued to crane his neck in thought. The other side. Inside the Dharma Palace, a coil of barrier tape had been pulled out around the tomb forest. There was a constant stream of men in black assault suits walking around, cordoning off the scene. They don't look like cops, but there are degrees of planning. Fa Hui, the presiding officer of Fa Hua Temple, and Fa Yuan Fa Fong, were now led by the black-clothed man and pulled to the side of a tall man. Report. The Eastwood team has completed their search, and there is a large amount of scorched black soil in the cemetery of the Fahua Temple, suspected to be the result of a lightning blast. The leaders of Fahua Temple are mainly the presiding priest Fahui, the senior monk Fa Fong, and Fa Yuan. After their confessions, it was Superman Kanemitsu who came to the temple in search of someone, and who then traveled to the cemetery to meet Pendragon. A man in black reported meticulously, and the tall man nodded at the sound. Following that, he crouched outside the cemetery's blockade, picked up a speck of dark, scorched earth, and brought it up between his noses to sniff it. This thunder. Some of the subs are too violent. It should be palm lightning. And Pendragon, even though it looks like he was struck to death by palm lightning. But, with those words, the man walked quickly to Pendragon's headless body again. He looked at his blackened, charred neck for a long moment, before continuing in a hushed voice. There was a blackened scorch on the neck break, but the greater impact was from an autonomous explosion in the brain. Picking at the exposed veins in Pendragon's neck in disgust, the man looked like he was more and more certain of his suspicions. That's right, if lightning killed them, the veins would have the twisted shape of an electric shock, and the lack of twisted blood vessels. It means there was an autonomous explosion in his brain before the lightning strike. I'd be more inclined to think that there's a presence in Pendragon's brain that was detonated after being struck by lightning. I was right, right? Fahui presiding? Narrowing his eyes at Fa Hui. The man's gaze was sharp as a sword. Fa Hui's lips trembled, but she didn't dare to say half a word. No? Do you think I can't find out the history of the Dharma Temple if you don't tell me? According to the canonical records, the senior monk who founded the Fahua Temple once buried a strange withered bone under the Fahua Temple. After the successive generations of presiding officers are buried, they need to be buried in the place where the dry bones were buried in the first place. Withered bones and blood red. Strange as a demon. It's for the bone devil. Pendragon, on the other hand, was diagnosed with brain cancer a year earlier. Rumor has it that he wouldn't have lived more than 6 months, but after a visit to the Fahua Temple to pray, the brain cancer was gone. Now this palm lightning, only splitting his head. Tell me, isn't it fun? The tall man gave a snickering smile. Fa Hui sniffed and her face gave a lurch. How do you know so much? Do you think that these things can escape the eyes of the state? The Special Investigation Team, Eastwood Green Dragon, has come to verify the case of Golden Light Superman in Linjiang City at the order of their superiors. If you don't want to add to the crime, give an honest account of what Pendragon really did. The man slowly took out a green-colored ID with a dragon pattern from his body and hung it out to dry in front of Fa Hui's eyes. Eastwood Green Dragon Group Leader, Dongfang Shua. The never-before-seen documents hung out in front of her eyes, and the corners of Fahui's eyes jumped. Eastwood Green Dragon? Investigative team? What secret organization? There was some horror in his heart, but after looking at the black-clothed men that filled the temple, he still chose to keep his mouth shut. Really? Then, I'll make it clear to you that your Fahua Temple, using the gourmand children as a means of enrichment, uses the prayer slogan of whatever you ask, you shall receive to motivate rich businessmen to come and donate blood to make a wish. $300,000 in prayers earned, and the gourmand boy sucked blood in the unseen. Afterward, the gourmand children will devour the essence of the wish granters one by one. As of today, the total number of people who have died as a result of the Gumantong incident is more than 32. According to the law, you are also considered indirect killers. The 3 of you will be sentenced to immediate decapitation after the Eastwood Green Dragon Group submits the appropriate documents. Icy words came. Dongfang Shua's face was chilled, and his voice echoed throughout Fahua Temple. Dharma Method Circle heard this and fell on his butt in shock. No one, not afraid to die, even Fa Hui, who had kept her mouth shut before. Her black and purple lips trembled incessantly. I, now say that in exchange for a life sentence. Choose for yourself. I said, with his old face crossed, Fa Hui finally showed his cards. Mayor Pan did come to the Fahua Temple during the mid-year festival last year. He knelt in the Great Hall all afternoon, saying something about not wanting to die and not wanting to die. I ignored him at first, but I didn't realize that by nightfall he was actually heading toward the tomb forest inside the temple on his own. Wait until you find him again. Mayor Pan's entire body slumped in front of the tombstone of the previous presiding officer. His mouth was wide open and his pupils were contracted, as if he had seen something bad. I would have thought that he wasn't dead. I didn't expect that after a while. He actually shook his head and slowly stood up. Even his mental color was much better. At the time, I didn't think much of it, just assumed it was because he couldn't accept that he was going to die. Until the next day, when he came to me holding an altar and asked me if I wanted to make money. Fa Hui said what happened with an odd expression on her face. Obviously, he also knew what was going on in it, but he chose to accept it. Golden Light Superman only slapped Mayor Pan's head, even to the point of shattering it. It means that it's not just to silence him. It means that Mayor Pan has an unusual brain, and his brain cancer inexplicably cleared up, again in a coma where a bone demon was buried. Come to think of it, he might have encountered the bone demon at the mid-year festival last year. He made himself a ghost mantle. A mayor couldn't possibly know all this, which means he's been parasitized by the bone demon, and has the memories of the bone demon, and the bone demon. It's hosted in his brain. After simply listening to Fa Hui's few words, Dongfang Shua analyzed the general idea. After a brief moment of contemplation, he asked again, "Now, where's Goodman Boy?" "No, I don't know. The mayor took. Was it killed by the Golden Light Superman?" Dongfang Shua continued to speculate and swept his eyes over Pendragon's body. He didn't know what was going on at the time. One can only speculate if it was the Golden Light Superman, who, without a second thought, slapped the Bone Demon and the Gourmand Boy all together. But, if that's the case, it would have been better for Golden Light Superman to just kill the mayor. Why blow up all the graveyards? Could it be there are still evil spirits under the graveyard? Or, the Bone Demon is only hosting a part of it inside Pendragon, and a part of it in the dirt? Murmured in a low voice. Dongfang Shua was silent for a while, but finally shook his head. He looked at the cluttered cemetery, where it was flat. Helplessly, he skimmed. Forget it, the higher-ups wanted me to come after Superman Golden Light anyway. This tomb forest, when the time comes, let the Linjiang City Police send a few people over to keep an eye on it. Greetings. A man in black answered yes and immediately took out his phone to contact the local police. Not long after, sirens sounded outside the Fahuai Temple and several teams of police officers surrounded the place. Dongfang Shua immediately had the 3 men from Fahuai Temple escorted to the police car. He also asked the police to leave a few people to guard the tomb forest, while he himself stayed inside the Dharma Temple. After the police car left, a man in black walked up to Orihito and struck up a conversation. Had, just arrest them? No more questions? On the chest of the man in black, there was a clearly written sign, Eastwood Group 002. He seemed to know Dongfang Shua well and licked his face and came over. Ask what? Caught them because I was curious what was going on with Pendragon. As for trying to pry the Golden Light Superman from them? Unlikely. The Golden Light Superman is just relying on his Golden Light curse. No one can see who he really is. That's tough. With a troubled look on his face, Dongfang Shua rubbed his chin. Now, there's no channel at all to find out who the Golden Light Superman is. One can only bet on it. Bet? The man in black at his side wondered. What's the bet? Betting on Golden Light Superman. Isn't it because of personal disputes and friend disputes involved? Think about it. Why would he want to destroy the gourmets and the bone demons for nothing? To do a good deed? Or is it something? Or to help someone? Of course, I'm still biased in favor of him being chivalrous. After all, there's him towing the bus to save people before. Most likely, this is a Taoist who cuts down demons and removes devils. That's what I thought. 2 minds aligned. Inexplicably, I thought of the Golden Light Superman as a high-ranking person to eliminate violence. I don't know. The old man of Beishui Xianwu. What he had to find him for. The man in black uttered a quiet sound, and Dongfang Shua smiled. Anyone who can practice the Tao now is definitely a genius among men. I reckon, if we really find this man, the Middle-earth Unicorn team can be activated. Yeah. Trouble. Lieutenant, send someone to find out who else is involved in the Ghost Mantle incident right now. Keep a close eye on them. It's also possible that the Golden Light Superman stepped in to protect them. Yes. Inside the downtown nursing home, the night is deep. Xiang Nan looked into the night and ghostly rose from his seat. Okay, Mr. Ho, since you can find out clues about the dead baby tomorrow, then let me know tomorrow. No surprise, this will all be over tomorrow. I have things to do now, so I'll go back first. Big steps were about to be taken towards the house. Xiang Nan didn't have the leisure to spend much time with them. Time is short and the task is heavy. Going to brush up on my points again tonight after midnight. Then please Xian. He Jiajin gave a compliment. I'll have the driver take you back. Okay. And without ceremony, he strides out of the sanatorium. Behind them, Lu Lingxue brought Lu Qing and followed with her eyes. Wait until Xiang Nan is finally getting on the bus. Only then did Lu Lingxue dare to weakly cry out. Xiang Nan, if it's possible, why don't we go for a meal together? I want to thank you alone. She was no longer the majesty of her previous female boss. After seeing Xiang Nan's true colors, she was a bit overwhelmed. This is a great immortal that even the rich and famous have to respect. What's it gonna take to get along? Will you say something wrong and make the other person angry? Lu Lingxue didn't know when she would ponder how to treat Xiang Nan more seriously than she did her clients. Perhaps that breathtakingly powerful strength was the fundamental source. Dinner. Stopping in front of the car, Xiang Nan rubbed his stomach. Like, really a little hungry. Okay, remember to eat well. Twisting around, Xiang Nan calmly looked at Lu Lingxue. Though, he had stepped in to eliminate Ghost Mantis because he wanted Ho's connections. However, this was considered to have indirectly saved Lu Lingxue. If you help someone, why don't you take the benefits? Rightfully getting into Lu Lingxue's car, Lu Lingxue's tense face eased. She's a smart woman and knows that times are different now. The atmosphere in the car was a little awkward. Beating the steering wheel, she kept an eye on Xiang Nan's face. Xiang Nan, what do you want to eat? Eat what? Eat? Hesitantly, Xiang Nan, who was sitting in the passenger side, just wanted to say something. Behind her, a small hand stabbed her back. Xiang Nan turned around. Lu Qing in the backseat was showing her teeth and smiling at herself. The little guy was just a little guy and didn't let the events of the day make him cautious at all. Those little eyes looked hopefully towards Xiang Nan, who twisted around and stroked her head. Then let's have fried chicken. Hey! Lu Lingxue's expression was stunned and somewhat surprised. That's all you eat? There's nothing to talk about. What you eat is not what you eat. Xiang Nan laughed and pinched Lu Qing's little face again, a large and small child playfully. Until this moment, it was only then that Lu Lingxue felt that the familiar Xiang Nan from before had returned. A quarter of an hour later, inside the fried chicken restaurant in Linjian Plaza, Lu Lingxue and Xiang Nan sat facing each other. Lu Qing was sitting next to Lu Lingxue and was blinking her big eyes in the direction of the kitchen. The sound of deep frying was loud and clear. Lu Lingxue pursed her red lips, which broke the silence. Xiang Nan, thank you for taking care of Haru for so many days. It's fine. I've been idle lately anyway. And this child Lu Qing is quite cute. I quite like her. Xiang Nan waved his hand, looking unconcerned. Yeah, this child. I'm usually busy and don't have time to take care of her. And her father left early. Saying that, Lu Lingxue, who has always been a bit of a strong woman, rarely reveals her weakness. Xiang Nan glanced at her. Not much of a man's demeanor to say anything comforting. Just a word of caution. It's good that she knows what she's doing, but you have to keep an eye on her a lot. 2. Keep an eye on her. He knew that Lu Qing would become the little girl in red in the absolute fate realm afterward. Whatever happened in between, all surely Lu Lingxue's side wasn't taken care of. If you want to stop the tragedy, keep an eye on Lu Qing from now on, and you might be able to avoid the tragedy. After this incident, I'll close the company and take care of her full time. Lu Lingxue nodded. Maybe it was the whole ghost mantle thing that gave her a whole new perspective on the world. This decision of hers was a bit of a surprise to Xiang Nan. After all that time in business, you just shut it down? Aha, if I resell it, I'll make money to support Haru through college. 2. I've thought it over. It's not bad to take care of Haru and live a peaceful life. I think Masahiro's spirit in heaven will also support my decision. That's a good realization. It's just that in the future, I won't have any classes. Xiang Nan, how come I didn't realize before that you are so humorous? Humor? How is it humorous? Do you still need a job after you saved Ho? That's true. The two had a word to say. The rusty relationship came to life. The waiter came over as soon as the sizzling fried chicken came out of the pan. Sir, there's an exclusive family bucket today. I see that you often bring your princess here to eat, but I see your wife today. You are still blessed. The waiter recommended the set menu, his eyes looking at Lu Lingxue from time to time. These days, he didn't see Xiang Nan leading that little girl to eat fried chicken too often. It was the first time I had met the girl's mother. His misunderstanding amused Xiang Nan at once. I mean, do we look like family? Isn't it? The waiter was baffled. It's even stranger that these three are sitting together happily. Not a family, right? Forget it. A family bucket is a family bucket. Waving his hand to Nan, the waiter scratched his head and went into the kitchen. On the opposite seat, Lu Lingxue's ears were a little red. Being misunderstood was something she should have been repulsed by. But for some reason, she was also enjoying the cozy feeling she had just gotten. Is it too long since you've touched a man yourself? She thought inexplicably, sizing up Xiang Nan from time to time. When they finished the fried chicken, Lu Lingxue settled the bill and the three of them walked out of the store side by side. There was no getting into Lu Lingxue's car parked in front of the store. After Xiang Nan thought about it, he took the initiative to say goodbye to Lu Lingxue. Right, I'm not going to the office tomorrow either. Consider me resigned. After the gourmand boy is resolved, take Lu Qing to the capital if you can. Xiang Nan was succinct. Since Lu Lingxue was going to close the company, he would not be able to glean Lu Qing's points in the future. As for touching the mother and daughter, it's even less necessary. With the gourmand children resolved, and with He Jiajin's connections himself, he thought it wouldn't be much slower to gain new points, so there was no need to hold on to them. The capital? Why the capital? Lu Lingxue looked at Xiang Nan in surprise. Xiang Nan's eyes were deep. If you believe me, go to the capital. There, at least it will be safe from now on. Words don't point out that Xiang Nan is already taking care of this mother and daughter. Get up and turn around to leave. Unexpectedly, the sound of footsteps sounded behind him, and Lu Lingxue actually chased after him. Xiang Nan. You. What again? You tonight. Can you come to my house? Ha? Xiang Nan was confused. The cold wind of the night blew across the woman's face. Her hair was a little disheveled, and her pink skin had goosebumps under her black tunic. It could be seen that Lu Lingxue was probably quite embarrassed to say this. To your house? Why? Xiang Nan admitted that Lu Lingxue was beautiful. She's big. It's older and has a bigger body. Such words spoken are undoubtedly a great temptation. It's just me and Haru in my house. I'm afraid of that gourmand boy. I'd be relieved if you were there. Perhaps it was Xiang Nan's terrifying strength that gave Lu Lingxue a sense of security. Lu Lingxue's eyes were filled with hope and pleas. No one lets go of the straw that saves the day. What Xiang Nan could read in the other's eyes was a request, not lust. Brother, just go to my house. That way, mommy won't touch herself at night. Inside the commercial vehicle, Lu Qing stuck out a small head and shouted out naively. The two who were still staring at each other in the wind. One laughed dumbly, the other looked shy and dry. Okay, it's just for one night anyway. Xiang Nan nodded and got into the car indifferently. In his opinion, after settling the gourmand boy tomorrow, his life would be completely set aside from this mother and daughter. It doesn't really matter where you sleep if it's just for one night. Reboarding Lu Lingxue's car. The car drove all the way to his Linjiang City villa area. Even though she is without a husband, a rich family is still rich. By the time they reached Lu Lingxue's house, looking at that 100 square meters of living room, once I remembered that I didn't even have a living room in my rental house. Xiang Nan couldn't help but feel secretly ashamed. Xiang Nan, can you sleep in the study? Lu Lingxue pointed to the opposite side of the door of a pink room. Across the street is Lu Qing's room. Tonight I'll sleep with Lu Qing. So if you'll sleep across the room, if I'm really haunted by a gourmand boy, I'll be able to call out to you at the first opportunity. Okay, whatever. Xiang Nan shrugged and walked into the study indifferently. There was also a portrait of a man hanging in the study. The portrait of Lu Zhenghong, the former boss of the company. Something looked familiar to Nan. Under the watchful eye of this former boss, he slumped slowly into bed. Although he was staying in the house of the female leader, Xiang Nan's heart was not fluttering. It's late enough to be back. Staring at the clock, Xiang Nan waited until the system's log report. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully survived the 6th day of the bizarre descent. In the wee hours of the morning, you're always molesting old cat-faced ladies and seem to have gotten off lightly. Gain 20 survival points. You traveled to the deserted graveyard in the northern suburbs and witnessed 100 ghosts walking at night, earning you 100 points. Early in the morning, you escaped the ghosts of Fahua Temple and gained 50 points, and escaped the ghostly building and gained 30 points. You have earned 80 points for repelling the little girl in red. You entered the ghostly world of Fahua Temple again, and earned 80 points for shocking back the ghost mantis. You encountered a bone demon and you calmly escaped from the bone demon's pursuit, earning you 50 points. In the evening, you brazen it out and enter the ghosts of Fahua Temple again and again. You are simply a man of God. Killing Bone Devil head, Bone Devil left arm, Bone Devil right arm, and Bone Devil body across the levels. You have accumulated 400 points. Host, are you a scion? This log is tallied. 10 points for today's survival bonus. And the current accumulation of points is 110 points. System, add points. Give me the same 20 points for the 4-dimensional attributes. 80 attribute points are being exchanged for you. You currently have 310 points. Getting used to the system's announcements. Without saying a word, Xiang Nan pulled full for his own attributes. A surge of vitality ran through the body as the mechanical voice sounded. Xiang Nan only felt the exhaustion of the day sweep away. Open the personal panel and another change is made. To the south, race, human, strength, late soul stream realm. Stamina value, 70, spiritual value, 72, agility, 70, strength value, 70, skills, golden light curse, palm thunder, creepy, blood poople, almost there. Soon, it's almost time to reach the grudge realm. Lamenting the surge in strength, Xiang Nan became more and more confident in controlling the future situation. It was in the midst of secret satisfaction that a mournful scream violently resounded from the house across the street. Xiang Nan, to the south, help! It was Lu Lingxue's voice. Bang! Without saying a word, Xiang Nan pushed out the door and kicked open the door of the opposite room. The room was dark with the lights off, but Xiang Nan's bloody pupils were clearly visible. On the pink bed, Lu Lingxue was wearing loose pajamas and was looking directly ahead with her pupils wide open. A flash of blackness hovered over the bed. The purple and black baby was slowly crawling around the bed. Its mouth opened, revealing a mouthful of fangs. The black pea eyes narrowed like a strange smile as they crawled towards Lu Lingshue's lower body. Ah! Scram! Get out of here! Lu Lingxue screamed in fear, her lips trembling. She tried to escape, her body tensing, but she couldn't move. Was it useless to look for He Jiajin who had the talisman? So he came directly to Lu Lingxue? Bare your teeth. Looking at the infant with the ghostly aura depression, Xiang Nan pondered, and lightning converged in his palm. Palm thunder, pa pa pa. Huge blue arcs of electricity pulsed through the house. Giggle. In an instant, the baby child that appeared from the ghostly depression dissipated into a cloud of black smoke. Ah! On the bed and couch, Lu Lingxue then seemed to regain her movement and climbed down from the bed with a stagger. Stumbling, without thinking, she fearfully stepped forward to hug Xiang Nan. The half-covered body couldn't care less, and the whole person couldn't wait to merge into Xiang Nan's body. Fear. It's just horrible. No one dares to think what it would be like to go to sleep in the middle of the night and see a ghostly baby crawling towards the lower body. Shivering, she squeezed into Xiang Nan's arms. Lu Lingxue was still a woman in the end. She was whimpering and tears were already streaming out of her eyes. It's okay, even if I don't come over. It shouldn't be able to suck up all your essence in one night tonight. Patting Lu Lingxue's thin shoulder, Xiang Nan straightened his explanation. Turn on the bedroom light. Wherever Xiang Nan went, Lu Lingxue hung onto him and followed. On the bed, Lu Qing was sleepy-eyed and confused. Brother, why don't you sleep with mom tonight? The little child said ignorantly, about to hug the pillow. I'm going to sleep in mommy's room. Brother, you're not allowed to bully mommy. The little grown-up carried the pillow away, and Xiang Nan grimaced. You really did give birth to a good daughter. It's okay. After carefully comforting her again for a while, Lu Lingxue left with a blushing face. She sat on the bed for a moment before squeaking. I'm sorry, I was so scared. I don't want to die. I just want to make money. Make money to raise Haru. The woman spoke, whimpering. Late at night, she removed the mask of a strong woman and spoke of her suffering. Xiang Nan just listened to her until her emotions stabilized, which led to a nod. Alright, it's really okay. The ghostly aura has dispersed. At best it will come back tomorrow night, but it won't survive the day. Just rest assured. Having said all that, only then did Xiang Nan take off, wanting to go back to the study again. Not wanting to, a soft mass hugged him from behind. Xiang Nan, can you, stay with me? I want to find a stepfather for Haru. The moment he heard those words, Xiang Nan was confused, but then there was relief. He didn't feel that Lu Lingxue was too casual. The drawbridge effect is well known. Great fear requires great spiritual support. And to the south, strong enough, it gave Lu Lingxue a sense of security that could set everything right. What a woman her age needs is not love, but security. In other words, Lu Lingxue was smart. If Xiang Nan became the new male owner of this place, he would no longer be afraid of the existence of evil spirits and the like. Having sold her company, Lu Lingxue was not poor in money, but poor in the security of raising Lu Qing. At the moment, Xiang Nan was able to give her that sense of security. Holding Xiang Nan tightly, Lu Lingxue finally understood at this moment. Why isn't she repulsed by people saying she and Xiang Nan are family now? As it turns out, her psyche has been prepared for this for a long time. Even more, some anticipation. Her twin peaks rubbed her back as Lu Lingxue buried her head in Xiang Nan's shoulder. The red lips opened slightly, and hot breath pushed its way to Xiang Nan's earlobe. Xiang Nan, if you'd like to, I think, don't even think about it. Indifferently pushing Lu Lingxue away, Xiang Nan wasn't spermatic. Women are nothing in the face of strength. If you can't sleep, you don't sleep. Ghost mantle, I'll settle for today. I've got work to do. Farewell. Shake off the woman's fragrant soft flesh. Without saying a word, Xiang Nan turned into a golden light and rushed out of the villa. Lu Lingxue covered her fragrant shoulders, staring blankly at the dissipating golden light with a gloomy expression. The cold night air blew on his face. Xiang Nan's face was as usual, but his heart was beating fast. He's a man who has physical needs, but he was more self-centered. He doesn't have the luxury of bringing along a couple of drag queens. Admittedly, he could also satisfy his own bad taste by playing the undead in front of some former boss's effigy. Afterwards, he can just pat his ass and walk away. What can the other side do to him? But Xiang Nan is not that vicious. The cold wind poured into his ears, and Xiang Nan had returned to the Linping neighborhood. The usual 20 survival points were collected from Grandmolly, then the ghosts of Fa Hua Temple, the northern suburb cemetery, and the company ghost building. 180 points to hand. Glancing at the point total, 490 points. Xiang Nan thought about it. A bit sad that he couldn't whore out Lu Qing's points anymore. He wandered over to the convalescent wing of the downtown hospital. It was but just dawn, and he was still in a light sleep. It seemed that because he had been tortured by the ghost mantle all day long, even with the talisman in his defense, his sleep was very shallow. He had opened his eyes when Xiang Nan entered the room. "Does Xian, you're here early?" Jiajin's thin face smiled and became more like a piece of deadwood. He looked at Xiang Nan, who sat blandly in his seat. "Nothing much, so I just came over for a little stroll. By the way, Gourmand didn't come looking for you, did he?" "Nope, with that Taoist's talisman. At least we can have some peace at night. By the way, how's the dead baby thing coming along?" "I'll rush you." Hurriedly pulling out his cell phone, Jiajin was even more anxious than Xiang Nan. As he fumbled with his cell phone, Xiang Nan followed up the question with an ulterior motive. "I haven't been able to ask what industry Mr. Ho is in." "Oh, it's the one who buys land and builds buildings." "No wonder. Boss Lu, who drew the drawings, knows you well." Xiang Nan nodded. Suddenly, he coldly asked again, "Mr. He, if the world in the future would become filled with crises, what would you do?" "Ha?" The question caused he to be stunned. Not that he had thought about it. "In that case, I guess I'll dump all my assets and build a survival stronghold ahead of time." Rubbing his chin, "A businessman is a businessman." Jiajin's first thought was to maximize the use of resources. "That's a good idea. You'd better go to the capital too, if you can." Xiang Nan offered a cry. Jiajin looked at Xiang Nan with odd eyes and just wanted to ask more. Buzz. The phone shook. He opened his cell phone and looked at it, and his face instantly glowed. "Dyson, found it. Someone did inquire about dead babies recently, and rumor has it that there have been inquiries here at the downtown hospital." In the morgue of the downtown hospital, a family was out for a drive and the baby in the wife's womb was 8.5 months old. All 3 members of the family died in the car accident, and the baby was the only one who survived in shape in the womb. Dyson. He wanted to say something else. Whoosh, a strong wind blew up, and golden light appeared in the room. Without waiting for him to react, he saw a golden aura outside the house flying rapidly towards the hospital building. It was just before dawn, when one is most tired. Now go look for it. You might even catch it. Xiang Nan's pace flew under his feet as he thought. Following the indicator lights, he weaved his way through the building. The nurse on duty was confused, only to see the golden light flashing in the hospital. Only thought it was staying up all night and hallucinating. First floor of the reception building. The only thing glowing miserably in the gloom was the ghostly green emergency access light. The words morgue were so vague and conspicuous. At this moment, a man who looked like Pendragon was carrying a backpack and scrupulously walking inside the morgue. Shit. And talk about giving me some splash of riches. This dead kid actually wants to eat corpse oil. Pervert. No wonder he loves to inquire about dead babies when he's not doing anything. He got rich all because of this. Cursing, the man pushed open the door to the morgue. The chilly, cold air blew over and his body couldn't help but shiver. In the darkness, the hidden body lockers were visible to the eye. The carts of the parked corpses, the hiding cabinet was fine. The body was hidden inside. The door was closed, but there was nothing unusual. It's the carts where the bodies are parked that make people cringe. These carts were covered with white cloth and showed the outline of a human figure. Because the body locker was filled to capacity, the extra bodies had to be placed on a cart outside. Dozens of carts cluttered the landscape. More or less, the pale hands or thighs of corpses peeked out from under the white cloth. The air smelled vaguely of the stench of corpses. Shit, have to eat fresh dead babies, or in the belly of a pregnant woman. What bad luck. If it wasn't for my oldest brother giving me pocket money, I wouldn't do it. The cussing went on and on. Men attempt to grow their guts with profanity. 0929, 0929. He turned on his cell phone and used the light from his flashlight to check it out on the numerous numbers of the white cloth sheets. 0926, 0927, 0928. Finally, following the numbers, the man came to bed. 0929, 0929. Pregnant woman. Body deformed in a car accident. Baby in belly well preserved. Due to the mother's loss of life, the baby's nutrient supply to itself was disconnected, and one body was killed. The man recited what he had inquired about during the day. With a whoosh, he lifted the white cloth from the bed. But, when I looked around, the beds were actually empty. Nothing but crimson blood. This, how? The man was confused. He remembers that the body was unclaimed. Right? Did I misremember? The man foxed. A cold wind blew from behind him. Looking for what? The hoarse female voice sounded. The man was startled and turned around in a panic. Only behind him, at some point, stood a woman in a red sari. The woman's stomach was slightly bulging, Her neck was crooked like a deformity, and her calves showed a grotesque twist. Her snow-white wrists were wrapped in a circle of red rope, and her blood-stained face was looking at herself with a smile on her face. You. Startled by the woman behind him, the man couldn't believe his eyes. The woman in the red dress is literally the exact same description as the woman in the car accident. The dead have risen? Fraudulent? Or was the woman misdiagnosed and not actually dead? In an instant, all sorts of thoughts flooded the man's mind. The man's mouth was wide open, shivering for half a day before he dared to say, Are you a human or a ghost? What do you say? The woman's neck twisted and rattled. Her little feet were bare and she limped around. Underneath the red sarong, the bulging belly rhythmically tucked in and out, and it seemed that the cries and laughter of a child could still be heard. Monster! Monster! The man jerked back 2 steps and twisted to run. What corpse oil? What splash of riches? He wanted none of it. What's the rush? You didn't want to find me? The steps are but 2 steps out. A pair of coupled white arms went around the man's shoulders. Let go of me! Get off me! The man instinctively struggled a few times, but he found that the arm was cold like an iron vise, and he couldn't break it. Shit! The woman's body pressed up against her, an icy chill piercing her bones. The man twisted his head, not realizing that the woman actually smiled flirtatiously towards herself, and her bright red lips kissed her directly. Oh, it was supposed to be fragrantly beautiful, but the man's mouth quivered, and all he could smell in his nostrils was the stench of a corpse. The woman's hands were like iron caves trapping herself. He couldn't stop his body from trembling as he was helplessly forced into a kiss. As time passed, the man was shocked to realize that his body was also gradually losing its temperature, as if it was shaped like a corpse. Eyelids drooped badly, and little by little his strength drained away. It was as if, at his age, the life was being squeezed out of him. No, the instinctive survival response told itself. Any more forced kisses like that and it would be myself who should be lying in the morgue bed. Unable to move his body, the man's large hands violently propelled up the backpack behind him. Come out! The hell with it! If you don't come out, no one will feed you corpse oil from now on. Large, shivering hands propelled the altar in his backpack. Maybe the ghost manton inside really sensed something. There was a muffled thud from the backpack. Then a green and purple baby slowly crawled out from behind the man and marched to the man's shoulder. The black pupils of the baby's eyes flickered to meet the face of the woman who was forcefully kissing the man. The woman still didn't stop moving, her eyes snickering at the infant. GGG. Inside the gloomy morgue, 2 creeps make odd noises to each other. The gourmand boy looked greedily at the woman's stomach, and the woman, in turn, looked greedily at the gourmand boy. Help me! The man's cheeks began to crease like aging. He whimpered at the end. The gourmand boy waited for his chance and, like an ape, quickly crawled toward the woman's crotch. Ha! The corners of his mouth grinned in a light smile. It seems to know that gourmand is not easy to deal with. The woman pushed the man away from her, her twisted ankles giggling before wriggling back to their original shape. The red dress swayed as her body jerked back a few steps. Roar! In the gloom, the tiny body of the gourmand boy looked like a small ghost, in hot pursuit. Its mouth opened and its greenish-purple tongue resembled a whip as it shot toward the woman. The woman was caught off guard, and her backwards body was bound tightly. For the first time, there was fear in her ancient eyes. GGG. Seeing the woman's fear, the gourmand boy let out a shrill laugh. It was prostrate, like a toad, the tongue wrapped and coiled, and the woman's body shuddered as it darted like a toad into the woman's stomach. The woman's body couldn't move, so she had to let the gourmand boy finally crouch on her chest, like he was about to savor a meal. Gourmand's black pupils looked to the woman's stomach. Underneath the red dress, the bulging belly was covered with black and purple blood scabs that looked like cobweb-like expansion solidified on the belly. It was obvious that it was trauma from a car accident. GGG. The mouth grinned, the tongue still binding the woman though, but a mouthful of sharp fangs opened and gnawed at the woman's stomach. Gourmand boy. Can't wait to eat babies. Click click click. Don't want to. The belly, which was densely covered with bloody scabs, made a strange noise at the same time. The woman's original horrified face changed into a triumphant grin. The bloody scabs crumbled and the writhing belly underneath held open a huge gaping hole, and a bloody baby slowly crawled out from underneath it. GGG. It stuck out a head and smiled in the same way towards the gourmand boy. The gourmand boy was stunned. How could it not expect that the life in this belly actually revived as well? And just for a moment it froze. The blood-colored baby screamed, opened its mouth, and spat blood all over gourmand boy's face. The gourmand boy's eyes were mesmerized and his movements froze. Without waiting for it to react any further, the baby's blood-covered hands violently grabbed the body of the gourmand boy and pulled it towards the woman's stomach. Boing! The gourmand boy screamed in inexplicable panic. Pity! it was too late to escape again. With a poof, the small body was violently pulled under the open belly. With that, the writhing belly began to close and return to its blood-scabbed appearance, collapsed all over the body of the woman's tongue, but also at this moment lost tenacity. Bang sound, exploded off the ground crumbs. How's this? You ate the gourmand boy? In the distance, the men who had fallen helplessly to the ground looked dumbfounded. He hadn't fed the gourmand boy a few times, but he knew the strength of the little beast. Now, such a brutal being was actually swallowed by a pregnant woman with her stomach? UTM, what the hell kind of monster is that? The man screamed impotent curses, fear having crept over his entire face. Monster? I'm just trying to have a baby. The woman smiled calmly and took small steps, her mouth licking her lips with her bright red tongue as she walked towards the man once more, seemingly wanting to completely suck men dry. Don't you come over, stay back, the man cried out in sorrow and despair, having closed his eyes. He couldn't think of anyone else who could save him now. The sound of tiny footsteps snapped. The woman let out a sudden eek and looked up out of the morgue, the corners of her mouth turning up. What a strong breath of life. If only I could eat him. Her eyes blinked and she looked sinisterly at the man sprawled on the floor. Be honest and stay there. If you dare to speak later, I'll waste you. Yes, nodding like garlic. The man hid under the bed and just watched as the woman took off her red dress and replaced it with an unused nurse's uniform right in front of his eyes. He didn't have a half-assed physical reaction, until there was a bang. A golden light flashed outside the house, and a humanoid silhouette covered in a golden glow rushed in. Between the golden light shining, the woman in the nurse's uniform gave a faint gasp of surprise. What's wrong with you? A dull, inquiring voice came from the golden figure. The woman covered her chest, feigning fear. Who are you? Why did you come to the morgue? I heard someone was stealing a body and came over to check it out. The golden figure's voice was bland. The woman frowned slightly. Stealing bodies? What kind of person steals a body? Yes? If you don't believe me, just watch. At those words, the golden light then shone brightly in the morgue. It's really nothing out of the ordinary, except that the bed in 0929 is empty. What about 0929? The golden figure inquired, and the woman shook her head. How would I know? TSK. Are you late? Staring at the empty bed, the golden figure pondered for a moment. With that, he twisted around and was about to vanish. Unexpectedly, the woman called out to him. Hey, you ate. What? Can you help me? I just twisted my foot. Could you please carry me to the first floor? Cover your feet. The woman bent over, her wide nurse's uniform loosening up and revealing her snowy whites in a half coverage. The golden figure was stunned at the sound, then took 2 quick steps to approach the woman. Danger! Suddenly, the blood-red warning flashed past. Xiang Nan's footsteps lurched, and his ears proceeded to ring with the system's beep. Warning! Warning! The host is in contact with the strange mother and child corpses in the realm of disaster. The corpse possesses the characteristic of splitting into 2, with the mother and the son in the same heart. If you don't want to be sucked dry, please go far away from the corpse. Warning! Warning! The host is in contact with the Jedi realm's ghost mantle. Listening to the system's beep, Xiang Nan was stunned. Son and mother corpses? Ghost manton? But he's got a woman who looks like a nurse right in front of him. Could it be? Narrowing his eyes, Xiang Nan's guard was drawn full, his bloody pupils gazing at the woman. Earlier, in the darkness, there was no attention paid to the woman's unusual appearance. Seeing her in a nurse's uniform, I really thought she was a nurse on duty. Now fix your mind on a closer look. Nice guy. Inside her stomach, 2 baby-like eerie scents were blending together, one red and one black. So eerie. The red baby ghost chi was weak, but at this moment, it was swiftly eroding the black ghost chi. Xiang Nan had seen Ghost Manton's ghostly aura. His face couldn't help but become odd. Already it was something that came to mind. Boy, that's swallowing ghost mantle in your stomach and digesting it. It has its overlords in the hospital, too. This gourmand boy has really run into a tough spot. Scanning the woman's stomach with a fixed gaze, Xiang Nan never stepped forward again. The woman fell back to a thin, warm voice and looked toward Nan. What's wrong? She swayed in the springtime and limped toward the south. Xiang Nan slightly collected his mind. It's fine, carrying you right? Come on. Turning his back to the woman, Xiang Nan bent his knees, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Seeing this, the corner of the woman's mouth revealed a surfeit of smiles, and her coupled white arms then encircled Xiang Nan's neck. Thank you. Don't worry. I'll repay you. The plump body rubbed against Xiang Nan's back. Xiang Nan grabbed the woman's right arm in his large hand, and on the frail white wrist, a coil of red rope was wrapped around it. Rubbing the red rope, Xiang Nan asked snidely, is there something you're saying about tying a red rope on this hand? Sayings? Where's the argument? Yes? The woman was amused and giggled as she kept rubbing the smooth arm. "Oh, so you like hands? Why don't you go to the corner behind my back and I'll touch you up?" "Yeah," Xiang Nan responded, picking up the woman on his back and heading toward the corner of the peace corner. 0929 numbered under the hospital bed. The man looked at the scene with a sorry expression on his face. "It's over." Fascinated by beauty. "You're absolutely dead. And to think you were some kind of a powerhouse. Now, I hope you last a little longer and let me escape before you get sucked dry." Pathos looks to the corner. The man slowly moved his body and crawled towards the outside of the morgue. As far as he was concerned, Xiang Nan was dead, even if he was covered in golden light and looked so dazzling. And in the corner, Xiang Nan was still slowly stroking the woman's wrist, seemingly indulging in a hand fetish. The woman laughed low, her mouth already open. Four sharp fangs protruded abnormally from her neat row of white teeth. A red tongue wandered over the fangs and licked them flirtatiously. "Would you like something more exciting?" "Yeah." Xiang Nan didn't look back, still touching the woman's hand. The woman's mouth exhaled hot air. Anan. Opening his mouth wide, he bit towards Xiang Nan's throat, but just as he was about to bite open the young neck, the skin folded open on that golden skin, and a blood-colored pupil opened and turned strangely. Anan. Anan. His mouth was stuck in mid-air, but he couldn't bite down. This is weird? A horrified expression passed through the woman's flirtatious peach blossom eyes. She tried to move her body, only to realize that she had lost the ability to move. Did you know all along that I'm not human?" "You know what? There's something to be said for tying a red string around your hand. It could be warding off evil spirits, or it could be transit. But then, in a hospital then, the medical nurse does tie red ropes to the hands of the dead. Tell me, it's clumsy of you to play a nurse and not do it ahead of time. What kind of nurse curses herself to death?" Rubbing against the woman's cold skin, electricity arced in Xiang Nan's palm. A horrible current is rising. The woman's face was terrified. She could feel the threat of death in that massive lightning. That's how you recognize me? Or else? And your reaction? Instead of fearing and wincing at the sight of me in my golden light, you want me to approach me, to seduce me. You are trying to eat me, the wife in the accident? Pa pa pa. The palm full of python-like twisted arcs of electricity had touched the woman's stomach. The woman's mouth trembled. Don't kill me. Between us, we don't have that much of a history, do we? It's no. But, you swallowed my prey, and now you have it. Palm thunder. Bang. The thunder and lightning tumbling palms slammed into the woman's stomach. Electricity flashed throughout the morgue, and the woman was lifted out of the room by the slap. Rumble came after a loud bang. The woman crashed straight into the wall of the morgue, deep and unconscious. Her stomach was scorched and creased by the lightning. The original blood-colored belly became black, cracked out of a burst of cracks. Black blood from the gurgling outflow. Strange and unusual. Woohoo woohoo. Suddenly, a loud cry rang out. The black belly plopped and wriggled, and a bloody hand came out of it, with charred white smoke. A blood-colored baby that was clutching a bruised baby slowly crawled out of its belly. How dare you kill my mom? The blood-colored baby was clearly just lying on the woman's stomach, its little eyes not even open. But the sound that came out of his throat was unusually harsh and eerie. Xiang Nan looked at the baby with a snicker, but was a little surprised. Zygote corpse. That is, the son and the mother are two beings, killing the old mother to come to the child? It's being secretly speculated. Next moment, the scene that stunned Xiang Nan happened. The blood-colored baby actually opened its mouth and went to nibble on the purple and green gourmand boy. Obviously still a baby, the blood baby's mouth sprouted fangs just like his mother's. It opened its mouth and its fangs gnawed straight at the ancient mandarin's brain. Boing! The gourmand boy instinctively struggled, his body twisting, rustling, but not before it moved more. From the blood baby's navel, an umbilical cord still connecting it to its mother twitched, binding the ancient mandarin tightly. Click click click. The fangs bit down hard on gourmand's brain with a cracking sound of bone. A miserable cry sounded in the gloom. Woohoo woohoo! On the greenish-purple brain, the fangs were deep, and black blood kept spilling out. There was a gurgling sucking sound, and gourmand's body couldn't stop shivering. At this moment, the ancient man-child no longer has the might of the past, more like a tender and at the mercy of the baby. As he watched, as the blood baby sucked, the body of the gourmand boy began to dry up. Xiang Nan's expression changed. Not good. This guy wants to eat gourmand. I have no problem with you killing it, but this head, you have to give it to me. Shut up. With a golden aura flashing on his body, Xiang Nan fully mobilized the four-dimensional attributes of the golden light spell 140. The entire person instantly turned into a golden haze, arriving in front of the blood infant in a moment's time. Palm thunder. Bare your teeth. It was too late. The blood baby's throat was still inhaling the next mouthful of black blood when there was a loud bang. The blue arc of electricity jumped. The wailing weakling ancient mantis, in an instant, was blown into countless neat foam. Pieces of greenish-purple flesh flew out in all directions, and black blood splattered all over the morgue. Dropping, the host is simply a heifer upside down and bullish. Congratulations to the host for killing the Jedi Realm Ghost Manton with the strength of the Traveling Soul Realm. Gain 120 survival points. Currently accumulating 610 points. The mission The Sharp End has been completed, and there are rewards waiting to be received. A series of system beeps rang out, and Xiang Nan calmly shook off his palm that was covered in black blood. A terrifying thunderclap startled the man who was still crawling away from the morgue. He rubbed his eyes incredulously. If I was not mistaken just now, the man with the golden light all over his body struck lightning with his palm and shattered the gourmand boy? Such strength. That's the woman who didn't either, right? It's nifty. Gods? Stunned, the man looked at Xiang Nan and didn't dare to make another move. On the woman's belly, the blood baby opened a pair of blood pupils and looked at Xiang Nan in shock and anger. You ruined my food? I'm not just going to ruin your food, I'm going to ruin you. Palm thunder. Without a second thought, Xiang Nan once again struck out horribly. The arc of electricity bared violently slapped at the blood baby. I thought the little guy would die with his 140 body functions. I hadn't thought that it was extremely fast. With the umbilical cord still hanging from its navel that was entangled with its mother, it rolled on the ground and easily dodged a palm lightning strike. The little thing is quite resourceful. I'd like to see how you can still hide like this. Blood pupil, shock and awe. Two reddish glints flickered in the eyes under the golden blow, and the eyes in the neck glared instantly. The three bloody pupils stared at the blood infant in death. The blood baby's body snapped. You're still doing that? An eerie sound came from his throat. Although the blood baby couldn't move, it was prepared and didn't fear this move at all. Say it like you can break free. Palm thunder. Golden light flashed as a thunderbolt whistled towards the blood baby and slapped it. The corners of baby blood's mouth grinned. Abruptly, the umbilical cord beneath it twitched. The woman, who was still lying calmly in the wall, snapped her eyes open. She moved very quickly to stop in front of the blood baby. Palm to palm. Bang sound. Actually hard to receive a palm lightning. Electricity arced through the woman's palm, burning it black. Xiang Nan looked at the woman who suddenly snapped in surprise. Aren't you dead? Who said I was dead? Am I not here? The eerie voice came again, and Xiang Nan followed the voice to look at the blood baby. A sudden realization dawned. You are carriers of a single consciousness? Brilliant. Unfortunately, it's useless for you to know. The umbilical cord beneath the blood baby squirmed up in a bulge, as if transporting nutrients to the mother. The woman's palms, which were originally scorched by the lightning, slowly recovered as before. Not only that, her footsteps flew oddly as she darted closer to Xiang Nan at a terrifying speed. Seek death. Palm thunder. Despite the sudden change, Xiang Nan would not panic. Lightning flashed in the palm of his left hand, slashing towards the woman's forehead. Rumble. Fierce flashes of lightning. The woman actually stood against the lightning, letting the electricity blast her forehead into a twisted dent, but also hugged Xiang Nan with her arms in a death grip. What do you want? Control me with my flesh? The golden light on the surface of Xiang Nan's body flashed as he began to struggle to break free. The woman's arm wailed with a horrible force. GGG. It was also at this moment that the blood baby that hadn't made a move all along snapped, because Xiang Nan's focus was dealing with the woman. The blood pupil had long since shifted her attention. The blood-colored infant was like a ghost, lunging straight towards Xiang Nan's head. Shit. At this moment, Xiang Nan finally knew. What do you mean? 2 for 1. Mother and son? MD. Isn't this the two late-stage Calamity Realm monsters that complement each other by their umbilical cords? With an ugly face, he gazed at the blood baby. Xiang Nan knew that if he didn't resist, he was only afraid that he would follow in the footsteps of Gourmand Boy and have his brain bitten to pieces. The body is still bound to the woman. Xiang Nan's brows furrowed as he looked at the agility value of 130 points. His face hardened. Gotta play for keeps? Blood pupil. Gur. With a command, the fleshy skin on Xiang Nan's face folded over, and 2 more rolled bloodshot eyes opened. The 5 blood pupil colleagues stared at the blood baby. Boom. The blood baby, still flying in mid-air, stiffened and fell straight to the ground. It crouched on the ground, gazing gloomily to the south. It seems to refuse to stop. Xiang Nan's 5 eyes narrowed as he watched the agility value that was falling rapidly. 125. 120. 115. Another look at the woman who had trapped him and the blood baby that was poised to strike, and his face was frantic. If it's not enough, then play something big. Blood pupil. Gur gur. 4 eyes opened again on both arms. Under the gaze of 9 eyeballs, the women trapped Xiang Nan with a lurch. Xiang Nan's arms expanded and the woman was lifted helplessly away by the huge force. Bare your teeth. Palm lightning converged in his hands, and his 9 eyes blossomed with sinister evil. The blood baby's body trembled. For the first time, it felt death. No, no. At this rate, I'll die. The blood baby's face was terrified. The umbilical cord beneath her began to bulge. Suddenly, bang, the umbilical cord exploded violently, and along with it the woman's body exploded into slivers of flesh, erupting into a mist of blood that filled the room. Xiang Nan's eyes narrowed, only to see a blood-red figure running out of the morgue. Drops. The host is truly a heifer in a steamer trunk. What a bull. Successfully repelled the Calamity Realm Sun and Mother corpses with the Traveling Soul Realm. Gaining 100 points. Destroy half of the real body of the Zygote corpse. Gain 500 points. Current points total 210. MD. Trying to escape? The golden light under Xiang Nan's feet was brilliant, and just as he wanted to seize the steps to go after him, a dimness fell within his brain. Come on, kill it. Killing. Blood stains the dust and corpses are everywhere. The sinister voice resounded in his head, and Xiang Nan panicked and looked at the agility value. 19. 10. 1. Bad. Almost forgot. Panic closed the blood pupils. Xiang Nan was in a cold sweat of fear. Any later and you're going to be contaminated with weirdness yourself. The power of the 9 blood pupils was truly overbearing and strong, and could already deter 2 late-stage Calamity Realm shenanigans. Then if the agility value comes up later and opens up a full blood pupil, Xiang Nan didn't even dare to think about how much shenanigans could be deterred then. But, if your life wasn't at stake, you'd better use this less. Heart palpitating, he touched his face, the cheeks still twitching where the pupils of his eyes closed. Xiang Nan took 2 deep breaths and recovered his agility value. He looked into the corner and there appeared to be someone else under the bed. Come out. Noticing the difference, Xiang Nan waved toward bed 0929. Da Xian. Cringing, a man slowly crawled out from under the bed. It was a shock to Xiang Nan when she saw his face. But again, Xiang Nan was shocked when he got a good look at his skin. This man looked 7 times like Pendragon. But while he was clearly a robust brunette, the skin on his face was as wrinkled and ugly as a 70 or 80-year-old man's. Say, what's your relationship with Pendragon? Calmly asking the question, Xiang Nan had actually guessed it in his heart. He's my own big brother. His name is Pendragon, and I'm Pendrahu. Pandihu was dazzled by the golden light and told the truth. There's no way out. This person in front of me is the existence of the ghost mantis who killed him with 1 palm strike. Playing mind games with him? 10 guts wouldn't be enough. So, your brother gave you the ghost mantis? As a result, you failed to feed the ghost mantis and were sucked by the Zimmer corpse, right? Xiang Nan looked at Pandahu with a snicker, but in his early 30s, he already gave the illusion of dead weight. Dyson, great immortal, know what you're talking about. I didn't help my brother a couple times. Kneeling on the ground, Pandihu thumped his head and begged for forgiveness, fearing that the great immortal in front of him would split himself if he was displeased. I mean, does your big brother keep anything else? Xiang Nan inquired thoughtfully. Pandihu immediately responded with a bamboo stick. No more, no more. My brother has exhausted his contacts just trying to snow Ghostbusters. He usually has nothing to do but look at the demographics, and then he goes to the Dharma Temple. So, nodding, Xiang Nan made no more noise. Seeing that the golden light shadow didn't say anything, Pandihu was even more flustered. The great fairy, great immortal. I wouldn't dare. I'll never do such a heartless thing again. Bang bang kowtow sound kept ringing. Pandihu only thought Xiang Nan was a cynical highman. Without thinking, the corner of Xiang Nan's mouth courted a smile. No, I can't wait for you to do more. Confused, he looked at Xiang Nan. Before he could ask any more questions, there was the sound of footsteps. Since outside the morgue, it looks like a large number of people have rushed over. TSK, is the thunder still moving too much? Whoosh, only a murmur followed. The room shimmered with golden light, and the door to the morgue was rushed open with golden light. When Pandihu came back to his senses again, the house had long since returned to the dark silence. Several beams of flashlight rushed in after the golden light had dissipated. A tall figure rushed straight to the front and ran into the morgue. National Special Investigations Division, Eastwood Green Dragon Group Dongfang Shua, came to investigate the case of Superman Kanemitsu. Please also cooperate with the investigation. Senior, Dongfang Shua's majestic voice echoed through the morgue. But as far as the eye could see, where was there any golden glitter? Damn, still late? He stomped his big foot, and Investigator 001 at the doorway hurried over. Report, the golden light has just vanished from the hospital. Damn it, I came when I was clearly notified. The Dragon Tiger Mountain Golden Light Curse. It's really swift. Gritting his teeth, Orihito's flashlight swung around the morgue. Looking at the black blood and crumbs of broken meat on the ground, he couldn't help but feel his back tingle. Thunder. It seems to be stronger. This golden light Superman. He's still getting stronger. Who the hell is this person? It's already hard enough for normal people to cultivate. So why does it feel like he's rocketing into cultivation? Investigator 001's face was equally complex. Whatever, this kind of person must be contacted immediately. Stunned, the flashlight swung a few times, until, the sight of Panda who was still kneeling on the ground. Dongfang Shua stepped forward and picked him up by the collar. Panda who? You're Pandalin's brother, aren't you? Where's the ghost mantis your brother gave you? By that golden light Superman. A slap. One palm shatters. His reply was not loud, but the whole morgue fell into silence at the sound. Inside the convalescent building, Xiangnan sat calmly in Hijajin's healing house. Hijajin watched him rest for a while and slowly opened his eyes before he dared to ask a question. Does Xian? Don't know Ghost Manton. Done. Xiangnan responded blandly. Done. First, there was a moment of bewilderment, and then, Hijajin was a moment of ecstasy. Dyson, is it really done? I smashed it with my own hands. Can I not know that? Xiangnan blankly glanced at Hijajin, who instantly rose from the bed. His face flushed. Great. Later, I finally don't have to be afraid of having nightmares at night. Damn little beast. I finally don't have to be afraid of it burrowing under the covers. He was so excited he looked like a kid who had gotten a perfect score on a test and was clowning around the room. It was only after a while that the big boss gradually regained his senses. Sorry, Dyson. Out of order. No harm done. Nan waved his hand. Who wouldn't be thrilled to get a life back from the brink? Xian, he is a man of his word. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west. What do you want? What for? A word. As long as Hijajin, can do it, I will absolutely do it all for you. Hijajin patted his chest and spoke with conviction. Xiangnan laughed. There's no need for that. I'm only asking you for one thing. What is it? With your channels, help me collect places in Linjiang City where weird things have happened. Can't do it? It can be done. Absolutely. Also, it doesn't have to be limited to Linjiang City, as long as it's a bizarre event. I'm not picking. Got it. Okay, next. You're in charge of my food and shelter. An honor. Patting his chest, Hijajin was like a licking dog and called the butler. The black business car, carrying the duo, then left the city people's hospital and headed to the downtown villa area. By the time the car dropped Xiangnan off at the villa, Xiangnan was dumbfounded. TNND. Hijajin's residence was actually in the same villa area as Lu Lingxue. Sitting in the spacious living room, Xiangnan couldn't help but feel that the circle of rich people was really small. The butler and maid stood guard over Xiangnan, constantly scrutinizing the new tenant's attitude. Because, when family head Hijajin came back, he directly put down a sentence. In this house, the great immortal will be in charge from now on. Though it didn't make sense why the head of the family called a young man Dyson, but when he had said so, the group of servants were afraid of upsetting the new tenant. Luckily, as soon as Xiangnan came back, he was paralyzed in the house and nothing happened. On the excessively large couch, Xiangnan lay with heavy eyelids. Hijajin is out to inquire about things for himself. He is now agility value loss is too serious, so he simply lied down on the sofa sound sleep. This sleep waited until nightfall before Xiangnan turned around and woke up. When he opened his eyes again, the circle of servants, to his amazement, still stood by his side, one after the other. You've been on guard here all day? Xiangnan looked at one of the maids in surprise, and the maid nodded vigorously. Yes, sir. We don't dare to disturb your rest, and we're afraid you'll have any orders, so we've been keeping watch. There's no need. From now on you guys do what you have to do and pretend I don't exist. Right, where's Hijajin? Still not back? Waving his hand, Xiangnan's gaze went to the outside of the house. Ho's business car wasn't in the garage either. Yes, master said he went to contact relations. I don't think I'll be back tonight. What do you think you'll have for dinner? Sir? The maid tried carefully, shaking her head to the south. No need. All disperse. I have other things to do tonight. Yes. A group of people responded and were about to scatter. Suddenly, the maid seemed to think of something. Right, sir. During the daytime, Mrs. Lu brought her daughter to pay a visit to the door. But you were sleeping at that time, so we didn't agree. You see, you guys did a great job. From now on, if they come back, just say no one's home. Yes. After instructing the maid, Xiangnan walked straight to a bedroom. He was not surprised by Lu Lingxue's visit, whether it was the Guman boy incident or the fact that he was boarding at Ho's place. It didn't matter. This woman, more or less, has to come and get close. Pity. Xiang Nan, however, was too lazy to dwell on it. Close the bedroom door behind you. Toward the south. He noted the timing. 22 hours 58 minutes and 46 seconds. Quietly waiting until the end of the day. The system's voice sounded again. Dropping. Survival log update. Congratulations to the host, who has successfully survived the 7th day of the eerie advent. You seem to have gotten used to molesting cat-faced old ladies and watching 100 ghosts walk at night every day. I have to say, host, you're really very perverted. You have earned a total of 120 survival points. You traveled to the hospital morgue in the wee hours of the morning. You collided head-on with the Zimmer corpse, and you saw through that she was devouring the ghost mantle again. You disregarded life and death and smashed the ghost mantle during the time the Zimmer corpse was forcibly devouring it. You've killed ghost mantle and gained 120 survival points. Your behavior has aroused the wrath of the zygote corpse, and you actually didn't think of escaping and chose to take on this calamity realm's weirdness head-on. You're out of line. You have killed the mother body of the zygote corpse with the traveling soul realm, and gained 500 survival points. You are exhausted and lie down in the wilderness to rest for the rest of the day. Today's trip is summarized. Survival bonus 10 points. Currently accumulating 220 survival points. 20 points. It's time to enter the grudge realm. System, add points to me. 40 points for each attribute. Looking at the accumulated survival points, without hesitation, Xiang Nan immediately stud. Dropping, deduction of 200 points successful. Currently 20 points remaining. Being added for you. Click click click. Unlike in the past, during this edition, Xiang Nan's body was like being baked in a furnace. Bones seemed to be reforged and integrated in a surging stream of heat. Every time you move your body, the room resounds with the crackling and sifting of beans between bones. Yes, instead of feeling uncomfortable under the hot airwaves, Xiang Nan became more excited. The blood in his body was like a rushing river, unending. Is this the power of the grudge realm? Wave your arms. Xiang Nan felt that this punch could smash a hole in the masonry floor. He finally understood now, even if he didn't rely on the weird power, just based on this physical strength. Grandma Li of the Grievance Spirit Realm was definitely enough to slaughter the building. Who, with a combined attribute of 100, turning on the golden light spell would be 200. Now, without using the blood pupil, I can also decapitate the sub-mother corpse. With gusto, he pulled up his panel. Xiang Nan lowered his eyes and looked again. It was already changed. To the south, race, human, blood pupil contamination 1%. Strength, early grievance realm. Stamina value, 100. Spiritual value, 102. Agility, 100. Strength value, 100. Skills, palm thunder. Golden light curse. Creepy, blood pupil. Rub, blood pupil contamination? This thing is actually irreversible? Surprised at the message on the information bar, Xiang Nan's eyes narrowed. It seemed that in the future, one would need to use the blood pupil in accordance with one's strength. Right. I still have the quest reward. After pondering for a long time, Xiang Nan suddenly remembered the rewards that were still to be claimed on the quest panel. Hastily tapping on the quest panel, a new quest was being refreshed on it. The frontier mission has been completed, and there are rewards to be claimed. New mission, Emboldened. Emboldened, you have already slain an existence of the evil demon realm and above. Your strength is quite outstanding. Now, please attempt to slay an existence of the absolute fiend realm and above. This world needs a maniac like you. Quest reward, epic or above epic props. Shit. Kill the Fury Realm. System, do you want me to kill the Calamity Realm next? Looking at the tasks with increasing increments, Xiang Nan skimmed his lips. Drops, tasks and rewards are directly proportional. Host, many times, don't count on the fairness of the system. After all these years, have you ever thought about yourself? PUA'd by the system. Xiang Nan was dumbfounded, silently clicked on the Frontier reward. There was no fixity to the rewards this time around, and Xiang Nan could only hope that he wasn't a non-com. The unknown face frame shimmered in various colors and, finally, stopped at the colored template. Color? I don't think there are any grades that are colored. Are there? Click to claim it, and a design of a paperman pops up on the board. Props, paper dummy. Grade, rare. Effects, this prop is a one-time prop. After using this prop, it will randomly generate a paperman just like you, blocking any level of attack or pollution for you once. Crap, watch the effect of this prop. An extreme thought inexplicably popped into Xiang Nan's mind. System, if I'm contaminated by blood pupil to 100%, is it possible to use a double to withstand the contamination? Drops, it's okay. When the pollution is bad, you can use a double to create the same self, thus deflecting the pollution. Crap, Not bad for a rare prop. Looking at the paperman with flashing colored lights, Xiang Nan's breath caught. Where is this paperman? It was clearly his second life. Shit. Finally. You are a Maidon for once. Satisfied, Xiang Nan turned off the system and walked around the house in excitement. The joy of entering the grudge realm coupled with the joy of the extreme props was enough to wash away any fatigue. A new day begins. Golden light flickered through the house. This time, Xiang Nan rushed out of the villa even more swiftly than lightning and ran through every daily brush point. Grandma Li's house, Fawa Temple, Ghost House, North Suburban Cemetery. After one trip, the survival points, which had been only 20 points, returned to 220 all of a sudden. Do all that. Xiang Nan was bored instead. In an hour, though, he was done skating around the villa. Ben was still hesitant when it came to whoring out Lu Qing's points. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Jin actually came back in his business car. His steps were hurried, and gloom covered his face. Without any further ado, he ran towards the house to the south. It was obvious that something bad seemed to have happened to him. The Great Fairy, Great Immortal. Before he even entered the room, his disturbed voice echoed through the house. What's wrong? Heading south, he walked out face to face. Jin had a horrified look on his face. Dyson. You know what? I wouldn't know if you didn't ask me to inquire. Messy, messy, messy. This world. It's going to be a mess. He stomped his big feet, his heart racing like an old woman who'd lost her money. What the hell? Xiang Nan coldly tapped him on the shoulder. Figuring that he had swept a glance at Xiang Nan, Jin then quieted down. I got a bunch of well-informed friends today. After a few dinner parties, I realized there are so many problems in Linjiang City. Question. Right, didn't the Lantern Festival Square in Linjiang City cause a fire by releasing lanterns earlier? A lot of people died. Then the venue was closed down and has never been opened. I had thought that it was just an accident that led to the clearing. It was revealed today that after that incident, lanterns have occasionally appeared at night in Lantern Square. What's the problem? Red lanterns, the ones with human faces that laugh strangely. Ha? Xiang Nan was stunned. Creepy appears so often now? Narrowing his eyes, Xiang Nan asked in a deep voice. Did you find out anything else? Yes. In the Linjiang funeral parlor. It said that after hitting this year's Mid-Yuan festival, there were a few corpses that had been left unclaimed in the hiding cabinet, and after that, they strangely disappeared. Also, a driver said that after 12 o'clock at night, driving to the crossroads of Linjiang City would be impossible. They're in the northern suburbs. Inexplicably, several unnamed graves grow in the middle of the roadway. All sorts of weird rumors kept popping out of Jin's mouth. Xiang Nan frowned as he listened. It's true. You have to be rich to be well informed. He had always assumed that the weirdness came after the weirdness came down for good. Now that I think about it, where is the windlessness? The subtle grooves have been there for a long time, just not noticeable to the layman. So it seems that the weirdness is gradually reviving. By next year's Mid-Year's Day, it will have completely exploded. Xiang Nan is thinking about it. Jin kneeled down with a plop and directly hugged Xiang Nan's thigh. The Great Immortal, Great Immortal. I just want to live to 50 and have a baby. Xian, you must protect me. The shrewd businessman had sensed something was amiss in the trivial events. Jin now recognized Xiang Nan and hugged this thigh fiercely. Xiang Nan gave him a blank look. And I didn't say I wouldn't protect you. Thank you, Xian. Thank you. Xian, gratefully getting up. Jin just looked at Xiang Nan. Then Xian, what the hell should we do now? Well, a moment of contemplation. Xiang Nan looked squarely at Jin, still intent on telling the truth. Boss have you ever thought? Doomsday. Doomsday? At the sound, Jin's face jumped. Right, a spooky rampage of doom. He teased. He was going to say, don't be ridiculous, Xian. However, Xiang Nan's face was all seriousness, and with the recent frequency of bizarre, Jin knew that what Xian said was true in all likelihood. He lowered his head and didn't know what he was thinking. Xiang Nan looked at him, the same eyes drooping low, and thought, it wasn't a brainless move to tell Ho about the doomsday. As far as this situation is concerned, someone must have noticed it a long time ago. Xiang Nan couldn't believe that the state didn't know about this aspect. Blindfolded, only those who are ordinary. Although a portion of the people had foreseen the disaster, the only one who really knew the exact time of its outbreak was still Xiang Nan. Next year's Midwinter Festival, the whole world, it will be shrouded in weirdness. Xiang Nan spoke in a cold voice, and Jin's face turned even whiter. He didn't even dare to think about it. A ghost mantle could have killed himself. Then if the whole world was full of these things, he wouldn't be able to play that great immortal. With his lips trembling, Jin looked at Xiang Nan beggingly. To the capital. It doesn't matter if you're now exhausting your family's wealth or expanding your connections, both find a way to find those top brass in the capital and see how they've been reacting lately. Xiang Nan can only offer this advice. Creepy apocalypse, not zombie infestation. Those who have the strength don't have to worry about anything. People without power, even if they hoard, can't stop the pervasive nature of the shenanigans. If you want to survive, the best thing you can do is find an organization to lean on. Good, I'm on my way. And you, Dyson? He immediately pulled out his phone and began to make contact. Xiang Nan shrugged. I wouldn't need you to worry about that. Unsurprisingly, at that time, I'll be invincible, and you can do as you please. Ha? Busy yourself. Right, those places you just mentioned. Can you get someone to take me there later? Okay. He Jiajin nodded. I'll join you later, Dyson. He spoke, his eyes still glued to his cell phone. Suddenly, the pupils of his eyes dilated. The large hand holding the phone couldn't help but shake. What's wrong? Xiang Nan looked at his reaction in wonder. He Jiajin's face was grim as he lifted his cell phone up. Only a few words of response were visible on the cell phone. Since the mid-year festival, the capital's top brass have disappeared en masse. The latest orders and policies are all issued via video conference. The capital's real estate is closed, and the amount of luxury car activity has dropped significantly. The dignitaries are closed, and the capital has not seen any abnormalities for the time being. A few short sentences, but they reveal dense information. Rich people are inactive. It seems, all of them are making countermeasures. With a deep sigh, Xiang Nan then looked to the last paragraph. Nothing unusual in the capital for now. Is it really temporary, or has it been there for a long time? Only someone has stepped in to clean it up? Toward the south was clearly more inclined toward the latter. The top brass in the capital have energies that are not comparable to their little Karami. Maybe even the purple robes of Longhu Mountain can be invited. Whether or not it's useful to invite them is another story. It's great immortal. With the situation in the capital city, I guess we don't stand a chance at all if we rush in now, right? He Jiajin thought somewhat grimly. Indeed. The executives themselves are left to fend for themselves. Who cares? You have money? There's no point in having money. It seems that I'm still overthinking things. Xiang Nan nodded. So here's the deal. We'll go out together later. You get a house in the middle of nowhere and we'll plan to stock up on food and supplies. But, Dyson, is it useful to do this? Should we go find some Taoist priest or something now? You heard me. Xiang Nan balked. Seeing that he had such a strong attitude, he nodded his head in panic. Although he believed in Xiang Nan's strength, who wouldn't want to have a few more tall people around? And Xiang Nan, with his deep gaze, obviously had his own ideas. Does he need to stock up on supplies? No need. If you have the strength, you can go anywhere. What he needed was a place to rest in peace after the weirdness descended. It was impossible for him to turn on the golden light spell 24 hours a day to kill his enemies. With the safe house built by He Jiajin, he could rest in peace. He Jiajin was also happy to have a high-ranking person like Xiang Nan on his doorstep, which was a win-win situation. Since the capital city side won't take anyone anymore, we'll take in our own. Don't worry, go ahead and stock up on supplies. At that point, those higher-ups won't see you as safe. Xiang Nan spoke blandly. Where people with power sit, they are safe. He Jiajin heard total arrogance in his tone. Dyson. Nodding, he then looked out of the house. So, Dyson, we'll go out for a stroll first, and then go gather supplies? Okay. Neither could sleep now anyway. Solely, He Jiajin drove the car and led Xiang Nan towards the city. 2:30 in the morning. Linjiang City is still in a state of seclusion, and purchasing supplies cannot be procured for the time being. The car's first stop was to drive to a crossroads where Linjiang City's weirdness was frequent. The exact title of the intersection is called the Cross Forks of Fairbridge Road, because it's in the middle of nowhere, out of the bizarre events. It has been nothing to care about. It's just that occasionally some night drivers are unlucky. After driving through the area, it was impossible to get out, which is how the incident spread. Lack of map alerts you to the accident-prone area of Xianqiao Road ahead. Please pay attention to driving. Turn left. Turn left into Linjiang City Holiday Plaza. Go straight for another 3 kilometers and turn right to reach the Lantern Festival Square. The car's navigation sounded. A cold wind blew. Xiang Nan and He Jiajin both sniffed and looked out of the car. Nice guy. There's a straight lane ahead and the navigation suggests a left turn? If you turn left now, you are crashing through the sidewalk barrier and turning onto the sidewalk. Turn left. My ass. The map of lack of virtue. The name is true. He cursed and grinned, intending to go straight to the end. Clunk. Suddenly, the car looked like it had hit something. The front end shook, and the car jerked to a stop. And looking out of the windshield, it didn't see anything out of the ordinary. It's just that the car is bizarrely parked in the straight lane, Hey, what's going on? He stomped on the gas, desperately trying to start the car, but there was no more response. Who? The cold wind blew in ghostly silence. The four forks of the crossroads were vaguely traveled by black silhouettes of people. Some of them were half dead, their legs gone, intestines dragged out of their stomachs and a trail of blood along the ground. Some were standing by the intersection, constantly kneeling, pulling out fire pit-like objects and burning paper. Others, crouching like starving ghosts at the side of the roadway, nibbled on rice bowls with incense stuck in them. Momentarily, 100 ghosts walk at night. Crap. Ghost. Hijajin was so scared that he couldn't keep his mouth shut. His foot gas pedal pressed hard. The car's tires giggle spinning, but the car just does not move. Ghosts hit the wall. Isn't it a ghost wall? He guessed, already disorganized. Xiang Nan rolled down the window and leisurely looked out at the dark silhouette of the figure. These were bizarre, not even in the form of a wandering soul realm, and he didn't bother going down to fix them. The blood pupils in his eyes flashed, and the normal straight path in front of him twisted and changed. The darkness of the night. The intersection was filled with scraps of flesh and blood, and bodies lay limp everywhere. And at the moment, the car that had looked like it was going straight in its lane had actually crashed in front of the intersection's command post. I said, why can't you drive away? Reverse and turn left. Xiang Nan ordered methodically. He shivered and panicked as he backed up. Good. Stop. Turn left. Ha! After the car backed up a dozen meters away, Hijajin was confused, because, as far as he was concerned, he was still in the straight and narrow. I said, turn left. But, turn. Okay. With a serious rebuke, he stiffened and hit a full left turn. Immediately afterward, an unbelievable scene took place. In his vision, the body actually passed through the guardrail of the straightaway and kept running along the darkness of nothingness, until clarity gradually returned to his eyes. The navigational sounds came in. You have exited Ferry Bridge Road and are now entering the Holiday Plaza neighborhood. I'll go. Illusion? He opened his mouth wide and shrugged to the south. It's a ghost wall. Didn't you just say that? Over on Ferry Bridge Road. It's supposed to be spooky in a way that affects one's visual nerves. It appears to you that you're traveling on a straight roadway, but in fact, you've already rammed straight into the command post at the intersection. The navigation is correct. If you'd listened to it and turned left at the beginning, it shouldn't have been so much of a problem. Scratch that. Or did I misunderstand the navigation? It's not human, so how could it be confused? Tilting his head, Xiang Nan's eyes looked out the car window. A system prompt rang in his ears immediately afterward. Dropping. You've entered the ghostly area. With the strength of the Grudge Realm, you are invincible as you roam this space. You have left the haunted area and gained 100 survival points, currently accumulating 320 survival points. That's a good point to brush up on. With a ghostly shake of his head, Xiang Nan's eyes snapped to attention. Because, in his bloody pupils, a huge lantern with a human head was floating in the square in front of him. Yes, a lantern in the shape of a human head, red in color. The twisted human face, rising and falling in midair, even grinned at the corners of its mouth. Warning, you have entered the lantern ghost roaming area. Lantern ghosts belong to the group category of spooky. Please flee the area immediately. Please flee immediately. The system sounds in his ears became alert. Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes at the lantern ghost floating in midair, and lightning flashed in his hands. To be honest, he wanted to strike that weird human head lantern with a palm lightning. Unfortunately, the thing floated a good 10 meters high. As of now, Xiang Nan didn't have the means to deal with this floating weirdness. There was no choice but to let Hijajin park his car in front of the Lantern Festival Square, surveying the square that was already surrounded by iron railings. Xiang Nan was a bit curious. Say, what the hell happened here before? It seems to say that at that time, when the Lantern Festival lanterns were held, there were so many people on the streets wearing Chinese costumes. When the lanterns were released, it was just too dense. A few lanterns unfortunately crashed down, spilling lamp oil all over the place, not to mention accidentally igniting a few people's handbox. Nice one. You have to realize how many people that would have had to be crammed into the streets at that time. That hanbok is also flammable. Once the fire burns, crowded people, is a sea of fire. At that time, it seems that quite a few people were burned to death, and with them, nearly several hundred lanterns that were not released. Hijajin sighed with emotion and also followed Xiang Nan's gaze to look high into the sky. He couldn't seem to see the lanterns with human heads floating high in the air, and just kept lamenting. Xiang Nan nodded. No wonder. I said how the human head lanterns so say. Feelings as the fire burned dead people and lanterns, twisted together. Is that so? Ho waved his hand to the south in disbelief. Let's go. Next stop. Go to the funeral parlor. Do you have a way out? That won't be a problem. I'll just say hello to the other side. Alright, go! The commercial vehicle started with a giggle. In Xiang Nan's ears, the system beep sounded once again. The host is bullish and pushy. He broke into a place full of lantern ghosts and left unharmed. Gain 200 survival points. Currently accumulating 520 survival points. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is that the benefit of having a relationship? It's great to sit back and collect points. Blowing the night breeze. Xiang Nan was getting more and more satisfied with his idea of reaching out to the top. The car drove slowly to the funeral parlor in Linjiang City. This place came to the south once. When his colleague Lu Man died earlier, he took the opportunity to scavenge. Not surprisingly, this is some kind of ghoul territory. He Jiajin said something to the security guard at the door and the car drove in safely. Xiang Nan walked towards the sewing room of the corpse in the first place with great interest. But, this time, there was actually no echo in his ears. Holy shit, where are my points? Where's my fierce ghoul? Xiang Nan was confused. Suspicious. He took several more turns around the funeral home. After making sure the system didn't respond in any way, he was dumbfounded. A year later, the ghouls that were going to be born here actually disappeared out of thin air? What's wrong, Dyson? He Jiajin patted over towards Xiang Nan. Seeing that his face was not happy, he panicked and came forward to ask. Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes, as if he had thought of something. Right, you ask again if someone came here recently and did something. Okay. With a greeting, he jogged for the doorman. The two exchanged a few words, and he Jiajin's face changed slightly. Then he squeaked in response. Xian, you guessed right. The doorman said a Taoist man came by in the last few days, saying something about how he knew where the dead bodies that disappeared from the funeral parlor went. Then, under the guidance of the Taoist funeral parlor employees, dug up several stinking but not decomposing bodies underneath the hiding room. The bodies have been burned at the request of that Taoist. Crap? Xiang Nan couldn't help but burst out. Someone actually intercepted it? The corners of his mouth skimmed. Granted, the other party was doing a good deed, but every time he killed a yet to be formed creepy, he was destroying one of Xiang Nan's points in disguise. Grass, who the hell is that? Ask around. Let's go get him. Xiang Nan prodded one more time. Must meet this Taoist now. Otherwise this Linjiang City a few hard to dig out the points. All by him and off finished. Okay, I'm going to ask. When Jiajin heard that Xiang Nan was looking for this Taoist, his eyebrows were just delighted. Knowing that a year later is when the shenanigans come down, he was, now, itching to get to know a few more people in high places. Hurriedly inquired, which only learned from the mouth of the doorman, that the Taoist was actually invited by the funeral director to live in the funeral parlor lounge. Find out the results. Without saying a word, Xiang Nan asked the doorman to lead the two forward, until the moment the door to the lounge was opened. Xiang Nan was dumbfounded again. A man plopped down on a soft sleeper and sat. His face was plain and simple, and he was none other than Zhang Yuanshan, who had disappeared earlier. The door to the room pushed open, and Zhang Yuanshan, who was in meditation, opened his eyes at the same time. The moment he saw Xiang Nan, Zhang Yuanshan inexplicably felt some affection, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hey, you and I are destined to be together. Scholar Xiang, meeting again. Since the Fa Hua Temple, he had been concerned about what had happened to the strange man who had fed the red dragon to the gourmand boy. I didn't expect to see it again today. It's you? What the hell are you doing in a funeral parlor for nothing? Xiang Nan frowned, but was not as excited as Zhang Yuanshan. Hey, it wasn't when I was traveling in the clouds that I saw the black gas filling the area, and when I inquired about it, I learned that a few corpses had disappeared here. Blessed life infinite heavenly Father, it is incumbent upon my generation to eliminate demons and devils. Zhang Yuanshan blah 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 and Xiang Nan gave him a blank look. He had some regrets. Shouldn't have saved this guy. Spoil your own big plan to brush up on your scores. But, with a lowered brow, Xiang Nan felt something magical again. Because of his own involvement in the Fa Hua Temple incident, Zhang Yuanshan's original itinerary of staying at Fa Hua Temple every day changed. Fa Hua Temple was closed, and that's when he took off and started traveling in the clouds. By now, he's meddling in the funeral home business. If he hadn't meddled in the affairs of the Dharma Hua Temple, perhaps this guy, now, would still be guarding the Dharma Hua Temple, wouldn't he? Shit, what fun! The butterfly effect? It's like, everything is self-inflicted. After hindsight, Xiang Nan shook his head. Forget it, you'd better be honest. I think that Golden Light Superman will take care of the matter of cutting down the demons. Hinting at Zhang Yuanshan, Xiang Nan flung his arm. Boss let's go. Unwillingly, he Jiajin had a footstep. Xian, why don't we invite Taoist Zhang to join us? He's also familiar with the shenanigans. So I'm guessing he'll be able to offer any input on the establishment of the shelter? That's true. Nodding, Xiang Nan twisted his head to look at Zhang Yuanshan. I wonder if Taoist Master Zhang, can you offer some advice on our matter? May it be heard. Zhang Yuanshan smiled bashfully at his words. It seemed to be because of the closeness he felt from Xiang Nan. Without thinking, he packed his package and followed the duo out of the funeral home. Sanctuary? Scholar Xiang really has a long-term vision. The early morning wind hit the business car. This time, the business car was driving to a suburban sales office. Inside the car, Xiang Nan told Zhang Yuanshan about the hoarding plan that had been established in preparation for the fight against the shenanigans. Zhang Yuanshan looked at Xiang Nan with a shocked expression. He hadn't really thought that there were people with such a long-term vision. Think of stockpiling plans now to combat potential future calamities. Granted, there's been a lot of weirdness lately, but no one is so far-sighted as to build a safe house against the weird apocalypse. Are they? To this, Xiang Nan just explained irrelevantly. It's good to be prepared. What a way to be prepared. Scholar Xiang is a strange man. Zhang Yuanshan nodded. Rather, he accepted the other side's words. After a moment of deliberation, he spoke again. In that case, then, my suggestion would be to buy a single-family home. Better yet, the house hasn't been renovated. How? First of all, it must be a single house in a particularly isolated area. That way, it won't be coveted by fellow residents. And secondly, it's just a lot to work with if it's a rough room. For example, the walls of the outer house were encrusted with Tarzan stones and vermilion sand, and the walls of the inner house were seal engraved with scriptures. Plant some mature peach trees in the yard and pen some black dogs and black asses. So, not to say that one can be completely at peace in the spooky. At least in a remote dwelling, one wouldn't be afraid of the existence of any little ghosts or the like. Zhang Yuanshan planned with a single slate. As expected of a Taoist priest of Orthodox origin, he combed through the items that could function for the average person at once. In a few words, both Xiang Nan and He Jiajin were brightened up when they heard them. Tarzan stone. Anyone who knows this is the perennial sunshine exposure of the stone. A good hand to quell the evil spirits. Not to mention the great name of vermilion. Use these two things to set up on an exterior wall. The average wandering soul, who dares to enter the house. If the scriptures were engraved inside the house, it would be a proper prison for evil spirits and a paradise for mortals. As for mahogany, black dog, black donkey, peach wood swords, black dog blood and black donkey hooves are all powerful tools for cutting down evil spirits. The restraints on shenanigans are kind of pulled full circle. If all these things are well prepared, Xiang Nan dared to guarantee that unless he encountered an existence of the absolute fate realm or above. Otherwise, who would dare to come and make trouble in a house like this? Plus, the Jedi realm creepy isn't a cabbage, so who has nothing to do but run to the suburbs? When you think about it so carefully, the safety of an entire house like this in the suburbs really goes up in the limit. It seems, this trip to piggyback on Zhang Yuanshan is really the right thing to do. Xiang Nan sighed silently. The car drove against the rising morning sun to the sales office in the suburbs. Nanyuan Mountain Residence, Linjiang City. A mountain-secluded villa designed especially for the wealthy in the beginning. The main idea is to give the rich people good natural living environment. Basically a villa around a few thousand meters. There will not be another building. Truly is a secluded mountain residence. However, it is this design. By now, as far as the eye could see, none of the villa complex was occupied. Inside the sales office, the young saleswoman was nowhere to be found, and only a couple of old guys were left. If it wasn't for the fact that He Jiajin had tried to dish out this land before, not many people would even know about this nook and cranny now. Pushing open the door to the sales department, the little girls at the front desk had been replaced with ants. Call your supervisor ho. Buy a house. He Jiajin greeted with a loud voice. The ants slumped at the front desk playing on their cell phones were stunned. She looked at He Jiajin in confusion until she was repeatedly sure that the other party was here to buy a house. Then she hurriedly put away her cell phone and saluted. This gentleman. Excuse me. Supervisor Ho resigned and left last month. What? Harina's gone? He Jiajin frowned. Harina, or his distant niece come to that. She was plugged in by connections at the time to earn her a small commission on her own house purchase. I didn't realize that things were different. Why did she leave? It seems like a month without a single bill. Not only supervisor he, but everyone else is gone. Auntie at the front desk explained and was quite helpless. Yeah, and who is your current supervisor? Boss Choi Jungkook Choi. Old Kai? Isn't he the owner of Nanyuan Mountain Residence? Yes. Isn't this the house smashed in your hands and you can't afford to come out and sell it yourself? This. He was confused. Since when does the big boss have to sell his own house? Forget it. You called out to Lao Kai to come out. Yes. Shaking his head, he summoned the ant away. He Jiajin looked at the sand table model in the sales department, which was already dusty, and muttered secretly. It seems that the matter of the gourmand boy has directly brought down all the rich and powerful in Linjiang City. Who buys a villa when their life is at stake? With a few sighs, a slim figure came out of the inner room. Boss he. Long time no see. Boss he. Kai Jungkook came trotting over in a polite manner. The wide suit was a bit ungainly on him. Lao Kai, you damn. How did you get so skinny? He rubbed his eyes and almost didn't recognize Kai Junghwa. You know, this one used to be a fat guy coming up. Hey, it's just that this project is in the wrong hands, so I'm worried every day. Kai Junghwa let out a bitter laugh. And he nodded. You've got this. How many houses are sold now? There are 30 luxury villas in total, with their own powered pools, spread across South Hill. It's an adobe house, but it's a big project. 30 units, and so far, only one model home at the foot of the mountain has been sold. Bought only when the Chin family boys had a silver party. There's also a rough one halfway up the mountain, bought by an old couple for their retirement. Look at it, isn't it a joke? It's been open for a couple months and it's sold 2 units. Kai Junghwa smiled to himself. He Jiajin patted his shoulder and didn't say anything more. Let's go, lead me to the other rooms. Boss he, you're really buying a house? Seeing that he Jiajin really has the ambition to buy a house, it is Kai Junghwa who was a bit confused. What, you're not selling or what? No, didn't you say that all the properties over in the capital city have stopped? There's a windy situation here. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you? I know. So you're still buying a house here? Buy, not only buy, but buy the best. Okay then. The other party insisted, and Kai Junghwa was more than happy to do so. He patted the sand model with the sleeve of his wide suit, which made him laugh. Boss he, take a look. Except for the one at the foot of the hill and the one halfway up. The rest, take your pick. Attentively, he looked at He Jiajin. Unwillingly, He Jiajin looked more attentively at the 2 young men he had led. De Xian, Taoist master. What do you think, guys, about the house? Ha? Looking at He Jiajin's performance, Kai Junghwa froze. Earlier, he had thought that the 2 youngsters behind He Jiajin were drivers or something. Now look again. One is plainly dressed and the other is wearing a Taoist robe. It's really strange. De Xian, the Taoist priest? When? Boss Ho is so low. Surprised, he looked at the 2 people behind He Jiajin. Xian Nan didn't comment, only glancing at Zhang Yuanshan. Zhang Yuanshan walked out in 2 steps and pointed to the single house on top of the hill. That's it. Highest and furthest. Isolated from everything, not to mention sunny and airy with dogs and donkeys. Best of all, Tarzanite also gets the sun first thing every day. Ha? What? Listening to Zhang Yuanshan's explanation, Kai Junghwa was dumbfounded. What kind of dog and donkey? What kind of Tarzanite that receives sunlight? Kai Junghwa heard the reason for buying a house is to figure out the clean, open the silver party, the adoption of a mistress. I've heard of 1,000 different things. The only thing that opened my eyes was this day. For buying a house for such bizarre reasons. Well, that's it then. What was even more unexpected to Kai Junghwa was that He Jiajin actually agreed to come down directly with a single bite. Lao Kai, how much? I'll have the butler transfer it directly to you. This. At the development price it's $30 million a set. Bossy, you and I are acquaintances. I'm not going to screw you over. This house isn't worth the previous speculative price anymore. Just give it $20 million. No. $30 million is $30 million. Just do me a favor. Lao Kai. What? Kai Junghwa looked at He Jiajin suspiciously. He pointed to the empty yard in the sandbox villa. Now, do you have any problem helping me fill my yard with peach trees? Planting peach trees? Right, better yet, old peach trees, planted all over the yard. What the hell? You 3 are building a peach garden. Ha, the peach garden. Ha, Kai Junghwa couldn't help himself and flirted. Ho was unimpressed. Consider it done. $10 million for a small house of peach orchards. Just tell me if it can be done. Can. Don't worry, I'll plant them all over your yard. Okay, again, you're in construction. You should know some Tarzan stone sellers, right? Recognize. You get someone to set Tarzan stones on the courtyard wall for me, mixed with vermilion on it. I will personally supervise this process. No, boss he, what are you doing? Afraid of being possessed? Kai Junghwa is in construction. More or less understand the significance of these things. He stared at He in surprise, and he nodded solicitously. Lao Kai, I'm not hiding anything from you. You do realize, I suppose, the reason why you can't sell your house, don't you? All those rich people in Linjiang City died inexplicably, didn't they? Indeed, Boss Lu booked a house, and before a month was up, before he came to buy the house, He died suddenly. So did Ms. Zhao, the cosmetics seller, who also died suddenly and inexplicably within a month. Kai Junhui nodded. It seemed that there was some appreciation for He Jiajin's perversity. More than that, though, he still suspected that behind He Jiajin were two big flakes. After all, no one believes in this stuff until they've seen the weirdness. He glanced at Xiang Nan and Zhang Yuanshan, but he didn't think to break anything. Thousands of dollars can't buy you a pleasure. Since it was Ho's own intention. Come on, then. Tarzan stone and cinnabar. Plus that's the top of the mountain you have there. I'm just afraid the labor cost. Kai Junhui analyzed the pros and cons and looked at He Jiajin tentatively. He Jiajin's large palm directly spread out. $50 million. I'll give you $50 million. This house you even sell me with the decoration. Full responsibility of you. Okay, definitely. Upon hearing this, Kai Junhui nodded his head like garlic. A $30 million renovation. That's not beautiful? Don't be so happy just yet. I still have demands. You say. Seeing Kai Junhui cheerfully, looking at himself as if he was looking at an ingrate, he said with his fingers crossed, the Tarzanite on the exterior walls. I'll personally go over with the truck and inspect it. Plant me as many peach trees as you can both inside and outside the courtyard. And the vermilion must be bought for me from the Chinese hospital. And the inner room, all the rooms, you go find me a carving master and work overtime to carve me the Taoist canonical scriptures. The house can look ugly, but none of these steps are allowed to be missing. Understand? Scripture carved in the house? Kai Junhui was dumbfounded. He even felt that He Jiajin was not bewitched. What? If it doesn't work, I'll give this money to someone else to decorate. Okay. What's wrong with that? One bite next. He, Kai Junhui, no matter how stupid he was, wouldn't have trouble with money. That's good. I'll have the butler credit your account today with the money. As for your decorative planting of the tree, the sooner the better. When the construction starts, I'll come and supervise it. He Jiajin thundered, and along with that, Kai Junhui tensed up. Okay, I'll try to start construction within a week. So, Mr. Ho, do you want to check out the rough house? Don't go, I've got work to do, so gather your men and do it. That's good, I'll see you off. Crunch. The door to the sales office was pushed open. The three He Jiajin simply came and went in a hurry. When Kai Junhui came back to his senses, he realized with a start that the other party had already driven away. Good lord, the whole thing is like the demons are coming out. Skimming his lips, Kai Junhui shook his head, only thinking that He Jiajin was having a paranoid attack of victimization. Business car. The black car just drove out of the suburb. He Jiajin parked the car on the side and took out his phone to busy himself. Hello? Ah yes, He Jiajin. Get me in touch with the dog seller. The donkey seller. Right, I want a black dog. Pure black regardless of breed. Donkeys too. What? You asked me how much I'd buy? As many as it takes. He Jiajin said boldly and hurriedly hung up the phone again. For several passes in a row, he repeated this rhetoric. Looking at him, Xiang Nan wondered how many times he had dialed the phone. One can only marvel at the fact that the rich people of MD have a really wide range of paths. He waited until He Jiajin's mouth was talking bald skin before he put down the phone. Silence fell over the car. Ryoko. It was Zhang Yuanshan who stroked his chin and spoke a new suggestion. Actually, Mr. He could also buy some food seeds or something. Growing your own would be faster than coming down from the mountains to find food, right? That's true. Dogs eat it, donkeys eat it, people eat it, and plumbing problems. This water can be installed in a water purifier to catch mountain spring water, and electricity can be bought from solar panels. Since it's the top of a mountain, it's not afraid of the lack of sun. Well, in that case, a little ecosystem is out. These are minor issues. I can do it all when it comes time to renovate. That is, this black dog and black donkey. How come there's no response for half a day? One by one, he meticulously analyzed the problems of the shelter. Instead, his eyes stayed glued to his cell phone. As a matter of fact, black dogs and black donkeys are not a rare commodity. How is it that so many people are begging now and there is no response for half a day? Buzz buzz. Suddenly, the phone screen vibrated. He Jiajin's pupils contracted as he looked at the message on the screen. Black dogs and black donkeys are streamed over in the capital city. And there's no market for them. Currently black dogs and black donkeys in Linjiang City are prioritized to be purchased by the state. The price of a black dog and black donkey reaches $200,000 a piece under the tight stock. The price of a bitch is $1 million. Hiss. Sure enough. Decien. You're right. Someone else has been focusing on these issues first for a long time. Handing his cell phone to Xiang Nan for a look, Xiang Nan nodded. Then buy a pair of male and female black dogs and a pair of male and female black donkeys. Just have them, they're just stout. and I don't expect them to actually destroy creepy. Good, I'll do it. At the sound of the voice, Jiajing dialed the phone again to get in touch. Watching him busying himself, Xiang Nan couldn't help but sigh that having channels was really good. Buzz buzz. It's exactly watching Jiajing busy himself. Xiang Nan's own cell phone ding-donged and vibrated in his pocket. Since the system, he then subscribed to the daily news push from the city of Lincoln. In this way, he could be the first to know what was not peaceful within Linjiang City and find out any weird spots that might exist. It's that point in the morning when the early morning news is refreshed. Linjiang City, what's going on today? Xiang Nan guessed and opened his cell phone. For short messages came to mind. An infertile old woman has a rare pregnancy. After pregnancy, she looks a few points younger. City archery enthusiast Tian Yangkong's head exploded for no apparent reason at his home last night. 3 graves were found on the North Suburban Cemetery Road arterial road today, suspected to have been set up maliciously. A large explosion has occurred on the 4th floor of the Commercial Street A building. Vader fire. The entire building is currently closed. No one is allowed to approach. Hiss. There's something powerful about all this news today. The corner of Xiang Nan's eye twitched as he watched the 4 news items. The first 3 don't look right in any way. As for the last article, Xiang Nan looked at him for a long time. No sympathy in his eyes, only pity. Unsurprisingly, the ghost building has appeared. A year later, the 4th floor of the original company would become a ghost building. Toward the south is clear. But even if he knew that, what kind of little Karami is he? Can we stop the creation of haunted buildings like we stopped the death bus? Stopping the creation of a haunted building means going to report Vader fire for fire problems. He couldn't afford to offend a large company when he didn't know the background of Vader fire. Even now, in conjunction with Ho, he has not thought of going over to complain about the rectification of the Weatherford fire. Now, pouring is good. Don't worry about it. The 4th floor blew up, and the ghost building was formed as promised. That was pretty much caught off guard. Xiang Nan looked at his cell phone. The corners of his eyes pursed slightly. If I stop the ghost building from being created, I should be able to have quite a few points, right? The heart was pitying. Suddenly, the phone vibrated again. Jingle bells, jingle bells. Incoming call, a familiar number. It was his former female boss, Lu Lingxue. This guy, why is he calling again? Didn't he tell her to go to the capital by herself? Despite frowning slightly, Xiang Nan chose to pick up the phone. Hey, what's up? Cough 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 cough. On the other end of the line, instead of a delicate explanation, there was a violent cough. Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan. Please, help me take care of Haru from now on. Hey, what are you talking about? Your own child. Letting me bring it up? Relying on me, isn't it? Just wanted to hang up. Rumble. A loud explosion came out from the other side of the phone, startling Xiang Nan so much that he couldn't hold his phone steady. Cough cough. Please, you're the only one I can trust now. Cough cough. Following the sound of the explosion, Lu Lingxue's pitiful voice came again. Xiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. Now, as stupid as he was, he could hear what was wrong on the phone. Hey, what's going on over there? Cough cough cough. I'm in the company building. There's just been an explosion here. There's a fire on the 4th floor, and the fire is burning up. Didn't you close the company? What's the point of going there? Today is about handing over the contract. I didn't think. Cough cough. Well, how are you doing there now? The elevator has stopped, and the fire escape that on the 4th floor is cut off by flames. The fire and smoke. Cough cough. The fire and smoke have filled the 7th floor. From the looks of it, I might not last the fire rescue. Xiang Nan, please, I know you're a good person. Xiao Cheng, she's too pitiful. Help her. Those relatives, when the time comes, will surely come to divide Masahiro and I's property, and Haru will surely be mistreated by them. Cough cough cough. Please. Ooh-hoo. As she spoke, Lu Lingxue's cries rang out, as if she was testifying her last words. Xiang Nan held up his cell phone and listened, his brow twisting. Instead of being overwhelmed by emotion and agreeing to the woman's request in a brainwave, he rationally began to analyze it. All along, he thought that Lu Qing's transformation into a little girl in red was linked to Lu Lingxue's inaction. Now that I think about it, isn't it? How can this man have time for children when he's dying? That is to say, according to the original trajectory, it's Lu Lingxue who will definitely run into the ghost building explosion today and lose her life. Because she was gone, Lu Qing was taken over by someone else, prompting the birth of the little girl in red? Interesting. Then what if, say, I save Lu Lingxue now? Wouldn't the trajectory of things go off track again and the little girl in red not form? With a twinkle in his eyes, Xiang Nan's mind was set. This Lu Lingxue, he wanted to save. For the sake of the little girl in red's points, it must be saved. Thinking of this, Xiang Nan silently opened the car door. I've got something going on. I'm going out to get some air. He didn't care about his actions. Next to him, Zhang Yuanshan was moving his arms instead. Together. I was just trying to get some air. Crunch. But, not waiting for him to push open the car door, a gust of wind whooshed around Zhang Yuanshan. And then, he saw that on the roadway in front of him, a silhouette had already run dozens of meters, and he could no longer even see the outline clearly. No? You call that a breath of fresh air? Surprised, Zhang Yuanshan watched as Xiang Nan disappeared, horrified by his terrifying physical speed. Heaven and earth, the root of all air, cultivate extensively for billions of kalpas, and prove my divine power. The other side. After running out a street to the south, he saw no one in the four directions and recited the golden light mantra under his breath. Subsequently, the golden haze in the daytime was so bright that it rendered the whole street. The 100 combined attributes of the grumbling spirit realm were doubled to 200 under the golden light mantra. Quick! It's too fast! It was like a golden meteor sliding down the dome of the sky in a flash. In front of Building A on Commercial Street, the fire trucks were honking their sirens. Firefighters were at the forefront and started up the stairs and ladders to put out the fire. The blackened smoke was just too much. Trying to breach from downstairs is basically impossible. All out of the way. Keep the scene clear. The crowd stay away. Stay back. The fire chief held up his tuba and watched the flames burn up to the 9th floor. His face sallow. Captain, this fire? I'm afraid it's only going to kill a lot of people. One of the firefighters at his side murmured, and the fire chief shook his head. Quite a few. You're thinking too well. It's the smoke going up through the hallway that kills half the people. I'm only afraid that this time. Forget it. If you can save a few, save a few. On the ladder, several firefighters lamented. Off the streets of Commerce Street, onlookers were also filming with their cell phones. Among them, there is no lack of people who look out of control and hiss and shout. Help! Please, my son is still working inside. My daughter, I beg you all, save my daughter first. The noise and bustle of the crowd mingled, and thick smoke blackened half the sky. Just then, a dazzling golden light flashed, like a comet inverting the firmament. Golden light soared above the heads of the crowd, and a majestic sound rang out. Palm thunder, rumble. A clear blue thunderclap rang out from the golden light. Boom! The twisted electric python blasted straight through the building's second-floor windows, breaking open the huge windows. Then, only golden light like a mane was seen flying into the window on the second floor. Inside the smoke-filled building, the golden aura was fleeting. Second floor, third floor, fourth floor. The golden light was extremely fast, wandering and climbing rapidly from floor to floor. It's the Golden Light Superman. The Golden Light Superman is here. There's help. Our own hero of Linjiang City. The golden haze shone through the black fog, and the crowd downstairs reacted with gasps of surprise. I don't know. Inside the fourth floor level, Xiang Nan stopped in his tracks, looking at the familiar and unfamiliar floor. His expression size. The black and red flames were still burning, and smoke filled the fourth floor. The interior of the company Wilder Fire is in a state of disarray. The logo on the front desk fell to the ground and was bared by the flames. Inside the house, papers, wooden desks fed the fire raging. The white tiles on the floor were baked black, and the air reeked of a foul burning odor. Of course, that's not the scariest. In Xiang Nan's bloody pupils, a twisted ghostly aura was filling the air from the top of his head. Look up. The ceiling collapsed as if a large portion of the ceiling had been hit by an explosion. The top surface of the floor was scorched and blackened from the impact of the explosion, and there were a number of blood-red stains splattered across the top floor. Fixed my eyes and it was mashed in frothed meat. Fourth floor explosion, and the employees who were here at the time. Xiang Nan didn't dare to think about it. Eyes frequently looked into the fog. There were bloodstains that looked like the outline of a human figure on the floor, the walls, and the top surface. The fire inside the building had even dried up these bloodstains. Intestines, blood foam, eyeballs, various bits and pieces of human organs, baked into black scabs by the flames, bonded to the walls. It's nifty. Not even a whole body when you die. Xiang Nan shook his head and couldn't help but lament the tragedy of the employees of the company here. Are they pathetic? It's certainly pathetic to be victimized by an unscrupulous boss. Isn't it pathetic? It's not good to comment on helping a company to fake it. Guess. This floor is all dead, right? Too lazy to savor the faults. Taking a step south, he was just about to head to the 5th floor. Without wanting to, a pitch-black arm reached out from the thick fog and clasped Xiang Nan's big foot in a death grip. This arm, still covered with a layer of arms, was deformed and twisted by the flames. Fix your eyes and look closely. In the fog, a bloated man with a burned and blackened woman lay on top of him. The woman's body was burned to near charcoal black, while the man's skin, however, was quite well protected. I could tell he was using a woman as a shield. Help! Help me! I know you! Golden Light Superman! Help me! I'm the owner of Wilder Wong. If you save me, I'll make sure you eat and drink well from now on. Strong, powerful arms wrapped around Xiang Nan's thighs in a death grip. Xiang Nan inexplicably laughed out loud. I always thought it was a lie that good people don't live long, and bad things happen to them. Now that I think about it, every word of the old ancestors is the truth. It's not by chance, but by necessity, that someone like you survived to make a meat shield out of the woman next to you in the first place. Is it? Teasingly looking at Wang Wide, who was protected by the woman's corpse, Xiang Nan pumped his big foot, the body that was hugging Xiang Nan's thigh, less than 200 pounds towards the top, was violently thrown away. Boom! A strength value of 200 is no joke. Wang Wide, who was originally still at peace with each other, was directly thrown into the wall by this kick, crashing out a mist of blood. His body was smashed into the wall, and blood spurted out of his mouth with a wow sound. In his eyes, he looked at Xiang Nan with incredulity. You, aren't you a hero? Why didn't you save me? Ha? Who told you I was a hero? Xiang Nan shrugged. Saving people? That's also divided into people. Besides, I never do things that take a lot of effort. Shaking off his ankle, Xiang Nan headed toward the 5th floor without looking back. A roaring fire burned. Wang Wide was stuck in the wall, and his body had long since been smashed to pieces, without the protection of the body on the back. Soon, his body was burned and curled up inside. He regretted why he had sought out this so-called Golden Light Superman. Might as well lie down and live a little longer. The luster in his eyes gradually disappeared. Wang Dui smiled to himself and was completely engulfed by the flames. 5th floor. Compared to the 4th floor, the fire was slightly less up here, but still the fire raged and the smoke was thick. Xiang Nan found a couple of unconscious people inside and slung them over his shoulder. Then, with a boom, he cracked the glass of the curtain wall and shouted downstairs, "Hey, prepare my air mattress. I don't have time to give you guys a trip to transport people down there." His voice was eloquent. The people underneath the building listened and hastened to organize themselves. Golden Light Superman to the rescue. Hurry, build the air cushion quickly. Several firefighters immediately sniffed and built inflatable pads. Not much longer. See the inflatable cushion filling up. Without saying a word, Xiang Nan threw down as many people as he could over his shoulder. Once everyone on the 5th floor had been thrown down, he started throwing the unconscious people on the 6th and 7th floors. For him, it was nothing more than a show of hands, a momentary act. Sure, Xiang Nan had his own ideas. The explosion on the 4th floor was the root cause of the formation of the haunted building, but to become a higher level of weirdness than the death bus, an accident that only occurs on the 1st floor. A couple dozen employees at the top of the 1st floor, a dozen people on the bus, not a huge difference. Which means, what makes a haunted building is that there should have been more casualties beyond the 4th floor to prompt success? What if I save everyone but the 4th floor? With this thought, Xiang Nan had already saved all the way to the 9th floor. Regardless of whether they were unconscious or not, he dumped them all on the air mattress downstairs. When all the people on the 9th floor had been saved, Xiang Nan's ears really rang with the system's beep. Drops. The host is brave and courageous in breaking into a haunted building. You have transcended several wronged souls by thunderous means, and the viciousness of the haunted mansion has thus been downgraded. You destroyed the ghost building and gained 1,000 survival points. The haunted building incident is downgraded to the spooky 4th floor, currently accumulating 1520 survival points. Sure enough, listening to the system's voice, the corners of Xiang Nan's mouth rose. It's just a shame. If we were to tackle the ghost house at its source and make it disappear completely instead of downgrading it, maybe 2,000 points? Somewhat emotionally, he looked at the rescued masses downstairs. Xiang Nan only felt hunted, supernalizing more than 100 or so severe ghosts and saving 100 or so people by himself. Wasn't it equivalent to destroying 100 ghosts in the future? Interesting. Snickering, he slowly walked towards the 10th floor. Heading south, he realized that there was a cacophony of noise in the fire escape from the 9th to the 10th floor. Hurry, everyone, wet the ground with drinking water. Stop the fire from spreading further. A familiar female voice rang out from behind the fire door on the 10th floor. Xiang Nan didn't even need to guess. It was Lu Lingshue's voice. Through the fire, he could see the woman struggling to organize people to carry water to douse the building's entrance. And the same smoke was coming out from behind the fire door on the 10th floor. It was evident that the fire, even if it had not intervened through the fire escape, had reached the 10th floor in some other way. Can't do it. I can't. The 10th floor is burning too. We can't go back into level 10 to get water. We have to go to the 11th floor. Just as Lu Lingxue ordered. Several men and women ran out from the 10th floor. The elevator was damaged. The downstairs hallway was engulfed in flames and smoke, and the only solution was to keep running towards the upper floors. But, by giving up layer by layer like this, sooner or later we'll be driven into a corner. Lu Lingxue struggled. She wanted to rally the crowd and hold back the fire with as much force as possible. That way, it would at least delay the flames from burning up. In this way, it might last until the fire department breaks through from the higher floors to rescue them. She wanted to live too much. She wanted so much to witness Lu Qing's growth as a mother, so she rushed to the front of the line without hesitation. However, Lu Lingxue had clearly underestimated human nature in a disaster situation. That umpteen number of people who talked about going to the 11th floor never came back from the 11th floor. Cough cough. Flames rolled up along with smoke. Lu Lingxue gritted her teeth and had no choice but to give up the 10th floor and run towards the 11th floor. Toward the south. Across the fire. He followed. Wandered around the 10th floor filled with dense fog. It wasn't until he was sure that there were no living people on the 10th floor and they were all heading towards the 11th floor that he followed them up the stairs. Under the golden light spell, with 200 points of physical fitness, the fire and fog basically did no negative damage to him. 11 floors. Lu Lingxue covered her nose, but it was just as he rushed up to the entrance of the building and opened the fire door to see the blackness before his eyes. Black smoke had risen down the elevator opening on the 11th floor. The 11th floor was empty, and a group of people ran towards the 12th floor with a lot of babbling. Run, run all the way up. Run or die. Get out of my way. I'm going up first. Scrambling to be the first, lest they be left behind. Lu Lingxue looked at the upwardly moving crowd and anxiously shouted, "Don't run, you guys. Cough cough. If you keep running like this, sooner or later you'll run to the top floor, and when the fire burns up, there's no way back. Please, please, fight the fire with me," she wailed feebly. Unfortunately, none of them answered. In a thick fog, Xiang Nan had heard her lonely cries. He wore a look of regret as he checked the floor for victims. Decisions are good decisions. You just don't meet nice people. 12 floors, 13 floors. Again more and more people escaped, but still none were willing to fight the fire against the flames and smoke. Until the 14th floor, the few people who rushed to the front of the line had a footstep, because they realized with a start that the stairs leading from the 13th floor to the 14th floor had been blocked from above with tiles, rock slabs, and other heavy objects. Grass. What the fuck? Shit. The 14th floor is a decorative materials market. What are they trying to do by blocking the fire escape? Dogs must be thinking of blocking the fire from here. Why are they so inhuman? Is it because they want everyone downstairs to burn to death? Oh, please, help me move the heavy stuff. I still want to live. The insults, the crying, the screaming. At the moment, it echoed through the entrance to the 13th floor. All of them, looking at the clutter on the 14th floor stairs, burst into despair. Why don't we try to move things out of the way? A middle-aged older man suggested. Leading the run at the front was a man with bare arms and a tracksuit. He tried to pick up a stacked slab of rock. Gnarled arms bursting with bruises didn't even pull out one of the stacked tiles. No way, the pile is just too thick. Unless the rock slabs are broken first. But even if it's broken into pieces and moved piece by piece, it's simply too late. The Hanyu gritted his teeth, his face grim to the core. Shit, this 14th floor is full of animals. They were smart enough to close the road at the beginning and just live by themselves. Cursing, the Hanyu glanced down at the 12 floors below, where more people were still crowding towards the top. The smoke had coiled up on the 11th floor and was coming toward the 12th floor. It's too late. It's too late. Clenching his fists, the Hanyu looked squarely at the fire door on the 13th floor. The only way out of this situation was to escape into the 13th floor and then find a way to block the doorway to prevent the smoke from intruding. Shit, those who don't want to die. Follow me, he screamed, crashed through the fire door on the 13th floor and rushed in. A few fast reactors behind him immediately followed. After about dozens of people entered the 13th floor in a fishbowl, the Hanyu's eyes were hard and he snapped the lock of the fire door directly inside. Hey, what are you doing? There are people out there. An older man who was traveling with him rebuked the handsome's behavior. The Hanyu rebuked him angrily. What the fuck is wrong with you? Open the door again. People are coming in. Is the smoke following them? Now close the door. Even though a few people are dead out there, we'll be safe from the smoke in here for at least a short time. What do you say? Should I close the door? A question fell on the middle-aged uncle. He glanced at the crowd of his peers running into the 13th floor, none of whom now stood up to accuse the Hanyu. Anyone who wants to live. It's not about right or wrong. So, isn't it a bit unethical? The older man was still a bit hesitant. If we had fought the fire with that girl doll in the first place, maybe NM. Don't be a horse's ass. I'll move and block the fire door with a table for me. those who don't want to die, all move. Without waiting to hear the older man's sultry voice, the Hanyu growled, and all of them carried up tables and chairs in unison to block the fire door. Outside the fire door on the 13th floor, thump, 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 thump. There were already less than 30 people gathered here. They all failed to follow the person at the top, and when they climbed to the 14th floor and saw that they were blocked by the building, they instinctively tried to run into the 13th floor to escape, only to find that the door had been blocked. Open the door! Open the door! Are you devils? Are you trying to burn us? I'm going to sue you for malice murder. Shit! Open the door! Various hissing sounds were heard. The smoke had poured into the 12th floor. Seeing that it was going to come towards the entrance of the 13th floor's hallway, Lu Lingxue covered her nose and ran up. When she saw the crowd huddled in the fire doorway on the 13th floor, and then looked at the piles on the stairs of the 14th floor, she inexplicably broke into a bitter laugh. Sure enough, I can think of putting out a fire, and likewise someone else can think of putting out a fire. Only, theirs was more ruthless and more successful. Until this moment, Lu Lingxue didn't realize how naive she was. If she can properly recognize human nature, maybe the person hiding in the 13th floor of the house right now is himself. More than likely, she was able to hide on the 19th floor and escape unscathed, but she couldn't have imagined that she was still too naive. In front of the fire door on the 13th floor, the black smoke choked everyone who coughed. Even so, they continued to curse, without the slightest thought of uniting to put out the fire. People are selfish. In the thick fog, Xiang Nan took it all in. To be fair, Xiang Nan actually felt that the people hiding in the 13th floor house had done nothing wrong. If you were in the situation you are in now, he would also rush to the front of the line and slam the door shut. If you don't close the door, we all die together. Close the door and at least a couple dozen people have a hope of survival. A dead friend of the road is not a dead friend of the road. In the face of life and death, no one can condemn anyone. If you compare a fire to an evil spirit, the evil spirit chases along the building. Is there a problem with Lu Lingxue organizing people to stop the evil spirits? No problem. What's wrong with people who want to survive, rush to escape, see that the evil spirits are coming after them, and duck into the 13th floor and close the door? And no problem. Lu Lingxue's failure was to believe that others would help her. She believed in human nature. It is believed that together we can contain the fire and thus be saved. However, Xiang Nan was aware of it. No one can be trusted. The only one who can be trusted is yourself. If you really want to say who is right and who is wrong in this accident, the one who has the problem is definitely the person on the 14th floor. They cut off the lives of the people on the lower floors too early for the sake of life. In fact, they clearly could have climbed to the top floor and sealed the building again. So, every time I get to the 10th floor in the elevator, the system prompts me to get out of the haunted building. So this fire, all the people below the 14th floor will die, and all the people above the 14th floor, all survived? Xiang Nan rationally analyzed the cause and effect of this haunted building incident. When you think about it, from the 4th floor to the 9th floor, he saved 5 floors and suppressed the ghost building into a ghost floor. Those who survived the 10th, 11th, 12th, and 13th floors now, maybe saving it won't get ghost layer downgraded again. Since we can save them all, let's save them all. Pursing his lips slightly, the golden light flew away towards the top. Under the black fog and smoke, coughs were heard. I don't want to die. Damn it, those hiding behind the door. I'll be damned if I'll let you go. Shit, why should I be the one to die? By what right? There was a lot of noise. Lu Lingxue sat paralyzed in the smoke. Her eyes were disoriented. She had completely forgotten everything and was waiting to die. Ebony purple lips murmured out. She subconsciously shouted the words, Xiang Nan, must be sure to take care of Lu Cheng. I'm not a mom. I don't care about kids. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, and Lu Lingxue's expression was stunned. She looked downstairs at the black mist in confusion, thinking only that it was a dying hallucination. Without wanting to, under the black smoke, a golden light dispersed the black smoke and came flying. The golden humanoid figure slowly emerged. Crap! Golden light Superman! Superman! Help! Help me! Superman! Aren't you a hero? Help me! The straw of survival was right in front of them, and everyone looked at Xiang Nan with shock and anticipation. Get out of the way! Xiang Nan drank blandly. Everyone was startled by the neutral voice and instinctively stepped back. Without these obstacles, maybe everyone can run to the roof and thus get a fire rescue? There was a chill in his words. A cracking sound rang out from the palm of Xiang Nan's left hand. Palm thunder! Boom! In the hallway, there was a shocking thunderous explosion. Blue arcs of electricity, like twisted pythons, crushed the piled tiles in an instant. Boom boom boom. Thunder shook throughout the building, inside and outside the building. Everyone was dumbfounded as they listened to the thunder. I'm going? Isn't this a sunny day? Thunder? Mom, yeah. There's not going to be another explosion in the building, is there? Did the building just shake? Outside the building, countless people speculated. Inside the building, the people cowering at the entrance of the building looked at Xiang Nan with stunned faces. Gods! I told you, Goldilocks Superman is Superman. No, Thor of Thunder isn't it? For a moment, because of the power of the lightning, the crowd even forgot the fear of imminent choking to death. Xiang Nan shouted in a cold voice. Okay, if you're not unconscious, climb the stairs yourself. There should be help on the roof soon. I'm not in the mood to carry you off one by one. A majestic and solemn voice rang out. The crowd came back to their senses, stepping over the broken pieces of porcelain tiles that covered the floor and rushing straight to the upper floors. When everyone had gone, Xiang Nan then looked at Lu Lingxue slyly. Hello, is everything okay? It's like I'm a little dizzy. Breathing in black smoke for a long time, Lu Lingxue's face was already bruised. Xiang Nan glanced at him and without saying a word, yanked him up with one hand. Then, looking in front of the 13th floor security door is still blocked tightly. Bang sound. Fierce foot blast open. Behind the 13th floor security door, a couple of the men were listening to the thunder that had just thundered and froze. I said, an explosion in the hallway? No, it looks like thunder. Holy shit, what the hell? Bang. Not waiting for the debate to open, the fire door, attached to the table behind the fire door, shot straight out. There was a boom until it flew off and crashed into the glass curtain wall of the floor, sending spiderweb-like cracks through it. Quiet. Surprisingly quiet. Everyone looked out the fire door in confusion, not daring to imagine what was giving off such a huge force, until, that is, they witnessed Lu Lingxue being embraced by a golden light superhero, strolling towards the window. The piles in the building have been cleaned up by me. Anyone who doesn't want to die, run upstairs, or, jump with me. Click click click. A clear and cold voice came out, only to see lightning jumping in the palm of the golden light Superman, violently smashing a glass curtain wall. Rumble. Then the glass exploded and flashed gold. A golden skyline, carrying Lu Lingxue, then rushed and flew outside the building, disappearing in a haze of vision. Holy shit. Golden light Superman? Our own hero in Linjiang City? Cough cough cough, what are you waiting for? Run for it, go to the top floor. Dumbfounded for a moment, the crowd then snapped out of it and swarmed to the house. Everyone froze when they saw the pile in the hallway reduced to a puddle of pieces. A quarter of an hour later, the people on the top floor looked confused at the newcomers swarming up. You guys, how did you get up here? I'll fuck you up. The newcomers looked annoyed. Without saying a word, the two gangs fought on the roof, until the smoke rose to the top, and that's when they knew to work together to block the last survivor. Another quarter of an hour later, looking at the crowd filling the roof of the building, the fire chief, with a stunned look on his face. Meanwhile, Linjiang City Villa District, inside Lu Lingxue's mansion. At the moment, there were 3 or 4 people standing in the room. Where's Masahiro's bank book, car keys and house contract? Haru, come on, talk to grandma. Haru, talk to your aunt, will you? Lu Qing was wearing a little red dress and was softly surrounded by 4 adults, 2 men and 2 women. Among them, 2 women, 1 old and 1 young. They were Lu Zhenghong's mother and sister respectively, and in the mold of their faces, they bore some resemblance to Lu Qing. But, clearly, blood is thicker than water. Lu Qing's eyes glittered with fear and rejection when she saw these 2 people. Even though she was little, she knew that every time these 2 came, her mom would argue with them for most of the day. They didn't rest until finally, when mom gave them a sum of money. In the words of her mom, Lu Lingxue, these are 2 hypocrites. False smiles spread across their faces. They call each other grandma and auntie more affectionately than anyone else. Haru-chan, say it. You just have to talk to grandma. And grandma promises that she won't come after you ever again. Auntie promises you the same. No, I don't know. And even if I did, these are moms and it's no use for you to take them. Little Lu Qing had a stubborn face. Lu Lingxue had said to her that when dealing with people like this, she couldn't talk nicely. Moms? You mean the nemesis? Haru-chan, you probably don't know, do you? Your mom is gone. So, from now on, you'll either live with grandma, or you'll be thrown into an orphanage. You talk to grandma. Where are those things? And grandma will send you to a better orphanage. Old Mrs. Lu couldn't help but narrow her eyes as she spoke. To be honest, she didn't like Lu Lingxue in the first place, much less this Lu Qing, his son's company, which he had built up single-handedly. As a result, that SB son was fully passed on to Lu Lingxue, with half of himself and his daughter. I have no choice but to come to Lu Lingxue every now and then to ask for alimony. I don't know if it's a beautiful day or not, but I had nothing to watch the news today. Ooh, the company building where Lu Lingxue works exploded. Isn't that just heavenly? Your mom's the one who's gone. As soon as little Lu Qing heard old Mrs. Lu say that, her little face tensed up and her whole body was milky and fierce. Being scolded by her, old Mrs. Lu froze. With that, the two men who followed them in were happy. Mrs. Lu's mom, isn't she gone? Little Deathstroke, how do you talk to my mom? On the other side of the Lu Z cannot pretend, just amiable smile convergence. Snap sound, a slap on the face of Lu Qing. Ah, how could Lu Qing's small body withstand such a beating? The whole man screamed miserably, covered his face and was jerked to the ground. Oh, you hit me. The little carrot-sized body sobbed. Lu Z not only did not care, but instead went forward again, bang a foot, violently kicked in Lu Qing's small stomach. Beat you? Tell you what, I've wanted to beat you mother and daughter for a long time. My brother's company. You're hogging it? It would be good if you were a boy, to continue the Lu family's lineage, but that kleptomaniac could only give birth to a money loser like you. Well now, she's dead and we're your legal guardians. Be smart and find your stuff, or it's a family matter how I beat you. Lu Z viciously grabbed Lu Qing's pigtails. Little Lu Qing's tears fell as she scratched her in pain, but her little mouth still stubbornly scolded. Your mom is the one who was gone. Grass. What a brat. With a pop, Lu Z slapped Lu Qing again. Mrs. Lu's face darkened and she turned on the TV in the living room. Forget it, this money loser is probably still in the dark, isn't he? Tune the TV to a local channel, and on the news report, a real-time news story is shown. Building A of the commercial building of Linjiang Plaza exploded at 8 o'clock this morning, with suspected heavy casualties, and emergency rescue work is underway. On the TV screen, the commercial building had been enveloped in black smoke. A clear-eyed person could tell that the people inside were in a bad way. Lu Qing watched the TV, small tears even more popping fall. Mom's company. The little mouth quivered with sobs and was very pitiful. Pity. Old Mrs. Lu was in no mood to comfort her. Lu Qing, I'll give you one more chance to hand over Masahiro's inheritance, as well as the inheritance of that nemesis. I can find you an orphanage to stay in. If you don't help me find it, Grandma can't promise to educate you. Mrs. Lu squeaked. This time, the two men who had accompanied him came forward. These two people. Lu Qing had also heard Lu Lingxue say that they seemed to be old lady Lu's concubine and Lu Zi's concubine. They're all in it for the money. No. Mom has said that Dad's company has no money. She earned it little by little. Little Lu Qing's eyes were tearful and her body couldn't stop backing up. I shucks. Just her. She can do business? Lu Z smiled disdainfully. A kleptomaniac and a money loser. What are you screaming for? Your mom is gone. I'll say it again. I can't guarantee what they'll do if they don't find the stuff. I'm telling you. They're out of jail. Lu Z snickered. Lu Qing sniffed and looked at the two men. After all, it was still a child's mindset, and immediately ran in towards his bedroom in fear. Run? Can you run? Elder Mrs. Lu smiled grimly. Feel free to build it for me, anyway, right now. We are her sole guardians. If anything goes wrong, I'll cover it. Ha. Old landlady, you're an animal too. But this little doll, I wonder. The two men gave a sardonic laugh. He didn't say anything, but slowly followed him over and kicked the door open with a bang. Woo. The sound of Lu Qing's crying came from inside the house. She was afraid. She didn't know what these two men who had been in the station would do. Outside the house, old Mrs. Lu and Lu Z looked indifferent. Lu Z was ultimately young and still a bit scared. Mom, you said that if they do that to children, what are you panicking about? The little money loser can't help being scared. Mrs. Lu shrugged calmly. Bang! Just then, there was a muffled thud from inside the house. What followed was an old man scream. Shit, this little guy actually hit me with something? I can't beat you to death. Bang. There were a few more muffled sounds. When the muffled noise was over, a younger male voice came out. Crap, Howie, you're bleeding from smashing this doll's head. It's like fainting. What? Wake her up and I'll whip her again. A fierce voice came. Lu Z's brows frowned slightly, and old Mrs. Lu remained bland. Don't go heavy. Set out the information to get whatever you want. Or if that's not possible, you can pull out certain things to scare her. The sound of the ghostly voice passed halfway across the room, just as the heart was relieved. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud crash from the doorway of the villa's room. Immediately, the sturdy door of the room flew violently a few meters away and smashed into the wall of the house. Outside the room door, after a flash of golden light, Xiang Nan was holding Lu Lingxue and was looking coldly into the room. Early on the way here, Xiang Nan figured it out. Perhaps it was the death of Lu Lingxue that led to Lu Qing's little girl in red incident. Due to the haunted building, it's a chain of events. Therefore, after saving Lu Lingxue, he ran towards the villa area without stopping. At the door, 200 points of terrifying physical fitness is enough to hear everything that happens in the room. I said, how could there be a Jedi realm cutie? So, it was made by animals. Supporting Lu Lingxue, Xiang Nan looked at Lu Zi and old Mrs. Lu in the house with a playful expression. Lu Zi, on the other hand, old Mrs. Lu hadn't slowed down yet. An expression of seeing a ghost looked at Lu Lingxue. You nemesis, you actually didn't die? You, how could you not be dead? Didn't you say that there were heavy deaths in the building? The two women were astonished, as if they had seen a ghost in the daytime. Lu Lingxue's face was full of darkness and debilitation, but the sight of them in the house immediately brought a look of disgust. You guys, my people haven't even declared a death certificate yet. You guys just came here. Are you trying to hit me here again? Where's Haru? Where did you hide Haru? Although Lu Lingxue didn't have Xiang Nan's hearing, she knew the temperament of the Lu family's mother and daughter. In his absence, these two beasts would definitely make things difficult for Lu Qing. What do you mean? Hit you? This is clearly my brother's property. Lu Zi was disliked and stiffly retorted. Your brother's property? It's joint marital property. And how many times have I told you guys? That company was about to close down before Masahiro passed away. He was afraid that you two would ruin the company. So he gave it to me. I've been kind enough to pay you alimony. With a cold face, Lu Lingxue perked up. The two women, one old and one young, were dumbfounded by the dislike and were just about to say something else. Inside the bedroom, Lu Qing's cries rang out. Mommy, little money loser, you're finally awake. Say no more. If you don't say where those things are, Uncle is going to give you unforgettable memories. The cry was followed by an oldie modest male voice. Lu Lingxue's face changed when she heard this. Lu Zi, Lu Lian, you guys, you won't. Seeming to realize something, her face turned white and she ran towards the bedroom without a second thought. In the bedroom, two men, one old and one young. The young one looked on with an odd expression on his face. The older one actually pressed down on Lu Qing and pumped her little face. Lu Qing's head has been knocked through a hole. Blood is still gurgling flow. The little one's mouth trembled with fear while the old man laughed and tried to undress her. Shit! Bastard! Stumbling into the room, Lu Lingxue smoothly raised the picture frame by the nightstand and smashed it. The old man was hit in the back of the head with a thud, catching him off guard. Grass! The intense pain didn't make him scream. He touched the back of his bleeding head and twisted his head towards Lu Lingxue with a grimace. So it's you, little bitch. The old man's gaze flashed with evil energy. He looked Lu Lingxue up and down, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Okay, the fire didn't kill you. Then I'll play you to death. Perhaps it was the pain that had made the sin rise in his bones. He had forgotten what was going on here. Hey, Zhao Hao. You old dang. Don't be a fucking old fool. This kleptomaniac is still alive. Hurry up. Outside the house, Lu Lian gave a reminder. She knew too well the virtues of Zhao Hao, the old ruffian, and once the evil energy came up, he could do anything. But now, the old man is spermatic. Fear. Afraid of your mom. If you ask me, one way or the other, give it all. Every time I come I have to suffer the shit out of this woman. This time I'll crush her in the crotch and then I'll ask you where the stuff is. And the man has lessons in money. As Zhao Hao spoke, he took a step away from Lu Qing and approached Lu Lingxue step by step. Shit, dead old man. Are you crazy? Howie, calm down. There were dissuasive voices all around, but Zhao Hao was bent on having his way. With a sardonic laugh, he was just about to pounce on Lu Lingxue inside the house when a solemn voice rang out. Bad guys get old and they're still bad guys. An animal like you. Shooting you is a waste of bullets. A dark shadow flashed. I don't know when, but there was somehow a man in the house. Xiang Nan stood in front of Lu Lingxue and looked carefully at Zhao Hao. He's not tall, and he has tiny, thieving, gangly eyes. Unsurprisingly, this is the man who caused the tragedy of the little girl in red. Who the fuck are you again? Look at the skinny Xiang Nan. The thing that annoyed Zhao Hao the most was when someone talked about his criminal status. The man who sent you back to the station. Xiang Nan's tone was bland. I'm sending NM. Stinking SB. Thinking only that it was Lu Lingxue's little white boy, Zhao Hao swung his fist towards Xiang Nan. With a big kick to the south, Zhao Hao suddenly felt a silhouette flash before his eyes. Immediately afterward, a sharp pain jolted through his chest, as if he had been hit by a 1,000-pound hammer. His entire body flew backwards. Bang! Like a kite with broken strings, Zhao Hao shot straight out and smashed the bedroom window. The whole person with fine broken glass flew out of the house more than 10 meters away, paralyzed on the ground, eyes rolled over life and death. Quick! It's too fast! Between the electricity, no one knew what was happening. The crowd could only see Zhao Hao charging towards the south before he inexplicably flew out. It was no longer even visible to the naked eye what Xiang Nan had actually done. Xiang Nan, on the other hand, squinted his eyes and heard a system alert. Drops, the host is truly a wonder. You killed the famous ghost little girl in red in the Absolute Fury realm with the Grievance Spirit realm. You have earned 120 survival points. The little girl in red has realized the characteristic of inseparability and is about to evolve into the realm of disaster. You get an extra 1,000 survival points, currently accumulating 2,640 survival points. Sure enough, cut off the source of all the viciousness, and the shenanigans won't exist a year from now. That old beast, he won't be killed by my kick, will he? Xiang Nan surveyed Zhao Hao outside the house with a bland expression. Inside the house, after a group of people stayed their jaws for a moment, Lu Lian came back to her senses and was the first to rush out of the house, presumably a concubine who actually had some kind of relationship. Lu Lian shook Zhao Hao and kept shouting, "Hey, hey, are you okay, old man?" After shaking for half a day and not seeing Zhao Hao wake up, Lu Lian looked at Xiang Nan in the room with a fearful face. It's clear to normal people. That horrible power is definitely not something that an average person can kick out. She looked scornfully at Xiang Nan and just wanted to pull up Zhao Hao's body and run. However, looking at Lu Lingxue and Lu Qing inside the house, her eyes beaded as if she had thought of something. Then he shouted like a shrew. Someone come, somebody take a look. The selfsame daughter-in-law stole and raised a little man to beat up her father-in-law. When your own man is gone, you don't behave like a woman. I have to say, when it comes to blackmail, it's the elderly. When Lu Lian shouted like this, Lu Zi also pulled in her voice and shouted. It didn't take much. It just draws a crowd. What's wrong? What's wrong? The administrators of the surrounding properties ran over. Lu Lingxue blackened her face and just wanted to say something. Lu Lian then took the first step to viciously extend her finger, pointing at Xiang Nan and Lu Lingxue. Comrade, you know I'm her mom, right? I came to see her today for pension money and you know what I saw? My son is dead. And she actually found a gigolo to keep in the house. Even if she doesn't pay, she let that little white boy beat my old man unconscious. Wicked. Lu Lian started throwing dirty water without being told. Surrounded by people who come around, all of them looked at the unconscious Zhao Hao, and then at the calm and collected Xiang Nan. Don't say it. Don't say it. Looking at it that way, Xiang Nan really does look like a malicious and hurtful white boy. There are no cameras in the back room either. Now, no matter what Lu Lian said, she was the one who had the upper hand. Lu Lingxue clenched her silver teeth and cursed. You fart. It's clearly you guys who are trying to burglarize the house. The words just came out. Click click click. Suddenly, Xiang Nan calmly pulled open the window and climbed out of the inner room. He ignored everyone and looked at Lu Lian with cold eyes. A foot slowly stomped on the ground. Dust billowed up, and a shallow pit was revealed. This is the first time in my life that I've been called a gigolo. Interesting. Do you think that now that there are so many people, you can move things around? Playfully, he looked at Lu Lian. Lu Lian was a little flustered by Xiang Nan's stare. Yes, that's what she thought. She was scornful of that terrifying power toward the south. But once there are more people, she can stand on a false moral point and move right and wrong, sanctioning Xiang Nan with the power of the unknown masses. To the south, it's not like we're going to kill everyone, is it? Just, ha! Xiang Nan stared at her and let out a cold laugh, his eyes actually flashing red. Say, tell me properly what you've done. Otherwise, I don't mind turning you into a fool. The red eyes were so magical. With just one look, Lu Lian's looked like he was being pressed by a big mountain on his back, and it was hard to breathe. What can I say? Ha! Seeing that she was still sophomoric, Xiang Nan's face turned cold, and I snapped open and closed from Xiang Nan's neck. This scene scared Lu Lian so much that she cried out, "Ghost!" With that, the old man fainted without taking a breath. You, look everyone, this man is terrorizing my mom. You scared my mom unconscious. I'm going to sue you. I want you to pay for moral damages. Lu Zi didn't understand what was happening. She just saw Xiang Nan staring at her old mother, who fainted like a nervous wreck. She screamed like a shrew, attempting to remain in control of the situation. And you? Don't want to. The red bloodshot eyes glared over in the same way. Lu Zi's eyes widened the moment she saw the blood pupil. A terrifying pressure came. She immediately lost the arrogance she had just shown, and her entire body was trembling with fear. Say, what have you done? Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes. Obviously it was daytime. Lu Zi looked at him as if she had seen an abyssal evil spirit, with gloom all over her body. You don't want to be scared silly if you don't, do you? Snap. An eye suddenly opened in the man's arm. The eye, red and demonic, was blinking towards itself. Ghost, ghost. Lu Zi felt like she was about to lose her breath. Save, save, help, even. The words don't come out right. If you don't tell me, you're going to be scared to death too. Oh? Xiang Nan smiled evilly. Lu Zi finally couldn't top it. She cringed and closed her eyes. I'll say anything. It's my mom, and me, with 2 men, trying to go to my sister-in-law's house to steal the proof of property, steal the deposit. We coerced Haru, and when Haru wouldn't talk, Mom let her concubine torture Haru. Ha, I can't believe it. Damn, this mother and daughter, pure animals, right? Really bar disgusting. You're bullying a child? Still have the nerve to say you've been beaten up? I think it deserves to be bus-loaded to death. Once Lu Zi's words were finished, the surrounding people were first stunned, and then they looked at the mother and daughter with expressions of disgust. Obviously not expecting it, the story unfolded that way. Many people who were watching the scene even recorded it with their cell phones. In response, Xiang Nan nodded in satisfaction. The red light in his pupils dispersed, and only then did Lu Zi gasp out loud and drop his butt to the ground. Are you the devil? She looked at Xiang Nan in horror, who shrugged. I'm not. You are. The people around them laughed at that. Damn. What a woman. That's disgusting. I've sent it to the internet for exposure. I called the police. It's a home invasion. They're breaking the law. You guys, y'all didn't see that? In the face of the disparagement around her, Lu Zi was unmoved, only looking even more appalled at Xiang Nan. It seemed that she was the only one who could see that creepy eye. SB. See what? What's wrong with this woman? Under the bustle of voices, Xiang Nan returned to the house blandly, looking at the mother and daughter Lu Lingshuet in the house who were still jaw-droppingly looking outside the house. He shook his head. Things have worked out. You first take Lu Qing to see the scar on his head. Oh. Lu Lingshuet snapped back to her senses. Thanks, Xiang Nan. Thank you. As she thanked him, she hugged Lu Qing and ran out of the house. Lu Qing, on the other hand, looked at Xiang Nan with open eyes and a face of adoration. Brother, thank you. A quarter of an hour later, the police car came to the neighborhood, and escorted away all 4 of Lu Lian, who were surrounded by the crowd. Miraculously, the police actually didn't question Xiang Nan and the others. It was as if they knew what was going on and only apprehended the 4 Lu Lian people. Leaning on the couch, Xiang Nan looked out the window at the dispersing crowd and shouted blandly, "Come out! I know you're looking at me! Sha 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 sha!" After the sound, a tall man stepped out from under the lawn outside the window. The man had a smile on his face and looked towards Xiang Nan with great interest. I can't believe it. In the age of the end, there are actually people who can control ghosts? Which way are you from, little brother? The man spoke, but he nonchalantly walked into the house and sat on the sofa opposite Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan didn't bother with him. It's just a wild goose chase. You don't want to talk about it? If you don't want to talk about it, don't worry about it. After all, Jin Guang's Superman is so powerful. It's only natural that he has a few tricks up his sleeve. The man's words suddenly changed. Xiang Nan's eyelids fluttered. What are you babbling about? TSK. Don't pretend. It's no fun. The Golden Light Superman has appeared in Linjiang City a total of 4 times. The first time, it was the number 4 bus, and I thought, he might just happen to be on it. The second time, it was the Dharma Temple, and again, I think, he should have been there. And the third time, it was the downtown hospital. He should have been there too. As for the 4th time, in the commercial building, he was witnessed saving a woman. This woman is Lu Lingxue, the boss of Zhenghong Design. Lu Lingxue has a subordinate called Shangnan. He will take the no. For bus to work, his colleague Lu Man has been to Fahua Temple. He accompanied Lu Lingxue to the city center hospital, and according to Lu Lingshue's call records, the last call made was precisely to instruct Xiang Nan to take care of her daughter. After making that call, Superman Kanamitsu showed up. Mr. Xiang Nan, the Golden Light Superman. That's you, isn't it? The man looked toward Nan with certainty. Xiang Nan's eyes narrowed. It seems that the other side came prepared. Who the hell are you? State Special Investigation Section, head of the Eastwood Green Dragon Group, Dongfang Shua. Eastwood Green Dragon? Xiang Nan sniffed, his head spinning extremely fast. You're the organization that erases all information about heretics? He thought it through. Being able to investigate phone records, being able to look up company messages. No one can do that except organizations of the state. Not bad for a Golden Light Superman. Sure is smart. Oraheim smiled. Xiang Nan waved his hand, immediately interrupting him. Don't do the whole ass-kissing thing. You came to see me about something? There is nothing to do. Xiang Nan naturally knew exactly what Dongfang Shua was up to. He examined Oraheim curiously. Some wonder what the state wants with him. Hey, Talking to smart people is comfortable. Actually, we have been paying attention to your existence. Even if you don't make a move this time, we'll be able to locate you next time. Of course, we sure as hell aren't trying to hurt you, or we wouldn't have erased your information or even wiped your ass. I came here to entrust you with something. On behalf of the state, I entrust you with a matter. Dongfang Shua's words suddenly became solemn. What is it? I ask you to become the leader of the Middle-earth Griffin Group. Start the Kirin program. The Unicorn Project? What's that? The corners of Xiang Nan's eyebrows lifted, clearly coming to life. Before I talk about the Kirin Project, I'm going to give you a rundown of the current situation in Kyoto City. The higher-ups in the capital city, naturally, are also one step ahead of the others in noticing certain abnormalities. For this reason, the state has established a corresponding investigative organization, the Department of Special Investigations. The Department of Special Investigations was originally planned to have 4 divisions: the East Wood Green Dragon, the West Gold White Tiger, the South Fire Vermilion Bird, and the North Water Xuanwu. The 4 divisions, united in their core mission of protecting the upper echelon of leadership, began to respond to various measures in advance. Originally, there was a feverish effort to recruit talent and establish safe spots over in the capital. As a result, you appeared in Linjiang City at this time. Golden Light Superman. Dongfang Shua spoke and crossed his legs, seemingly chattering away. So, you are here to recruit me? But does this have anything to do with the Kirin project? Xiang Nan wondered. Speaking of the Kirin program, Dongfang Shua then slowly stood up with a serious expression. That's right. According to the process, a talent like you, who can practice the Golden Light mantra in the age of the end, is to be entrusted with a heavy responsibility. The organization originally wanted you to go to the South Fire Vermilion Bird branch and become the leader of that group of Pussy Scouts. It's just that, before I left, the minister of the North Water Xuanwu department gave Linjiang City a fortune-telling, and that's when the plan changed. Oh, telling fortunes? What did you find out? Xiang Nan's eyes narrowed. In the past, he didn't believe in fortune-telling and divination, but now that he knew the Golden Light spell himself, he had to be in awe of his old ancestors' things. Qian is clear, is empty, is pure, Koan is turbid, is the lower earth, and is filthy. The old man shook 5 Koan face out of 5 copper coins. You know, even in the capital city, only 3 Kunmayans have been shaken out. In other words, Linjiang City is going to be 2 levels more dangerous than Beijing City. Oraheim speaks with a fervor, and nods his head to the south. In all fairness, he also felt that there were more and more bizarre incidents in Linjiang City recently. So, did the old man say anything else? Said it. He said he saw a vision. What picture? A city where the streets are filled with tombstones, and in the sky, red lanterns with human heads float everywhere. Linjiang City, there is an in and an out. Human heads in the sky and graves on the ground. It's the hell of evil ghosts. Dongfang Shua's voice was not loud. Inside the wide living room, however, there was an unexplained gust of cloudy wind. Xiang Nan's heart fluttered, because, in the other side of the divination picture, at least the human head lantern was right. That there is indeed. Is there an in and an out? A hell on earth? So what the old man is saying is that Linjiang City coming in is death? Xiang Nan asked an urgent follow-up question, but Dongfang Shu shook his head. It's not clear. Anyway, old man Shen Gui just said that the future Linjiang City is full of ghosts. No popularity at all. Once you go in, you definitely can't get out. Hissed the future. So what does this, then, have to do with the Kirin project? Well, that's the point. Because of the inexplicable changes in the city of Linjiang, which may give birth to more weirdness, the state has decided to send investigators to oversee the investigation within the city. The original 4 divisions of investigation have decided to stay put and create a new Middle-earth Griffin division. The Middle-earth Kirin is stationed in Linjiang City, always investigating the movements in Linjiang City and reporting back to your superiors at any time. It just so happens, you're strong and a native of Linjiang City, so after a unanimous vote from the higher-ups, it's best for you to be the head of the Middle-earth Qilin department. So that's it. Xiang Nan nodded. He was somewhat impressed with the forethought of his superiors. Only, birth of more shenanigans? What kind of talk is that? The system doesn't say that either. How about it? Mr. Xiang, serve your country and it will be your faithful shield. Even if 100 ghosts walk at night in the end, there's still a place for you in the safe haven of the capital city. Seeing Xiang Nan still looking down in a contemplative state, Dongfang Shua stood up and begged with a sincere face. In terms of the fighting prowess Xiang Nan had shown, Dongfang Shua was sure that no one in the 4 divisions would be able to beat him. It's definitely good to have someone like that stowed away. His face was tense as he watched Xiang Nan, who absently tapped his fingers. What's in it for me? To join you? That. You get top priority intelligence. And the rights of the Special Investigations Bureau. which allows you to deploy all sorts of personnel. Oriental Saku said with a flourish. Xiang Nan's attention was fixed on the word intelligence. That's right, intelligence. He needed to see creepy to boost his battle power. If you join the Bureau of Investigation, surely there are more avenues of spooky information out there. Plus he was going to develop in Linjiang City, become an official here and mobilize some authority. I said, is there a benefit beyond that? Without changing his face, he looked at Dongfang Shua. Xiang Nan still had the same bland look. What? What else do you want? What can you give? Your family members' loved ones can be admitted to the national security zone unconditionally. And what about? Is out for now. Dongfang Shua looked at Xiang Nan with bated breath, not realizing that this guy had such a big appetite. TCH. There's nothing against weird spells or anything like that? How can it be? In this situation now, it's not like you don't know that anyone can just take out a magic treasure? So, it's hard for me to do my job then. Xiang Nan lowered his head, and Dongfang Shua couldn't read his expression. Just when Dongfang Shua thought Xiang Nan was going to refuse, Xiang Nan called out to him that he really didn't have anything left to lift, which was a leisurely response. Never mind. I'll just hang on to it. What? I said I could be the Middle-earth Griffin team leader, but I'm not going to do your business as soon as it's passed down. I can be titular, but we're working together. It's okay. Then don't go back on your promise. Seemingly afraid that Xiang Nan would change his mind, Dongfang Shua immediately pulled out a small yellow book from his body pocket. The small book was printed with the design of a griffin, and when he opened it, he saw that it was written Head of the Middle Kingdom Griffin Department, Xiang Nan. Nice one. You guys are preparing me in advance? That's not true. Don't underestimate our efficiency. And what if I don't end up agreeing? Being able to get more intelligence on the country and having backup, the average Tet shouldn't disagree, right? Dongfang Shua gave a bitter laugh. Xiang Nan nodded. Right, then where is the address of this Kirin division of mine in Middle-earth? Is there anyone else I can send under my hand? After asking the most concerned question, Dongfang Shua but his face was taut. That, because it's the newest department. So, the office location just hasn't been finalized yet. Just move around as you please. As for the members of the staff, do you think? A department that's just been set up, can it be staffed? A cold wind blew. Listening to Dongfang Shua's explanation, Xiang Nan's face twitched. Sense, it's a mixed bag of bare bones, grass, so what's the difference if this license is there or not? Xiang Nan cursed, but still put the documents away. Dongfang Shua smiled awkwardly. At least it can be used to order general departments. Alright, I know about these things. How do I contact you guys? There's no need for you to rush this. We'll have a commissioner call you. So, it's okay? Xiang Nan waved his hand, and there was already an intention to drive people away between his words. There is one more thing. I just don't know. If you're interested. What is it? Xiang Nan got up and was just about to send Dongfang Shua away. Oraheim shrugged. Hi. That is to say, there's a bizarre location popping up there in the capital city, and the 4 divisions have decided to meet and send someone to check it out. Aren't you becoming the minister of the 5th department? It stands to reason that you could also go to a meeting to discuss it. But, on second thought, I don't suppose you'd be interested in the shenanigans over in Kyoto City, would you? Oriental Saku took it in stride. Unwillingly, a pair of large hands pinched his shoulders in a death grip. No, I'm intrigued. Twisting his head to look at Xiang Nan, who had grabbed himself behind him, Dongfang Shua was dumbfounded. He actually, vaguely saw excitement in Xiang Nan's eyes. You're actually interested in the shenanigans over in Kyoto City? Ahem, I just want to see the weird location you mentioned. Xiang Nan forced himself to regain his composure. It's true. Join some special investigative unit and this shenanigans isn't just a random inquiry? Well, that looks like a village. If you're interested, come back to the capital city with me. You won't be doing anything for a while anyway. Dongfang Shua didn't take it personally, since he's already pulled Xiang Nan into the fold. It's good to go back to the capital city to resume his duties. Son, I'll go with you. Without hesitation, Xiang Nan nodded and agreed. On the side of Linjiang City, he also discerned most of the shenanigans. With his status as Minister of the Middle Kingdom Griffin, he might be able to manipulate and destroy some of the initial weirdness. But these are not the immediate priorities. It would be a great deal of money to defuse that weird place in Kyoto City. It's a spooky spot. It's definitely still in its early stages of existence. And if you give it a fix. The corners of his mouth curled up as he thought to himself. Dongfang Shua looked at him, his face growing more and more peculiar. Is there really anyone so excited to hear about going to see Creepy? Is the state afraid of pulling a fool into the team? Without saying a word, the two walked out of the villa side by side. On the face Lu Lingxue had already walked back with Lu Qing in her arms. The little guy looked pathetic with a few bandages wrapped around his head. As soon as she saw that Xiang Nan was leaving, she bitterly shouted, "Brother, can you not leave? Xiang Nan, can you stay?" It seemed that after the haunted building and the incident at home, Lu Lingxue also looked at Shangnan with bated breath. Both, mother and daughter, had become hugely dependent on him. Mr. Xiang, Dongfang Shua stood aside, the corner of his mouth hooked into a bad smile. Xiang Nan looked at them and after a moment of hesitation, he only shrugged off the words, "Wait, when I come back from the capital, if you guys still miss me, come find me at He Jiajin's house." After saying this, Xiang Nan left without looking back. In the end, Xiang Nan was still a human being, and still had some favors for Lu Qing and Lu Lingxue. He got into Dongfang Shua's car with a blank face and used his cell phone to call He Jiajin. Goes out on business and disappears for a few days. The other party was very polite and returned an okay. "Tsk, tisk, I said Xiang Nan. You're good at this. All the human wives are taken." The car slowly drove towards the airport outside Linjiang City, and Dongfang Shua's immodest voice rang out. Xiang Nan didn't bother with him. "I didn't realize that this man looked decent and spoke immodestly. I envy you. Get out. Sit in the back seat." Instinctively, Xiang Nan tried to stomp out towards the front driver's seat. Cluck cluck cluck. Suddenly, Xiang Nan takes a shot to the thigh. The originally flexible thighs were actually too stiff for words at the moment. Xiang Nan looked down and his pupils trembled violently. The neck of the foot, revealed under the lifted-up pants, was actually petrified at some point. Yes, petrified. Xiang Nan was all confused. What's going on here? He didn't do anything? Why did the left foot start to petrify? The car was still driving at breakneck speed towards the airport in Linjiang City. The petrification on the neck of the left leg was spreading towards the belly of the calf at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Hey, Dongfang Shua, do you have any idea what kind of shenanigans can petrify a person?" "Ha?" Dongfang Shua, who was driving, froze. He glanced through the rearview mirror to the south. Hurley realized that Xiang Nan was hugging his left leg and looking at it one by one. On his left leg, the color of the gray system had appeared, as if it had been carved out of stone. Crap! Dongfang Shua was dumbfounded. In all his years in the business, he had never heard of sudden petrification. Moreover, it was still Xiang Nan, who was so strong, who had been hit. What's going on? Dongfang Shua hurriedly pulled the car to the curb and ran from the front seat. Xiang Nan squinted at his calf's stomach. He noticed it, and the moment the car stopped, the petrification in his calf's stomach seemed to stop. That's right, the petrification was like a pause, framed halfway up the calf's stomach. Unclear, but I'm pretty sure there's no weirdness that can petrify others among the weirdness I've invoked. Xiang Nan lowered his eyebrows in contemplation. There weren't many creepy things he'd messed with. Bone demons counted as one, and zombie corpses counted as one. The others, basically, are extinguished. However, none of the weird systems I've been in contact with say that the other has the petrify trait. System? Right, the system. Thinking of the system, Xiang Nan secretly shouted in his head. System, why is there no warning this time? Drops, host, you've been infected by an unknown weirdness. Dropping, the weirdness is unrecorded in the databanks. What? Xiang Nan was dumbfounded. The system doesn't even know? Why? Xiang Nan, what the hell is going on with you? At this moment, Dongfang Shua also looked at Xiang Nan's calf in surprise, his expression fluttering. He was sure that, whether it's Taoist or bizarre, a being that can petrify people is unheard of. I don't know, but I found out something. What is it? After you stopped the car, I was petrified it seemed to stop. Hey, what's this about? Oriental didn't understand what this had to do with driving. Xiang Nan's gaze shifted upward to look out of the car. Linjiang Airport. As with all cities, it was basically built on the outskirts of the city for ease of transportation. The car was now driving a few kilometers out of the downtown area of Linjiang City proper. Does it? Unable to help it, Xiang Nan figured something out. What's wrong? Oriental Sokka looked at him quizzically. You remember, don't you? You told me that old man, what's his name, said something, Linjiang City, in or out. Yeah, what's wrong? My calves, it seems, became petrified from the moment I left Linjiang City. What? Dongfang Shua's eyelids fluttered. Where is this wacky statement? The two men locked eyes and both seemed to be still in a state of speculation. It was Xiang Nan who calmly returned to his senses first. Try driving the car a few meters further forward. Yes. Dongfang Shua instantly understood what Xiang Nan meant. The car drove a few more meters towards the front after that. Sure enough, the stone color, once again, crept a few centimeters from the belly of the calf toward the knee. Stop the car, turn around and go back to Linjiang City. Yes. The two men looked at the once again petrified thighs and determined that this was really the reason. Without being told, Xiangnan wanted Dongfang Shua to turn around and drive toward Linjiang City. Evil. Too evil. Just by leaving the municipal soil of Linjiang City, the body will be petrified. Then if we go to the capital city, Xiangnan won't turn into a stone man directly? The car drove the same way towards the city again. Xiangnan stared intently at his calf, which was petrified but still had not recovered. To this, Xiangnan had long had mental expectations. Xiangnan, your Dongfang Shua gave a somewhat guilty inquiry. If he hadn't taken Xiangnan out of the city, perhaps Xiangnan wouldn't have been missing a calf. It's okay, it doesn't matter. Xiangnan waved his hand calmly. He is really not worried about this petrification. He's also got a guaranteed paper double. If you can't petrify to a certain point and just use the paperman, it's just a bit of a shame. It would be a waste to use this paperman like this. Now, the first thing to figure out is still why it's petrified. Xiangnan calmly leaned on the back seat. From the words of the old man Xian Gui, he could tell that Linjiang City would be a ghost town that could not be entered. At first, he thought it was some kind of guess. Now it seems that this petrification of the body may be one reason why you can't leave. But, if we can't leave Linjiang City right now, nor should I. Those citizens who travel a lot on business would have been petrified long ago if they left Linjiang City, right? If petrification suddenly appeared, this news definitely couldn't be hidden. Besides, Dongfang Shua wasn't petrified. That is to say, the current person who left Linjiang City to petrify. I'm probably the only one. So, Linjiang City isn't at a point where it's impossible to leave right now. But, what the fuck did I do? Why should I be the only one petrified? The more Xiangnan thought about it, the more wrong he felt. He, surely, must have done something no one else has done, so only he would be petrified if he were currently out of downtown. What the hell? Weirdness that the system doesn't even know about? Xiangnan only felt a little ridiculous. Dongfang Shua, who had been driving, frequently looked toward Xiangnan in the backseat of the car. He's also helping with the thinking. Xiangnan, there's actually something I remember now. What? It's rule-based shenanigans. Have you heard of them? Ha, what's that? A kind of weirdness where he won't kill you as long as you follow his rules. This kind of weirdness is also named by the top brass of the capital city recently. There's no way to tell how they were born, but once they appear, you basically can't kill it, only by following its rules. I was wondering, with your petrification, if you're inviting some kind of rule ghost? And this? Right, it was on the 5th day after the Midyuan festival this year that a headless ghost appeared around the capital city. This thing, it can't be killed in any way. It has a paranoid love of human heads. The average person who meets it is basically going to have their head cut off by it. And then, how did you guys work it out? Simple, bury your head in your clothes. The headless ghosts can't see your head and go away. It's... Xiangnan was dumbfounded. What's with all the weird stuff? He murmured. And then, Dongfang Shua's words completely sent a chill down his spine. Xiangui said that it seemed like some alien star had gotten out of orbit, thus triggering a mutation. He also said that there wasn't supposed to be a rule ghost because someone had altered the timeline by changing the course of things. Xiangnan grimaced. The more you listen, the more you get upset. This TM. Speak as if it were yourself. One has changed the normal trajectory of things several times now. Could it be that? Was it a change in yourself that prompted the rule ghost? Inexplicably, there was some weakness. Xiangnan stopped talking and the car drove straight towards the police station. The police department? Xiangnan got out of the car suspiciously. What's the point of coming to the police station? Go check the information. If you're being targeted by a rule ghost, come check the city's alien news. Maybe there's a hint. Okay, Dongfang Shua explained. To the south of the 100 points of strength value to support the petrified small feet. But not a struggle. The chief even greeted the two personally when they entered the police station. After a good deal of politeness, it was time to go into the archives. Pull up all the hunting news in Linjiang City during this period of time. Yes. With a casual greeting from Oriental Saku, a junior constable ran over, clutching a newspaper. Leader, these are the news from the last week. Taking the newspaper, Dongfang Shua scanned it casually. Xiangnan stood off to the side and watched alone. Shooting enthusiasts, head strangely exploding during home visits, an elderly couple, and the woman is pregnant, and after the pregnancy, the woman got younger and younger? 3 tombstones appear on the main road artery of the North Suburban Cemetery. Message after message was read by Oraheim. When he heard Northern Suburb Cemetery, Xiangnan's eyes suddenly changed. Northern Suburb Cemetery? 3 tombstones? Does it? Instantly as if enlightened and blessed, Xiangnan's eyes glazed over. I think I know where the reason is. Go, let's go to the Northern Suburb graves. Ha, Without even having time to react, Dongfang Shua was dragged out of the police station by Xiang Nan. The car drove again toward the cemetery in the northern suburbs. All the way there, Xiang Nan was silent and didn't say anything. Regarding the sudden appearance of 3 tombstones in the cemetery in the northern suburb, he had received the information on the day the ghost building appeared. Only, at the time, it was thought to be a minor incident. Now that I think about it, don't the 3 extra tombstones correspond to 3 people? Giggle. The car drove up to the graveyard full of headstones. The roadway was blocked by 3 protruding tombstones stationed on the main road. Oraheim rushed to slam on the brakes. His pupils contracted violently when he read the inscription carved on the tombstone. Because, on those 3 tombstones, there were 3 names he recognized. Tomb to the south, Tomb of Fafang at Fahua Temple, Tomb of Fayuan of Fahua Temple. Crap, Xiang Nan, who cursed you to death? Dongfang Shua shouted uncertainly. Xiang Nan pushed open the car door and looked at the 3 tombstones. His mind was already clear. On the way here, he'd wondered what he'd done that no one else had. The death bus? A lot of people have been on it. You've been to the Dharma Palace? A lot of people have. The only one, that would be the Northside Cemetery. Who'd come to the cemetery every day except for the French method? He's the only one who comes every day for the points. System, is there a rumor in the data that there will be newborn tombstones in the northern suburban cemetery? Xiang Nan silently asked the system. Drops, there is no record in the system database. The North Suburban Cemetery database is being updated. Suspicion of a new birth of rules-based creepy. Tombstone ghosts. Tombstone ghost, characteristics unknown at this time. Please act with caution. Host. Sure enough, this one is a new weirdness born of autonomy. According to the normal timeline, there would have been no tombstone ghosts here a year later as recorded by the system. But because I altered the timeline, a tombstone ghost appeared? Rules ghost. Interesting. I wonder how many points I can give for insight into your rules. Standing in front of his own tombstone, Xiang Nan actually laughed out loud. On the sidelines, Dongfang Shua looked dumbfounded. What kind of person looks at their own tombstone and smiles? He didn't know the details of it, but guessing, he could tell that the petrification might have something to do with the tombstone in front of him. Being haunted by the rule ghost. Doesn't the Xiang Nan panic? You're still laughing? Just as he was puzzled, Xiang Nan glanced at the graveyard and then at the tombstone. His eyes having cleared. I think I probably know how the tombstone ghost was formed. Tombstone ghost? And you know this? Dongfang Shua wondered. Just half a moment to understand? Headless ghosts are a rule only known to a lot of dead people. Help me get the Fafa circle. They should be under your control, right? Bring in another death row inmate. I need to do an experiment. Xiang Nan ordered methodically. Dongfang Shua laughed. You're learning to get on with it after half a day as an officer, aren't you? Nonsense. I have the right to not use it. Am I stupid? Hurry up. It's vital to gain insight into the rules of the tombstone ghost. Well. Upon hearing this, Dongfang Shua drove alone again towards the city police station. Xiang Nan watched him leave, his face gradually grimacing. If that so-called Xian Gui is right, in the future, in Linjiang City, there will be heads in the sky and graves on the ground. A human head is a human lantern. So with so many graves on the ground, it must be the tombstone ghosts that are haunting the place. Perhaps, there is salvation now. Xiang Nan mused. A few moments later, Dongfang Shua followed in his car, leading a police car. 3 men were pushed down from the back seat of the police car. Dharma, founder of Dharma Hua Temple, and a bald man in a prison uniform. The 2 policemen detained them in front of Xiang Nan and even saluted respectfully. Good day, leader. No. Xiang Nan waved his hand and looked playfully at Fafa Phelan. These 2, presumably, had suffered a lot in prison, and both had lost a lot of weight. Do you, want to live? At these words, there was an instant glow in the 2 men's lifeless eyes. What did you say? You're the giver, you're the leader? Suddenly, he looked to the south. It was then that Fa Yuan noticed that the one addressed as the leader was clearly the Xiang Nan who had come to Fa Hua Temple earlier to cause trouble. Without further ado, cooperate with me in an experiment and your death sentences can be changed to life imprisonment. Xiang Nan spoke, his eyes going to Dongfang Shua. Dongfang Shua nodded indifferently. Anyway, the difference between dying and being held until you die is not that big. And, these 2 are indirect killers. Really? We do. Okay, then take the next one. Fa Feng, and try destroying your own tombstone. Xiang Nan smiled wryly and pointed to the tombstone on the road that read Fahua Temple Fa Feng. The French side froze. It was only then that he noticed that the familiar northern suburb of the cemetery had its own headstone by it at some point. He was uncertain. However, once he heard that the death penalty was commuted to life, he didn't think any deeper. His own headstone, one of those old-looking stone headstones. This type of headstone is as sturdy as it is sturdy. With a few hard kicks towards the middle of the tombstone, it was highly likely that the force would be felt along the center and the tombstone would be kicked in two. MD, that unlucky bastard erected a monument for me? I'm not dead yet. With some anger, without saying a word, Fafang stomped toward the center of the tombstone. Bang! After a muffled sound, the black stone monument stopped the waste and segmented into two. It doesn't look like there's anything special about it. Ha ha! Leader, you see, I can reduce my sentence by doing this? After kicking the tombstone, Fafang didn't even think twice about fawning over Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan didn't respond, just quietly sizing up Fafang. Suddenly, French's still flattering face gave a lurch. A layer of stone gray instantly began to densely cover his face. From the direction of his head, it's like having your body stained with ink. The stone gray color densely covered Fafang's entire circumference in the blink of an eye. In just a moment's effort, a monk who was still bending over and fawning had already turned into a stone sculpture that still kept his head bowed. Crap! Demon magic! What kind of evil magic is this? With the sudden change of heart, everyone around them was shocked. Even the two policemen in charge of the escort were so frightened that they took a few steps back. Fade, calm down. Didn't your chief tell you that the world is about to change? In the crowd, Dongfang Shuo was the only one who was unusually bashful. As if he had read something, he squeaked toward Nan. What's next? Then, Fa Yuan, you dig out your own stone tablet and carry it on your back for a few steps. Xiang Nan looked at Fa Yuan again with a cold face, and Fa Yuan's big round pierced face suddenly trembled. No, leader, I don't want to die. Although he didn't understand the Tao in between, he knew the evil of those tombstones as he watched Fafang petrify inexplicably. He spoke and was about to run towards the police car. At this point, he thought it would actually be nice to stay in his cell and wait to die. You're not doing it? You don't do it, you get shot now. Xiang Nan gave a cold shout, and the two police officers got the message and had already unloaded their pistols from their waists. Prisoners 0527, come here. One of the officers took his gun and smashed it against Falcon's head. Fa Yuan immediately choked and his face looked worse than his dead parents. This, leader, I really don't want to die. Don't want to die? Didn't you think you'd get your comeuppance when you came here earlier to bake the corpse oil? Xiang Nan gave a teasing smile. Fa Yuan's face changed. Just wanted to ask, how do you know? But with the blackened muzzles pressing in, he could only look at his tombstone and reluctantly dig it up. Oddly enough, the tombstone is also just a few centimeters deep in the compound. As if it was just meant to be dug out for someone. After digging the tombstone out of the ground, Fa Yuan hesitantly carried it on his back. The good thing was, after a few moves, he didn't show any signs of petrification at all. Hey, it's okay. He was a little saddened by this, and took a few more bold steps, and still nothing happened. It seems that the tombstone can be taken away. Thinking to the south. Okay, next, you go walk around the cemetery. There is no more control of the legal circle. Xiang Nan pointed to the bald death row inmate who had accompanied the escort. The death row inmate sniffed and his nervousness was instantly relieved. After watching the alien just now, as long as he wasn't kicking any tombstones, he didn't think it was a big deal. Without supervision, he wandered around the graveyard in a few tiger steps. But, wait until the moment he's out of the cemetery. Chug chug chug. A stone monument eerily emerged from the dirt on the road outside the cemetery. Young Jainam's tomb. New tombstones. New names. Watching the scene, the bald death row inmate fell on his butt in fear. Isn't he? Young Jainam? This. What evil is this? Zhang Zhenin's tiger eyes stared round with a shuddering face. Xiang Nan nodded, seeming to have figured everything out. Hey, you know what to do? He looked to Dongfang Shuo, who was no fool, and greeted the two officers at his side with, see everything? From now on, the northern suburbs cemetery is under seal. No one is allowed to come here. Understood. After giving the order, the two officers hurriedly dialed up. Not long afterward, a dozen or so police cars came whizzing by. As if they had been ordered by their superiors, the police officers surrounded the northern suburb by the cemetery with a cordon. Just as the crowd was busy, in Xiang Nan's ears, the system's beep sounded once again. The host is exceptionally intelligent and has gained insight into the rules of grave ghosts. You destroyed 32 grave ghosts. Gained 320 survival points. Currently accumulating 2,960 survival points. Ooh, timeline update this is? Listening to the system's feedback, Xiang Nan's eyes blinked. If anything, because of the birth of Grave Ghost, Linjiang City will usher in a new future. Well, then, maybe someone will come to the North Suburban Cemetery afterward, too, and accidentally trigger the Grave Ghost. By ordering the closure of the cemetery in the northern suburbs now, it is a disguised attempt to protect the person who triggers the Grave Ghost afterwards. before and after. There were a total of 32 people who had nothing to do with running to the cemetery. Lamenting, Xiang Nan looked to the group of people who were still waiting for him. Fa Yuan carried his tombstone on his back, already in a state of hijacking. He looked at Xiang Nan excitedly. Leader, if I carry this tombstone back to the prison, will I get a life sentence? No, you have an experiment to help me with. Don't worry, you can definitely go back after this experiment. It's, well, the heart responded uneasily. For a moment, Fa Yuan thought that the Gullboy was definitely not as scary as the man in front of him. Go, drive to the edge of Linjiang City. With a word of knowledge to Nan, he pulled out his own tombstone from the roadway with his bare hands. He hugged the headstone and got into the car to the dismay of the bystanders. A private car and a police car. Just like this fire to the edge of Linjiang City, the edge of the city of Linjiang. When the car stopped, several people got out. Xiang Nan looked toward Fa Yuan, who was carrying the tombstone, and let out a light laugh. Come on, take 2 steps without being sick. All you have to do is take a few steps towards the outside and this experiment is over. You can then go back. Really? As soon as he heard Xiang Nan say that, Fa Yuan didn't say a word, carried the tombstone and left. Dongfang Shua looked at Xiang Nan from the side and couldn't help but shake his head. To the south, kinda takes any situation into account. Linjiang City has an in and an out. Even if there is nothing wrong with holding the tombstone, he still has to try to see if he can get out of Linjiang City. Thick steps took a dozen or so, and many eyes looked at the law circle. Fa Yuan couldn't figure out why he only needed to take a few steps by himself. Click click click. Suddenly, after taking a few steps, he felt a sharp squirm behind him. Click click click. After a few more steps, what looked like powdery foam fell down his back. Fa Yuan didn't dare to go any further. He looked back with some dismay. Involuntarily, he let out a gasp of surprise. That stone tablet, the smooth surface of the monument had been twisted out of a human face, and the face, almost identical to his own. What the hell is this? Fa Yuan was dumbfounded. In the dark, he had a delusion. As soon as he moved further toward the front, his hideous self in the tombstone would come out and kill him. This is spooky, and really evil haha. In the distance, Dongfang Shua took it all in. You can basically dish out the rules for tombstone ghosts now. Those who enter the cemeteries in the northern suburbs are targeted by tombstone ghosts, giving birth to their counterparts. If you don't care about the tombstone and leave it at a certain distance, your body will petrify. If the tombstone is damaged, the body is immediately petrified. Then if you pull out the tombstone and act together, the creepiness in the tombstone seems to slowly revive over time. As for what it will do when it revives, whether or not you can kill the creepy in the tombstone, none of this is clear. Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes at the dissension of the moment. In fact, he'd probably guessed it. In the future, in Linjiang City, there will be heads in the sky and graves on the ground. Then, it may be that on the very day of the spooky resurrection, the entire population living in the city of Linjiang will give birth to their own tombstones. The area of judgment for the tombstone ghost will no longer be the northern suburbs cemetery, but the entire city of Linjiang. And the statement that there is an in and an out should mean that even if you hold your own tombstone and go out, the creepy revival in the tombstone, you strike him down, you die too. If you don't strike him down, you'll be killed by him. Therefore, it would be better to leave the tombstone in place and live on in Linjiang City. Is this the right solution to having an in and an out? Xiang Nan rubbed his chin and twisted around to look at the city he grew up in. For the first time, he felt that Linjiang City was so scary like a cage. Go again. Further on, coldly and urgently, he urged the law circle. Xiang Nan wanted to see how quickly the creepy recovery in tombstone was going to happen. Leader, I dare not go. I think my own self in the tombstone is going to crawl out. Fa Yuan cried out. Xiang Nan ignored him and looked at the 2 policemen on the sidelines. The policeman immediately understood, and immediately raised his pistol to the legal circle. Either you take a few steps now, or you die now. You. Gritting his teeth, he was pointed at by the blackened pistol. Fa Yuan held the tombstone across his chest and moved it one step at a time. Every time he took a step, he looked down at himself in the tombstone. Well, the next step out of nearly 100 meters away, that hideous human face are not moving. The Fa Yuan, this is a sigh of relief. It seems, the tombstone ghost has been revived for some time. Dongfang Shua looked at the situation in the distance and mused. Xiang Nan nodded and got into the car, clutching his headstone. Let's go, we're going to the capital city now. No. Man, you're such a tiger, aren't you? You're carrying your own tombstone just to see a ghost village? Aren't you afraid that the ghosts of the tombstones will come out in the middle of the road? Dongfang Shua's brain was already disconnected when he heard Xiang Nan say it so calmly. He's not afraid to die, is he? Isn't it good to squat peacefully in Linjiang City and guard your tombstone? Stay out of it. I'll take care of myself. Hurry up and get going. The ghostly voice came from inside the car. Dongfang Shua looked at him in awe for a while before ordering the two officers. Go, take Fa Yuan back into custody. Also, you guys pay attention. He's in solitary confinement. Always monitor his reaction with the tombstone. Yes. A few minutes later, the police car escorted Fa Yuan back the same way, while Dongfang Shua, once again, drove to Linjiang City Airport. Inside the car, he drove, and from time to time he looked at Xiang Nan in the back seat. A twisted human face had surfaced. Unsurprisingly, on the tombstone to the south, Xiang Nan, on the other hand, looked at his hideous self and was not at all worried. Seemingly, he had something to fall back on. Hey, are you really okay with this? I don't want to bring a dead man back to the capital. Dongfang Shua asked again worriedly, and Xiang Nan gave him a blank look. Don't worry, I value my life more than anyone else. Tombstone Ghost, I have my own countermeasures to deal with that. Also, this time, that what's his name Ghost Village. No surprise, I'm going too. What? You're still going to the Ghost Village? You call that sparing your life? Dongfang Shua looked at Xiang Nan in confusion. Even if you're blindly wandering around with a tombstone ghost on your back, you have to go to a haunted village. Xiang Nan is purely tired of not living long enough. Believe it or not. Xiang Nan shrugged his shoulders, looking unconcerned. Dongfang Shua looked at him for a long moment, which was followed by silence. The car drove uneventfully to the airport this time. It's also not clear who Oriental Shocker contacted. Upon arriving at the airport, inside the airport, someone immediately pulled him and Xiang Nan into the private cabin of an airplane. An hour later, the plane took off and landed at the capital city airport. A black business car was also the first to come and greet them when they got off the plane. The car had apparently driven through the busy neighborhoods of the capital city to a deserted suburb. After driving off in the middle of nowhere for a while, so far south that he couldn't even tell the road apart, the car traveled to a Gobi beach. The Gobi wall actually vibrated rapidly and propped up towards the outside, then revealed an underground passage. Xiang Nan's eyes widened. Looking at such a hidden design, one cannot help but marvel at the tactics of the top brass. The business car drove along the underpass. Under the Gobi Desert, there is simply something else. The parking lot, which is so wide that it is 1,000 square feet, is lighted, and there are even all kinds of supermarkets, pedestrian streets, and all kinds of infrastructure around it. It's building a survival site underground? Xiang Nan looked on in surprise. Compared to this place, Jiajin's safe house was really shabby. Yes, old man Xian Gui's brain is still good. This underworld program was originally his idea to deal with natural disasters. I didn't realize that it's now being used to combat shenanigans. I don't think even Creepy would have thought there would be a survival site under the middle of nowhere, dozens of miles outside of the capital city. Would he? Dongfang Shua spoke with some pride. Awesome indeed. Wow. The car door had opened while the two were talking. As he stepped out of the car, the voice once again rang in Xiang Nan's ears. Congratulations to the host for discovering an outdoor peach garden with no weirdness. You've discovered a new way to live and gained 40 survival points. Current survival points 3,000. Ooh, so this place really did make it safe after a year. Listening to the system's voice, Xiang Nan silently followed Dongfang Shua forward. In a small house on an underground shopping street, Xiang Nan was shocked to find that there was actually a separate elevator hidden here. Oriental Saku took a few quick steps forward and seemed to shine his pupils against the button keys of the elevator. Following that, the elevator doors opened. Come on, I'll show you people. He took a step forward, and Nan followed, clutching the tombstone. The elevator has floors from -1 to -22. Orientation pressed the button for the -7th floor, and the elevator wobbled and eventually dropped smoothly. The Special Investigation Bureau has arrived. The elevator doors opened and the beep came. Reflections. It's the ceiling and floor walls that resemble metallic colors, and at first glance, you'd think you'd come to the inside of a spaceship. Connecting to the elevator exit is a lobby. The hall was surrounded in all directions, with a number of people in black uniforms moving to and fro. It was obvious that even with the spatial area of the 7th basement level, the place was open and open. Go! The people from the other 4 divisions, as well as Elder Dragon, are probably waiting. With a word of knowledge, the Orientalist headed for the left side of the hall. After walking along the walkway for a while, Oraheim stopped in front of a metal room door. He was still looking into the eye of the lock on the door of the room, like an infrared ray had swept across his irises. Click! The door to the room opened. The room was small, with a screen projected in front of a huge round table, and in front of the round table, 4 people were already seated. On the seat directly in front of him, seated was an old man with tufts of hair. His face was very loving. but his eyes were full of majesty and solemnity. By his side, too, was an old man. This old man was fat, but his face was unusually red and healthy. After Xiang Nan followed Dongfang Xuan, he kept scowling towards Xiang Nan. Of course, he wasn't the only one sizing up Xiang Nan. Sitting on the left side is a short-haired girl with a red uniform. Her face is cold and clear. She is also constantly looking at Xiang Nan. Her chest is written with the name South Fire Vermilion Bird 01. On his right side was a youth, similarly snickering at Xiang Nan. Back, the old man with the tufts of hair rose and relieved Dongfang Shua. Dongfang Shua nodded. Fortunately, this Mr. Jin Guang Superman, Xiang Nan, Mr. Xiang, has agreed to the Kirin plan. Not bad. Captain Xiang, allow me to introduce myself. I am the director of the National Security Bureau, Long Yen, and your immediate superior. In the future, we'll all be family. Long Yen extended his large hand, and Xiang Nan took 2 steps forward and shook it towards him. Again, I'll introduce you to your co-workers. And this one, it's the captain of the North Water Xuanwu, Xian Gue. Long Yen pointed at the fat old man, and Xiang Nan looked at him. I didn't expect that. The old man who had prophesied so accurately was actually him. Hello, divining chakra Xian Gue. Xian Gue seemed to be very interested in Xiang Nan and took the initiative to report his family. Nodding to Nan, the other man held out a large hand. Xiang Nan. Without much ado, the two shook hands. Congratulations to the host. You have befriended the human leader Xian Gue. The host is well connected and has a wide range of friends. Gain 100 survival points. Currently accumulating 3,100 survival points. Human chief? Scratch that. There's a windfall? Xiang Nan glanced at the Xian Gue in front of him, and cast aspersions in his heart. After greeting him, he had to wait for Long Yen to introduce him, but the girl on the left took the initiative to stand up and extended her hand with a smile on her face. Hello, Southfire Vermilion Bird Team. Team member number 01 Yiling. Yiling's proactive attitude caused Xiang Nan to be somewhat stunned. Still, after a brief handshake, he looked to the youth on the final right. This youth had a personality, and as he watched Xiang Nan look at him, he just waved his hand. I'm even. What's a guy shaking hands with a guy? Shijin White Tiger Team. Captain Shiman Yuan. Shiman Yuan shrugged and introduced himself, and didn't mean to move. Xiang Nan was too lazy to make a fool of himself and simply ignored him. Ahem. Since everyone is here, let's start the meeting. Seemingly realizing that the atmosphere was heading in the wrong direction, Long Yen coughed lightly and several people took their seats. Behind him, the big screen began to flicker with images as well. A map of the capital city slowly opened up on the screen, and in a corner of the capital city, a village labeled with a red dot was unusually conspicuous. After the underworld program is coordinated, in the face of the bizarre revival, the top cadres will be able to retreat in one piece at that time. But, between the capital city and the main road of the underworld, a mutation has occurred in the Three Worlds village. Originally, I wasn't going to manage it, but now some observers are saying that the village of Three Worlds seems to be expanding its influence. In the past, it could only affect as far into the village as it could. It's now possible to affect a sphere several kilometers outside the village. At this rate, it might be about to spread towards the capital city and the underground world. Therefore, the uprooting of the Three Realms village cannot be delayed. Long Yen spoke. The red dotted village on the map has a red coverage circle that has covered the surrounding arterial roads. A clear-eyed person would know that it was the swollen sac that separated the capital city from the underground world. It has to be excised. Three Worlds Village? Why is it called Three Worlds Village? As Long Yen spoke slowly, the atmosphere in the conference room gradually became somewhat oppressive. Xiang Nan reclined in his seat, curious about the naming of the village. He had his arm around the tombstone and didn't seem at all worried about the effects of the Three Worlds Village. Three Worlds Village. It is said that this village, on top of its original location, has gone through a total of 3 temporal changes. The earliest Three Worlds Village was a princely mansion, but then the king was rumored to be rebelling, and the entire mansion, all of them, were put to death. And then the village became a textile village at the back of the line, and all the people in the village made their living by producing cloth. But for some reason, overnight, the whole village died with their tongues split open. To the Republican era, the village and built the station. The train station point just established the prosperity it, and do not know what happened. Overnight, the workers all developed abnormalities. Either pus sores grew on their bodies, or their tendons and bones cracked by inches. After hitting that, no one would ever dare to live in the Three Worlds village again. Now, what's going on there is anyone's guess. According to the investigators, several groups of team members have been dispatched, all of whom have gone without a return. The captain of the South Fire Vermilion Bird Team, Nangong Bien, has also not responded since he set out to investigate yesterday, Long Yin slowly said, silently looking at the Three Realms village on the map behind him, his face rather ugly. The conference room was dead silent at his words. Ooh, it seems that this village is more dangerous than expected. Xiang Nan's eyes narrowed, but in his heart, he was even more eager to check it out. If this goes in, survival points aren't clunking, are they? So, what are you going to do? Xiang Nan took the initiative to break the dead silence. Long Yan didn't say anything, but it was old man Xin Gui who rubbed his chin with his left hand and started pinching with his right hand. Three Worlds Village. A place is like experiencing three worlds. The village is full of ghosts, enough to turn the world black and white. Three corresponds to the three talents of heaven, earth, and man. And if you want to completely liberate the Three Realms village, you need three people to break the game. With those words, Shen Gui stopped pinching and held out three fingers. And these three must have a hard bottom. Otherwise going in is just giving sustenance to the Three Realms village. Three people. Let's see. Dongfang Shua. Me, Yiling just now. Shimen Yuan, who had been silent all this time, actually took the initiative to pick up the conversation, which surprised Xiang Nan a bit. It's not good for all three of you to go. However, just after he opened his mouth, Long Yan interrupted him. Elder Long, why not, right now? The strongest ones are just the three of us, right? Shimen Yuan was clearly unconvinced, and Long Yan shook his head. For two reasons. First, Elder Xian said three people to break the game, but actually if the village's Nangong Bian isn't dead right now, then only two can go. Secondly, if all three of you go, if any more chaos occurs on this side of the capital city, surely no one will be able to fight it off. With rational analysis, silence once again fell over the room. This time, Xiang Nan rose from his seat of his own accord. I said, how about I go? His voice was not loud, but for a moment everyone looked at him. You? Shimen Yuan looked at him in puzzlement and pointed to the tombstone in Minami's arms. The intelligence said that you're already haunted by the tombstone ghost and can't take care of yourself. You're actually still thinking of entering the Three Realms village? Aren't you asking for trouble and difficulty? No harm done. It's just a bit of wind and frost. Patting the tombstone on his chest, Xiang Nan didn't care in the slightest. But your tombstone has a head sticking out. Yiling, who was on the side, weakly voiced out. Xiang Nan sniffed, then looked down. Nice guy. On the gray headstone, his own hideous human face had stuck out, half his head floating out of the plane of the headstone. It turned out that, without realizing it, the tombstone ghost had awakened another step. Nothing, even if he comes out. A trick chasing after me is just that. What is there to fear? A bland wave of the hand. Xiang Nan's flat response dumbfounded everyone who looked at him. What do you mean? What's there to fear? That's a rule ghost that can't be killed. A rule ghost chasing you at all times. It's killing you. What do you say to fear? Madness. It's crazy. Captain Xiang, why don't you just forget about it? You just go back to Linjiang City and execute the Qilin program. Long Yan thought about setting a stage for Xiang Nan. I didn't want to, but Xiang Nan was still certain. No way. I've come here, so I have to go and take a look. Well, since Captain Xiang is so confident, according to Elder Xian's words, only two people will go to cooperate with Nangong Bian. How about me and you? It seems that he is not used to seeing Xiang Nan's frivolity. Shimen Yuan violently stood up from his seat and looked provocatively at Xiang Nan. In his opinion, knowing a bit of the Golden Light Curse and a bit of Palm Thunder is enough to put up with him? Since Xiang Nan was looking for death, he didn't mind teaching him a long lesson. Okay, how? Leave now? For swiping points, Xiang Nan had always been as quick as he could be to implement them. Looking at him with that look of urgency, Shimen Yuan was dumbfounded. This guy, he's not afraid to die, is he? Let's do it early tomorrow morning. While the sun shines, you enter the village. Since someone had already made a furtive offer, Shen Gui also slapped the plan into place. Upon hearing the decision fall, a trace of joy clearly flashed across Yiling's small face. Dongfang Shua, on the other hand, patted Xiang Nan's shoulder. Hey, don't play it off. I don't want another Kirin team captain. And find me a place. It's time to sleep. Calmly, he waved his hand. It was quite a busy day for Xiang Nan. Okay, you come with me. The meeting ended hastily and the crowd dispersed. Only Shen Gui looked at Xiang Nan a few more times. Little friend Xiang, I heard from the report that you have acquired the Palm Thunder and Golden Light incantations? Does little friend Xiang have any close or distant relatives who are from the Zheng family? No. Hiss, that's strange. How did little friend Xiang acquire the secret techniques of Dragon Tiger Mountain? No comment. Hurriedly ending the conversation, Xiang Nan didn't bother with Shen Gui's puzzled face. He followed Orihito right into a small bedroom. When he was far away, Only Xian Gui remained in the conference room. The old guy squinted his eyes and stroked his chin with an odd look on his face. It's really strange. The Longhu mountain lineage. This term there is no one under the last Dharma to get the Tao. How to get the Tao? Is an outsider? Inside the bedroom, Xiang Nan was lying on the bed, looking at the tombstone at his side. The hideous head had stuck out of its neck. I don't know. How long will it take you to get out? Gazing at his identical self, Xiang Nan seemed to be taking stock of something. He wasn't really tired and lay still, waiting southward for the new day to refresh. Midnight. The system's voice sounded right on time. Drops. This day's log is updated. Congratulations to the host, who has successfully survived the 8th day of the eerie advent. In the wee hours of the morning, you seem to have taken to picking on cat-faced old ladies, witnessing 100 ghosts walking at night, traveling through the ghostly, haunted buildings of the Fahua Temple, and you big guts, you gained 200 survival points. In the early morning, you went out and experienced a ghostly wall and a lantern with a human head, earning you 300 points. In the early morning, you went to the ghost tower alone and suppressed the ghost tower to the ghost floor with your own strength. Your bravery is unparalleled, and you have earned 1,000 survival points. In the morning, you managed to kill the half-realm calamity little girl in red with the cultivation of the spirit realm. You are simply a god of killing across realms. You have earned 120 survival points. At noon, you attempt to leave Linjiang City, and you find yourself haunted by the rule ghost Tombstone Ghost. You have analyzed the rules of Tombstone Ghosts and successfully killed 32 Tombstone Ghosts, earning 320 points. In the evening, you discovered a new survival base and gained 40 survival points. You have befriended the human leader Xian Gui and gained 100 points. In one day, host, you've managed to pull off so many things? You are simply more laborious than 996. You've managed to survive the day and gain 10 survival points. Current point total, 110 points. 3,110 points? Looking at the newly high points, Xiang Nan's face was delighted. It was quite a day and quite a lot happened. He didn't mind the trouble and had nothing but exuberance in his eyes. If only every day was this busy. With this in mind, Xiang Nan looked at the points and had a plan. System, add points. 4 values, add 70 points to each for me. Dropping, 2,800 survival points have been deducted. Currently 310 points remain. In the process of adding points for you. The warm air flow was suddenly like a babbling brook surging and nourishing the body. Xiang Nan only felt that his already hot qi and blood were once again thick. Pulling up the attributes panel, the attributes have changed again. Toward the south, blood pupil pollution percentage, tombstone ghost curse in progress. Strength, early grievance realm. Stamina value, 170 points. Spiritual value, 172 points. Agility, 170 points. Strength value, 170 points. Skills, Palm Thunder. Golden Light Curse, Creepy, Blood Pupil. Props, Replacement Paperman, Rare, Hiss. Another 1,200 points. I'll have to be in the middle of the Grudge Realm, right? I hope. This trip to the Three Realms village will allow me to make a huge profit. Looking at his attributes, Xiang Nan gradually fell into a longing for this trip. 5 a.m. There was a knock on his room door. An officer in a black uniform simply said, Captain Simon is waiting for you outside the base. Again. As soon as Xiang Nan went out, he was led out of the underworld, outside the Gobi Desert, in an SUV. Shimen Yuan had been waiting for a long time. Xiang Nan got into the car and it drove sharply in one direction. It was still dark at 5 a.m. Looking at the color of the sky, Xiang Nan asked snidely, What, do you have to get up early in the morning and stay up late in the evening to kill ghosts? Oof. Either that or you are arrogant and ignorant. The first light of the morning suppresses ghosts, and the strongest sunlight at noon dispels them. If we enter the village while it's still morning, we can avoid the shenanigans with great probability. By midday, it will be more convenient to investigate what's going on in the Three Realms village. Shimen Yuan coldly explained. Xiang Nan heard. He was thinking, if this is the projection, is it best for you to enter the village at night? Giggle. Maybe it's a time crunch. Within a quarter of an hour, the SUV was parked in what looked like an abandoned train station point. Here it is. The driver gave a muffled cry. Not at all interested in driving in again. This is the Three Worlds village? I thought it was a village. Xiang Nan pulled the car door open and slowly looked over. Directly in front, you can see abandoned rusty railroad tracks as well as old army green tin carriages. On both sides of the dozen or so patchy railroad tracks, a huge waiting room could be seen on the left side of the tracks, and a row of bluestone tiled warehouses on the right. Didn't we talk about this at the meeting yesterday? The last time Three Worlds village was inhabited was when the railroad was built here. It seems like a landowner has contracted transportation here. As for what happened, There's no way to tell. Shimen Yuan narrowed his eyes and looked out into the distance as well. It was obviously a clear morning, but there was always a layer of thick fog that looked like it couldn't be peeled off in the sky above the Three Realms village. Into the village? Xiang Nan cocked his head in question. Shimen Yuan nodded and walked quickly towards the village. Watching him move forward, Xiang Nan hesitated for a moment, but followed along. No way. Although the benefits of going in at night are maximized. However, with this kind of weird location that he hadn't experienced before, Xiang Nan still felt it was best to be conservative. On the abandoned roadway, weeds are growing, and there is a rustling sound when you step on them. The station ahead was silent. It all seemed so sparse and normal. The further I walked, the more I could see a sign hanging over the waiting room by the railroad tracks. Pays transportation. Pay? The former landlord? Nan muttered. Next moment, the moment the duo stepped into the transportation station, Mo's eyes went black. It felt like a temporary black eye caused by insufficient blood supply to the brain. After only a few moments, the vision was once again as good as new. But, when he looked at the silent station again, Xiang Nan didn't feel quite right. The fog. It seems heavy. The visibility in front of me seems to have decreased. Warning, warning, host. You have mistakenly entered the domain of the Three Ghost Kings. Please escape immediately. Please escape now. 3 Ghost King domains? What's that? 3 Ghost Kings of Ghosts? System? What's a Ghost King again? A new class? The mind silently communicated with the system, and the system's voice rang out. Drops. The Ghost King is also a Calamity level creep, but there is a gap between Calamity level creeps. Calamity level shenanigans that make perfect use of traits will maximize the use of ghosts and their own strength to be able to serve as the king of all ghosts. That is, ghosts with good traits and good use of skills? The meaning of the system is understood in layman's terms. Looking around to the south, he couldn't help but be wary. 3 Ghost King domains? So there are 3 Ghost Kings? When I was dealing with the Bone Demon, the Zimu corpse, I had to put in a bit of effort. These 3 Demon Kings. While his heart was silently thinking, Shimen Yuan's voice came over. Hey, don't stare. Find Nangong Bian first. She should have found out something. Okay. The 2 men, with great strides, had come near a broken railroad track. On the railroad tracks, a carriage remained. A large hole had opened up in the wagon's tin for some reason. The hole was as wide as 2 people, and through it, one could see that the carriage was full of blood and human limbs. Going up there? Xiang Nan asked a question. Shimen Yuan's eyes frowned slightly as he nodded. Xiang Nan wasn't as worried as he was. His body was athletic and he crossed the carriage in a few steps. In the old-fashioned carriages, it was a double seat in pairs of separate columns. Instead, the double seat was occupied by a Republican laborer in a blue labor suit. They were either covered in purple and black blood crusts on their clothes or had irregularly twisted limbs all over their bodies. Each one's pupils were whitened and dilated. On the door of the face, an irregular shape was sunken down, as if someone had struck the door of the face with a heavy object. They were like twisted branches, coiled in their seats, but they were as dead as they could be. The smell of blood permeated the entire compartment. In the driveway, there were still pieces of the SBI's black uniform strewn about. Hiss, it's kind of fun. These people, they must be from a previous era, right? I can't believe the corpse isn't even rotting. Nan snickered as he scanned the interior of the car. For his part, Shimen Yuan looked at the pieces of clothing in the driveway and shook his head. Under the ghosts, the corpses of things with grievances basically don't decay. Here, it looks as if it has been through a struggle. Just what was it that made so many investigators disappear? The 2 men watched what was in front of them. Suddenly, the brightness of the sunrise cleared from the sky, and the thick fog of the Three Worlds village thickened threefold. The visibility in front of us, it seemed, had dropped again. Not good. The early morning hours are over. Shimen Yuan shouted as if he sensed something. Standing in the carriage, Xiang Nan was still in a mortar. In front of his eyes, the word danger flashed in blood red. Warning, warning, host, you've been surrounded by walkers. I advise you to rat-tail juice. Walkers? Being warned by the system, Xiang Nan immediately reacted. Roar. Behind him, a hiss came with a fishy odor. Without waiting for the breath to approach, Xiang Nan took the lead. Heaven and earth are the fundamental roots of all air. I have practiced for hundreds of millions of years to prove my divine power. Inside and outside the 3 realms, only the Tao is honored. There is a golden light that covers my body. A cloud of golden light instantly exploded inside the carriage. Xiang Nan's fitness level was instantly pulled up to the 340 range. Come on, let me see. How? Twist around and look. Near the side of the car seat, a man in a labor suit actually stood up. His upper clothes were half open, and his chest was covered with dense, greenish-purple pustules. Roar. As he moved, the pustule bulged and rose, seemingly ready to explode at any moment. Just what the fuck do you call a walker? Palm thunder. Bare your teeth. Electricity arcs flashed in the palm of his left hand. The python-shaped thunderbolt slapped out in the blink of an eye. Boom! Not waiting for the walker to take one more step out, the surge of electricity shook the air in the compartment numbly up. Looking around, the walker that was so hideous just a moment ago had long since turned into a puddle of flesh and crumbled into the carriage. Drops. The host's valor is extraordinary. Kill a walker. Gain 1 point of survival value. What? The system's beep sounded in his ears, and the corner of Xiang Nan's mouth twitched. Isn't it true that the lowest traveling soul realm may not have 10 points? Disgruntled in his mind, the system did not respond. Danger, danger, danger. The word danger flashed in red in front of my eyes. Xiang Nan didn't mean to go deeper for the time being. Ho ho! Inside the wagon, the bodies that had been sitting paralyzed in the wagon had one after another looked like they had been revived and awakened. Even though their bones were broken, they were able to twist and turn as if they were a deformed species, pressing towards the south. 1 point is a point. This wagon. I want it all. Palm thunder. Bare your teeth. Unlike in the past, the raging current had surged and gathered into a thundercloud in his hands. 2 bloody pupils flipped out on Xiang Nan's face. All the walkers in the car that were moving forward moved as if they had frozen. Boom! Thunder exploded. The left palm slammed on the floor of the carriage. Blue arcs of electricity ran like a tidal wave, sweeping across the entire carriage. Bang bang bang! One after another. The hideous walkers were struck by arcs of electricity and burst into puddles of flesh. The host is valiant and kills a walker. The host is awesome. Killing 10 walkers at the same time. The system's voice echoed non-stop. At the door of the carriage, Shiman Yuan watched the arcs of electricity flashing inside the carriage, his mouth wide open into an O shape. No! This guy kills at the drop of a hat? And an ordinary palm thunderbolt doesn't have this kind of power, does it? He watched with jaws agape until the electricity in the car dissipated and Xiang Nan stepped out with a bland clap. The host is like a god of killing, destroying 52 zombies in an instant. Accumulated 52 survival points. Currently accumulating 362 survival points. A mosquito is still meat. Twisting around to look at the carriages that had been blackened by the arc of electricity, Xiang Nan looked like he had thought of something and suddenly spoke in a deep voice. It shouldn't be these walkers that kill investigators. Shiman Yuan came back to his senses, and only then did he look towards Xiang Nan. What do you mean by that? These walkers, as fierce as they look, have their bones cracked and are moving very slowly. The investigator wouldn't be crushed here even if he didn't have spells on his side. I think, besides the walkers, there's something even more spooky. Xiang Nan calmly analyzed. Shiman Yuan frowned and just wanted to nod in response. Ho ho! Suddenly, outside the wagon, amidst the thick fog, came the heavy roar once more. What's wrong? The 2 men followed the sound. Walkers in labor suits could be seen slowly emerging from the remaining cars on the modeled railroad tracks. 7 or 8 tracks. A few dozen cars less. As far as the eye could see, a dense, zombie-like tide surged up. Well, Chinese-like Resident Evil, right? Bare your teeth. The thunder arc in his hand flickered once again. Xiang Nan's eyes glowed. So much. How many points? Thousands? Sure enough, this is the right trip. Taking a step forward, Xiang Nan did not flee, but instead turned into a ball of golden light and rushed into the dense pile of corpses. In an instant, electric arcs exploded in the thick fog. Hey, leave this place to me. You go find that what's his name Nangongbien. Xiang Nan's voice came faintly from the thunder. Shiman Yuan looked at him blankly for a while and secretly said crazy. With that, he quickly ran around all the cars and towards the warehouse next to the railroad tracks. The construction here is actually fairly simple. The railroad tracks are formed by several rails, and on both sides of the tracks, there is a row of short houses with the word warehouse written on one side. On the other side, there is the waiting station of base transportation that we saw before. When Shiman Yuan arrived at the warehouse, he couldn't help but frown. If anything, before it was only the heavy water fog in the village of 3 worlds that made breathing wet noses. Well, now stand outside the warehouse. He felt like his entire body was in a thatched pit. Sick to his stomach, a violently acrid odor, laced with decay, rose from the warehouse. Hey, bastard, where have you run off to now? Why do I think the smell is so disgusting and familiar? Abruptly, covering his nasal passages, Shiman Yuan's throat moved on its own, letting out a sound that did not belong to him. A Republican ghost village. Master Huer, can you smell what this is? Shiman Yuan spaced out on the words, his throat wriggling again. It stinks. I don't care to smell it much. Okay. Simeon Yuan was helpless and reached out to push the door of a warehouse. I would have thought that an iron gate would be unusually strong. There was a creak, and the iron door was pushed open. a much stronger stench hit the air. Kid, be careful. Something's not right here. A strange sound came from his throat, and Shimen Yuan's face sank. I understand. Hey, Nangong Bien, are you here? A shout towards the warehouse was not answered. Shimen Yuan gritted his teeth. His face was torn for a while, and he couldn't give up investigating this place. He had no choice but to move slowly into the warehouse. The warehouse is not like the outside of the house. There was visibility outside the house even with the water spray. Not only does this warehouse smell bad, but there is no light at all. Shimen Yuan's eyes inexplicably glowed with an eerie green light in the darkness. The pupils of his eyes were slowly becoming vertical and his vision was clearing up. The warehouse was cramped and littered with roughly stacked piles of goods. Goods were stacked so high along the walls that the tops were invisible, leaving only walkways for people to walk through. Hey Nangongbin! Shimen Yuan kept shouting. Pa! Suddenly, an odd blast came. Shimen Yuan's shouting voice was stunned. His ears twitched and he immediately distinguished the source of the sound as being on top of the thickly piled up cargo. Pa! Another clear sound. The sound was strange. Shimen Yuan couldn't tell. It's just that my heart feels vaguely uneasy. Russell. Woodies. Above the cargo pile, there was once again a strange noise. In the darkness, a humanoid silhouette rolled down towards Shimen Yuan. Who? Like a startled bird, Shimen Yuan exploded and jumped out a few steps. With a plop, the humanoid silhouette fell to the ground. The pale green vertical pupils blinked. Shimen Yuan could make out that the man was also wearing a labor suit. Pa! The rattles are louder. Until the humanoid slowly climbed up. Shimen Yuan's pupils dilated violently. In the darkness, the man in the labor suit wore a twisted smile. The features of his face had long since been distorted. His nose and cheeks sunken down into a round pit, and on his neck, black and purple blisters of pus. Under the labor suit, from time to time issued a popping sound. If you look closely, you can find that under the clothes, there are black blisters the size of pigeon eggs growing densely. Pa! The blisters kept exploding and splashing out black, stinky water. The body of this strange man in front of me was like an incubation bed for pus, blowing up a blister and hatching a new one. Damn it! What the hell kind of monster is this? Shimen Yuan looked at the strange man, and the other didn't move. That said, the man had a more normal body structure than those on the wagon, but was covered in far more blisters than those. Snap snap snap. The sound of blisters kept exploding. Hey, kid, go! A thick voice came from his throat. But, in here, Shimen Yuan wanted to say something else. Go! Without waiting for him to try to say anything else, his body was already running outward uncontrollably. Shimen Yuan knew that this was the one master inside his body, controlling himself to run up. Just ran a few meters away. The corners of the thick freak's mouth grinned. His body was like an inflated balloon that began to swell continuously, until it comes to a limit. Bang! Countless blisters exploded with blood and flesh, and dark, poisonous blood splattered all over the warehouse. Shimen Yuan was caught off guard and scrambled to protect his face with his hands. It's too late. Kid, don't get poisoned blood. Yes, second master. A strange sound came from his throat, and Shimen Yuan seemed to understand something at this moment. Immortal protector. Shimen Yuan, please invite the family immortal Huershi to come up. As his body fell towards the back, Shimen Yuan pinched his hand in a pious gesture. Almost at the same moment, the pores on his face began to expand, sprouting dense white body hair. Pa! A pool of black blood splattered toward his face. The white facial hair shook and deflected as much of it as it could. A pause in his footsteps. Rustling. The facial hair twitched and black blood fell to the ground. Shimen Yuan stood outside the warehouse and looked at it, never daring to take another step. Second master, this black blood, why can't you touch it? Touch, and you're contaminated. It's going to be hard to get out of here again. Dull echoes came, and Shimen Yuan's face grew gloomy. This but just entered the village of the three worlds and got stuck. This investigation it's going to be a lot harder than it looks. I'm in a depressed mood. A slutty, maniacal laugh came from the far side of the tracks. Ha ha ha. Can't finish killing. There's no way to kill them all. The sound of exploding thunder was constant. Shimen Yuan twisted his head to look. Xiang Nan was still grinning at the corners of his mouth like a murderer as he swam through the walkers. Hey, don't waste mana on them. When you have time, hurry up and investigate somewhere else. Shimen Yuan prodded. Toward the south the palm thunderbolt struck more and more urgently. The host is awesome. The host has just killed 15 walkers in 1 second, successfully setting a new record. Host, you are simply a merciless killing machine. You just killed another 18 walkers in 1 second. A new record. The system boasted while heading south to kill. One loves to brag, the other loves to listen. If it wasn't for Shimen Yuan's urging, Xiangnan felt like he could kill here until the sky was dark. What's wrong with you? Turning into a golden light. In just an instant, Xiangnan escaped from the encirclement of the walkers. In his ears, the system's beep had sounded. Host, I would like to call you the Walking Dead Terminator. You have accumulated 760 walker kills and have earned 760 survival points. Currently accumulating 122 survival points. Loves to leave the walker pile. Despite his unhappiness, Xiangnan was also clear that excessively expending mana on stragglers really shouldn't be done. What if there's a high-level creep coming up behind us and we can't kill it with power? Instantly, he came to Shimen Yuan's side, looking at the white hairs all over his face. Xiangnan looked at him for a long time. I mean, for the sake of smoking a god, you went cosplay? We ghost killers don't do that. Fuck off. Don't talk nonsense if you haven't seen the inviting fairy. Family fairies? Female and male? I see this fairy. Isn't it also charming? Seeing Xiangnan pulling more and more nonsense, Shimen Yuan gave him a blank look. And you didn't realize? It's not as simple as it seems here. Found it. The little monsters are basically unkillable. No. Are you really not afraid of death? It's morning now. At night, if a more terrifying presence appears, we could be consumed alive by the evil spirits. It's imperative that we find Nangongbian and find out what's going on here. Shimen Yuan spoke sense and nodded his head to the south. Pour it on. Learn about it. Come back and kill it again. No less. Crazy. Shimen Yuan gave Xiangnan an incomprehensible look. This guy, is he a creepy killing machine? What are you going to do now? Xiangnan glanced down at the fishy-smelling warehouse, a questioning look evident in his eyes. The warehouse better not go in there. In there are pus people that can explode. The second master and I said that if you dip into the pus of the pus man, you'll be contaminated and you'll be completely unable to leave this place. With that, Shimen Yuan reached out and pulled the door to the warehouse closed. Xiangnan looked at the warehouse for a while and didn't say much. So now go over to the waiting room? Aha! The two hit it off. Rounding the wagon, the walkers, with their twisted knots of limbs, couldn't keep up with the regulars. Pays transportation. The old rusty license plate rattled. There were also what looked like flames on the transportation table. The neighboring railroad tracks here are quiet and peaceful. Behind the transportation desk, the iron locks of the waiting room were burned into the iron sludge by something. Shimen Yuan looked at the door lock of the waiting room and seemed to have thought of something. It seems that Nangongbian is here. Without saying a word, he pushed open the door to the waiting room. Inside the waiting room, there were also specks of blood. The wide waiting room was not filled with people or walkers, except for the rows of seats. The two of them searched the waiting room for a while, and only then did they see that the waiting room had a staircase to the second floor. At the corner of the building was an old iron door. The lock of the iron gate remained in the form of a puddle of iron clay, rammed into the wall of the iron gate, blocking it. Hey, Nangongbian, come out. We're coming to the rescue. Looking at the iron door, Shimen Yuan shouted towards the upstairs. Not much longer. A woman with slightly disheveled hair then walked slowly down the stairs. She looked in bad spirits, with dark circles all over her eyelids and a rather depressed demeanor. Seemingly, going through something bad. Shimen Yuan, why are you here too? The woman looked at Shimen Yuan with a complicated expression. Shimen Yuan bristled. You never came back. If I don't come to look for you, who will? But, hey. At that, the woman let out a long sigh. But, once you come in here, and never get out again. What? Can't get out? What do you mean? Nangongbian? At the sound, Shimen Yuan's eyelids jumped. He had, on the contrary, been instructed by Huershi not to touch the pus of an abscessed man. Once it's contaminated, it's hard to get out. However, when it came to Nangongbian, it was said that they couldn't get out straight away. It's not that bad, is it? He surveyed Nangongbian's entire body, and did not see any pus remaining on her body surface. His face was rather puzzled. No, you're stained with pus? No. I know you want to talk about the pus man in the warehouse. When they are contaminated by their pus, those investigators I brought with me basically lose their sanity and begin to fester all over their bodies. So, when you say you won't go, mean? Simply, it means that once you step into the Three Worlds village, you can never get out. Shimen Yuan's face sank as Nangongbian spoke his decisive words. What do you mean? I've already tried before, whether it's early morning or midday, even at the time when the ghostly aura dissipates, one cannot walk out of the Three Worlds village. It's not a ghostly wall, but once we walk into the Three Worlds village, we become part of it and can never leave it again. Shimen Yuan was dumbfounded. Hey, so, I told you, you shouldn't have come. Unfortunately, there's no communication signal here either, or I would have contacted headquarters a long time ago. But never. Don't ever come back with another person. Otherwise, it just adds to the casualties. Nangongbyan spoke grimly, a crimson flame slowly igniting in his hand. The flames burned and rolled the iron clay on the iron gate. With a creak, the iron door was pulled open by her. Anyway, come up and sit down for a while, she spoke, signaling the two to follow. At the end of the stairway was a large bedroom that looked rather lavishly decorated. The bedroom has an office chair with a Simmons mattress, wall coverings, and flooring through and through. It wasn't easy to have all that in that Republican era. Unsurprisingly, this would be the room of the landlord. As soon as Nangongbyan entered the house, he lazily fell down on the Simmons. She didn't have that desire to live in her eyes, just to get by. Even the extra Xiang Nan beside Shimen Yuan, she didn't want to know who it was. Simon Fuchi was still in the trance of inseparable. He didn't say anything, but Xiang Nan couldn't help himself. I say, I'm quite curious. Your men, I assume, were attacked by more than just some pussman? I see there's still debris in the compartment. Isn't that right? And what's so weird about it? Speaking of weird, Xiang Nan's eyes were all lit up. You. It seemed to touch on some bad thought. With this question from Xiang Nan, Nangongbyan's body just trembled at the mere sound of it. Who are you? What's the point of asking? You can't get out anyway. My name is Xiang Nan. Count me as your colleague. As to whether I can get out or not, I will not try. Then I will not be satisfied. Xiang Nan smiled, not at all confused. He was really not panicking. Even if they really couldn't get out, how could they still not be able to get out if they killed their way to the Calamity Realm here? You're Xiang Nan? You're the one who was supposed to lead the Jubilees? Upon hearing to the south, Nangongbay was revitalized. She surveyed Xiang Nan for a while, surprised but despondent afterward. Hey, you shouldn't have come either. Stop bringing me negative energy. Come on. What happened to the rest of your team? Xiang Nan waved his hand, fed up with Nangongbyan's frustration. Although Nangongbyan was still lying disheveled, he looked at Xiang Nan for a good while, and finally slowly rambled on. What about me? You know it too. South Fire Vermilion Bird Team leader Nangongbyan came a few days ago to investigate the Three Worlds village with the goal of dismantling the expanding village. The first day I was here, I found walkers. These things are not to be feared. They are slow. Just don't get close. We went to the warehouse and found the Fix or Freak. With the premise of losing 5 members of the team, we didn't dare explore any further. As for what you said about the crew in the wagon, speaking of this, Nangongbyan's body couldn't help but tremble. By night, here, it will be turned upside down. All dead people here, all dead, and an extremely vicious evil spirit will appear. He's over 2 meters tall with a lanky body, swinging a huge hammer in his hand and covered in pustules. My flames have no effect on him at all. Crews duck and run. Someone was smart enough to think that the evil spirit was too big to squeeze into the wagon, so they hid in the wagon. How could I have ever imagined that this evil spirit would actually live to knock a hole in the carriage, get in the wagon and smash the crew hard into pieces of flesh? As Nangongbyan spoke, his face had turned pale. It's easy to read between her lines and see how horrible it will be when night comes. So, everyone's dead? Just you? Xiang Nan asked with a straight face. Nangongbyan nodded. That's right. At the time of the team's sacrifice, I realized that by ducking into the second floor of the waiting room, the evil spirit wouldn't catch up with us. But, that's all. So, the Three Kings Ghost Region. Then the one who appeared at night was the Ghost King? Xiang Nan speculated darkly. That's not right either. What about 2 more? He pondered, not making a sound. Inside the bedroom, it was also quiet. I don't know how long it was. The sun was shining high in the sky, and one of the most intense lights of midday shone into the village of 3 worlds. In an instant, the luxurious bedroom in front of me began to crumble and wither and fall into disrepair. The luxurious house that the 3 of them were still in was suddenly transformed into a dilapidated and rotten layer of small buildings. The spray of water around them cleared, just casually looking out of the house. What walkers, what carriages, have long since disappeared, leaving only the mottled railroad tracks. What's going on here? Xiang Nan looked at the changes around him in surprise, and Shimen Yuan spoke quietly. The noonday sun will dispel the ghosts. That is to say, this is what the 3 worlds village really looks like now. Well, Nangongbyan, are you saying that even if the ghostly aura is dispersed now, you won't be able to leave the 3 realms village? Looking at the blazing sun high in the sky, Shimen Yuan reluctantly asked. I know you don't believe me, and if you don't, you can go and try now. Nangongbyan was still lying on the ground. Only, the bed had long since gone beneath her, and was instead a dry concrete surface. TSK. Spit. Shimen Yuan jumped straight down from the dilapidated second floor. Then, Xiang Nan saw an outrageous scene. Shimen Yuan ran to the entrance of the village beyond the railroad tracks and took step after step. but he kept stepping at the entrance of the village. It doesn't work. Once you get to the entrance of the village, you can never take the step out. It's like flesh and blood can't leave the body naturally. We, long ago, became one with this place. Nangongren smiled helplessly. Looking at the strange situation in front of him, Xiang Nan was also a little curious as to whether he could leave. So he too jumped down from the second floor and headed towards the entrance of the village. Unsurprisingly, he's also the one whose legs and feet don't obey him in place. This Three Worlds village. It's a bit interesting. It was different from Shimen Yuan's panic. Xiang Nan became more and more interested in this village. Stop and look at the real and decadent village of Three Worlds in the sun. Xiang Nan didn't know how long he had been watching until Nangongbian, who was on the second floor in the distance, also got up and jumped down. She walked straight towards the duo, her eyes full of helplessness. What, not laying flat? Xiang Nan asked with a snicker. She just shook her head. If you lie down any longer, you'll be beaten up. Ha, beaten by someone? Beaten by who? This statement rather puzzled Xiang Nan. When he still wanted to ask something, he only heard Nangongbian slyly return. Time's up. The strongest light of midday passed, and a thick mist of water once again covered the sky over the village. A strange sense of weightlessness came over him. Just when Xiang Nan thought that he was going to see the Three Worlds village full of walkers again, he was confused. Because, set your mind to it again. The hustle and bustle of the train station is filled with people working in labor suits. They worked hard carrying goods to the train, which also had a number of passengers coming in and out up and down. Black smoke from burning charcoal filled the station. A few of the tracks were lined with army green trains brand new and seemingly ready to depart at any moment. Hurry up! Hurry up! If you don't do a good job, Master Pei will be angry again. You guys don't want to live in a warehouse with a big dumb guy either, do you? The laborers spoke, their hands moving more and more diligently. Placed at the end of the railroad tracks, Xiang Nan and Shimen Yuan looked at the vibrant station in front of them. What the hell is going on here? Shimen Yuan looked at Nangong Bei questioningly. Nangong Ren shrugged. I'm not sure. Anyway, once high noon passes, the station looks like it's back in the Republican era, and images from that era appear here. What do you mean? Is this an illusion? An illusion of the Three Worlds village from decades ago? Xiang Nan doesn't understand. The sound of the train had numbed his ears. It's not like a hallucination. It's not a hallucination. These are people that we can even communicate with and recognize. That's why I'm afraid to stay on the second floor of the waiting room, because at this hour of the day, there sits the landlord of this place, Master Pei. The last time I didn't know. I was sitting in there, and he sent someone to arrest me as a thief and give me a good beating. Until the evening. It's not until here that we progress to the next image. Nangong Bian said, pointing at the signboard of Pei's Transportation. At this moment, the small second floor, which was previously in a state of disrepair and ruin, is now full of people, surging with splendor. Kind of interesting. From what you're saying, the Three Worlds village will change because of the time in the outside world, thus creating changes? Xiang Nan looked at the busy crowd with interest as Shimen Yuan shook his head. No, it should be because the sunlight restrains the ghost energy. But why the scene has truly changed is still unknown. The trio stood perplexed at the entrance to the driveway, constantly watching the oncoming traffic. They didn't get off the tracks until the train started whirring. I say, what happens if we follow the train out of here? Xiang Nan said without speculation. Because following the train, isn't it that the train goes out of the boundaries of the village of Three Worlds? When the ghostly aura dissipates at noon the next day, is it out of the village? The idea is not without a path. Unfortunately, only just after saying it, Nangong Bian interrupted him. No way. After the train departs, you'll just see it disappear into the fog. As for getting on the train, you sneak up there, and when the train runs away, you'll find yourself at the entrance to the village again. It seems, you've tried everything you can hear. Shimen Yuan let out a bitter laugh. Now, there really doesn't seem to be much that can be done. The train whistle sounded. The three men lapsed into silence. After a long time, it was still Xiang Nan who looked at Pei's Transportation and pointed at the small two-story building. Say, did you go and get acquainted with Master Pei? Ha, why do you want to get acquainted? When Xiang Nan abruptly mentioned this, Nangong Bian was a bit puzzled. In her opinion, these were nothing more than disorienting illusions, and even if they could be communicated with, they were nothing more than the tricks of ghosts and monsters. Won't you be able to visit the warehouse once you've gotten acquainted with him? The warehouse in the morning with the pus man, the night with the evil spirit chasing him, and now what? There's always nothing interfering with the warehouse now, is there? Nan pointed to the warehouse on the other side of the tracks. Looking around, there really didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary in the warehouse right now, except for a dozen or so laborers working their asses off. Hiss, this idea of yours, it's a bit strange. When these words came out, both Nangongbian and Shimen Yuan were amazed by Xiang Nan's idea. Shimen Yuan, in particular, re-examined Xiang Nan once more. It was thought that it was a killing machine. Now it actually seems to be a killing machine with a brain. This might be a breakthrough. It seemed that there was a new discovery, and Nangongbian also finally recovered some essence. Then we go find Master Pei now? In what capacity? I was just called a thief by him last time. Nangongbian looked at Xiang Nan somewhat helplessly. If the visions here existed as memories, then she was tantamount to having already planted a bad impression on Master Pei. It's actually not necessary to see Master Pei, is it? Can't we just go in hard? This place will change by nighttime anyway, won't it? What's the point of wasting so much time? Unlike Xiang Nan, Shimen Yuan favors a speed-efficient solution. Xiang Nan rubbed his chin, not affirming or denying the idea. In Xiang Nan's opinion, if this place really counted as the real world, it was definitely the right thing to do to get in good with these former people. It's like, he's always screwing with the year later shenanigans like, wait, hiss, 1 year later. In terms of the same concept, if the world in this time period is real, then isn't my system. Thinking of this, he didn't care about Nangongbian and Shimen Yuan's entanglement, striding towards the pile of people. Warning, warning, host, you're surrounded by walkers again. In light of your previous bravery, I suggest that the two of us quack and kill. You're in charge of the killing, I'm in charge of the gagging. The system sounded as promised. Xiang Nan's eyes lit up. Sure enough, this was a temporary place of illusion, but it was indeed the Three Worlds village before the mutation. The system determines that the force workers laboring now are walkers from decades later, which means they are also real. That is to say, one really did return briefly to the village of the Three Worlds decades ago? Hiss, as if. It's getting interesting. Xiang Nan's side was lamenting. The other side, Shimen Yuan and Nangongbian looked at each other and rushed in the direction of the warehouse without saying a word. It wasn't long before a cacophony of voices rang out from the doorway of the warehouse. Hey, you two, what's going on? The warehouse is important. Private individuals are not allowed to intervene. Where's all the bullshit? Fuck off. Shimen Yuan led the way, and his seemingly thin body actually pushed away the dozen or so forceful laborers who surrounded the doorway. Afterward, he took Nangongbiao and ran towards the inside of the warehouse. The corner of his mouth quirked as he watched their actions to the south. You guys are in a real hurry. How nice this place is. There are so many ghosts in there, and they can't be killed. So what's the hurry to find clues? Teasingly, Xiang Nan could sympathize with their eagerness. That's just it. I'll go and take a look at what's hidden in this warehouse. 2. With a flash of golden light under his feet, Xiang Nan flew into the warehouse. In his ears, the system's prompt once again sounded. Warning, warning. You're about to enter a leper walker ring. Please evacuate quickly. Once you are contaminated with poisonous blood, you will be substantially contaminated by the Three Ghost Kings' domain. Holy shit? Leper walkers? And what the hell is that? The golden light flew past the crowd of force workers who had been overturned by Shimen Yuan. Xiang Nan was surprised at the system's report. Looking towards the laborers in front of the warehouse, he murmured slightly, that means, these are the pus people that Shimen Yuan and Nangongbian were talking about? Thoughts slightly pause, but the footsteps do not reduce. To the south has run to the warehouse inside. The warehouse at this point is not the warehouse of the morning. There were neat piles of goods everywhere, and bright windows letting in light, and the air was unusually fresh. Stacked goods are piled in neatly planned piles, leaving human-sized paths between shelves. This road runs between several warehouse houses. It was originally thought that the warehouse that I explored in the morning was a separate room. I didn't realize that there were already several rooms along the path. Until, at the end of the pile of goods, in front of a house full of cluttered goods, Xiang Nan finally saw Shimen Yuan and Nangongbian. They stood in front of the door, not moving, watching the house as if observing. Got something? Xiang Nan is curious too. Just as he was about to stick his head out and look over, the system's warning rang in his ears once again, and the word danger pulsed in front of his eyes. Warning, warning. Host, you are approaching the vicinity of the Three Ghost Kings, fierce corpse. Host, you want to die. 3 Ghost Kings? Fierce corpses? Here? The system's beeps increasingly puzzled Xiang Nan. He just ignored the system and put his head together. Aha! After all this work, I'm sure I'll be able to eat more. Master won't be angry, will he? Ha ha ha. A very naive and honest voice came from inside the house. Hit the eyes. The house was cluttered with goods though, but a stout, faithful-faced youth was painstakingly stacking up the goods. His body was covered in stains and his old labor uniform was discolored from the sweat pouring off of it. A large warehouse full of goods is not a job for one person by any stretch of the imagination, but the man carried it cheerfully. Without a word of complaint, he just smiled and said, I'll be full again tonight. It's Such a simple person. What ghost king could it be? Xiang Nan looked dumbfounded. The youth in the room, who clearly had a face in his 20s, acted as if he was childlike and innocent. This is a retard? The innermost part of the warehouse is actually a retard? Shimin Yuan looked at the youth, his face greatly disappointed. He really couldn't figure it out. What in the world could this man have to do with escaping the Three Worlds village? He couldn't figure it out. And Nangong Bian likewise couldn't figure it out. Together with Xiang Nan, the three men looked at the youth for a while, all at a loss for words. Why don't you go up and strike up a conversation? Xiang Nan was just about to make a move. Suddenly, Master, they're in the house. One word and you're hitting people, and without saying a word, you're rushing into the warehouse. A bustling noise rang out from outside the warehouse, and the trio reacted almost instantly. Not good. These people are shouting for someone to come. Nangongren cried out anxiously. What should we do? Should we fight back? Her words were meant for Shimin Yuan to hear, because that bastard, Xiang Nan, not only didn't participate in the incident, but also could turn into golden light and vanish at any time. Shimin Yuan pondered for a moment and shook his head decisively. Can't fight back. Not to mention the fact that this place is full of normal people. Plus, can you kill all the laborers at this station? Can you bear to kill? In this situation now, the more you resist, the more horrible their characterization will be. In the Republican era, if you were caught stealing and clamoring, you were beaten to death. Well, so we get arrested? Nangong Bian asked in hindsight, and Shimin Yuan sank his voice. According to you, this place will change again as soon as it reaches nighttime, right? Yes, that's easy. As he spoke, Shimin Yuan took the initiative to walk out of the warehouse. Outside the warehouse, a gang of laborers with hammers had already gathered. They were led by an obese man in a white purple striped robe. The obese man was not tall, and had a large belly, the flesh of which stretched his robe tightly. When the eyes squinted, the fat even covered the shape of the eyes. Master Pei, that's him. He just toppled us all to the ground and headed for the warehouse with a woman. Seeing Shimin Yuan walk out, a laborer vigilantly held up his hammer towards Master Pei. Master Pei was composed and looked Shimin Yuan up and down. This gentleman, I don't know why I forced my Pei family's warehouse off. Got a notification that someone reported your warehouse as substandard. I've come to find out what's going on. Shimin Yuchi has a great aura. He used his offense as a defense, but he had given himself a first identity. You are? Seeing that Shimin Yuan was dressed in a black uniform, the old landowner, Master Pei, vigilantly changed his address. Secret police. Oh, I see. Mr. Policeman, I wonder if you could show me your office papers? Master Pei's quick wit pursued the question, and Shimin Yuan's face turned cold. Joke, I've always been spontaneous when I go out on business. What papers do I need? Well. This gentleman, you said you're a police officer. So you are? Someone, give these two an invitation to my office. Also, a couple of men to watch them, and a couple more to go over to the superintendent of police and ask if there's an errand boy coming. Yes. At the word of command, the landowner's aura was drawn full. A dozen or so forceful workers surrounded Shimin Yuan and Nangong Bian, and another one hurried toward the outside of the railroad. Please, Mr. Policeman? Master Pei prodded without being condescending. Shimin Yuan and Nangong Bian exchanged glances and followed the crowd out of the warehouse. After the group left. Instead, no one cared about Xiang Nan, who withdrew his golden light and hid in the corner. Xiang Nan eyed the backs of his two colleagues and was secretly staggered. This Shimin Yuan, he reacted quite quickly. At least, with all this fooling around, it'll last through the night. Only, thinking about it, Xiang Nan's gaze went back to the demented youth in the inner room. Ghost King, fierce corpse. Isn't it possible to stop your birth? Because of the inertia of thinking, Xiang Nan's first thought was to twist and change the past to influence the future. Thinking of this, Xiang Nan once again walked into the warehouse in the innermost room. This time, when he went in again, the demented youth had already stacked the goods halfway. That fast? Born with a cow and horse holy body. With a TSK, Xiang Nan walked towards the youth. Hey, dude, busy? There was a friendly greeting, and the youth was startled by the motion of lifting his cargo. Hey, who are you? At the sound of the voice, the youth looked dumbfounded at Xiang Nan, who raised an eyebrow. Newcomer. Oh, the youth responded and buried his head in his hands again. No, man, can we take a break from the nagging? Xiang Nan was speechless. Even his former colleague Lu Man, he felt that he didn't have the man in front of him inside the scroll. No way. No good work. No food. No food? You work so well, you should be paid well, right? You're worried about having nothing to eat? I eat a lot. Master said to work for him. Tube full. Oh, exploit you. Only. Not at all. You are not allowed to speak ill of the master. He is good man, he also said. And said, if I were smarter, I could help him manage the accounts. Looking at the naive youth, Xiangnan paused. Isn't this typical bullying of honest people? Dude, don't you have anything else on your mind besides eating? There is. Master said if I could swing a hammer, I'd go to the railroad and hammer. I get 2 more buns a day. The man in front of him spoke while carrying the goods without a break at all. Plain. From him, that was all Xiangnan could see. Such a person. What the hell happened? Another attempt was made to ask the youth a few more questions. The guy, too, just had a response. His hands just really didn't stop moving. Well. Stupid kid who wants to swing a sledgehammer. Xiangnan helplessly transformed into golden light to vanish out of the warehouse. He admitted that he couldn't lasso any clues. The host is awesome. Escaping from the Ghost King murderous corpse alone. Escaping from the pus people. You're an escape genius. 100 survival points for escaping the murderous corpse. 100 survival points for escaping the Pussman siege. Current survival points 1. 322. The system's voice rang in his ears, and a bitter smile grinned out of the corner of Xiangnan's mouth. Is this, in fact, a consolation for not making the slightest progress? Traveling between the railroad tracks, busy laborers are still moving goods. Raising his head, he looked towards the Yipe's transportation site, where Shimen Yuan and Nangong Bian were currently being guarded at the moment. Here, what the hell happened? Will it turn out to be that early morning misery? Walkers, leprous walkers, fierce zombies. Could it be a viral infection? Self-guessing, time drifted by. What Xiangnan didn't notice was that the mist of water that filled the sky over the Three Realms village was getting heavier and heavier. And I don't know when the busy figures of the crowd faded away. It was only late in the evening, and visibility in the village of Three Worlds was no less than late at night. The hum of the train disappeared and there was a terrible silence. Hey, Xiangnan, hurry over, hurry up, let's hide in Master Pei's room. Otherwise, it's too late. In the distance, on the platform of Pei's transportation, Nangong Bian called out sharply. Her face was once again dense with panic. Xiangnan looked at her, slow to move. Will the Ghost King fierce corpse appear? Being judged by the system to be in the Calamity Realm a year later, it shouldn't be so counterintuitive now, right? He was in no hurry to escape. Similarly, Shimen Yuan, who was standing with Nangong Bian, was in no hurry to escape. Both men wanted to see what the so-called evil spirits were really like. Clang clang clang. As time passed, the fog dispersed completely. A heavy pounding came from the unseen distant railroad tracks. It seems, someone is smashing against the railroad tracks. In the air, the scent of watery mist was gradually replaced by a splash of blood. Xiangnan narrowed his eyes, the redness in his eyes flickering. He could see it vaguely. The station, at this point, was a different story. In the doorway of the warehouse, a couple of laborers collapsed on the floor, covered in pustules and with sunken faces. And the tracks were littered with twisted limbs of laborers, their labor suits covered in blood scabs. It seems that there has just been a massacre here. Is this another time period? Xiangnan mused. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of that pounding on the railroad tracks was getting closer and closer. Xiangnan, hey, hurry up and run. That's a monster. Nangong Bian's voice came through the fog, and Xiangnan hadn't moved yet. His eyes widened as he made out the end of the fog, and a large 2-meter-tall man slowly dragged a hammer along. The guy was swollen like a mountain of meat. He was also wearing a labor suit, but it was full of holes. Underneath the ragged hole were pustules the size of pigeon eggs. He wore a hat, and underneath it, only one eye was dull as if fixed. The other eye, already corroded into a black, bloody hole. The features were covered in thick sores the size of pigeon eggs, and Thucydides dragged a meter-long sledgehammer in his right hand. He walks the rails like a demon from hell. Is this the fierce corpse? Xiangnan narrowed his eyes at the murderous corpse. Right now, the word danger flashed in huge letters. Host, still watching, still looking, run for your life. You've been noticed by the Three Ghost King, fierce corpse, and you're in his hunting range. Host, help yourself. Roar. The system's beep sounded afterward. A deep hiss came from the distance. Then, it could be seen that the huge ferocious corpse's body leaned forward in a sprinting position. Roar. He couldn't speak human. And after another hiss, the meek mountain-like body, as if a train was traveling on the railroad tracks, crashed towards the south. Holy shit. Why do you have the vestigial feeling that you're going to be hit by a bus and travel through the other world? As he watched the lanky body approach, Xiangnan's body gradually glowed with golden light, illuminating the darkness. Roar. Closer, closer. A great sense of oppression came, and there was a strong wind blowing in front of him. Palm thunder. Bare your teeth. Electricity spread in the palm of his left hand. Always take the lead. What appeared first in the thick fog was not the body of the murderous corpse, but a huge hammer that shone with the cold light of iron. Bang! The hammer slammed down, to the south with a palm to it. Bare your teeth. Electricity arced along the hammer, pouring all over the walker's body. Pa pa pa. The pigeon egg-sized blood bubbles all over his body instantly exploded, and the black blood exploded into blood mist. As for Xiang Nan, after receiving that hammer, his entire body flew backwards. The terrifyingly huge force was like a tsunami lifting him off the ground. Boom! Shooting out to the south as if it were a cannonball. Straight away, he smashed a human-sized crater in a section of tin wagon. Living or dead? Is it that scary? Far away, Shimen Yuan looked at Xiang Nan, who had been whacked away by a move, and his eyelids danced wildly. He was aware of it. Xiang Nan's strength is, in fact, quite thick. In terms of overall ability, it may be far better than the state of your own after inviting an immortal to come up to you. This Shangnan is all fucked up with a hammer. ONSTH. Shimen Yuan, go, hurry up and go. I said it all. This thing is a monster. Let's hurry and hide on the second floor. Beside him, Nangong Bian's face turned pale, and he was about to drag up Shimen Yuan and flee without a second thought. Roar! Under the deep night, the meaty mountain of ferocious corpses hissed. This side of the land was as if it was his territory, and anyone who entered would die. Go! Go! The sound of Weeho echoed through the night air. The two were just about to withdraw a few steps. Bare your teeth. A terrifying electric current surged inside the carriage that had been smashed out of a human-shaped crater. TSK. What strength? I can't actually beat you with my physical body. You're swinging a sledgehammer and forgetting your friends. The golden light slowly lit up again from within the compartment. Slowly, Nan climbed out of the railroad car. He didn't appear to be much injured, just glaring at the tall, murderous corpse. Roar! The fierce corpse didn't give Xiang Nan any response as its body leaned forward once again. There's that move again. A staged swing of the hammer that comes charging in like a train. I'm not as good as you when it comes to strength bursts. But, blood poople. On the cheeks, on the arms, on the neck. In just a few moments, 9 blood-red eyes glared at the fierce corpse in unison. Roar! The hissing seemed to be interrupted by the appearance of the blood pupil. The speed of that rushing mountain of flesh gradually slowed down, but it still didn't stop. Is it so strong? Standing in place, Xiang Nan looked at the murderous corpse in fear. This guy is the strongest being ever encountered in terms of strength. Same with the Calamity Realm. The Bone Demon, the Zimmer corpse, is simply no match for him. So, you're the Ghost King and they're not. Since it's not enough, then again, snap. Xiang Nan's left palm flashed with electricity, and on the palm where the lightning had gathered, a burst of fleshy skin rolled over, and an eyeball tumbled out. The 10th blood pupil appeared. Roar! The body that was surging wildly finally froze in place after the 10th blood pupil appeared. The murderous corpse's movement of raising the hammer high paused, and the sledgehammer stopped on top of Xiang Nan's head. Xiang Nan fixed his eyes on the murderous corpse, that face full of twisted pus. A few still look like the hardworking man in that warehouse. Why is that so? Despite knowing he was the fool, but with the immediate crisis looming, Xiang Nan wouldn't be overflowing with saintly hearts. Palm thunder, bare your teeth. The arc of electricity in his left palm slammed into the head of the murderous corpse. Boom! Anaconda-like jolt of electricity. Bare your teeth. The brain, which was already full of pustules, burst into white smoke all of a sudden. Pus sores the size of pigeon eggs bulge and shrink. Bang! It seemed that it finally couldn't hold up to the rush of electricity, and the hideous head exploded. Flesh foam and black blood turned into blood mist and poured around. Rumble! The corpse of the murderous corpse that had lost its head also collapsed powerlessly at this moment. The hammer raised in mid-air. Clang fell to the ground. Since the corpse, a small round mirror in the shape of a copper mirror dripped and rolled to Xiang Nan's feet. Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes, lost in thought as he looked at the murderous corpse that had fallen in front of him. Black blood splattered his face. Vaguely, he seemed to hear a demented cry. Don't hit me! Stop hitting me! The host is really a heifer and a steamer. What a bully! You thwarted the Ghost King with the spirit of Grievance Realm. It's like nothing before or since. You have gained 100 survival points, and currently have 422 survival points. You've been infected by the domain of the 3 Ghost Kings. You've played a big game. The system's beep sounded. Xiang Nan looked back at the headless murderous corpse. Holy shit, it's not right. Didn't I kill the murderous corpse? System, how many points did you fucking swallow? Drop host, you did not kill the murderous corpse. The 3 Ghost Kings have the trait of mutual destruction. Currently, you have merely defeated the fierce corpse. What do you mean? Xiang Nan hadn't understood, but the system said nothing more. Helplessly, wiping the black blood from his face, Xiang Nan picked up the round mirror that had rolled down to his feet. This is rice that exploded from the body of a murderous corpse. Wouldn't it be a shame not to have it? It was a very interesting mirror to pick up the round mirror and hit the eye for a closer look. It's not just an antique-style bronze mirror. The mirror actually split into 3 pieces, showing red, yellow and blue colors. Spooky props, Ghost King's mirror. The mirror of the Demon King, traveling against the yin and yang, running through the past and present. It seems to have some connection with the 3 Ghost Kings? A prompt from the system appeared on the mirror, and Xiang Nan looked at the mirror for a while, until, there was an odd popping sound behind him. Twist and look. The murderous corpse that had just had its head blown off was actually bubbling with blood, and a newborn head was actually sticking out of the neck and slowly taking shape. Holy shit! Resurrected? Xiang Nan was confused. At this moment, he seemed to understand why the system said that he had defeated the fierce corpse instead of killing it. Doesn't a headshot even kill you? Putting the Ghost King mirror away, Xiang Nan fixed his eyes on the fierce corpse. 10 bloody pupils stared away, and the hideous, twisted head, which was no longer moving. Kill him, you're better than him, aren't you? Seductive voices suddenly came to his ears, and Xiang Nan's head began to swoon. He knew that the contamination of the 10 blood pupils was even more terrifying. Only that, he was about to be emptied of his values. Don't fight. Stop fighting. The familiar voice of Vaisnava also rang out from the back of his head. Xiang Nan's face became even more ugly. Well, not only was it contaminated by the blood pupil, but the contamination of these 3 Ghost King domains had also begun. Click click click. Suddenly, behind her, a pair of large, cold hands slammed around her shoulders. A bloody pupil twisted to look southward. Good. The house is leaking. The tombstone ghost that had been honestly carried on his back earlier, by now it had burrowed halfway out, and a pair of large stone hands had encircled his neck. 3 contaminations, all erupting at once. Xiang Nan was dumbfounded. The voices in my ears are getting denser. Xiang Nan came back to his senses. Knowing that he couldn't drag it out, he hurriedly called out toward the 2 men over at the platform. Hey, come help. Afterwards, the palm mines in his hands churned. Rumble, once again slapping the head of the murderous corpse that had grown out of it. Xiang Nan, you're a pervert, aren't you? Whiplash. In the distance, Nangongbian and Shimen Yuan had arrived late. Both of them were staggered at Xiang Nan exploding the murderous corpse's head. I had long heard that this man had a golden light incantation in one hand and a palm thunderbolt in the other that was fierce and unlike anything else, but who would have thought it would be so fierce? However, at the moment, both of them were a bit surprised when they watched him keep whipping the body. It's not a whipping, rather, it's this weirdness that seems to have a terrifying regenerative power. Is there any way you guys can do it to him all at once? Regeneration? I've never really seen that kind of weirdness. Upon hearing this, Shimen Yuan and Nangongbian both looked towards the murderous corpse that had its head blown off again, but was twisted in flesh and blood and starting a new life. This thing, can't it die? Nangongbian's cheeks jumped wildly. She was all too aware of the fighting power of the fierce corpse. If you can't even kill them, wouldn't you be invincible? You can try turning it into ashes all at once. If it can still be resurrected, we'll just have to stop messing with it. Xiang Nan squinted at the body of the murderous corpse. He had used 10 blood pupils, so he couldn't just watch the murderous corpse recover without even trying. Could he? Well, it's okay to give it a try. Shimen Yuan nodded. I can ask the second master to come up and hold it briefly. At that time, you can give it a try by using the most ferocious palm thunder with Nangongbian's min fire. Okay. The 3 of them glanced at each other, understanding the importance of eliminating the murderous corpses. Palm thunder. Bare your teeth. Without saying a word, the thunderbolt in his hand began to build up energy. At the head of the murderous corpse, the blood and flesh began to coagulate once again. This time, Xiang Nan didn't bother to shoot it to pieces, but instead kept building up the lightning. Second master, Shimen Yuan cried out, an unpleasant low voice coming from his throat. Kid, letting me touch something so dirty. When you go back, you'll have to offer me 12 pure old hens. Got it. After responding, only to see a mass of hairy snowy white slowly swelling out of Shimen Yuan's back. Fixing his eyes to take a closer look, it was a snow white and huge foxtail. Rustling. The tail was extremely spiritual, like a steel rope, containing the murderous corpse's head dead in the neck, so that it could not grow. In the meantime, with a tang sound, a crimson flame began to burn in Nangongbei's hand. Visible to the naked eye, heat surged beneath her belly. The 3 flavors of fire, the civil fire, the ministerial fire, and the king's fire. The min fire is hidden in the bladder and sea of qi, and the heat is terrifying. The crimson flame burned the surrounding water mist bared white smoke. Xiang Nan gave Nangongbian a curious look. Roar. In front of the three, the fallen murderous corpse, which seemed to have recovered its throat, roared once again. It's too late. Do it. The snow white foxtail made a clucking tightening sound, and Shimen Yuan's face sank. Palm thunder. Civil fire. Next moment, berserk lightning mixed with crimson flames smashed out towards the ferocious corpse as much as they could. Rumble. The snow white foxtail withdrew, and the ferocious corpse that looked like a mountain of flesh was completely blown into a puddle of flesh and mud, splattering around the railroad tracks. Success. It's done? Nangongbian's face had turned a little white, seemingly because the civil fire had emptied her essence. She looked around excitedly. No, it's like, it really can't be killed. After the hopeful words, Xiangnan coldly returned her words, because, under the blood pupil, it was possible to see clearly at the moment. Countless pieces of crumbled and still stained black flesh of fire and electricity splattered around in bits and pieces. At the moment, it's slowly writhing. They are gathering. There. In recovery. This. How is this? Nangongbian looked at the ferocious corpse that had recovered even after being crushed into mush, and had opened his mouth wide, unable to speak. TSK. It seems that this weirdness is not something we can fix. Shimen Yuan had the same ugly face. Can't be killed. 3 Ghost King trait, phase to phase. What the hell does that mean? Xiangnan grimaced, and the system didn't return. Kill. Keep killing. Fierce corpses or these 2 humans. Kill them all. Kill them all. Crimson. Bloodshot pupils darted about his face as Xiangnan once again heard the compelling voice. His brows furrowed, and he immediately walked towards Pei's transportation. Since you can't kill it, let's hurry. Go hide in Master Pei's house. He prodded, not caring about Nangongren and Shimen Yuan, and ran out at a fast pace. The tombstone ghost at his back was a lot quieter, but the contamination of the blood pupil seemed to be getting worse. While walking, Xiangnan closed his blood pupils. It wasn't until he was back inside that bedroom again that he sat down on the floor and stared at his panel. To the south, 10% of blood pupil contamination, tombstone ghost curse, 3 ghosts of the king's domain contamination. Race, human/half-eyed demon. Strength, early grievance realm. Stamina value, 170 points. Spiritual value, 13/172. Agility, 4 out of 170. Strength value, 170 points. Skills, Palm Thunder. Golden Light Curse. Creepy, Blood Pupil. Props, Paper Dummy. Rub. No wonder I always hear BB. So the spirit value and agility value have been depleted to the end. Rubbing his temples, Xiangnan felt bad now. The terrifying consumption of 10 blood pupils was still far from being able to withstand right now. Sitting on the floor, he closed his eyes to recover his spirit. Inside the bedroom, Nangongbian and Shimen Yuan also walked back one after another. It seemed that because they had seen the terrifying recovery of the murderous corpse, both of them had lost their fighting spirit after knowing that there was no way to deal with it anymore. They also sat on the ground in a disheveled manner. Just like Xiangnan, the night is deep. Outside the house, you can hear the sound of clanging iron smashing from time to time. It was thought that it was the ferocious corpse that had regained its physical body. That's pretty tough. Listening to the sounds outside the house, Xiangnan also waited until the system sounded. Today's log update. Congratulations on successfully surviving the 9th day of the creepy descent. Today you didn't go back to molesting the cat-faced old lady. You brazened it out and actually broke into the 3 King's ghosts. After you killed 52 walkers in the 3 King's ghosts, you were like a madman and killed 760 walkers. You're a heartless walking corpse killing machine. You've earned 812 survival points. You wandered into the 3 King's ghosts. You unknowingly rushed into the surroundings of the pus man, and even approached the 3 Ghost King Fierce corpses' side. You're tired of living. You actually broke away from the murderous corpses unharmed, and even escaped the pus people. Are you really a genius? 100 survival points for escaping the murderous corpses, and 100 survival points for escaping the pus man's siege. At night, you encountered a murderous corpse, and you actually chose to fight it head-on. Oh, my god, you actually blew the walker's head off. It's unbelievable. You've earned 100 survival points. This day's summary is complete. You have managed to survive. 10 survival points awarded. Currently accumulating 432 survival points. 1432 points. Looking at these survival points, Xiangnan looked at his attribute panel again. These attribute points, on the contrary, are just enough to reach the middle stage of the grudge spirit realm. The sound of a strange ringing began to come from his ears again, and Xiangnan did not hesitate. System, add points. Add 28 points to your spirit value and 30 points to the rest of your attribute values. Drops, 1180 survival points have been deducted for you, with 252 survival points currently remaining. In the process of adding, a familiar heat rolled through his body. Xiang Nan could clearly feel that the headache and swelling from the pollution he had suffered before had gotten a lot better. It seems that the level of pollution also depends on the strength of the person. Looking down at the attribute panel again, it was pretty neat at the moment. To the south, strength, middle grievance realm, stamina value, 200, spiritual value, 80 out of 200, agility, 54 to 200, strength value, 200. At least it's the middle stage of the grievance spirit realm. This ghostly spirit has not come for nothing. I just don't know how long I can hang around here. Although the joy of upgrading was there, the three kings' ghosts were really different from all kinds of things they had encountered in the past. Even Xiang Nan wasn't sure what was going to happen back there. The atmosphere in the room was depressing. Xiang Nan closed his eyes and didn't say anything, waiting for the attribute values to slowly recover. Once the darkness outside the house cleared and some white light shone in through the window, he thought about going for a walk, looking at the two co-workers in the room. At the moment these two were still disheveled. Hey, want to go out and check again? Xiang Nan offered a cry. Shimin Yuan was just about to stand up when Nangongren mourned again. I told you, once you're in, you can't get out. It doesn't work. Even if you go out and look into it now, all you're going to run into are the walkers you saw yesterday morning. The time period, now, has reset. After her words, Shimin Yuan's body, which had just stood up, sat down again. It's the truth. Yesterday, when Xiang Nan and the others entered the village, they had already encountered the scene of the dense fog walkers, and repeating the encounter once again would not make much sense. If anything, there really is something to care about. That would be the warehouse at this time of year. What could be hiding in there? Right now? Pity. No one dares go in there carrying a bunch of pus-man contamination. TSK. It's stuck. After being muttered at by Nangongbian, Xiang Nan also lost the desire to go out and brush up his points. He sat down again with his legs crossed and would think carefully about his experience here. I've always wondered. 3 kings' ghosts. 3 worlds village. 3 people. Xian Gui also spoke of the importance of the 3. 3. The fierce corpse is a ghost king. What about the other 2? This place will repeat the station's 3 time periods, which means repeated refreshes of murderous corpses. So, where are the other 2 ghost kings? Isn't finding them the only way to make new progress? 3. Inexplicably, Xiang Nan thought of the mirror that the murderous corpse had exploded last night. He removed the mirror from his person and wiped the 3-colored lens with his hand for a while, and there was never any abnormality. 3. Could it be? Looking at the 3 split colors on the mirror, Xiang Nan's eyes lit up. With that, he shouted towards Shimin Yuan and Nangongbing. Hey, come here you guys. What's wrong? Nangongbian was still breathless. I have a guess. Come here guys. Xiang Nan didn't explain much, but shook the Ghost King mirror in his hand towards the 2. Shimin Yuan gave the mirror a curious look and walked over. Where did you get this thing? It fell off the murderous corpse last night. Maybe. Something to do with the 3 worlds village, Xiang Nan said, already spreading the 3-colored mirror for Shimin Yuan to see. Nangongbian, who was on the side, also curiously came over. Let's see. On the body of the murderer? The 3 men sized up the mirror with each other, and Xiang Nan passed it around to the 2 men. And just as the hands of the 3 reached out in unison, the moment when all 3 hands touched the mirror at the same time, the mirror lit up. In the mirror, 3 ghostly shadows lit up one after another on 3 different colored faces. A bride in a red dress with a phoenix haze. The cover was removed from her face, and she was grinning with ghastly, blood-soaked scars at the corners of her mouth and face. Scissors in her hand, her eyes full of hate. A king wearing a python robe, but with all his features sealed in white paper, was ghostly. There was another one, which was clearly a murderous corpse wielding a sledgehammer. The 3 men met the 3 ghostly faces in the mirror one after the other. Then, the mirror shattered with a bang. Wisps of smoke emerged from the mirror. The red, yellow and blue lenses were divided into 3 pieces and distributed to each other in 3 hands. What Xiang Nan got was one of the red lenses. Holding that lens, Xiang Nan only felt a faintness in his eyes. Wait until the eyes are bright again. He realized with a jolt that he wasn't actually in some 2nd-floor bedroom anymore. He was, now, in a wedding room. The house is decorated with red lanterns and the wooden door is plastered with a big red happy sign. On the 8 imperial table, there is a pair of red candles, and red dates, peanuts, cinnamon balls, melon seeds. On the table were a pair of red candles. It signifies an early birth. A red curtain tent wrapped the wedding bed tightly. Behind the curtain tent, a faint scent of blood vaguely filled the air. Xiang Nan stood still for a while, dumbfounded at what was in front of him. Crap, I crossed over? The change in the festive wedding house in front of us can be described as a sea change from the lavish old master's house. Although he didn't understand what was going on for a moment, The smell of blood that stung his nostrils made Xiang Nan unable to resist walking into the curtain tent. Wow! Lift the curtain tent. Behind the curtain tent, the red-colored wedding bed was covered with dark brown blood scabs. The man in the groom's suit, eyes wide, at the neck, a clearly visible blood groove had congealed into a black, dried scab. Hiss! Looks like it was a slash to the throat? Xiang Nan guessed, looking at the groomsmen for a while before looking in other directions in the house. In addition to the seating beds, there is a vanity table placed against the wall. It looks like it would have been the special seat for a woman to comb her flowers in the mirror in those days. This dressing table, a pendulum that instantly caught Xiang Nan's attention, an ancient bronze mirror. That's right, that shape, that look, was simply the same as the Ghost King's mirror. Why is the Ghost King's mirror here? Xiang Nan took a few steps forward and picked up the mirror. Herself realized that a blood crust had also congealed on the surface of the mirror. After reaching out and touching it, the system did not give a response. Hey, could it be that this mirror is not the Ghost King's mirror? Stare at the mirror for a while. Xiang Nan also noticed that the mirror was just a simple brass color, not like the 3 colors of the Ghost King's mirror. After playing with the mirror for a while, Xiang Nan slowly put it down. There was really nothing left to see inside the house, so Xiang Nan pushed the door open and sought to see what else was here. Crunch! The old wooden door was pushed open. In front of me, it was a new scene. This time it's not some station's railroad tracks. Pushing open the door, what Xiang Nan was in was still a small 2-story building. Standing on the 2nd floor, looking out, directly in front of you are several square pools of water. The pool of water was floating with bright red liquid. Looking at it, it looks like dye. It's like blood, except for several square pools. High above the pool, dyed cloths of various colors are pulled up on strings and hung. Xiang Nan squinted for a while. The vestigial feeling in front of him reminded him of a dyeing workshop in a TV show. The dye house is a square structure. The small 2-story building where Xiang Nan is located is on the inside. In the center is the dyeing pool, with short rooms to the left and right, and directly in front of what looks like the main door exit of the dye house. Dyeing. Wait. At that meeting, it was said that 3 Worlds Village went through 3 periods. The King's House, the Dye House, the train station, Ghost King Mirror, traveling against the yin and yang, connecting ancient and modern times. Is it possible that I TM back to that time period of the dyeing? 3 Ghost King domains. So, Nangongbien and Shimen Yuan are going to the other 2 time periods? Looking out over the courtyard full of ayahuasca, to the south gradually had a frown. Here, it's much quieter than some train station. There's no fog here, and no living souls. Walk down the 2nd floor hallway. After descending the stairs, it was only then that I realized that the small 2nd floor building I was in was the best building in this dye house. It was thought that this would be the house of the owner of the dye house. The 1st floor of the small 2-story building was also open at the moment, with lanterns hanging all over the place. Above the main hall, there were festive tables and banquets, but the people who were dining were nowhere to be seen. Still, it's just so quiet here. Stepping out of the building, Xiang Nan was just about to head towards the inside of the dye house when a system prompt came to his ears. The host has started to die again. You've entered the siege of the Split Ghost and the Hanged Man. Please recuse yourself at once. Please recuse yourself at once. Slit Ghost. Hanging ghosts. Oh, kind of interesting. Regardless, Xiang Nan took a step towards the inside of the dye house. Because of all the hanging dyed cloths in the open space, walking around the dyeing pool to the south, he felt like he was in the middle of a maze. Blisters suddenly rose from within the blood-red dyed pool around them. Xiang Nan's footsteps lurched, and a scarlet blood pupil emerged from the back of his neck. Under the self-staining pool, a woman, soaked in white, could be seen floating underwater. Her mouth appeared to have been opened with a knife from the corner of her mouth to the base of her ear. With each float of her, the mouth turned outward in vile blood and flesh, bringing out a cloud of bubbles. Bang! Wait until the woman surfaces. She actually flew and exploded into a puddle of blood, her mouth twitching against the wind and grinning out rows of ghastly white teeth. Following that, it flew towards the south. Bang bang bang! It seems to be a call to attack. After this sound of exploding water, the surrounding dye pools were churning with blood. In an instant, dozens of split-mouthed female corpses, all of them pounced towards Xiang Nan. Palm thunder! Xiang Nan had anticipated this, and lightning flashed in his hands. As he was about to slap around his body, a blood-red danger word flashed above his head. His eyebrows couldn't help but raise his head. The hanging dyed cloth twitched, a rein jerked out, and a long-tongued woman strangled by the reins fell. Her face was blue and purple, and her hands swam as if they had no bones, grabbing straight towards Xiang Nan. The difficulty here seems to be higher than the train station. Looking at the sudden attack of the hanged man, Xiang Nan's face was stunned. Not only was there a cracked mouth ghost clamping down on his side, but there was also a hanging ghost looming overhead. If it was an ordinary person, at this moment, he was afraid that he would have already panicked. But Xiang Nan was no ordinary man. In his eyes, there was a light of excitement. Well, I just ran out of points yesterday, and I was worried about running out of points. Today, I'm going to use it all up and brush it all back. Heaven and earth, the root of all air, cultivate extensively for billions of kalpas, and prove my divine power. The moment the golden light mantra was recited, the value of 200 for each item to the south has doubled to 400. This was already the strength of the late grudge spirit realm. On his cheeks, 2 bloody pupils flipped in a brilliant golden light, already glaring at the hanged man who had fallen from the air. In an instant, the hanging ghost in the air froze in midair, unable to move. Roar! To his side, the hoarse vocal roar of the split-mouth ghost came, glancing toward the bloody pupil on Nan's neck. Palm thunder! Without any further ado, the raging blue arcs of electricity instantly transformed into a thundercloud and exploded around his body. Rumble! As if a thunderbolt from a clear sky, blue electric light flashed inside the dye house. Electricity arced around the 4 sides of his body. The 4 or 5 split-mouth ghosts that had been grimly clamoring earlier were now covered in white smoke. Their skin burned black by the electric mass, and they collapsed to the ground. The host god of heaven has descended to earth. You have killed 5 split ghosts in 1 second, defeating 99% of your kind in the country. You get 10 survival points, currently accumulating 262 survival points. A crackhead ghost actually has 2 points. Ha! Once he heard the system say that, Xiang Nan smiled even more. Palm thunder! This time, without the need for the surrounding rift ghosts to close in, he took the initiative and slapped his palm out. The thunder was loud and clear. Rustling. Perhaps the thunder and lightning were too rampant. The dyed cloth hanging in the dye house started to twitch as much as possible. Dyed cloths of various colors fall and pick up the air, revealing a dozen or so haltered hangers-on on the suspension ropes. Each of them was blue and purple in color as they swung toward the southward side. You guys come along for the ride? Well. After the thunderbolt in his palm once again blasted down a piece of split-mouth ghosts, it was too late for Xiang Nan to store up any more thunderbolts. But, under the spell of golden light, a pair of powerful fists swung out. Boom! The hanging ghost that was flying in suspension was instantly blown apart by the fist and shattered into pieces. 400 points of power is no joke. The host is really a heifer sewing its own asshole. A bullseye. You blasted a hanged ghost while killing 15 split-mouth ghosts. You've gained 35 survival points, currently accumulating 297 survival points. Oh, the hanged man is actually 5 points. Hey! The blood mist splattered around him, and Xiang Nan became more and more excited. The hanged men who were about to come swinging through the picket fence froze. Inexplicably, it felt like the man in front of him was out of place. Palm thunder! Rumble! Not waiting for the hanged and cracked ghosts to react, Xiang Nan had already charged into the pile of ghosts with his left hand controlling the thunder and his right hand swinging. You've killed 45 split ghosts, and you've killed 3 hanged ghosts. You have gained 105 survival points. Battle! Yes! You've killed 70 split ghosts, and you've killed 10 hanged ghosts. You have gained 190 survival points. Host, you're killing crazy. You're crazy. The system's beeps kept echoing in his ears. Xiang Nan didn't even know how many evil spirits he had killed. Until a strong beam of sunlight mapped down over the dye house. Xiang Nan's eyes went into a trance after a while. He, once again, appeared in the deserted, abandoned train station. The sun was blazing high in the sky as he raised his eyes. It was then that Xiang Nan came to his senses. The strongest light of noon has arrived, and the ghostly aura is dispersed. So, even if you enter another illusion, you can return to the real Three Worlds village? Staring blankly into the empty station, Xiang Nan lowered his eyes to look at the system's survival points. 1,380 points. Cool. Fighting? Yeah. Satisfied with the state of removing the golden light spell, if it wasn't for the fact that he knew that the pollution from the Three Realms village was expanding towards the capital city, Xiang Nan would have wanted to kill for eternity. Hey, Xiang Nan, are you okay? Suddenly, the inquiring voice of Nangong Bian sounded behind them. Twisting her head around, she was still sitting in the small, abandoned 2-story building. It seems that even if she went to a certain point in time, she still hid first. You're worried about him? He's just crazy. To Xiang Nan's surprise, Shimen Yuan also appeared on the small 2nd-story building. Only, the guy kept running his hand over his face, wondering what he was wiping. Hey, I assume you all just went to some point in time? Xiang Nan took a few steps towards them and asked curiously. Nangong Bian was dumbfounded. What point in time? The station has reset as usual. It's you two, on the contrary, who have suddenly disappeared into thin air. Oh, then you should have drawn the lens that corresponds to the murderous corpse. Xiang Nan guessed and didn't put words in his mouth. On the contrary, Shimen Yuan also heard the general idea and looked curiously at Xiang Nan. I think you went to the dying era in the village of three worlds, didn't you? Oh, you actually guessed that? Cut. You said yourself you went to a certain point in time. The three of us disappeared at the same time, and I went to a princely mansion. Nangong Bian didn't disappear, so it's still the station. And for the rest, there's only the dye house. Now it seems that Elder Xian Gui was right. This breakthrough. I guess it just takes 3 people looking for clues in 3 time periods. Xiang Nan followed up his words with an inquiring gaze towards Shimen Yuan. Did you find anything at the king's house? No. There are only headless ghosts with their heads cut off and severed limbs with their lower bodies cut off there. The entire royal residence is a scene of massacre. Talking about what clues? Shimen Yuan said and touched his face again. I mean, what are you doing touching your face all the time for nothing? Xiang Nan muttered, and Shimen Yuan shook his head. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm contaminated too. I can feel it. A thick boring patch on my face. Yeah. What about you? What did you find out at the dyers? It's not much. Just cracked ghosts and hanged ghosts. Well, these rather correspond to the 3 histories of the 3 worlds village. Possibly. We won't know more about the inner workings until we come into contact with the new scenes in the afternoon and evening. Shimen Yuan muttered, nodding to Nan. That's right. But there's one more thing to keep in mind. Because only with the strongest sunlight at noon will the ghostly aura dissipate. So the way things are now, it may be that the 3 of us, too, will only be able to meet up in the real 3 worlds village at high noon. Which means, we're going to rely on the clues each of us unearths to socialize and help each other at high noon. So to break the game, it takes 3 people. Xian Gui's divination skills are really something. Shimen Yuan sighed, and after the 2 of them glanced at each other, they gazed high into the sky. Who knows what each will face next? Hey, Nangong Bian, don't be idle. There must be something left to dig out of the station. It seemed to be dissatisfied with Nangong Biao's lying flat. Abruptly, Shimen Yuan yelled. At the sound of the voice, Nangong Bian slowly rose from the ground. Got it, my side. Wouldn't risk breaking into a warehouse anyway. Let's hope you guys bring back some kind of information by noon tomorrow. She spoke up lazily. Xiang Nan and Shimen Yuan also looked at her without a clue. That said, she was lucky to have been left at a station that the 3 had explored together. Station STH. As of now, there are really no new leads. Or if there is, no one dares to take on the contamination to explore the warehouse. Successive speechlessness. The midday sun passed slowly. Sure enough, as the water mist enveloped the sky above again, Xiang Nan felt the sky spinning in front of him. He, once again, returned to that dye house. Is the root cause of time travel because of that red lens? Placing himself in the dyeing room, he touched the red lens in his pocket. Abrupt. Xiang Nan's big hand shook, because the red lens in the pocket was actually gone. In its place, a rather sharp-touching contraption. Hiss. The shape. Why does it look like a pair of scissors? Panicking, he removed it from his pocket. At a fixed glance, it was really a small and delicate red scissors. The scissors were reddish in color and looked slightly spooky. Xiang Nan just wanted to take a closer look. At the door of the dyer's shop, there was a sudden, sultry shout. Dad, I'm not going. I beg you, don't sell me. Mother is still sick. I want to take care of mother. I beg you, don't sell me. I'll make money. I'll make money. The voice is not loud though, but the afternoon is unusually quiet in the dye house. With its pickets full of dyed cloth, the shocking sound was tantamount to thunder in the clear sky. Now, according to the afternoon time slot, it's the same as the station. Is the story of what happened before the disaster playing out here at the dye house? Curious, he walked towards the door of the dye house. Looking far to the south, he could see a young girl in a coat full of patched and tattered clothes. At the moment, it was being pulled towards the dye house by a fierce man with stubble on his face. The young girl's face was a little waxy like malnutrition, but stubbornness was written all over her marked features. Not selling you? With the little mountain vegetables you went to pick, how much can you sell them for? You 2 mothers, a medicine pot and a money loser. You no handle. Can you help me with the labor work? Or can you help me with the hunting? I'm not going to make it hard for you. Tell me yourself, what will happen to your mother's medicine money if I don't sell you? The stubbled man grimaced. It was only when the words came out that the young girl's stubborn face collapsed for the most part. Yo old Chu, what's going on? Didn't we agree that your girl would come over this afternoon? This crybaby, I gave her money. What am I going to do if she doesn't work the meter? The father and daughter in the doorway are still in a stalemate. Inside the door came another old woman in a colorful, rhyming cheongsam. The old woman looked to be in her 30s, and with proper maintenance, she had some charm. She snickered and looked out the door. followed by 3 or 4 female workers, not taking the young girl's reluctance into account at all. In this world, such things are seen a lot. Hey, Boss Shuang, don't worry, my girl may not have much strength, but she's very handy. If you buy her, you'll definitely save a lot of labor. As soon as the stubbled man saw the old woman, his cold face instantly changed to a fawning one. I think she wasn't very willing. Either that, or forget it. The old Zhuang woman looked at the young girl playfully, and although her mouth was speaking kindly, there was no real sympathy in her eyes. On the contrary, she said this. The stubbled man was instantly anxious. Shit, you money loser, what are you doing here? Without saying a word, he kicked towards the young girl's calf stomach. With a plop, the young girl fell to her knees in disarray. Hurry, meet your master. Say it, say it. The stubbled man couldn't help but kick the young girl 2 more times, and the young girl kept her head down, her eyes already red, but she still didn't say a word. Do you still want that pot of medicine to be good? Ha, I, bang, 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 Chu Xiu, ooh, Chu Xiu has met. Meet the Dongjia. The sun was clearly so hot in the middle of the afternoon, the door of the dye house was as cold as it could be. Chu Xiu's eyes reddened, clear tears seeped from the corners of her eyes, and she finally kowtowed reluctantly. Seeing her kowtowing, old woman Zhuang then nodded in satisfaction, waving her hand without pity towards the few female workers around her. Go on, take it away for her, teach her some basic work in the next few days, and rice, just remember to leave her a bite. Yes, like dispatching livestock, old woman Zhuang casually disposed of Chu Xiu. A few female workers, presumably accustomed to seeing this kind of thing, dragged Chu Xiu towards the inside of the dye house. Hey, Boss Shuang, look at me there. Seeing that his daughter was dragged away, the stubbled man also looked like he was relieved and was full of smiles. He rubbed his hands together and looked fawningly at the old woman Zhuang. Take that and roll. The old woman Zhuang indifferently tossed a few silver dollars from her pocket. Clank. The silver dollar was spinning on the floor. The stump-talking man didn't mind, and when he got down on the ground, he picked them up one by one and put them in his pocket. Ha ha ha. With these, another couple of days to go to the gambling house for a quickie. Out of breath. You're just as likely to scourge your own daughter. With a contemptuous glance at the stubbled man, old woman Zhuang twisted around and headed towards the small 2-story building of the dye house. After picking up the silver dollars, the stubbled man hurriedly ran towards the distance. This scene was taken in by Xiang Nan, selling women's labor. In this day and age, it's quite normal. Human life is like grass. With a sigh of relief, he was just about to explore some dyeing. Woo woo, still sobbing, Chu Xiu was pulled by a couple of female workers and passed in front of her. Host, 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 your peach blossom is coming. Warning, warning, you're being hunted by the 3 ghost kings, the bride ghost, the split ghost, and the hanged ghost. Host, is it run or hard steel? This system is used to it. The system's abrupt voice rang out, toward the south a beat. Hey, bridal ghost? You mean, that Chusu? Eyes on a couple of women passing in front of them. Naturally, Xiang Nan could see that several of the female workers were dressed in clothes that were consistent with the cracked ghost hangman of the morning. Therefore, with just one glance, Xiang Nan could tell that Chu Xiu was different. She's the ghost king? What's it been through again? That said, the scene in the morning was the wedding room. It's still on the 2nd floor of the master's house. I guess, she's going to marry the young master of the dye house? Secretly guessing, a couple of the women had already walked away. In his ears, the familiar system tone sounded once again. The host's heart is like iron resolve. Escaping the pursuit of the 3 ghost kings' bridal ghosts, escaping the cracked ghosts, and the hanged ghosts, you have gained 107 survival points, currently accumulating 487 survival points. With the system, I'll be able to analyze something soon. Perhaps I should try to reach out to Chu Xiu? Standing quietly in the corner of the dyeing room, Xiang Nan was used to the system's jerks, and fixedly watched Chu Xiu being pulled into the shorthouse on the left by the female workers. He was thinking about how to legitimately approach Chu Xiu when he was thinking. The old woman Zhuang, who was walking towards the small building with a twist in her step, had appeared in front of his eyes. Hiss, maybe, got to start with her? Staring at the sultry Great Easterner, Xiang Nan's head was racing. How should I approach her? Is there anything I can do to surprise the conditions? In this day and age, rich people care about food and drink. Right, eat, drink and be merry. There. As if thinking of something, Xiang Nan's eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, the first time he used that laborious draw, aside from the golden light spell and the red dragon, he seems to have drawn a couple bags of chips and coke type things. Chips, coke, these things, people in this day and age don't have access to them, do they? With this in mind, Xiang Nan took the initiative to go forward and called out to old lady Zhuang. The lady, whom? The old woman Zhuang was startled by the sudden shout. Looking at him in the wrong way, Xiang Nan, who was wearing strange clothes, came into view. Hey, who are you? How did you appear in my, Zhuang's dying house? Her expression was a bit stunned, obviously not noticing Xiang Nan's presence. Hello, I'm a merchant from the foreigner's side of the country, and I'd like to ask if you need anything new on your side? Xiang Nan smiled bashfully. It was as if, really, he was here to do business. A rarity on the foreigner's side? Upon hearing this, a trace of astonishment clearly flashed across old lady Zhuang's eyes. She is the one who runs the dye house, and she cares about what others are wearing. Looking up and down at what Xiang Nan was wearing. You don't say. Xiang Nan in modern clothing was indeed much more foreign than the rest of them. Yes, it's food and drink. I wonder if you'd like to try one or two. Xiang Nan greeted politely, and the old Zhuang woman raised her eyebrows. Okay, this gentleman, follow me to the main hall. My son, he loves to ponder on your foreigner stuff. Okay, perhaps being in the Zhuang's dying house, old lady Zhuang had the absolute majesty of a landlord. She wasn't at all afraid of what Xiang Nan's presence would cause, and brought him to the second-floor hut in a dignified manner. The afternoon sun was in full force. Some of the women workers were shaking and dyeing cloth in the courtyard. A busy place, but the only place that is clear is here in the small two-story building. Come on, serve this gentleman tea. Also, call down that Chongjun kid. The old Zhuang woman yelled. One of the female workers in the small building then went to make tea, and one of the female workers then trotted up the stairs. Xiang Nan sat blandly on a eunuch chair, but with the arrogance of a foreign businessman. Mother, what are you doing? I'm having fun upstairs. Not much longer. A mumble could then be heard coming from upstairs. Xiang Nan glanced at the good guy, the man we saw this morning who died tragically in his bridal gown. At the moment, he was walking down the stairs with his arms around two female workers, walking on the tips of his toes. His expression was clearly a bit angry. It was evident that Xiang Nan's arrival had disturbed his exercise. John Jun. No big deal. Mother, this is met a foreign merchant. He said there are some food. He can come to recommend one or two. You come and give mother a hand. Oh, food? Wasn't happy about it originally. As soon as he heard old woman Zhuang say this, Zhuang Jun immediately slapped the butts of the two female workers beside him, signaling them to move away. He then cocked his nose at Xiang Nan. You? That's what the foreign merchant was? Exactly. Come, what treasures do you have? Just bring them out and I'll palm them. What with the big pipe, the chocolates, and the red wine? It won't be necessary. Zhuang Jun cynically sized up Xiang Nan, reading between his lines. It's not hard to tell that this lord doesn't usually have a lot of fun. Have to admit, raw is raw. Chu Su is sold by her father and Chong Jun is favored by her mother. TSK. A dark sigh of relief. As if by magic, Xiang Nan took out the Coke and chips from behind him. That being said, the system drew out something that Xiang Nan had never used. The moment you take it out, it's a 550 milliliters white bottle full of soda and a Ziploc bag full of chips. Mediocre. Just this? Sweeping his eyes over the soda chips, Zhuang Jun was a little disdainful. Who is he? Those foreigners' stuffs, they don't move in any tinfoil packaging. These two, they look like they pull crotch. This gentleman, don't take everything at face value. They look inconspicuous, and when they get in their mouths, it's a different story. There, unscrewed the soda bottle to himself. Hyungnam didn't care what the onlookers thought, and poured soda into the teacups on the tea table. The bubbling soda instantly made Zhuang Jun move his head over to take a few more glances. This stuff, drinkable? Of course. Without saying a word, Xiang Nan drank first. A glass of Coke went down, and Xiang Nan had a cozy look on his face. Not only is it delicious, it's quite refreshing. I don't believe it. No foreigner's coffee tastes good. I don't believe it. If it's not good, you don't have to buy it. Xiang Nan smiled and made two more sodas. This time, he pushed 2 cups of water to Zhuang Jun and Zhuang Old Woman respectively. The bubbling black water still had some impact in their eyes. Well, Zhuang Jun was bold. After watching the session, perhaps having just drank to the south, he swallowed it with a flourish. A little choked. Hey wait, it does seem a bit refreshing, and with a sweet flavor. This stuff, it's kind of fun. Hey, give me some more. With the soothing taste of the vapor filling his mouth, Zhuang Jun looked at Xiang Nan anxiously as if he had opened the door to a new world. Xiang Nan raised his glass of Coke, the corners of his eyes narrowing slightly. That, my lord, look, do you want to buy? Buy. Must buy. Mother, try it too. This stuff, it tastes strange. Zhuang Jun prodded. The old woman Zhuang sniffed and took a small sip of her soda as well. Hiss. Not long after, her eyes lit up and she couldn't help but gulp down a few more sips of her Coke. Dang, that's interesting stuff. With her beautiful eyes glowing, elderly woman Zhuang fixed her gaze and inquired to Xiang Nan. I wonder how you sell this water. This water? Hey, this. I still have a few bottles in stock here, and my request is simple. I just came to Three Realms Village and don't have a place to stay, so I'll just board here with you for a few days. You don't have to pay. Just make it easy. Oh, that's easy. Upon hearing this, old woman Zhuang nodded, and in her heart, she breathed a sigh of relief. She knew all too well how expensive the foreigner's stuff was. Now the other side doesn't want any money, so it's earned anyhow. Come on. For this one. Oh, no expensive surname Xiang. Good. Arrange a room on the second floor for this boss Xiang. Yes. At the word of command, a woman worker next to him ran up the stairs. It looked like it was going to clean up the house. You're welcome, proprietor. Seeing this, Xiang Nan gave a polite cry. Old woman Zhuang waved her hand. It's us who have taken your favor. Boss Xiang, stop it. Stop it. This water of yours is real good. Quickly, get me a bottle. I'm going to drink it back inside by myself tonight. Without any manners at all, Zhuang Jun interrupted Xiang Nan, who was still being polite, and wrapped an arm around his shoulders. Perhaps knowing that he would be a regular visitor in the future, he got along with a big grin. Xiang Nan frowned slightly as the system exploded in his ears. Yuck, how dare you mess with the host, even if it's just a rotten corpse? Host, I strongly advise you to chop him to death. What is your realm? What is his realm? Is he worthy to stand with you? Ha! Ignored the system's voice. Xiang Nan once again pulled out a whole bottle of Coke and handed it to Zhuang Jun. Not that he cared at all about the stock of food. To be clear, as long as he has the points, by virtue of the non-chemist physique, how do you draw it? Isn't it always the lowest grade of food? Gentlemen, where's this water? It's called Coke. What about Coke? It tastes excellent with chips too. You can taste it. Pointing to the still unwrapped chips, a gesture to the south. Zhuang Jun sort of tasted fresh, and couldn't wait to tear open the packaging of the chips and shove them into his mouth. Crunch crunch. The crunching sound of chewing was constant. Zhuang Jun's eyes lit up and he immediately grabbed the bag of chips in his hands. This stuff, crunchy, yummy. He also didn't care whether the old woman of the family mother's house Zhuan wanted to eat or not. With a Coke in one hand and chips in the other, he went up the stairs. The bad habits of the sons of the world are not lost on him at all. Xiang Nan frowned slightly and watched him go up the stairs again. As for the old woman Zhuang, she had a doting smile on her face since the beginning and didn't say anything more. Master Dong, I'll give you some more food. Just enjoy it slowly. I would like to observe the dyeing workshop. You see? Xiang Nan spoke and took out another bottle of Coke and a bag of chips. The old woman Zhuan looked at the food and smiled amiably. Hey, if Boss Xiang wants to see it, he can see it, but it's all just women running the show. Why don't I send someone to take you for a walk? She beckoned, and the female worker who stood by her side was about to follow. No. You guys go about your business. I'll just wander around by myself. Waving his hand to Nan, he had already stepped out of the small second-story building. The old woman Zhuang didn't ask too many questions, but also ate chips in the living room. Click, 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 click. The crisp chewing sound, listening to the side of the female workers drooling. In front of the short house on the left side of the dye house. Instead of entering the house, Xiang Nan went through the window to see what was going on inside. Host, you have discovered a nest of hanged and cracked ghosts. Host, this is a great point stash. Aren't you going to go in and kill some? The system's epileptic voice sounded again. The corner of Xiang Nan's mouth twitched. Inside the house, there are women workers sitting on work tables, cutting and dyeing cloth. They were divided into two groups. One group is responsible for cutting and one group is responsible for sewing. The light in the room was not really good, but these women workers continued to labor in the dark and blind. The excess dyed fabric that had been cut was piled up on the floor, haphazard lines thrown everywhere. It was clearly a former environment, but it inexplicably gave Xiang Nan a kind of modern assembly line depression. Hey, newbie, what are you standing there for? Pick up the scrap of cloth on the floor. You'll need it later. Abrupt. Inside the quiet house, a woman worker kicked at the discarded dyed cloth at her feet. Xiang Nan then saw Chu Xiu from before, timidly squatting on the ground to pick up the dyed cloth. Move faster. The female worker spoke and kicked at Chu's crouching back. Chui stumbles backwards as he takes a leg kick and slumps to the ground. The tears, which had just stopped, poured out again. She was just a girl sold by her old man. How could she know anything about the evils of the human heart? Crying about what? Hurry up and pick it up. After you're done picking, go cut the threads for the side that makes the clothes. And after you're done cutting the threads, You'll be in charge of cleaning. After all that, you'll have to go over to the dyeing pool and press bubble dye the cloth. Still slow? If you're slow, there's no food for you. A vicious voice came from behind him. The female laborer who kicked and punched Chosu doesn't stop moving just because she's crying. Another big foot kicked Chushio's flowery jacket. And there were several more pairs of footprints on the stitched flowery jacket garment. Don't kick it. Stop kicking. These are the clothes mother gave me. I'll work. The young girl slapped her clothes in aggravation. She was sensible enough to know that even a rebuttal would cause ostracism here. Patting the footprints on his already worn clothes, she crouched down, her small body gradually picking up the rags that littered the floor. Inside the gloomy room, she was like a forsaken, lonely weed, left to be bullied. Xiang Nan stood outside the window. After a moment's hesitation, his lips pursed and he took a large step into the house. If anything, what led to the birth of the king of the three ghosts' bride ghost was the oppression here. So, what if he had to take her now? Hey, you, come with me. No need to work here. Xiang Nan pointed at Chu Xiu who was crouched in a ball on the ground. Chu Xiu twisted her head around and looked at him dumbfounded. Didn't you hear me? No need to do it. Come with me. Go. Didn't say much. As soon as Xiang Nan took Chu Xiu by the arm, he tugged her towards the house. The female workers in the house, perhaps looking at Xiang Nan's clothes, knew that he was not an ordinary person, so they did not bother. The weak young girl was pulled by Xiang Nan, and she headed towards the small two-story building of the dye house. Inside the small building, the old woman Zhuan was still happily eating chips. As soon as he saw Xiang Nan return, his eyes glanced at Chu Xiu behind him. To the boss. What are you? This female laborer. I see her quite well, I think. Can you set her up better? Xiang Nan made his request directly. If the proposal is to ransom Chu Xiu, Xiang Nan is aware of it. Her father is like that. I'm afraid that in 2 or 3 days he will send it again, or sell it somewhere else. Might as well, while you have status, give her a good start. Boss Xiang is really interesting. If you take a fancy to this girl, I have full authority to give her to you. At that time, when you get tired of living here, just take her away. The old woman Zhuan looked at Xiang Nan as if to curry favor, and Xiang Nan shook her head. No, just give her a good training. It's still the same thing. Xiang Nan isn't from here after all. Xiang Nan wasn't sure if he could really give Chu Xiu away. The safe way to do this is to establish an identity for Chu Xiu here. Well. Since Boss Xiang insisted, as I see it, let the girl go to the dyeing workshop to soak and dye the cloth first. I can't get special treatment if I train the work, so I'll let her work in the afternoon, and if she doesn't finish, she won't have any food. As soon as the old woman Zhuan waved her hand, a female worker beside her led Chu Xiu out the door again. Xiang Nan watched Chu Xiu go out. The little girl's eyes, still red, kept roaming over him, but Xiang Nan had a cold face. Because, one makes this series of moves. The system didn't say that it had killed the 3 ghost king bride ghost. In other words, changing Chu Xiu's situation now did not change Chu Xiu's future. Could it be, in the 3 ghost kings domain, it isn't possible to solve the future shenanigans as I did before? Or is there something I'm doing wrong? Secretly speculating, Xiang Nan kept staring at Chu Xiu's back. The small, stubborn body was led to the dyeing pool by the female worker. The woman worker handed her a long stick and signaled her to use it to press the dyed cloth into the water. Chu Xiu took the baguette. After pressing for most of the day, the seemingly soft dyed cloth into the water, but how to squeeze not move. It took all her strength to turn the dyed cloth over. The female laborer on the side, seeing her like this, couldn't help but shake her head and walk away quickly. But the stubborn little back, still squeezing the dyed cloth. Xiang Nan just watched her until the women workers in the short house on the left side had stopped their work and headed to the house on the right side for their meals. She's still squeezing and dyeing fabric. Xiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head before walking over. Hey, if you can't, just take a break and I'll give you a different job tomorrow. Xiang Nan walked over to the dye pool and looked sideways at Chu Xiu. This girl, who is as delicate as she is firm. Obviously, he dropped his little pearls under the bullying before, and now he's doing the hard work, but he doesn't have any intention of giving up. Fine beads of sweat broke out on his thin, withered face. She flipped her baguette stubbornly. But you just can't pick the heavy, water-soaked dyed cloth. That said, working at the dye bath does beat cutting in the dark inside the house. It was estimated that if the old woman Zhuang had given this job to Chu Xiu for Xiang Nan's sake, but, obviously this soft girl is not well suited for this type of work. The thick, dyed cloth was bubbling from the pick of the long stick, and the young girl's arms were already trembling from the sheer force of it. Xiang Nan looked at her. Silent. Ryoko. Snap. The baguette dropped completely to the ground from the trembling of his arm. Chushio bent down and tried to pick up the long stick, realizing that he could no longer hold it tightly in his palm. Splat! Splat! With a bang. She kept picking up the baguette and kept dropping it. Finally, a shiver ran down her taut, strong face, and tears poured down her face. Woo woo, am I useless? The sickly yellow little face collapsed. Chushio looked at Xiangnan for the first time, her eyes full of self-blame. Xiangnan's lips moved. No, it's not that you're useless. It's just that you're not suited for the job. Is it that I'm stronger? Is it better if I'm a boy? Am I more useful? Mother wouldn't have gotten sick and father wouldn't have sold me. The tears were like a river bursting its banks. Chushio's first emotional breakdown is not shown to anyone who treats her violently, but to Xiangnan who gives her help. Perhaps, from the man in front of him. She felt something that had been missing for a long time, warmth. And perhaps that's why she dared to pour out her grievances. You're not useless. You're just pathetic. Even if you're strong. The strong one. It's not easy. Xiangnan spoke, inexplicably thinking of the fool at the station. It's really the same thing. The fault isn't yours. You're just a good girl with bad luck. Go and eat. I'll ask the proprietor to give you a new job. There was no going up to comfort Chushio or to give her a hug. Xiangnan is not a warmonger. Xiangnan knew that he and Chushio didn't have any interactions. The only thing that could be done was to twist the good ending for her. As the young girl watched, he walked toward the small second-story building. Inside the house, the old Zhuang woman watched everything with a snicker. Seeing Xiangnan come in, she said playfully, "Alright, this money loser really can't do hard work. Boss Xiang, I'll transfer her to the sewing place tomorrow and let her cut the threads. Although it's a bit boring, it's better than nothing, right?" She boasted mockingly, not noticing Xiangnan's black face at all. "Yes, you arrange it. I'm relieved. I'm going upstairs to rest first." Woody stepped up to the second floor. Xiangnan's mood was a little heavy. He could see something of his own past in Chushio's body. Be strong and defiant, but have to obey your fate. Perhaps empathizing, he pushed the door open somewhat depressingly and entered his house. In the next room is Zhuang Jun's bedroom. Now, the sounds of men and women agitating could be vaguely heard, even if Xiangnan covered his ears. With 200 points of all physical qualities, he could hear the voices in the house next to him. "Yeah, young master, why is your skin this color? Cut, you're so strange. Young master, I'm going to have a lot of fun. It's not like I haven't seen this growing before. It'll be fine in a few days. Young master, this isn't a florid disease, is it? I've heard that it's evil. TSK. What are you talking about? You want to go to work, don't you? I'm telling you, if you don't serve me, there are plenty of female laborers to serve me. Don't. Young master, I can do any position today. A pattering sound came, and Xiangnan frowned slightly. It wasn't so much that I was excited by any male love, but rather that I was getting new clues from reading between the lines. Blisters. Flowering willow disease. In this day and age, there's no such thing as a potent medicine. That is, once you catch the disease. Wait, that means that Zhuang Jun has an STD. So Chushio refuses to marry him? Time passed quietly between dark thoughts. At some point, the house next door had stopped moving at all. A ghastly smell of blood filled the air. With his nostrils filled with the rich scent of rust, Xiangnan's expression tensed. Having realized what was going on, he walked quickly to the window and looked out toward the house. The night was sinking, and the fog had obscured the top of the moon. Inside the dimly lit dye house, looking around, Xiangnan's eyelids fluttered wildly. Inside the dyeing pool, 7 or 8 women workers floated in the pool as much as they could. There was no more dyed cloth on the picket ropes. It was full of dangling, blue-faced women workers. The entire dye house was dead silent, like a hell on earth. Barely. Suddenly, once again a small sound rang out from the next house. It sounded like something being cut with scissors. Host run. The king of the 3 ghosts, the bride ghost, lives next door to you. If you don't want to get chopped up, you'd better not make a sound. Danger, danger, danger. The word danger flashed overhead in red. Xiangnan knows. Now, it's already another time slot. He pivoted on his toes and slowly pushed open the door to his room and walked towards Zhuang Jun's house. On the wooden door of the room, a pair of brightly colored happy characters are exceptionally eye-catching. Barrett, Barrett, Barrett. The eerie voice was still ringing. With every rattle, the blood in the room intensified. Xiangnan took a deep breath and kicked open the door with a bang. The wooden door popped open, only to see the wedding bed inside the house. Zhuang Jun has been wide-eyed, eyes godless, lying down on the bed. The neck is still bubbling with blood. And inside the house at the makeup table, a wonderful woman in a red dress is looking into a bronze mirror and scratching her face with scissors. Barely The blood-red scissors cut through the corners of the mouth and cheeks. The blood-red flesh flared out, and the face, reflected in the bronze mirror, was hideous. Is that still a human face? Already full of protruding grooves of blood, crumbs of foaming flesh congealed. Even so, the woman's movements continued unabated. Barely. It was as if she was going to mash the whole face as much as she could. Hey, Chu Su, is that you? Xiang Nan shouted hesitantly. Clang. Abruptly, the woman in red twisted around, the scar at the corner of her mouth grinning up in a creepy smile. You guys, all must die. Clank. The blood-red scissors slashed a large piece of broken flesh from her face skin, and then stabbed straight towards Xiang Nan. Her body levitated, her feet not touching the ground, like a spiteful spirit, and she was about to fly. Hey, you don't recognize me? Electricity flashed, and Nan asked. The harsh scissors slashed at his head, not slowing down at all. Damn it! It seems what I did this afternoon was simply useless. Cursing a grin, to the south on the face, on the neck, on the arms, on the palms. In an instant, 10 blood pupils flipped open, their blood-colored eyes glaring at the red-clothed woman as much as they could. The red scissors were coiled in midair, and the woman in red was filled with twisted indignation. Unfortunately, she could no longer move for a moment. Chu Xiu, after all, am I still not helping you? The black and purple deformed face was close at hand, but it no longer had the same soft firmness. Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes and looked at the red-clothed woman for a while before sighing lightly. Sorry, bare your teeth. The palm lightning in his left hand quickly condensed and stirred. Although Xiang Nan was occasionally impetuous, he still had a clear sense of priorities. Since the problem wasn't solved during the day, there was even less reason to delay the problem at night. Bang! The thunder python poured into the red-clothed woman's head like lightning along with her palm. In an instant, white smoke rolled over the hideous face and it exploded into mush. The host is really against the odds. You defeated the 3 Ghost King Bride Ghost again and again with the strength of the Grievance Realm. You've earned 100 survival points, currently accumulating 587 survival points. Due to the characteristics of the 3 Ghost Kings, please stay away from the Bride Ghost immediately. The system's voice rang in Xiang Nan's ears. Looking down toward Nan, the headless Bride Ghost, at the moment, was still holding up the scissors, standing in front of herself in a daze. At the mouth of the broken neck, a cloud of blood mist filled the air, and a twisted human face was slowly taking shape, phasing in and out. Damn it! What the hell does that mean? This was the second time Xiang Nan had heard the word. Even though he had been exposed to the second Ghost King, he still didn't understand the meaning of this trait. Phasing in and out. Phasing in and out. Murmuring, the 10 bloody pupils roamed around the bride ghost's body as well as the house. Finally, Xiang Nan looked toward the scissors that were held in the bride ghost's hand and raised in midair. Shouldn't. He thought for a moment and fumbled for the scissors in his pocket. Exactly the same. These scissors. Did I give it to Chu Xiu? Guessing, Xiang Nan had reached out and snatched the scissors out of the bride ghost's hand. Creepy props, blood scissors. Status, inactive. Blood scissors. It was originally a mediocre pair of scissors, but because it inherited someone's long-cherished wish, it was tainted with too much life and transformed into a bridal ghost's sharp weapon. Remarks, it seems to do something else. Blood scissors? Lo and behold, the bride ghost's scissors had a note and her own did not. Nan's eyes blinked. Vaguely, he seemed to figure something out. Phasing in and out. Is it possible that it means to kill the bride ghost with blood scissors? Holding the scissors for a while, Xiang Nan had a sudden thought. The bridal ghost in front of him, under the gaze of the blood pupil, his face had been wrapped in blood mist and recovered most of it. Xiang Nan said nothing. Clank, and a pair of scissors went into the still generating ghost's face. The blood scissors were extremely sharp, and with one slash, the ghost face was stabbed through. Pity. Xiang Nan waited for a while, but the system actually didn't reply. So I guessed wrong? He thought for a moment, and slammed his own pair of scissors into Ghostface again. Remain STH. No reaction. Tried both scissors. That is to say, phasing. It's not about using the Ghost King's power to kill yourself. Then, could it be that the powers between the 3 Ghost Kings are restraining each other? Your Majesty. The bride. The fool. Phasing? Silently retrieving both pairs of scissors, Xiang Nan pocketed both. Despite the blood pupil suppressing the bride ghost's revival, the signs of revival continued. With 10 bloody pupils staring at the bride ghost, Xiang Nan walked backwards out of the wedding room. On the way out, Xiang Nando glanced at the bronze mirror on the dressing table, and in his mind, an aura seemed to flash. Pacing back to his room, Xiang Nan sat quietly on his bed. In the next room, a cold chill of silence was spreading. Xiang Nan knew that I was afraid that the bride ghost's head had already grown. It's strange to say the least. If he didn't make a sound, The bridal ghost hadn't really flown over to him. Phasing in and out. The scissors hold someone's long-cherished dream. Whose? Chusu's, the fool's, or the king's? According to the timeline, it can only be the king and Chu shows, right? Sitting quietly on the bed. Abruptly, a pair of cool thighs wrapped violently around the small of his back. Xiangnan jolted and fixed his eyes. Nice guy. The tombstone ghost has struck again. This time, his own self in the tombstone had extended his legs and wrapped them around his waist and stomach. Presumably, the next time it revives and its body fully unfolds, it will be on the hunt for itself, right? Kill, kill, kill. What 3 ghost kings? We are the real ghost king. Kill them all. Kill. The magical sound of the blood pupil in his mind gradually began to erode. Xiangnan closed all his blood pupils and closed his eyes. Outside the house, a ray of moonlight shone through the mist. Time passes quietly. Drops. This day's survival log is updated. Congratulations. You've managed to survive the 10th day of Eerie Advent. You seem to have come to a new haunted nest. In the early morning hours, you transformed yourself into a ghost-killing fiend and fought to kill cracked and hanging ghosts. You have earned a cumulative 128 survival points. In the afternoon, you encountered the king of 3 ghosts, Ghost Bride. You were in danger and managed to escape from her. You have gained 100 survival points. Your death-defying symptoms are getting worse, and you sneak back in to check out the front of the ghostly lair of the Split Ghost and the Hangman. At night, you successfully defeated the 3 Ghost Kings, Ghost Bride with the Grudge Realm, and you gain 100 survival points. You've managed to survive the day. 10 survival points awarded. Currently accumulating 597 survival points. 1597? System. Give me more. Xiangnan covered his confused head. Now, he only had to keep pulling his personal values. Add 30 points to all 4-dimensional attributes. Dropping it's being added for you. 1,200 survival points have been deducted. Currently 397 points remain. A gush of heat surged through his body, and the demonic voice in his head dissipated quite a bit. However, this one was not completely cleared. Xiangnan knows. As he used his blood pupil frequently, the contamination only grew. Glancing down at his panel, his brow furrowed. To the south, 65% blood pupil contamination. Tombstone Ghost Curse 3 Ghosts King's Domain Contamination. Race, human/half-eyed demon. Strength, Middle Grievance Realm. Stamina value, 230. Spiritual value, 230. Agility, 230. Strength value, 230. Skills, Palm Thunder. Golden Light Curse. Creepy, Blood Pupil. Props, Paper Dummy. A paper dummy. Looks like you'll be needed soon. Looking at the colorful props, Xiangnan had a crazy idea. The reason why Xiangnan is so emboldened. It's all about the paper dummy. Any more pollution or curses can be recovered by using the substitute paperman. However, colored props are still rare. What he meant, of course, was to pull the contamination to the highest level before using it, so as to maximize the use of the stand-in paperman. Maybe, I can play with my life for once. Silently removing the 2 pairs of scissors from his arms, Xiangnan's eyes flickered. Something seemed to have been decided in his mind. It's not time yet. We can make plans when we see Shiman Yuan and the others today. Put the scissors away. Xiangnan gazed at the remaining 397 survival points and silently opened the mall's lottery carousel. Earlier, he hadn't been raffling, and that was because he was a nonce. Plus, the 4-dimensional attributes are too high a priority. As long as one's own strength is hard, what's the point of punching the Ghost King? But, not anymore. Southward still needs food and Coke chips for the crooners. System drawl. 3 in a row 10 times 10 points. Drops. 300 survival points have been deducted from you. Currently 97 points remaining. Systematic raffle in progress. Congratulations. You have 1 cucumber flavored potato chips *6. Congratulations. You have received sparkling water *5. Congratulations. You've won chili sticks *8. Congratulations. You have won the self-heating hot pot *8. Host. You're such a non-celebrity. Trigger 10 consecutive guaranteed successes. Guaranteed props, wayfinding paper crane *3. Pathfinding paper crane, a paper crane folded by the Taoist method of searching for chi. As long as the paper crane is contaminated with the breath of the person it is searching for, it can fly and search for the person it is searching for. Rub. 3 guarantees all on this crappy paper crane. Feeling like the last time I was able to draw the golden light spell. It's already been OU once, right? Looking at the fucked up props, Xiangnan was speechless. Putting the props away, Xiangnan rested cross-legged. The fog outside the house began to dissipate at some point. Xiangnan pinched and walked out of the house. Now, it's already a new day and a new time period. Stride out of the small 2-story building, Xiangnan thumped his foot and stomped a hole in the ground. The loud noise immediately caused bubbles to rise from the surrounding dye pool. Danger! 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 A blood-red warning lit up before his eyes. The corner of Xiang Nan's mouth teased a smile. Come on, just in time to run out of points. Heaven and earth, the root of all air, cultivate extensively for billions of kalpas, and prove my divine power. Golden light shimmered through the fog, accompanied by blue thunderbolts that roared through the morning. The host is a real cow and a force to be reckoned with. You've killed 30 split ghosts and 5 hang ghosts in 1 second. Host, you just broke the new record you just set. You've killed 36 split ghosts and 10 hang ghosts in 1 second. Kill crazy. Host, are you crazy? The constant feedback from the system rang in his ears. Xiang Nan ignored it. That was the main reason he was here. What cracking ghosts? All slightly backward in front of the brush score. Killing from early morning to midday until the fog fades and a hot ray of sunlight hits your face. The weirdness in front of his eyes dissipated. And only then did Xiang Nan gasp for air and wipe the beads of sweat from his forehead. With just a slight glance at the survival points, Xiang Nan was startled. 20-30. Nice guy. The higher the strength, the faster you can brush up your score. A satisfied nod. Once again, as far as the eye could see, it was back at the abandoned station. White Master Fox, I've never seen such a wild person in my life. Did he just finish killing? Boy, do you have some kind of special fetish? Abruptly, a gruff voice sounded behind him. The golden light of the body to the south withdrew, and the electricity demobilized. Twisting around to look, Shimen Yuan was sitting in the abandoned second floor with Nangong Bian, coincidentally looking this way. Xiang Nan, I see that your golden light curse is still on. You're not killing ghosts again, are you? Nangong Bian scrutinized Xiang Nan as if he were looking at a monster. What's wrong with killing a few ghosts when you're locked up in a haunted house and stressed out? Xiang Nan shrugged his shoulders and walked towards the duo, but his eyes stayed fixed on Shimen Yuan. Because of this guy, it doesn't have that giveaway feeling from just now. Like a different person. You are? Kid, call me Master Fox. Second Master who? Your Shimen Yuan's family immortal? Where is Shimen Yuan? Curious, he looked at Shimen Yuan. His eyes, at all times, remained in vertical pupils. That kid can't carry the pollution. I'll let him sleep. Now, I'll be the subject and make sure he's not victimized. Second Master who spoke blandly, and Xiang Nan's eyes narrowed slightly. That royal residence you went to, is it so dangerous? Of course, almost as soon as you go in, you can feel the heavy aura of resentment. But when you think about it, the king's mansion is the longest standing place, and it's only right that it's so polluted. Right, in order to preserve this brat's life. That prince's mansion. I won't go there again. As Hu Ershi spoke, he had already taken out the bright yellow lens from his arms. Xiang Nan was stunned. Say, your lenses, they haven't changed? You mean this? Right, speaking of which, this lens turned into a dozen thick sheets of paper when I was in the royal residence. Sure enough, seeing Hu Ershi say this, Xiang Nan seemed to have come to a realization. He glanced sideways at Nangong Bian. What about yours? Have your lenses turned into anything? Did you say lenses? Nangong Bian fished out the blue lens. Nope, I was just hanging out at the station and this thing hasn't changed. Yes? Did you? Haven't been to the warehouse? Yeah, I've been to that place before. Haven't I? There's no point in me going there again, so I'll just wander around. Breathlessly, he looked at Nangong Bian. Xiang Nan choked. This guy, he's really not making a move. Gazing intently at the two co-workers, Xiang Nan couldn't help but shake his head. One is so contaminated that he has no energy to explore, and one is afraid of being contaminated. These two, are they sure that they are here to lift the three king's ghosts? Forget it, give me all your lenses. Toward Man held out his hand toward the pair. Without even thinking about it, Hu Ershi directly threw out the yellow lens. Take it. This thing, I scuttle my hand is too bad luck. Xiang Nan, you don't want to go to the prince's mansion, do you? Nangong Bian also handed over the lenses, a bit of worry showing in his eyes. Don't worry, it won't go for a while. Hey boy, you won't be going for a while, which means you'll still be going, right? I see you boys or something. I advise you, don't go. Your state of contamination, and it's not easy. Go, you'll be completely lost. Instead of taking the risk, why don't you hide here with us? Maybe the country can find someone high up to break the situation from the outside? And by then, we'll be able to survive. 2. Hu Ershi rationally persuaded 2 sentences. Xiang Nan shook his head. No, I have my own ideas at the moment. Both of you, if it comes to the point where I'm lost too, I think I'd like that feeling. Waving his hand, Xiang Nan tucked the other 2 lenses into his pocket. Then he took hold of the red lens, which had been restored. and dissipated into the pair's field of vision. He knew that this three worlds village operation was his alone. This guy, a real whiff of insanity. Watching Xiang Nan fade away, she bellyached. Second master, do you think it's not a good idea for us to be like this? Nangong Bian was obviously a bit torn. Not good? How bad? She sniffed and simply lay down on the ground, directly crossing his legs. Is it hard to learn from him? One way or another. To be contaminated and kill ghosts? Preserving yourself and waiting rationally is the right thing to do. Admit it, you're afraid of death too, aren't you? Second master, I'm also afraid of death, but I'm even more afraid that this Shiman Yuan brat will die and break his legacy, so there's nothing wrong with being afraid of death. That kid, he's not afraid to die. Slender eyes looked into the distance, although second master who was dissatisfied with Xiang Nan, a rare trace of admiration appeared in his eyes. What a lunatic. The sun shines brightly. Clutching the red lens, Xiang Nan once again returned to the Yizhuang's dying house. He thought, well, by holding the lens of the corresponding Ghost King, you can enter the corresponding illusion. And, once close to the Ghost King proper, the corresponding lenses will evolve into the Ghost King's corresponding props. Just stepping inside Zhuang's dye house, the red lenses clenched in his hands had slowly blended into the red scissors. Looking at the familiar scene, Xiang Nan walked straight to the house on the left side of the dye house. He remembered that he had explained to the old woman Zhuang yesterday, asking her to change Chu Xiu to a suitable job. The morning's gone by. So what's the point of working now? Faith stopped at the window of the house on the left and fixed her eyes southward. There are still busy women workers cutting, and there are still rags all over the floor. But only, the girl who bent down to pick up the cloth was not seen again. Go for the fine print. Among the busy figures, a clear face instantly attracted Xiang Nan's attention. Chu Xiu was still wearing her flowery jacket full of patches, but her face was no longer withered. Probably got a full belly. Her originally somewhat thin and sunken features were full and delicate at this moment, and the bottom of the little beauty embryo gradually showed itself. She was within a group of cutters, using a pair of black scissors with a clean cut of cloth. It seems to be more skillful than the older employees. It's only been one day, and Chu Xiu has improved so much. Also, her change. It's also too exaggerated, isn't it? After watching quietly for a while, Xiang Nan couldn't help himself and shouted towards the inner room. Hey, Chu Su. At a greeting, the busy Chu Xiu looked up. First, she looked around in bewilderment until she saw Xiang Nan outside the house, and her cloudy eyes immediately flashed with excitement. Young Gio, what brings you here? She hurriedly dropped her own clothes and hurried in. Nothing much, came by to check it out. You can do this. Catch on so fast? Xiang Nan looked at Chu Xiu with a snicker. When Chu Xiu came to his body, Xiang Nan was dismayed to find that all the childishness on her face had faded quite a bit, and there was more than a hint of a woman's warmth. Ungung is joking. It's been a year. If I don't get on with it, won't I really be hopeless? A year? Xiang Nan was confused. Right, since Ungung helped me, I switched from being a cloth dyer to a cutter the next day. I still remember what Nkong said to me that afternoon. A bright smile appeared on Chu Xiu's delicate little face. She stared at Xiang Nan, the light of a young girl's tenderness shining in her eyes. Wait, you mean it's been a year since that day? Xiang Nan's brain went a little down. A year? Hasn't it only been a day since he's been here? Could it be that a day of your own corresponds to a year of illusion? So this, if you extrapolate that, it's been at least 3 or 4 years since that station fool, hasn't it? No wonder. No wonder that time Shiman Yuan played the role of a police officer and landlord Pei didn't recognize Nangongren when he saw her. That's because it's been a year since then. And this old landlord can't recognize Nangongren at all. And the bride ghost's illusion was only activated when I came. This setting, it's kind of interesting. Bowed his head in contemplation for several moments. Xiang Nan also didn't notice that Chu Xiu looked at herself and her small face had blushed. Right. You, having a good time now, are you? Returning to his senses, Xiang Nan greeted the straight man. Well, the proprietor says my handiwork is good for miles. A couple more years of work, maybe get me new scissors and make me the lead mile. New scissors? What's the word? Normally apprentices are only allowed to use old scissors. When you're skilled enough to become a master, you'll be matched with new scissors to celebrate. Oh, but I see that you're in good hands. Yes, mile, but the proprietor said to wait, so that's fine. Anyway, I think that life is pretty good now. The young girl's eyes full of genuflection looked up at herself, and Xiang Nan looked at her for a while, but he was a little too happy to do so. Though for myself it's just one day, but he knew it too well. How excitingly satisfying for a poor girl to go from being muddled and ignorant to finally getting a little bit of hope in life. But, unbeknownst to me, behind this hopefulness is an even greater abyss. Someone once said, Ben is used to the darkness, but never see the light. Chu Xiu. Now it is not easy to have a run, and then placed in the mire. Xiangnan really do not dare to think. She will have how desperate. Perhaps this desperation is what prompted her to be able to scratch her face. You go back first. I'll go talk to the proprietor. After hesitating for a while, Xiangnan didn't dare to look at Chu Xiu and walked towards the small two-story building. Chu Xiu stared at Xiangnan's back and silently saved his fists. I'm going to work hard. When I can redeem myself later, I must be sure to repay the benefactor. Inside the small two-story building, the old woman Zhuang's face didn't seem to be very good today. She stood in front of the stairway to the second floor, looking up at times and sighing down. She didn't even notice until Xiangnan entered the house. Dongjia, why are you sighing in broad daylight? Xiangnan's voice interrupted the old woman Zhuang's sadness. She turned around with a jerk and was filled with dismay when she saw Xiangnan. You, Boss Xiang, what brings you here? What, I can't come? Xiangnan shrugged his shoulders and walked towards the eunuch chair to sit down. No, Boss Xiang came for one day in the first place and left without saying goodbye. It's been a year since you left, and the old woman thought you weren't coming back? I went out to run some errands. I see. Look, Boss Xiang, do you still have that kind of food there? After a few casual words of politeness, old lady Zhuan looked as if she had thought of something and looked towards Xiangnan with a hopeful face. Xiangnan nodded and removed the chips and sparkling water from his body. It's kind of a fresh shipment. I'll be staying for a few more days. You see? No problem, stay as long as you want. Without waiting to say a few words to Xiangnando, old woman Zhuan rushed upstairs as soon as she picked up the food. Son, why don't you get up? Boss Xiang is back, with the food you've been talking about. Cradling her food, the old Zhuang woman knocked on the door of the second-floor hut. She seemed afraid to go in and just kept looking worriedly into the house. Ahem. Cough. Xiang, Boss Xiang is back? Did he bring any of those Coke chips? Okay, I'll get up. Get up. An extremely weak voice came from inside the house. Xiangnan was downstairs, fixing his eyes on the upper floors. The old woman Zhuan was indeed a good mother, thinking of Zhuang Jun at all times. Squeak! The wooden door was pushed open. Zhuang Jun stumbled out in a long shirt that covered his neck. His face was pale, but seeing the food in the hands of the old woman Zhuang, he was able to regain some of his vitality. Picking up the food, he wriggled into the house. Say hi to Boss Xiang for me. Ahem. I'm just not going down there. Covering the door, not caring about his old mother's concern, Zhuang Jun hid himself in the house. Hey! After a long time, only the old woman Zhuang sighed and slowly walked down from the second floor. Seeing that Xiangnan had been still staring, old woman Zhuang revealed a compensatory smile. See you to the boss. Jun. Lately, always weak and sickly. A few bone setters were called in, but they all said he was weak and needed to be toned up. Oh, is that so? Listening to the banter, Xiangnan didn't mean to poke at it. What kind of weak and sickly body? In the 21st century, doesn't he understand what's going on here? There are a myriad of symptoms once you are infected with phthisis. Rotten sores and ulcers appear on the skin, and the physique declines, making it easy to contract wind cold and not easy to recover. These, however, are incorporated into the pre-symptoms later on. It's fine if there's a potent drug to suppress it, but if there isn't, then wait until the immune system is completely paralyzed and a minor illness kills you. Now Zhuang Jun has had an outbreak of florid disease. It should still be cured later. Otherwise, there wouldn't be this part of him becoming a groom in the future. Perhaps it was because of the philandering disease that he was unable to marry a door-to-door millenarian, and thus married Chu Xiu? With his mind spinning rapidly, Xiangnan didn't say much. The old woman Zhuang sized up Xiangnan for a while before she donned a sentence. Boss Xiang, I wonder if this time, can you give more food? I was afraid that you left without saying goodbye again. No problem. Taking all the food in the inventory to old lady Zhuang. Xiangnan didn't open her mouth, but old lady Zhuang spoke straight. Thanks to Boss Xiang. Don't worry, in time for tomorrow, I'll turn that girl Chu Xiu into a master. I'll go find her another good blacksmith and make her some good scissors. So it's here waiting for me. Raising his eyes to look at the old woman Zhuang, Xiangnan sneered in his heart. A businessman is still a businessman. Chu Xiu had never become a master, not because she was not qualified. Rather, it's because of himself. Having disappeared herself, who was she? The old Zhuang woman. To give good treatment to a female laborer. As skilled as you are, you're not so bad at that one. On the contrary, if he came himself, Chu Xiu's conversion, instead, was still a favor to the old woman of Zhuang. TSK. Old thing. Quite a mind. With a belly laugh, Xiangnan compensated with a smile. Then, thank you, East Master. Hey, none of that. In that case, I'll go upstairs and rest first. Not bothering to dwell with this woman any longer, Xiang Nan gave a polite greeting and also walked towards the second floor. Boss Xiang. Xiao Jun. He's very sick. Please bear with me. Go upstairs and push the door into the house. Xiang Nan sat cross-legged on the bed, carefully recalling the events of the past 2 days. He himself was afraid that Chu Xiu would turn into a bridal ghost, so he forced her to be brought from a handyman to a minor relation. It was thought that this would allow her to escape her sinister surroundings and thus avoid the end of becoming a bridal ghost. As a result, Chu Xiu had instead become a bargaining chip between herself and the old woman Zhuang. For the time being, Chu Xiu will, unsurprisingly, turn the corner and head towards a better life. But the system doesn't claim to have destroyed the bride ghost now either. That is to say, it is all or nothing. Damn it, can't anything change the ending? What if I just kill Chu Xiu now? Xiang Nan thought without malice. Wouldn't it be okay to just slaughter the current Chu Xiu if we solved the problem at the source? However, the characteristics of mutually exclusive are there, and there are too many variables. If he didn't kill it and thus suffered Chu Xiu's malice, it was not worth the loss. Could it be that I have to watch the tragedy unfold year after year? And how long will it be? I'm getting more and more polluted. No way. Instead of waiting silently, he took out the 2 bloody scissors from his arms. Xiang Nan looked towards the blood scissors with the label, and there was a realization in his heart. Creepy props, blood scissors, not activated. Bared. Gritting his teeth. Without thinking, Xiang Nan slashed towards his body. Warning, warning, the host is being contaminated by the 3 kings' ghosts. Bared. Ignoring the system's warning, Xiang Nan made 2 more slashes towards his arm. 230 points of stamina is enough to heal a wound in an instant. But as the scissors slid, Xiang Nan's head grew fainter and fainter. He knew that pollution was increasing. No, I won't marry him. On what grounds? Why is it that I've worked so hard? I've finally, by sheer hard work, been able to finally redeem myself. You guys, you're animals. Mother, you get the hell out of here, you dirty man. You get out. Abrupt. A spiteful female voice exploded in her ears. It's Chusu's voice. From the resentful utterances, Xiang Nan probably heard half of it. He hesitated for a moment. The scissors slid down on his face with a clatter. Not enough. Pollution is not enough. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth. His cheeks went from shattered and bleeding to healed in but a moment. But the next moment, he gave another cut to the face. Bared, like a replica of the line of the bridal ghost of the night. As his head became heavier and heavier, before Xiang Nan's eyes, hallucinations finally began to appear. It was one night. Chu Xiu held a small pair of scissors with a face full of joy. I finally made it this far on my own. The next step is to earn wages, then redeem myself, then send money to mother. Again, if I can. I'd like to. I want to see Boss Xiang again. The young girl's eyes were filled with bitter hope. The image flashed in his head again. Another night. Chu Xiu lay on the women's bed, listening to the gossip of the women around her. Know what? Those few female workers who rolled in bed with Mr. Zhuang came back with a fever and have been dismissed by old lady Zhuang. Ha, so evil? Haven't seen it all, have you? It's rumored to be a flower willow disease. Mr. Zhuang messed around and got this. And the marriage that was supposed to be with the other ladies, all went down the drain. Yikes, so he's not a bachelor for the rest of his life? That's not true. I wouldn't have dared to marry him. TSK. Amidst the gossip, Chu Xiu's brows furrowed slightly. She only felt that Zhuang Jun, more and more disgusting. She shook her head to keep from thinking about it. Anyway, she just had to work hard and live well. She certainly didn't expect to be targeted. The dizzying sensation in his brain grew more and more terrifying. Xiang Nan lowered his eyes and looked at the spirit value. 145/230. It's holding up. I still have survival points. If you can't, all pike spirit value. Head iron thought until the disorienting image flashed in his head again. Inside the main hall of the small 2-story building, Chu Xiu stood inside the house, staring blankly at the old woman Zhuang. The old woman Zhuang's face was gentle and she looked at her with a smiling face, with a cordiality that she had never felt before. Chu Xiu, how long have you been here? 4 years. Not bad. Already grown into a big girl from the child she was. Old woman Zhuang looked Chu Xiu up and down, seemingly satisfied with her looks. Master, you're looking for me? Good thing. You know Toshi, right? I know. Little June isn't getting any younger. I think it's time for him to start a family. You are now a master chef, in charge of the following group of people. I'm thinking, if you and little June are together, and you become the youngest grandmother in the future, not only can you give little June a continuation of the flame, it's extremely nice to be able to help manage the dye house as well. The old woman Zhuang spoke, but her face was filled with a calculating expression. When Chu Xiu heard that, he immediately sank his face. No, no way. I have a favorite. Got a favorite? Who? That what to the boss? Him? It's been another year or so since I've seen him. Hasn't it? What do you see in him? Isn't it just selling crap? You're with my family. June, after I leave, you will be the proprietor who manages this place. I don't ask for much. You take good care of little June, and from now on, this dying house, it's all yours. A working woman dares to reject herself? The old woman Zhuang's features were instantly twisted. No longer the amiability she had before. She stared at Chu Xiu intently. She now needed Chu Xiu. Yes, only Chu Xiu is the best person for the job. Those $1,000 ladies won't marry a philanderer. Door to door is hopeless. Zhuang Jun's illness also comes and goes, and he must hurry to get married to continue the Zhuang family's lineage. If you are looking for a commoner to marry you, you won't be able to serve a sick person with your body even if you are a fool. You can only look for a woman who sells her body in a dye house. And among the female workers, it is Chu Xiu who has been able to work and grow up fast with a clean face over the years. Only she, with her craftsmanship, could help run the dye house. She's not going to be picky about her looks, and Shojun isn't going to be picky. By marrying her, on the one hand, even if she leaves in the future, the dyeing workshop will not be lost, and on the other hand, Zhuang Jun will not be dissatisfied. As for what goes south, that person you don't see once a year is nothing compared to your son's future. No, Zhuang Jun, he has philandering disease. Round him up. I'll get sick. Maybe it's too much resistance. Chu Xiu went straight to the usual gossip. At those words, old lady Zhuang's face changed drastically. Unbridled. You a female laborer, you dare to call his excellency by his name? To make you submit to marriage is to give you a blessing. How dare you disobey? Who do you think you are? You think you can call the shots just because you've gotten this far by relying on that boss Xiang? I'm telling you, a dog is still a dog no matter how golden it is. You're nothing more than my Zhuang family's dog. In a change of elegance, the old Zhuang woman let loose a stormy voice. Chu Xiu's body trembled, kneeling down, but still shaking his head. Dongjia, even if you kill me, I won't marry either. Although Chu Xiu has sold her body and is a member of the Zhuang family, Chu Xiu will not submit to Mr. Zhuang. Well, you're stubborn, aren't you? Do you think I can't do anything about it because you'd rather die than give in? Do you remember that you had a deadbeat dad and a deadbeat mom? What do you want? What for? I can tell you responsibly that all the money you've given your mother over the years has been taken by your old man to gamble. Also, I've given your old man the money for the bride price. He asked for it cheerfully. And your mother, too, has now been sent by me to the hospital for treatment. See how good I've been to you? Chu Xiu, you don't want your deadbeat old mom to be suddenly pushed out of the hospital, do you? The noisy lobby. It was instantly quiet. Chu Xiu's eyes, unconsciously, reddened again. She doesn't know. Why is he crying again? It seems, she hasn't cried since she met Xiang Nan. Why? Are you crying again? Is it heartache for your mother? Is it yourself that's aggravated again? As if. Neither. It seemed that, from the beginning, the collar, which was worn on the body, was never removed. It's just that the collar goes slack when you see Xiang Nan. Crying? Crying about what? This is a match made in heaven. A great joy. Now, do you still want to marry? The old woman Zhuang snickered and looked at Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu's small hand clenched tightly, her nails sinking deep into the flesh, holding out the grooves. Marry. I'll marry. Whimpering, she finally agreed. Hey, that's right. Tonight. Serve my son well. You mark my words. You are a dog after all. Clapping her hands, the old Zhuang woman left in satisfaction. Inside the hall, only the disoriented Chu Xiu remained. The lights are on. The Zhuang's dyeing workshop was filled with joy. There were red lanterns everywhere, and it was a joyous occasion. Inside the wedding room on the second floor, Chu Xiu looked at a bronze mirror and silently lost her mind. She herself didn't know how she got into a red dress. In this day and age, this is a dress that can only be worn once in a lifetime. The most important time for a woman. In the mirror, the face, pink and first blossoming, was so nice and sultry. Xiang, boss Xiang, she mumbled. Behind her, two women workers were putting her hair in a bun. Chu Xiu, from now on, you'll be the young granny. Take care of us. That's right. In the past, it was us who didn't know any better and provoked you. Don't take it personally. The women workers' words were clearly envious in tone. But to say it, it's a celebratory note. Who doesn't? Isn't marrying Zhuang Jun feeding the poison with your body? I'm afraid I won't live long even if I have a good life. The house was flattering, and outside it was already crowded with people. Chu Xiu lowered his head and didn't say another word. In her hand, she held the red scissors that represented the first hopeful turn in her life, as if she had some plans. But, her small hand shook at the thought of her mother, but she finally let it go. The bronze-colored mirror reflected her face. It was one of the few dowries she had. It is said that this is still the Zhuang family from the former prince's house. In order to prepare for the future young grandmothers, what Chu Xiu didn't notice was, in the bronze-colored mirror, a human face, covered in white paper at the moment, was looking at her with a grimace, though the face is expressionless. But this human face was overflowing with complexity. The human face flickered and finally glanced at the scissors in her hand. There were constant sounds of joyful celebration from downstairs. Young master will surely be able to create 2 little daughters tonight. Great joy for the dealer. Congratulations to the proprietor. Congratulations to the proprietor. There was a sound of joy. People do not share the same joy. At the moment, Chu Xiu only felt that they were noisy. Upstairs, the house was dead silent until the woman worker left. Chu Xiu sat in front of the bronze mirror, tears pouring like rain. And I don't know how long it took. Footsteps came down the hallway. Little lady, open the door. We're going to make a good baby tonight. A slightly mesmerized voice came, and Chu Xiu's body trembled. As expected, she still couldn't accept such a man. The scissors, which had just been put down, were once again clenched in his hands. Open the door. Bang! The wooden door was roughly kicked open. Shojun eloquently walked in. His eyes were mesmerized, but as soon as he saw the red-suited Chu Xiu, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yoo-hoo, how come I didn't see it before? You were born so handsome? Taking 2 steps forward, he made a move to take the beauty into his arms. You stay away. Chu Xiu instinctively gripped the scissors and took a few steps backwards. Yo, is the little lady still so spirited? I love it. Come, I'll make sure you're cured tonight. Taking a few more steps forward, Chu Xiu copied the chair under the Baxian table and smashed it. Bang! Perhaps even Zhuang Jun could not have imagined that the bride would raise a chair and hit herself. The thick chair slammed hard against his chest. The body, which was already weak, was now on fire with pain. MD, give you face? A hint of anger colored his mesmerized face. Who is John Chun? What a cockney. When have I ever been treated like this? You bitch. I know it all. Do you like any of the Xian bosses? Ha ha ha. What's the point of you liking him? You still have to obey me? Since you like him, why don't you call out his name when I'm functioning with you later? I'm a generous person. Zhuang Jun screamed with a grim expression on his face. With a tiger rush, he pounced the retreating Chu Xiu onto the bed. He pressed down on Chu Xiu's body, and his big hand then squeezed Chu Xiu's neck. Bitch, you're lucky to be married to me. You spread out. One big hand clasped the neck and one big hand was about to undo the red coat. Chu Xiu's body couldn't stop trembling to resist. The pair of scissors in her hand was trembling with it. Ha ha ha, the more reluctant you are, the more excited I get. I am sick. But so what? Even if I'm sick, you have to be sick with me. You have to die with me. Because you are a dog. Dogs are meant to accompany their masters. Hissing. Some of the red clothing was torn away, and Chu Xiu's eyes reddened. After all, I didn't undo the shackles. Her heart was sad, wanting to resist but unable to do so. When she was dying, the only thing in her mind was that Xiang Nan who suddenly appeared. Xiang. Boss Xiang. Ha, how fucking dare you say his name? Grass. Pa. A slap was thrown in Chu Xiu's face. Zhuang Jun's face was instantly gloomy. He was only joking before. What man can allow his woman to call out to someone else while she is acting? Bitch. His slaps kept swinging down, slapping Chu Xiu's face red. MD, you bitch. Good thing mom had the foresight to know that your family are all bitches. You don't know, do you? Your deadbeat old mom died long ago, the day after you were bought in. What's sending money for medicine? It's all been taken by your deadbeat old man to gamble. What hospitalization? It's just a trick to fool you, dumbass. It seems to think that the light beating is not enough. Zhuang Jun a brain to tell the secrets that have been hidden for a long time. He wants to see it. The woman underneath her. The crumbling expression. Ha, but he didn't expect it. The woman just wept silently and smiled in a silly, demented way. So, everything is a flower in the water and a moon in the mirror. I just want mother to be better. I just want to be better. Why won't you guys just leave me alone? Tears stained the red makeup. Chu Xiu cried calmly this time. She's had enough. Enough of malice. Enough of the injustice of fate. The scissors in his hand, at this moment, were vaguely trembling. Bitch, MD, take it off yourself. Serve me well. Seeing this, Chu Xiu doesn't even break down, and Zhuang Jun loses his playfulness. He undid his shirt and was about to get down. Miso. Suddenly, An icy chill flashed through. A pair of scissors slammed through his neck. You? Zhuang Jun's eyes dilated for a moment, and he couldn't even believe it as he looked at Chu Xiu. The woman's expression was unexpectedly calm. Just quietly, he pulled out the scissors and slashed towards his neck again. Bared. A blood-colored mist spattered across the marriage bed, staining the scissors and her own face. You. Whimpering under his breath, Zhuang Jun collapsed onto the bed unwillingly. How did he not expect that this female worker would actually make a move to kill herself? Obviously it was the first time he had killed someone. Chu Xiu didn't know why. His face was so calm. Like an epileptic demon. She walked to the bronze-colored mirror in a cold voice. Sitting in front of the mirror, she looked into it, and then, with scissors in his big hands, he started cutting at his face. It seems something was covering her face and it needed to be cut away as if it were. Bared. The scissors cut faster and faster, and Chu Xiu's face slowly distorted. Finally, with her face covered in blood sludge, she sat in front of the mirror and didn't move. Bang. Outside the door. At the moment, a few of the women who had been making trouble in the bridal chamber ran over and shouted in a slightly gloating voice. Young master, be careful. Young granny isn't straining. I'm sure the young lady won't be able to get up tomorrow. Will she? Bang. Not waiting for the sound to carry. Chu Xiu, whose face was full of distortion, floated on his feet and actually rushed open the door of the room. Bared a pair of scissors. A knife cut the corner of a female worker's mouth. The woman worker's face was horrified. The corners of her mouth split up to her ears, and she collapsed to the ground. The other female worker saw this and panicked and tried to escape. Snap! With a wave of Chu Xiu's big hand, the reins over the dying room twisted and jerked and flung themselves around her neck. In an instant, a living person is then pulled by the dangling rope and hangs in midair. Ghosts, demons, demon. The two women workers whimpered and didn't dare to utter another word for most of the day. They watched Chu Xiu float down to the second floor. Inside the first floor, it was still hot. Moments later, the crowd fled in all directions. Blood, staining the entire dye pool of the dye house. Images of memories kept flashing. Xiang Nan's head was raw. Lower your eyes. Nice guy. Spirit value is already 20/230. It's about to empty out. And the pollution continues -1 to 1. System, add points. All stud. Give me a mental boost. Drops, current survival points 2030. Deduct 2000 points for 200 points of attribute value. 30 points remaining. In the process of adding points for you. With the sound of the system, the swelling in his head subsided. 220/430, spirit value. Stabilized for the time being. Xiang Nan gasped loudly, recalling what happened to Chu Xiu. His face bitter. In the end, I wasn't able to help you. In fact, if you think about it in detail, the beginning and end of everything is actually tied to myself as well. If he hadn't promoted Chu Xiu, she would have just been an obscure little female laborer who suffered. And it was precisely because he had promoted Chu Xiu that she was able to stand out from the crowd. Weak and faggy and thin, she would not have been cared for. But because his own food was cared for by Zhuang Jun. Along with that, Chu Xiu also entered the field of view of Zhuang old woman. She was used as a bargaining chip and was noticed by the old Zhuang woman. When she reappeared, the old woman Zhuang let Chu Xiu turn the tables. Chu Xiu had thought that she would redeem herself by virtue of her status and run to a good life. Unbeknownst to him, it was this step up that made himself even more noticed by old lady Zhuang. It seems that everything is moving towards the end of Bride Ghost. Could it be? Is it because of me that Chu Xiu turned into a bride ghost? Did I do this to her? I shouldn't have interfered? Inexplicably, Xiang Nan began to question himself. But it was only for a moment before Xiang Nan felt otherwise. Because, even if Chu Xiu didn't show up himself on the day he was sold to the dye house, the three-ghost king bride ghost would have been there. That is to say, even if one doesn't intervene, the story still ends the same way. The end that had been determined long ago in the underworld. And one could not shake it at all. Hiss. Fatalism? No matter what I do, will Chu Xiu not be able to escape becoming a bridal ghost in the end? Xiang Nan pondered for a while. Such a setting seemed like something he had seen on certain movies and TV shows. Some things are destined to happen, and how you modify them, things will go towards the trajectory by mistake. And there are some things that can be worked on to improve before the outcome. Like the death bus, the haunted mansion. They still happened, but the end changed for the better. Chu Xiu, hey, touching the pair of scissors in his arms. There was some sadness on Xiang Nan's face. Whether the ghosts in the present are hallucinations or fictions, he sincerely grieved for the blossoming girl. Suffering is suffering. It's just not fair that suffering always hits one person. Especially, smashing on someone who peeks into the light from the darkness. Really, can't be changed? Holding his swollen head, Xiang Nan got up from the bed. Outside the window, the evening's afterglow had fallen. Xiang Nan sank his breath and walked out of the small two-story building. At this hour, the women workers in the dye house were off their work and hurrying toward the short room on the right to eat. In the middle of the crowd, that Chu Xiu, wearing a patched flower jacket, was smiling so happily. Compared to a year ago yesterday, she seems to be finally eating the sweetness of life. Chu Su, Xiang Nan called out to her. Chu Xiu's footsteps lurched as she looked toward Xiang Nan with a light in her eyes. Then, like a wistful maiden, she trotted to meet him. Young Gio. Her cheeks were flushed and the setting sun fell on her forehead like a heavenly blush. Have you thought about getting out of here? Still undeterred, Xiang Nan tried to ask. Leave? Why leave? Chu Xiu cocked his head. Get out of here. There's not always a good dye job out there for miles. Innocent words came, and Xiang Nan looked out of the dyeing room. His fists clenched. Himself is inseparable from the dyer. In other words, even if one bought Chu Xiu himself could not bring it out. How it was out there, he was even less sure. Either kill the old woman Zhuang now? So, can it change the ending? Xiang Nan is torn. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at his coat. Eunuch. Thank you. I think that my life is good enough as it is. Chu Xiu doesn't ask for too much. I'm already satisfied. As if sensing his own entanglement, the boyish yet bold eyes stared at him with solace. Xiang Nan laughed. Bitter smile. Yes, if we kill the old woman Zhuang, where else can Chu Xiu go? Back home to be abused by your gambling father? Touching the scissors in her arms, Xiang Nan's lips pursed. Chu Su, I thought you said you didn't have new scissors yet? Young Gio will give you one. Taking out the red scissors that the red lenses had diffused into, Xiang Nan handed it to Chu Xiu with a complicated expression on his face. Yikes, red scissors. How did Young Gio know that Chu Xiu likes red? Chu Xiu looked at the scissors with delight. Obviously liked it, but didn't dare pick it up. You like red? Right. The clothes that mother made for Chu Xiu were all sewn from the red cloth left over from her wedding. I just thought how nice it would be to wear a new red dress someday. You will. Take it. Handing over the red scissors, Xiang Nan looked away from the young girl's hopeful face. Young Gio. What's wrong? Nothing. You all remember to do labor in the future. Don't be so desperate. Don't be so serious. Properly lazy. The proprietor won't blame you. No way Mile wouldn't that Meikun Gung take the blame for me? Chu Xiu wouldn't do that. Forget it. Snapping the red scissors into Chu Xiu's arms, Xiang Nan's face shifted for a moment. With that, he took Chu Xiu's hand in one hand and the blue lens in the other. His eyes met Chu Xiu's watery eyes. The young girl's flower-like gaze seemed to be budding, a little reserved and a little excited. Follow me. Holding the blue lens, the sky swirled before Xiang Nan's eyes. Following, he returned to the smoke-filled station, but the maiden clutched in her hand was never seen again. Sure enough, impossible. Looking around at the noisy station, Xiang Nan's heart was a little empty. No system beeps came to his ears. That is to say, whether it was instigating Chu Su to go out or letting her be lazy and play dirty, it didn't affect the final outcome. Hey, Yui let out a long breath. Xiang Nan once again took out the red scissors that he had snatched from the king of the three ghosts' bridal ghost. At the moment, the scissors became even more scarlet. Creepy props, blood scissors, activated. Effects, carrying it will allow you to freely enter and exit the bride ghost's haunted world, and the bride ghost will never attack you again. Efficacy 2, it seems to harbor someone's long-cherished wish, and it seems to have other uses, because I gave the scissors to Chusu. So, these scissors are the blood scissors that killed all the dyers in the future. How ironic. The one who started it all. Could it actually be me? Holding the bloody scissors, Xiang Nan was lost in thought for a moment. In the distance, Shimen Yuan and Nangong Bian at the station seemed to have noticed Xiang Nan and came over with large strides. Hey, boy, what are you doing back here? Did you find something? Shimen Yuan still maintained the thick voice of Huershi. By the time Huershi gradually came to Xiang Nan's side, a pair of vertical pupils were filled with surprise. He looked at Xiang Nan's face cloudily. On you. Why is the contamination of ghostly qi so heavy? What did you do? No harm done. It's just some frost. Xiang Nan did not care about Huershi's warning and put away the bloody scissors. He gathered himself together and didn't think twice about going back to the dye house, since the blood scissors had already been activated. I guess there wasn't much point in going over there again. Settle down and look around the station. Here the laborers were busy, but still no sign of the fool. Looks like the fool is still being painted a big picture and squatting in a warehouse. Maybe. The ferociously famous three ghost kings. It's really all just poor people. As Xiang Nan thought this, Huershi stretched out his slender nails and violently poked Xiang Nan's face. Hiss boy, what did you do to your face? Why is it full of evil? Nothing, TSK. If you don't like to talk about it, forget it. However, now that you're like this, Not only can you not get out of the ghostly world, I'm afraid you've already been contaminated to the point of mental embarrassment. Huershi's eyes narrowed as he sized up Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan didn't say anything and looked at the spirit value. 210/430, 219, 9/430, 219, 8/430. That's right. Even after having left the dying room, the thick pollution was still eating away at the spirit value. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiang Nan had all poked and prodded his spirit value and raised his spirit resistance, I'm afraid, by now, it's sunk into the first view of the bride's ghost. None of this matters. The important thing is that I probably know how to disarm the three king's ghosts. Xiang Nan shook off Huershi's hand and sat cross-legged on the ground. Disarm the three king's ghosts? How do I undo it? As soon as these words came out of his mouth, both Huershi and Nangonbian came to life. Wait for what? Xiang Nan only threw down a sentence and closed his eyes never to say another word. And when second master Hu and Nangonbian saw that he didn't say anything, they could only stand aside and watch. They don't have the system, and it's too hard to analyze that the fool is the murderous corpse from later on. The station. As time went on, the busy crowds hurried away, and the night's thick, watery mist once again enveloped the sky. The smell of blood began to overflow. Clang, clang, clang. In the distance, the sound of a sledgehammer hitting the railroad tracks rang out. Coming! Xiang Nan stood up at the sound. Second Master Hu and Nangonbian immediately looked shocked. Go! Isn't this thing unkillable? Go! Hurry back to Master Pei's room. The two men were talking and about to run towards the station table. I had thought that Xiang Nan was going to follow along. I didn't think that this guy actually took the initiative to run towards the clunk sound. In his hand he clutched a blue lens that was slowly twisting and distorting the shape, which was clearly a hilt. Sledgehammer. Sure enough, lenses close to the appropriate ghost king will turn into the appropriate props. Xiang Nan gripped the hammer, and the speculation in his heart grew stronger. It's all in the balance. Perhaps, after tonight, I will completely unravel the mystery of you three. Tiger steps forward. Xiang Nan held the hammer in both hands, and his body flashed with golden light. The heaven and earth Xianzong, the root of all air. Under the golden light, a hammer was swung towards the small mountain-high murderous corpse in front of him. Boom! The fierce corpse wasn't slow to react, seemingly sensing the killing intent in the distance. The hammer in his hand also swung violently towards the south. In the air, a horrifying sound of interlocking iron erupted. The two hammers jarred against each other, and Xiang Nan's tiger's mouth went numb. Good man, your strength. It's just that I want it too. He spoke words of uncertain meaning, and the moment the hammers met each other, the bloody pupils of his face rolled over. 1, 2, 10. 10 bloody pupils glared at the murderous corpse. The ferocious corpse held the sledgehammer like a statue, making a swinging gesture, but it was difficult to move half a point again. Bring it on you. Xiang Nan's quick eyes and hands quickly pulled the hammer out of the murderous corpse's hand. Sure enough, on this hammer, a line of text message began to appear. Creepy props, force worker's hammer, not activated. Power hammer, weighing 50 kilograms. The person holding the hammer can double the power of 1,000 pounds. Because of some kind of mutation, the long-cherished wish it harbors will cause the person who holds it to become angry. In your props, you also hide long-cherished wishes. Chu Xiu's red scissors also hid long-cherished wishes. That is to say, bang! Without saying a word, the two hammers fell into Xiang Nan's hands. He violently opened his right and left hands and swiftly slammed them towards the murderous corpse's head. Boom boom boom. A horrible smashing sound rang out. The huge ferocious corpse was smashed into mush by the two hammers. Purple-black pustules burst open, surrounded by a black mist of blood. Hey, you watch out. Don't get contaminated. Nangonbian looked at Xiang Nan in the distance and couldn't help but export a reminder. Unthinking, Xiang Nan actually held his face high and let the black blood splash on his face. Is he crazy? He's actively accepting contamination? Huershi's pupils flickered. He had thought that Xiang Nan was trying to experiment with something. Now it seems like he's actively seeking death? Boom boom boom. It seems to think that pollution is not enough. Xiang Nan desperately swung the hammer, squeezing wave after wave of blood mist from the vile murderous corpse. In the black mist, he looked maniacal. Not enough, not enough, it's not enough. A voice like madness rang out, scaring Huershi silly. Shit, this kid, has he gone crazy killing ghosts? Crazy, crazy. It's Xiang Nan. It's not like he's giving up on himself, is it? Second Master Hu and Nangonbian's jaws dropped as they looked at Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan's ears, at this moment, were also constantly ringing with the system's warning sounds. Warning, warning, you are being contaminated by the three king's ghosts. You are being contaminated by the three king's ghosts. Host, I'm doubting your mental state right now. You've defeated the feral corpse and gained 100 survival points, currently accumulating 130 survival points. Not enough at all. The sledgehammer pounded out overflowing black blood, and Xiang Nan's spirit value was simply too high, and I don't know how many times it was hammered. Before his eyes, some images finally flickered. Inside the warehouse, a few of the laborers sneak around and get together, gossiping. Hey, have you heard? Master Pei has taken over the business of the foreigners again. Ha, isn't that a great deal of money? Yeah, this old pussy dang, who earns so much and doesn't give us a raise, deserves that he can't have children. That's it. Old pussy den. Ha ha ha, what are you guys babbling about? Doesn't the old man have a stupid son? Don't give him any money or food. Just work for him, Nima. He's better than a dog. Cut, squeezing fools. This old pussy dang. Sooner or later, he'll get what's coming to him. A few of the laborers snickered, and their eyes went to the inside of the warehouse. The fool was working alone and sweating, still carrying the goods. Okay, fool, take a break. If you're like this, even if you die of dry exhaustion, it won't do you any good. One of the laborers was intolerably persuasive. The fool smiled and laughed. He, no need. The master said, after you finish, you'll have extra buns tonight. Shit, idiot. Laughter mixed with curses as the image dissipated. Toward the south the spirit grew clear. He looked at the murderous corpse in front of him, which he had hammered into a pulp, and was speechless for a while. That's it? Pollution values? Simply not enough. Waiting helplessly for the murderous corpse to slowly recover, Xiang Nan didn't want to replicate the image of contaminating himself with scissors. He couldn't, by any chance, swing a giant hammer at himself, could he? Aside, second master Huan Nangong Bian had already looked dumbfounded. Xiang Nan, the madman, actually hammered the murderous corpse all night. Is he human? He was simply more like the ghost king than the fierce corpse. Boom boom boom. The sound of hammering kept coming from the fog, but he hammered away until dawn, and Xiang Nan captured no new images. The sound of a hammer being swung was accompanied by a system beep. Today's log update. Congratulations, you've managed to survive the 11th day of creepy descent. You went on a killing spree of slit ghosts and hang ghosts early in the morning, and accumulated points up to 2030. You're a killing machine. Host, you scare me. I'm afraid you'll go crazy and kill even me. You were actively exposed to contamination at noon. Host, are you seriously ill? If you're not cured, I'll change the host. You defeated the feral corpse again during the night and ignored the contamination and went on a whipping spree. Host, are you getting more and more perverted? You've gained 100 survival points. You have survived another day. 10 survival points awarded. Current survival points 140. Without bothering with the system's voice, Xiang Nan's hammer swing in his hand gave a lurch. 4. The meaty remains of the murderous corpse had begun to dissipate with the dawn. He glanced at his own panel. After a night of carnage, the numbers have plummeted. Stamina value, 180/230. Mental value, 98. 5/430. Agility, 76/230. Strength value, 120/230. The decline in four-dimensional attributes is justified. But, Xiang Nan had clearly felt that his own pollution was going to come to its limit this time. Because of the use of the blood pupil, the agility value never recovered after closing the blood pupil. Xiang Nan knew that pollution had come to new heights. Click click click. Suddenly, behind him, the tombstone ghost, which he had been carrying on his back, snapped and made a strange noise. Click click click. Countless pieces fell. Bang! A stone-colored version of himself, he said, crawling out of the tombstone. Just out for a moment. His stone-colored self then snapped out his hands in a chokehold position, strangling towards his neck. You finally revived. The bloody pupils of his neck opened and twisted to look behind him. Xiangnan wanted to slap the thing away, but when I think about it, if I break the fan, will I die too? Think about it. Xiangnan's eyes stared. On the back of his head, a new pupil of blood violently flipped out of his thick black hair. It's 11th blood pupil. The moment this blood pupil opened, Xiangnan heard the disoriented voice of the blood pupil once again. See, you and I are ghosts all the way. You have to admit, you like to kill. Come on. What 3 ghost kings, here, will be our ghosts? The piercing sound came. As this sound rang out, the few blood pupils that were previously closed opened uncontrollably. On his back, the flesh and skin tumbled. The 12th and 13th blood pupils were also being born. Coming. The blood pupil is going to lose control too. Xiangnan thought this, but there was no fear on his face. Instead, with an excited look on his face, he ran towards the station warehouse. Is he completely insane? Nangong Bei looked at Xiangnan, who was covered in black blood, with eyeballs coming out of his body, and carrying a petrified himself, and his mouth widened into an O shape. She'd never seen this one before. It's outrageous, carrying around a curse. In his condition, it could have lingered, but he actually ran into the warehouse district, and if he gets contaminated again, he'll surely die. Second master, who had an odd expression on his face. In all his years as a Desian, he had never seen such a person. Is it crazy? Or is it madness? Should we go over there? Nandong Bian looked somewhat worriedly in the direction where Xiang Nan had disappeared. It's best not to. If he gets lost, he'll only be much more terrifying than the Ghost King. The two men looked at each other. In front of the station depot, several blood pupils on Xiang Nan's back flickered, staring so hard that the tombstone ghosts on his back didn't dare to move. Xiang Nan, on the other hand, listened to the compelling sounds in his ears and rushed into the warehouse with great strides. Host, you're too good. You're going to break into a gathering of Thicksore people after being contaminated by tombstone ghosts, ghostly spirits, and contaminated by blood pupils. You're like a lantern in a mutant pit, looking for death. Hurry up, I'm tired, I want to change hosts. The system's derisive voice rang out at the right time. Xiang Nan still didn't care and surged towards the warehouse at speed. Pa pa pa. The familiar sound of blisters exploding came, not even 2 steps out. Bang! A blistered and swollen walker rolls off the cargo pile. He slumped to the ground and fell out in black, human-sized blood. Pa pa pa. Pigeon egg-sized blisters continued to explode, and the walker raised its head, revealing a fierce smile towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan looked at him with an equally maniacal smile. Laugh? What about laughing at Nima? Palm thunder. Bare your teeth. Almost instantly, Xiang Nan's smile tightened. Boom. The thunder in his left hand surged out furiously like an electric python in an instant, pouring as much as it could into the leprous walker's body. The leprosy walker didn't even take a single step and had already been crushed into a splatter of blood mist. Warning, warning, host, you are being contaminated. In the mist of blood, Xiang Nan's expression was bland. In his hands, the thunderbolts were still churning and writhing. Thunderbolts blasted the warehouse brightly. Countless still silent leprous walkers were stimulated by the lightning on the warehouse's cargo pile. One immediately snapped, and all rose from the cargo pile. Roar! A hiss rang out. Immediately afterward, there was a sea of people jumping down towards the south. Come on, I'm going to play big. Xiang Nan's face grew more and more maniacal. All over his body, 13 blood pupils rotated. The leprous walkers that jumped in midair were stranded in the air as if they were frozen in time. Palm thunder. Before the enemy moves, the thunder moves first. The surging lightning in his palm resembled an electric python as it slapped out from his hand. Boom boom boom. In an instant, dozens and dozens of leprous walkers were churned into bloody froth by the thunder python in midair. Pfffffffff. Black blood mist filled the warehouse, accompanied by bursts of lightning flashes. Walking southward through the blood mist, he headed straight towards the deepest part of the warehouse. Good. Host, you're playing like this, aren't you? You have killed 12 leper walkers. You have gained 240 survival points. You have killed 15 leper walkers. You have gained 300 survival points. The brain is already starting to spin. Xiang Nan even ignored the sound of the system. There was an itch on his belly and 2 more eyeballs slowly rolled out. That's 15 eyes already. Xiang Nan walked numbly, letting the black blood spray on his face, but he still couldn't sense the new illusion. It wasn't until, half asleep, he finally made his way to the far end of the warehouse. There, on the neatly stacked cargo pile, a huge black and bloody silhouette solidified on the ground. Looking south at the black blood, after a moment's hesitation, he lay straight down on the blood. Inside the mixed-up head, the image was once again ushered in. Go away, move away. This guy, he stinks to high heaven. At the station in the evening, workers leave for work. The fool also came out of the warehouse happily. As stupid as he was, he could read a hint of distaste in the way the people around him avoided him. The good thing is, because of his intellectual shortcomings, he's not really going to be maligned. This fool, he's going to his old man again. Ha ha ha, what kind of old man? Just a cow in captivity. Hey, if you keep saying that, the fool is going to get angry. Under the teasing gazes of a group of people, he walked towards the waiting station with "Pays Transportation" written on it. Just in time for dinner. There was a fresh meaty smell coming from the waiting station. The fool touched the drool at the corner of his mouth and walked in happily. On the first floor, a round table was set up in the waiting station. Master Pei was sitting in front of the round table, eating his meal slowly and methodically. When he saw the fool coming, his nose twitched and a hint of disgust seemed to show in his eyes. Coming? Nevertheless, Master Pei still greeted the fool. He, I. I moved almost 100 bags of goods today. Master, can I have a few more buns tonight? The fool smiled foolishly towards Master Pei, only in his early 20s. His palms were already full of calluses. Okay, then you can have 10 tonight. When Master Pei heard this, a hint of delight appeared in his disgusted eyes. He filled the bowl on the table with a couple of buns and then pushed it to his feet. Eat! As if dispatching a family dog, he did not invite the fool to the table, but set the bowl on the floor. But the fool didn't care. Thank you. Thank you, master. He let out a giggle and sat down on his butt on the dirty floor. Then, not knowing to wash his hands, he reached toward the bowl and grabbed it, gulping it down. Buns that are tasteless are eaten by fools. At the dinner table, Master Pei's gaze was both contemptuous and comforting. Hey, the fool is really saving money. Pity, there aren't many like you at the traffickers. Master Pei lamented, his gaze deepening. Say come on. His reputation for stinginess is well known for 10 miles and 8 villages. How could he raise a fool? At the time when the traffickers found him, he couldn't even look at stupid and dumb, and starved to death. What's the use? However, when he saw the teenage fool covering his stomach and saying he was hungry, perhaps his conscience could not bear it. He still threw a few pieces of steamed bread to reward him, which I never thought that this guy would actually cry as he ate. The fool said to him, this is the first time in his life he's had a full meal. That tearful look is still unforgettable for Master Pei. You can feed me. You're a good man. The fool was stupid and said, in his perception, a lifetime of starving over. The warmth of that first full meal lasts a lifetime. To his little cognitive world, someone who can feed him is a good person. Good people? Perhaps amused by the word, Master Pei came to be interested. You're saying I'm good? Yeah. There's never. No one has ever been like you. Feed me full. You're a good man. Ha, good people. Good people? Ha. The first time a fool has had a full meal. It was also the first time that Master Pei had been told that he was a good person. Maybe it was a joke of fate. Or maybe Master Pei's playfulness came to the fore and he actually bought the fool. Hey silly, you'll be with me from now on. As long as you do a lot of work, I'll feed you every day. You see, I told you you're a good person. You all say I'm stupid. I'm not. Right, you're not stupid. An old man and a young man teased each other and made a sinful connection. It's ironic to say the least. This cheapest fool to buy was actually the one who did the most work on a daily basis after he was bought. And the more a fool eats, the stronger he gets. And the stronger he gets, the more he can do. We're not human beings. We're all human beings. Master Pei has a rare fondness for capable fools. He made an exception and let the fool eat with him. Gossip was also spread outside that the fool was his godson. To this, Master Pei didn't care at all. Perhaps he exploited his workers too much and remained childless. There was a time when he did think about training up the fool. But, fools, after all, doesn't know how to take a shower, doesn't know table manners, doesn't even know how to do skilled labor. He's a hard worker, but that's about it. Master Pei has conflicting feelings about the fool. I can't say I like it, but I can't say I particularly hate it either. Master, do you think I can go and learn to knock on the railroad tomorrow? Didn't you say that learning that would add 2 extra buns a day? Abruptly, the fool under the table uttered a sound. Master Pei's thoughts were pulled back. He looked at the fool and snorted. And I said you could work with me on the 2nd floor if you could do the math. If you can do the math, you can go to the 2nd floor? The fool scratched his head stupidly. I'll learn. He looked hopefully in the direction of the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor, for him, was a heartfelt presence. He was stupid, but he knew that it was lavishly decorated and not for the likes of him to enter. In the beginning, it was there that he himself was bought by his lordship. It was bright and warm there. The fool only knew that if he could do the math, he could stay there with his lordship all the time. He didn't realize that being able to do the math meant getting more money. All he knew in his small perception was that if he could do the math, he would definitely be able to be with the master. With a good man, well fed. And that's it. That's all it takes to be content. The fool looked to the 2nd floor, a light in his eyes. Hey, you dumbass. You really think you can learn to count? The sour head of words crushed the expectations of the fool. The fool looked dully at Master Pei, who glanced at the fool with some discouragement. You can pull that off. You can't understand the railroad when you're told to smash it. And you're counting. Roll on, eat up and go back to bed in the warehouse. Master, I know I'm stupid. I'll do my best. Roll on, there's no extra hammers now. And no one will teach you to smash railroads. Waving his hand, Master Pei summoned the fool away again in disgust. It's not like he didn't give fools a chance. Counting or smashing railroads. These are all things that can be taught a few times. But stupid, you just can't learn. It's just stupid after all. Master Pei taunted and walked up to the 2nd floor. Hiss. Inside the warehouse, Xiang Nan covered his swollen head, still wanting to go on to see more images. Suddenly, a pair of large hands violently inserted and exploded the two bloody pupils behind his back, a sharp pain that snapped him out of his illusion. On the back of his neck, a bloody pupil twisted and fixed his eyes. That tombstone ghost was looking at himself sorrowfully, his fingers moving again, about to thrust towards the remaining bloody pupil. You actually got rid of the blood pupil's bindings? You can get stronger slowly? Xiang Nan looked at the tombstone ghost in shock. A sardonic smile curved the corners of the tombstone ghost's mouth on his numb, stiff face. The more he moved his body, the quicker it became. Ah, shit. What the hell are you? How dare you hurt me? Not waiting for Xiang Nan to be shocked redundantly, the ears, followed by the roaring voice of the blood pupil. I want you. In pieces. When the blood pupil's voice rang out, the two stabbed eyes in the back squirmed once again. The eyelids were full of blood though. But, as the whites of the eyes wriggled, the shattered open eyes actually slowly split in two. This time, on the back were four bloody pupils, full of blood, glaring at the tombstone ghost. The tombstone ghost's fingers, which had been extended to stab violently, directly froze in midair. It seemed like the blood pupil was really angry. On his back, the 18th, 19th blood pupil was also slowly opening. Warning, host. You are 95% contaminated by the blood pupil. 96. Click. More and more blood pupils opened. Cracks actually crumbled out on the tombstone ghost's body as it was suppressed by the blood pupil. Following, Xiang Nan's body, too, was cracked because of the tombstone ghost's cracking, and his flesh was inexplicably cracked. Grass. Too creepy infighting. I'm going to fucking die from the waves. A headache washed over him as he looked at the bloody scabs on the ground. Xiang Nan actually wanted to receive more contamination, stretching his load to the limit to maximize the use of the substitute paperman. But at the moment, it is not to be coveted. Shit, can only use it up now. With a hardened heart, a paper figure glowing with colored light appeared in his hand. Xiang Nan didn't even think about it and instantly crushed the paperman. In an instant, the shadowy house was overflowing with haze. Xiang Nan could feel it. The pain in his body or the dizzying feeling in his head. All the discomfort in his body seemed to be pulling away towards the outside of his body. And on his own side, the paper figure, clutched in that hand, was gradually twisting into a paper-filled version of itself in the haze of light. The paperman Xiang Nan is almost identical to Xiang Nan himself. Only, he has a wooden expression and can't move. His physical changes, however, are very interesting. The body made of paper had been densely populated with uncountable open eyes. At first glance, it makes one's head spin. Where's the human in that? All over his body, it was almost entirely eyeballs squirming hideously. Is this the end of being completely contaminated by blood pupils? Xiang Nan looked dumbfounded. Behind him, the tombstone ghost that was still pestering himself had also immediately switched its target at that moment, heading towards the paperman. Yet he merely took a step. Click. The paperman full of eyeballs glanced toward him. In an instant, the tombstone ghost disintegrated all over its body, and it was reduced to pieces. And as the tombstone ghost was reduced to pieces, a sardonic smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The paperman made a contemptuous noise. Scumbag, how dare you call out to this demon? Dense eyes moved, not waiting for the paperman to be smug for a moment. Tombstone ghost's rules were also unleashed. Click. Paper figures full of eyeballs. The color of the stone spreading rapidly from his feet to the top of his head as if he were splashing ink. Ah, damn it. This lord has only just revived. Tens of thousands of eyeballs twisted as if they were trying to fly out of their bodies. But in the end, it's hard to escape petrification. This is the power of the rule ghost. Xiang Nan stood off to the side and witnessed two bizarrely in love with each other. The stone statue, full of eyeballs, also dissolved into a puddle of confetti as it took shape. That's the charm of rare props. With a sigh of emotion, Xiang Nan hesitated for a long time before he walked out of the warehouse with some reluctance. Now, he himself had been sort of transformed because of his use of the substitute paperman. There's not a bit of pollution left in the body. Lowering his eyes to his data panel. Sure enough, it was much more comfortable. To the south, race, human, realm, middle grievance realm. Stamina value, 230. Spiritual value, 430. Agility, 230. Strength value, 230. Skills, palm thunder. Golden light curse. Creepy, blood pupils, 19 eyes. Props, psychic paper crane *3. It's really no pollution all in one. Cozying up to the panel, Xiang Nan twisted his head again, somewhat ambivalently. and glanced at the bloody scabs on the ground. It would be foolish to actively accept pollution without a bit of it yourself. Something has to be done. To know what happened to the fool by not accepting contamination. Contemplating alone, Xiang Nan had already arrived outside the warehouse without realizing it. Outside the warehouse, Second Master Hu and Nangong Bian were staring nervously in the direction of the warehouse. What? No movement? Xiang Nan, it's not going to hang up, is it? The explosions that sounded like running thunder had stopped for quite a while, and Nangong Bian's eyes flashed with worry. Master Huer shook his head. Mostly, it's completely contaminated. Right, let's go. Gotta hide in a hurry. There was already a murderous corpse at this station, and now multiple more to the south. Hey, just lamented. Outside the warehouse, thin footsteps sounded. Both of them instantly had their scalps tingling as they nervously looked towards the warehouse, only to see Xiang Nan walk out blandly, his brows clear. Even the black blood that stained his body before had disappeared. He looked calm, still familiar, not tainted at all. You boy, all the contamination is gone from you? Second Master Hu rubbed his eyes, somewhat incredulous. Hu Jiaxian is very sensitive to smells. The aura on Xiang Nan's body at this moment was simply cleaner than himself and Nangong Biao. His tombstone disappeared too. Nangong Bian pointed to Nan's back, his face equally horrified. The two men looked at Xiang Nan with their jaws dropped. They witnessed the birth of a madman and watched the madman return to normal. All the way through. Unscathed. I said it all. No problem. It's just a little frost. What are you guys panicking about? Xiang Nan shrugged his shoulders and walked faithfully toward the tin carriages. Hey, the hell are you? Still not Xiang Nan? Huershi was still a little nervous as he looked toward Xiang Nan. This guy, in his opinion, has most likely switched. Just moments later, inside the tin carriage, a strange movement of golden light and thunder erupted. Not enough. It's simply not enough to kill. Terrifying electricity stirred around. Xiang Nan's disgruntled voice came out, and the corners of Huershi's mouth twitched. Okay, it's the same crazy guy. How the hell did he get rid of the contamination? Is he still human? Nangong Bian looked at the carriage in confusion. Two people, a good deal of breathless silence. The host is truly a man of God, putting death in the way of life. Worthy of the talent selected by this system. You have killed 63 walkers in 1 second. You have gained 63 survival points, currently accumulating 370 survival points. In the haze, electric light swam continuously through the compartment. Xiang Nan paid attention to the growth of points, not daring to stop at any moment. It's not polluted anymore, but it's time to brush up on your score. Survival points for walkers are still too low. If it wasn't for the addition of the points from the leprous walker earlier, it would only be a few hundred points now anyways. Brush up on your score before noon comes. For now, the way to see through the station's riddle is somewhat clear to me. Thunder exploded, and Xiang Nan frowned as he strolled through the carriage. Electricity filled the compartment and the shredded remains of the walkers crumbled everywhere. Until the midday sunlight tilted down, the strongest yang qi of the day lifting the mist, before Xiang Nan ghostly stopped killing. 2,210 points. It's not so bad. Slowly step out of the deserted compartment. Xiang Nan looked toward the still frozen duo at the station entrance and beckoned. Hey, want to watch a show later? Watching a play? Xiang Nan's words caused both Huershi and Nangong Bian to freeze. See what? Look at this station. What's going on? Xiang Nan Woods was already taking the blue lens out of his pocket as he spoke. But, isn't the station the same every time? Nangong Bian was uncertain. To her, every day at the station was nothing more than a reset illusion. Yeah, perhaps it is good for fools to repeat themselves year after year, day after day. And for some reason, Xiang Nan responded off-key. Huershi sniffed, and his vertical pupils wrinkled, as if he was thinking about something. Nangong Bian looked at Xiang Nan inexplicably, but Xiang Nan didn't say anything more. Three people stood on the station platform of Pei's transportation, speechless to each other, enjoying the rare tranquility of the midday. And I don't know when the sunlight dissipated. After the water spray gathered, the sound of a train whistle once again entered the ears. The three men looked in unison at the busy station. The laborers were still busy moving goods, and the station was still crowded. It seems that no change has occurred here at all. Nangong Bei twisted his head and glanced at Xiang Nan, just about to ask him, how is it to watch the show? Unexpectedly, Xiang Nan had already walked towards the warehouse on his own. Hey, you go over there without permission. You'll get hit. Nangong Bian gave a warning cry, and Xiang Nan ignored it. The corners of Huershi's eyebrows raised, obviously interested, did not say anything, quietly followed Xiang Nan. Seeing this, Nangong Ren didn't say anything more and followed alone. Warehouse door. As usual there were still a few laborers carrying the goods. Their skin was dark, their faces thick with wrinkles, and age had afflicted them to the point that no contours of change could be seen in their flesh. If you didn't look closely, it would be hard to realize that they were actually several years older. Hey, brothers, can you do me a favor? Unlike Shimin Yuan's move last time, Xiang Nan walked straight towards the door. Who are you? What for? His polite greeting was met with his skepticism and scowling from several of the forceful workers. Oh me, I know the fool. I used to be sold by traffickers with him. Now that I'm doing well, I wanted to come and see him. Brothers, do me a favor. Here I am, treating my brothers to some foreign food. Xiang Nan joked and took out the bottle of Coke from his body. Yo, isn't this what those foreign devils drink? Soda? The moment he pulled out his Coke, one of the force workers' eyes went straight. Soda? Is that a soda? Isn't that stuff old and expensive? I've heard people talk about it. The gazes that were originally still hostile to Xiang Nan were all enthusiastically surrounding them at this moment. That's right, it's the soda. Brothers, do me a favor. I'm going to meet my brothers. You guys hide in the warehouse to rest. Drink water. No one will find out. A sneaky expression appeared on his face after Xiang Nan pointed to the warehouse's pile of goods. At once, several of the force workers laughed. Ha ha ha, you kid. You'll come to things. Okay, hurry up. Come back often when you have time. Very different. Totally truncated. Hu Ershi and Nangongbien, dumbfounded, watched Xiang Nan being sent into the warehouse with his arms around a few laborers, both faces appalled. Is this nifty or a treat? Why should they be beaten when they go in? But Xiang Nan is invited when he goes in? It's pollution. I know, this kid is the contamination that he was deliberately exposed to, and thus knows something of the story of this place. Standing in the doorway, Hu Ershi had woken up. Second master. What do you mean? Did Xiang Nan voluntarily accept the contamination in order to understand the story of the station? Exactly. That's why he was able to say something about human traffickers, fools and a host of other things so as not to arouse anyone's suspicion. Could it be that the method to lift the three Ghost Kings' domain is to line up what happened back then? Nangongbien was thoughtful, and Hu Ershi shook his head. It should be more than that. This kid, he may have learned the story of the Red Lens world before he came to the station. The three Ghost King domains. Perhaps there exists some sort of involvement. Implicated? The two men speculated one way or the other, but they still couldn't get a handle on it. Inside the warehouse, Xiang Nan saw the fool again. Compared to before, the fool has grown quite a bit. In fine, when Nangongbien came, you were probably only in your teens. These past few days, you should be in your 20s, right? Looking at the robust body still laboring, Xiang Nan's eyes looked complicated. How many years has an unknowing fool worked diligently for what he thought was a good man? 30 years? 40 years? Just like this. He spent his whole life doing work for master pay, just to have enough to eat. By normal human logic, he must be at a disadvantage. But in the eyes of the fool, he was happy. But why did this humble happiness alone brew that kind of ending? Maybe everything's going to start changing when the fool goes out and fucks up the railroad, isn't it? The blue lens in his hand had been transformed into a hammer with a cold, glittering light. Toward the south is clear. What has been done will be done again. Since the murderous corpse appeared with the hammer, that meant that the fool would definitely get the hammer afterward as well. Only, it's hard to say how old it is. A long pain is better than a short one. Fool, this time, let me be the fast forwarder. Holding that hammer in his hand, Xiang Nan shouted towards that broad back. Hey, dude, do you remember me? The broad figure was stunned. Apparently, the fool didn't notice that someone had come up behind him. He looked like an industrious camel with a load on his back, twisting around dully to look toward Nan. I think I've seen it before. The fool's clear gaze was fixed on Xiang Nan's face. Xiang Nan smiled. Do you remember? 1 year, a man came here and asked you what you wanted to do besides eat? Oh, I remember. You're the one who came to me for a chat. Relief showed on the fool's face. He slowly stacked the goods and lifted a new bag. It was clear that he wasn't going to stop what he was doing just because Xiang Nan had arrived. You, still a good employee. Eyes complex. He looked at the fool. The fool puffed and puffed as he did his work, but he was able to speak a few words with Xiang Nan. Hey, if master gives me enough to eat, I'll work my ass off for master. I'm not stupid for miles. I still know how to repay kindness. Somehow, standing in front of the too pristine fool, Xiang Nan had nothing to say instead. Because of the contamination, he had empathized with the fool. Fools may be fools, but they live through it. There is only retribution, only the purest expectation. He has no worldly desires. What he has, and only the imagination of a small world. Possibly, the only reason he wanted to move up the ladder one step at a time was simply to stay in the room with Master Pei. Sorry about that. This time, I'll be the bad guy. Gazing at the fool's back, Xiang Nan silently took out the hammer that the lenses had evolved into. Hey, fool, what do you see here? There was a clang as the sledgehammer hit the ground. The fool looked over fixedly, his eyes full of envy and suspicion. Isn't this the hammer that was used to smash the railroad outside? Yes. Are you a railroad smasher? Well, sort of. Wow, you're amazing. The fool's clear gaze looked over, and Xiang Nan was a little put off by the look. You want to go out and smash the railroad? Want to, but I don't control my strength well. I'll deform the iron frame every time. His lordship made me try too. I can't do it well. Foolishly, his eyes couldn't help but fall away as he spoke. Nan blinked. Why don't I teach you? Can you teach me force control? How about coming out and trying? Xiang Nan shrugged. In fact, he did not know how to smash the railroad. All he could do was try to get the fool to hold the hammer early, and perhaps, in doing so, get an early glimpse of the tragedy at the station. But I have work to do. The fool was still worried as he looked at the warehouse full of goods. Xiang Nan shook his head. Learn to smash the railroad. You can add 2 buns. The next step is to learn arithmetic and be able to manage the accounts. Oh? Seductive words came, and the fool's eyes showed a rare yearning. Go. I'll go. I want to be with the master. The god gave the fool an odd look. Xiang Nan led him out of the warehouse. Outside the warehouse, a few of the laborers curiously watched the fool walk out, and they all couldn't help but look a few more times toward Nander. Hey, don't tell me, this kid is really a stupid friend. Ha, that's right. People in general. Who can call out stupid people? Dude, don't give him a long ride, or he won't be able to eat at night if the warehouse work doesn't get done. Perhaps it was a case of eating people's mouths. A few laborers greeted towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan nodded, and Woody pulled the fool toward a remote corner of the station. On the station, Hu Ershi and Nangongbien also followed curiously. They didn't understand what Xiang Nan could do by dragging this fool out. Come on, you knock on the railroad and I'll see how it goes. Pointing to a piece of railroad at his feet, Xiang Nan handed the hammer into the fool's hand. The moment the fool gripped that hammer, Xiang Nan inexplicably had the wrong flavor of fatalism. I want half. Gripping the hammer tightly, the fool swung it violently, swinging it down toward the ground in an upward motion. Boom! The steel, straight railroad tracks were violently smashed and dented into the earth, but the part that had been swung by the hammer was twisted and deformed. As far as the eye could see, the deformed railroad tracks were no longer useful. No wonder Master Pei doesn't want you to smash the railroad. So it's because your strength is so great that you can directly deform the tracks. Looking at the deformed railroad tracks under his feet, Xiang Nan looked around contemplatively. In fact, the fool's hammer-swinging motion or posture is the same as that of any other laborer. But the others, they don't have the strength of a fool. They all kept swinging the railroad, knocking the rails down piece by piece. The fool, on the other hand, was swinging a hammer in one place, and it did swing the rails down, but the rails couldn't withstand the gravity and were already deformed. Can you, please, be a little less forceful? Take a lesson from them and slowly smash the tracks down. Xiang Nan pointed around to the laborers in the force, and the fool looked, but shook his head straight. It won't work. I can't learn. He put down the hammer with some reluctance and hung ahead. Or else, I'd better go back to carrying the goods. You wait. Calling out sharply to the fool, Xiang Nan couldn't wait for him to carry the goods endlessly. If you're too strong to control it, have you ever thought of swinging a hammer without eating? That should make you less strong, right? Xiang Nan could only think of ways to solve the problem from the side. Thought it was a good idea. I hadn't realized that the fool just listened and vetoed it. That won't work. Without eating, I have no strength at all. Xiang Nan was dumbfounded. Even Hu Ershi and Nangongbien, who were watching the show from the sidelines, were silent. What about this? Too much strength is not good enough, and neither is no strength. This fool, is he not born to eat this food? Hey, forget it. I'll just be honest and carry the goods for the master. Probably recognizing his fate, the fool regretfully threw down his hammer and was about to head back towards the warehouse. Xiang Nan didn't say anything, just frowned at his back. What else, exactly, is there to make a fool go from carrying to smashing railroads? Watching the fool's back, his body faded along the tracks as he chose. Abrupt. Xiang Nan's mind was like a flash of light. He thought of it. He came up with an extremely odd method. Hey, try again. This time, you pick up the hammer and charge toward the railroad where you are going to smash. When you reach the railroad, you swing the hammer as hard as you can. Since you're strong, just increase your force, enough to smash the rail completely into the ground still without deforming it. Xiang Nan spoke excitedly, as if he had foreseen something. Will it work? The fool hesitantly raised the hammer. Even Hu Ershi and Nangongbien, who were on the side, looked skeptically towards Xiangnan. But, just the next second, the fool raised his hammer high and came rushing in the direction of the three, like a big truck crashing head-on. This horrifying sense of vestigial vision made Hu Ershi and Nangongbien not be able to stop their scalps from tingling. This is exactly the same as a murderous corpse swinging a hammer in the night to kill someone on the charge. Could it be? The fierce corpse was taught by Xiangnan? This fool, is that murderous corpse? For a moment, goosebumps appeared. Second Master Hu and Nangongbien were both dumbfounded. To the south, he seems to have done something extraordinary. Like, it's too similar. The tall figure of the fool impacted, practically indistinguishable from a murderous corpse. Boom! The hammer with the punching force smashed down, and a piece of railroad track was directly smashed into the earth in its entirety. Intact. Hey! It's done, hey! It's done, hey! The hammer in his hand slammed into the ground, and the fool looked at the sagging railroad tracks with the benefit of hindsight, and couldn't help but have a silly grin at the corner of his mouth. It was the first time Xiangnan had ever seen the fool smile in a way that didn't look like a giggle. He was laughing so hard. Perhaps the smashed down railroad tracks were like a way of saying that he really wasn't stupid. He can also bash the railroad, and he may be able to cook the books. A cloud of hope rose in the fool's barren heart for the first time in a long time. Here we go again. Xiangnan didn't dare look at the fool's face. Not surprisingly, fools are just bitter people. Those who are used to darkness will suffer more when they glimpse the light. Thank you. Belatedly coming back to his senses, the fool threw his arms around Xiangnan. He didn't know what polite etiquette was. He just hugged Xiangnan vigorously and clumsily expressed his gratitude. Xiangnan was strangled raw and gently patted his shoulder. Don't thank me, you just didn't find the right way. It's efficient to do it that way, but you have to run every time you hammer a piece of rail. Actually, in disguise, you'll be more tired. Young explained the gist of it to the fool. Instead, the fool just giggled. It's okay, I have all the strength in the world. I'll do this right. Maybe, Master will teach me how to do accounts. The fool held the hammer as if he could envision the future. Xiangnan looked at him for a long time and didn't say anything, just pushed his arm away and implied a sentence. So, I wish you what you wish. Thank you. You're also a good person for miles. When I can do the books, I'll make sure to treat you to 10 steamed buns. His simple laugh came. Perhaps, for him, 10 buns is really a lot. Then waiting for your buns. Xiangnan smiled. The fool nodded, holding the hammer again. Twice, and then walked towards the Pei's transportation station. I think that it should have gone to Master Pei to report the good news. Watching his back leave, Xiangnan let out a sigh. Perhaps, tomorrow this place will change drastically. Hey, Xiangnan, is this fool you're teaching a murderous corpse? Behind him, a questioning voice rang out abruptly. Hu Ershi has found out the end of the story. In the entire station, only the fool had a size close to that of the murderous corpse. The movement of the hammer swing, the power. It was a perfect replica. Oh, Master Hu Ershi sees it? Xiangnan looked back at Hu Ershi with a snicker. Master Hu Ershi skimmed his lips. Still can't tell? You think I'm stupid? The afternoon station will replicate previous station scenes. Spookily generated. Never for nothing. That means the murderous corpse must have changed from someone at the station now. And it was under your tutelage that this fool learned the art of punching and swinging a hammer. Why are you teaching him this? Hu Ershi's eyes had sharpened as he spoke. Since you know the fool is the murderous corpse, you should have a chance to help him stop the tragedy, right? I tried. The 3 ghost kings, fierce corpses, are the spooky ones that have been born. The future is already set. So even if we go and change it, we will be destined to go to this future. It's fate. Xiangnan lamented a sentence. Hu Ershi seemed to understand and squinted his vertical pupils. So, the world of red lenses. You've already stopped it once? So now, we're going to witness the tragedy here? Yeah. The fools have been able to knock on the railroad. So maybe tomorrow afternoon the place will be turned upside down. That was quite a show. The 2 men rambled on. Nangongbei looked at the still busy crowd and still didn't understand. But, even so, does this have any relevance to our getting out of here? Yes. I need to know what the fool's long-cherished wish is, and whose long-cherished wish he carries. A long-cherished wish? Xiangnan spat out another inexplicable sentence. Nangongbien scratched his head, unable to figure it out, and simply stopped asking. The 3 men, gathered together after a long time, watched the flow of busy laborers go on, and I don't know how long it took. The night is bleak. This time, Xiangnan and the 2 walked into the second floor of Pei's transportation, in unison. What, not going to kill Creepy tonight? Watching him come along, Hu Ershi snorted. Xiangnan shrugged. Do you think I have nothing to like to find pollution? Ha ha ha, you kid. It's some magic treasure hidden on your body that you used, right? Now that it's gone, you don't dare to go wild? Ooh, as expected of an old fox. Figuring things out is fast, despite the fighting words. But when they got to the second floor, the trio settled down. Outside the house, it was not long before the sound of clunking could be heard. Xiang Nan couldn't help but look a little odd as he listened to the voice. To know, the one outside the house was taught by my own hands. This, who would have thought? Silently closing his eyes, Xiang Nan looked down at the hammer he had taken from the murderous corpse. Unsurprisingly, it was already labeled, activated. So, only the prince's residence is left. Right. Touching the yellow lens in his pocket, Xiang Nan had a plan in mind. Until the night passed in its entirety, and the system's voice sounded again. Drops. This day's log has been updated. Congratulations to the host, who has successfully survived the 12th day of the bizarre descent. In the early morning hours, you carried the contamination and strangled the lair of the leprous murderous corpse. One against many. You're a killing machine. You have eliminated the leprous zombies, and you have gained 370 survival points. You don't seem to be satisfied with just exterminating the leprous ferocious corpses. You've gone on a rampage and slaughtered the walkers again. You killed 840 walkers like a god of killing. You have earned 840 survival points. In the afternoon, you peacefully spent time in the corpse tide and escaped the shocking retreat of the murderous corpses. You gained 200 survival points. This day's tally is complete. You've managed to survive the day, awarding you 10 survival points. Current survival points 2,320. 2,320. Glancing at the point values, Xiang Nan looked at his attribute panel. System, add points. Add 70 points to all attribute values, all except spirit value. Dropping 2,100 survival points have been deducted for you, and 220 survival points are currently remaining. Congratulations, host. You have successfully stepped into the late grudge spirit realm. With the warmth surging through his body, Xiang Nan only felt that his body had a comfort that he had never had before. Looking at the personal panel again, there are some new changes. To the south, race, human, strength, late grievance realm, stamina value, 300 points, spiritual value, 430 points, agility, 300 points, power value, 300 points, skills, palm thunder, golden light curse, creepy, blood pupil, 19th eye, props, psychic paper crane asterisk 3, going into a trip to the Three Ghost Kings domain is a bit of a game of life. Though, but this increase in strength is really something. Satisfied with his own attributes, Xiang Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. Maybe, after witnessing the end of the station tomorrow, I'll be able to end this. Early morning, Huershi and Nangongbian were woken up by the sound of thunder. Yes, there was that horrible current sound again, familiarly ringing through the station car. The rumbling of thunder seemed more manic than ever. Grass. This kid, does he have some underlying medical condition? He's got nothing better to do if he doesn't kill Creepy for a day, doesn't he? Covering his ears in disgust, Huershi lazily sat up from the sofa in the house. Second master, have you ever felt that the thunder and lightning to the south, is it getting more and more terrifying? Nangongbian listened intently to the movements outside the house, his eyes flickering. Hiss, when you put it that way, it does. When I first met him, he nevertheless gave me the feeling of a bee's sting. And now, vaguely, he has the oppressive feeling of a sharp sword. This guy, he's not practicing some ghost killing technique, is he? The more he kills, the stronger he gets? No wonder. I'd say this kid isn't the least bit worried that he won't get out. The more Huershi analyzed it, the more he thought it was possible. Cursing, he covered his ears again. Station carriages. This time, there was no more hissing in the carriage. The whole station was overflowing with the smell of crushed flesh and blood and gore. Xiang Nan wandered blandly through each carriage. Kill it all. That's right. After a few days of slaughtering, and having stepped into the late stage of the grudge realm, he had actually cleaned out the station today. 1580 points. TSK, TSK, TSK. The score, it doesn't work either. Looking at the survival points with some loss, it wasn't that Xiang Nan hadn't thought about going to the warehouse to stir up the leprosy walkers again, but if you accept contamination, it's too much trouble. Of course, it wasn't as if he hadn't wanted to go over and see the royal residence. It's a ghostly place with the highest level of pollution. But to be on the safe side, Xiang Nan stayed at the station. By his way of thinking, the characteristic of mutually exclusive should refer to the reincarnation of a certain long-cherished wish among the three ghost kings. In other words, as long as he understood the story of the station and the dye house, on the side of the prince's residence, he shouldn't have to go into details. The three long-cherished dreams are mutually exclusive. Knowing only two, You can follow the relationship to find out the remaining phases. Just wait until this afternoon. That said, if I disarm the 3 Ghost King domains, by definition, am I killing all the Ghost Kings in disguise? So the emboldened mission. Wonderful. The more he thought about it, the more Xiang Nan felt that there was something going on. Standing in the compartment filled with the remnants of blood and flesh, Xiang Nan waited for the midday sun. At that moment, Second Master Hu and Nangongbien also came together to welcome them. The trio relaxed in the sun, waiting for the afternoon to change. Clang, clang, clang. The somber mist had just laid down when a booming pounding on the railroad tracks came from all around them. After a blur of vision, as far as the eye could see, the fool was running on the railroad, blasting away at a constant stream of tracks. His upper body was naked, and a round bronze mirror hung from a string across his chest. He had changed quite a bit now from when I saw him yesterday. Long hours of swinging a hammer had resulted in his gnarled arms. He also seems to have grown in size. Even though he was sweating at the moment, he still had 2 eyes and was working feverishly. It's been a year. Fool should be stabilized as a railroader. It's just that the bronze mirror on him. Xiang Nan spared a glance at the fool's chest. It was because he was now hanging the bronze mirror that the process of him bursting out the Ghost King's mirror earlier came about. Hey, you're doing well now. Ha! Taking the initiative, Nan greeted the fool towards him. The fool sniffed, his still sprinting movements lurching. Immediately afterward, those big, clear eyes snapped to Xiang Nan. It's you? There was a flash of delight in his eyes. Apparently, Xiang Nan, who taught him to hammer the railroad, was too impressed. Well, can you eat 2 more buns now? Xiang Nan smiled and was just about to go over and shake the fool's hand. Abrupt, his eyes flickered. Sweat flowed freely from the sturdy chest in front of him, and the bronze mirror hanging from his chest shook for a moment. Behind the brass mirror, a bulging purple-black blister had grown on the fool's chest. Xiang Nan's smile tightened. The fool didn't seem to notice the change in Xiang Nan. Putting down the hammer and stepping forward, he wrapped his arms around Xiang Nan in a naive manner. There you are. You're a good man, Mile. You've been kind to the fool. I'll buy you a bun later. Eating buns is all trivial. Can you tell me what's going on with this mirror on your chest? Xiang Nan's eyes stayed fixed on the bronze mirror. Logically speaking, a high-intensity cowhorse like the fool should not have the channel or time to get an ancient mirror, right? Ha. Well, this one is from the other day. The master rewarded me with a mile. He said I've done a good job this year, so he gave me this mirror as a reward and a book. And he said, this time next year I'll be able to learn how to do the books. As if showing off, the fool held up the bronze mirror on his chest after letting go of Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan sniffed, but his face went cold. There's no pie in the sky, and there's no day when the landlord actively discovers his conscience. Master Pei, why did you suddenly give the fool a bronze mirror and books? Is it a conscience, to help a fool get ahead? Xiang Nan didn't believe it. Is that what he said when he gave you the brass mirror? Yes, master has been so kind to me for miles now I can even eat at the table. Did he, at that time, not react in any particular way? No, but his lordship always likes to dress up and run outside these days. Dressed up and running outside? The face foxed up. Xiang Nan felt, vaguely, that he had touched something. He glanced sideways at Second Master Hu and Nangongbien behind him, who were similarly bowing their heads in deep thought. Suddenly, Hu Urshi's vertical pupils shrugged. Obviously he had figured something out. Hey, fool, how did Master Pei obtain the bronze mirror? Also, did he give you the bronze mirror after he became weird? He sternly questioned the fool, who looked at him and Xiang Nan together, which made him rub his head. Hey, it seems to have been sold to his lordship by a foreign lord, but his lordship played with it for a few days, and then he closed the door. And then, after that, he was not at home every night sometimes. Yes? At those words, Hu Urshi's ears twitched. The corners of his mouth quirked up slightly as he looked toward Nan. Have you figured it out? The second master is worthy of being an immortal of advanced age. He should have already glimpsed the doorway, right? I thought correctly that the first one to get hit would be Master Pei, right? Xiang Nan pondered briefly, and Hu Urshi nodded. The treasure will certainly not be given away. If it is, then the treasure is no longer a treasure. But, he got hit. He can go to the cure, right? Kid, you miscalculated a bit. Of course there's no harm in self-governance. But what if it's for 100 people? And what if it provokes the wrath of the people? The wrath of the crowd? In response to Master Huer's words, Xiang Nan looked toward the busy laborers in the station at the moment. These people, they can all have leprosy. That is to say. What do you mean? Second Master. Xiang Nan followed the sound and took a few more glances at the hurriedly busy laborers. If you look at it in detail, in fact, you could see clearly that some of the force workers had faint blisters appearing on their arms. The transmission of leprosy is terrible. Especially this dirty, sweaty labor. Maybe Master Pei has already spread the virus in just a few days. Huershi narrowed his eyes and looked at the mirror on the fool's chest again. What do you think he should do if he doesn't want to be known as the source of the infection? His arsenic. My mana. Sadly, he looked at the fool who giggled as he held the brass mirror. Xiang Nan only felt mocked. Perhaps for Master Pei, the bronze mirror is arsenic. But to the fool, he knew nothing but that it was a reward from his lordship. Mana for a more likely approach to his lordship. For being stupid. So he chooses fools to plant evidence. And fools have no defense. A regular person might still be skeptical and guessing if they took the mirror. But a fool would never. Master Pei. It's really a good calculation. Xiang Nan's eyes were cold. Already insight into the future. Coupled with the analysis with Huershi. The tragedy of the station. Probably can already be guessed. The two of them looked at each other. And their gazes couldn't help but look towards the second floor of Pei's transportation. What if, now, Master Pei is arrested? Peel back his shirt and maybe you can see the dense blisters? Isn't that the way to stop the tragedy of the fool? Despite knowing the term fatalism. But if it was really possible to change the ending, Xiang Nan was still willing to try. Go to the second floor. Almost in unison, the two of them walked straight towards Pei's transportation. When the fool saw the three leave, he just shouted towards Xiang Nan, "Come find me at night. I'll treat you to steamed bun miles." The rustic voice came, and Xiang Nan's footsteps lurched. He didn't look back. He just walked faster, inside the station platform of Pei's transportation. At this moment, the people going to and fro remained the same as usual, but on the staircase leading to the second floor, I don't know when there was an additional iron door. So that's when the iron gate was erected. Nangong Bei looked at the familiar iron door and rushed forward without a second thought. The reddish people's fire melted the door lock in no time. The people in the station watched the three rushed up to the second floor. A few people shouted Master Pei in panic, but inside the building. But not a sound. Second floor. Compared to the second floor at night, it was more of a mess at the moment. The floor, the table, was full of cluttered bills. There were a few purple robes scattered on the sheets. The landlord's clothes that Master Pei always wore. Looking around, the scene looked like someone had hastily packed up their things and left in a hurry. Run! Huershi snorted coldly. Xiang Nan's eyes darkened. Sure enough, it's no good stopping what's already happened. He ghosted over to the bed and picked up the purple robes. There was a familiar stench. On the purple robe, a crust of purple and black blood had congealed, looking like it was caused by the blood bursting out when he was wearing it. Look at this situation. Master Pei is not very sick. He was the first person to contract leprosy at the station. Tossing the robe away in disgust, Xiang Nan knew that his and Huershi's suspicions had materialized. It's probably that foreigner, or the bronze mirror that's the problem. Master Pei bought the bronze mirror and contracted the leprosy virus, which spread to the station. Since he was the first one to get the infection, he's getting seriously worse. That's why it's okay to go out. That's to go to the clinic. Because of the frequent activity, there is a high probability that he will be able to transmit leprosy to the force workers. The laborers didn't know anything about leprosy either, but when they got sick and knew that it had been passed down from Master Pei, the former resentment combined with the anger of passing the disease was enough for the crowd to beat him to death. So he needs a scapegoat. And the scapegoat? The fool who knows nothing and is loyal. Master Huer spoke, picking up the bills on his desk. On one of the pages, it is written, on the 10th day of the 4th month, a bronze mirror was purchased from a foreign merchant, which is said to be a former antique of the village of Sanjie. When you turn this page of the ledger, you can also drop a large cutout newspaper. In large print, it was a real-time news article. Chris Jomai died in the hotel, covered in pus, suspected leprosy. Please report any contact with him. It seems to be the Yankee problem that infected the ancient mirror by the way. Picking up the large print, Huershi gave a teasing cry. Nangongren cocked his head. But wouldn't it be better if he reported it? Why not report it? In the papers? Do you realize that once it's in the papers, this station may be shut down altogether? The station is shut down. Do you think? And Master Pei will be happy about it? Huershi taunted. And Nangongbian was speechless. Hu Jiaxian also didn't know how many years they had experienced. And they were indeed more venomous when it came to reading people. So, the tragedy that brewed was Master Pei. Greedy, afraid of death, and the poor fool. Xiang Nan stared at the large print and ghosted out. Inside the second floor, there was a sudden silence. The three men said nothing, and all seemed to be lamenting the history of the station. And I don't know how long it took. Suddenly, a cacophony of voices rang out from outside the station. Dead man! A dead man! The noise got louder and louder, and Xiang Nan's trio rushed out of the second floor in a hurry. At the station entrance of Pei's station, a laborer carrying a bag of goods has been crushed to the ground by the goods. His nose was bleeding uncontrollably. The people around him surrounded him in a circle. but none of them dared to come forward to ask questions, because the man's looks were horrible. His face, at the moment, was swollen with several blisters, and his eyes were frighteningly red. After a few more coughs, his palms twisted into claw-like deformities. It seemed that he was suffering great pain. He wants to talk. With a pfft sound, a mouthful of black blood spurted out without trying to open his mouth. And then, it fell to the ground with a crooked head, never to move again. Dead man. A dead man. The hustle and bustle grew louder and louder, and the station was a mess. It's hard to organize the hearts and minds of the people here without Master Pei. Travelers and workers alike were all screaming and yelling and running towards the surroundings. However, it was like a fuse had just been lit. A few more of the running masses looked like they were off their feet. After running a few steps, he also collapsed to the ground and started coughing up blood, just like the force worker before him. Everyone panicked when the phenomenon of people passing on to others occurred. Those who had been screaming and fleeing were all looking for a place to hide. Most of the workers had no medical knowledge, and some of them even shouted things like demons are coming to collect people. It caused a whole bunch of people to run towards the warehouse. The three men to the south watched the dissension, all appalled at the suddenness of the calamity. The station, which was still bustling with activity, faded into dead silence. The only thing that came from the far side of the railroad tracks was the sound of clunking. Silly. Hearing the voice, Xiang Nan's eyes stared. He was just about to move over to take a look when Uershi took him by the shoulders with one hand. What are you going to do? Even if you go, things will still happen. Come on, get a good look at this tragedy. The cold voice came. Xiang Nan settled down and didn't say anything else. Mister, who is right? He can't stop a tragedy that has already happened. The three were like stone pillars, looking out into the distance. Despite the sounds of dissension around him, the fool was still immersed in the open smash. The clanging sound of knocking was unusually harsh in this comm station. All the way to dusk and sunset, none of the people hiding in the warehouse came looking for the fool, and no one came to counsel him on the existence of danger. It was obvious that he really didn't have any friends here. And we'll have to treat that nice man to a bun tonight. The fool thought cheerfully, picking up the hammer and heading for the warehouse. The innermost room of the warehouse was by default his residence by many. The fool thinks so too. He was going to put the hammer away and then seek out his lordship to join him at the table for dinner. It was the time he looked forward to the most in his uneventful day. Only, this time into the warehouse. The fool didn't get it. The warehouse was actually packed. All the workers looked out in fear and cowered in a ball. They didn't understand what made people cough up blood and die in a flash, and just assumed it would be a demon. Hey, what are you guys doing? The fool asked stupidly. A few of the laborers' eyes looked at him with disdain. It's true when they say that a fool is blessed with a fool. The fool was out there for so long, and actually nothing happened to him at all. Yes, fool, go out again and see if Master Pei is at home? Right, go find Master Pei. Why hasn't he come yet for such a big event? The laborers were chivalrous, expecting the fool to obey orders. Without thinking, the fool sat himself back down in the inner storehouse and took a copy of the 3 characters from the pile. He cheerfully opened the book and flipped through the text on the first page. Man. The beginning of man. Sex. Nature is good. Sex. Unfortunately, he muttered, but only so much back and forth. I said stupid. I told you to go out and look. What are you doing? One of the laborers, displeased with the fool's actions, frowned and yelled at the fool. Still giggling, the fool held the book and scratched his head. Master said that once I can memorize this book, he'll let me learn bookkeeping. He said I can be a man of culture too. A man of culture? You? Haha, you're being funny, right? Anyone here has a higher probability of being a cultured person than you. Riku mocked playfully. Hey, what kind of big words are you babbling about? Cut. Wasn't it Master Pei who fooled him? He's looking for a fool to gripe with. Several taunts ensued around them, but the fool was not amused. He was still holding the book, thinking about how Master Pei had read it at the time. He was just thinking, wouldn't his lordship have complimented himself if he could have recited a few more lines at dinner tonight? With this thought, he went to the astronomical book with wide eyes. Suddenly, cough cough, another violent cough rang out. The quiet warehouse was tense. Another power worker started coughing up blood. Crap, again, another death. Don't lean over. There was a lot of shouting and noise, and a group of laborers ran towards the innermost warehouse in fear. The small warehouse was overcrowded. Only after the horrible coughing of blood outside had stopped did the laborers look left and right in relief. Eventually, everyone looked at the fool. Stupid. Fool, you hurry to find Master Pei. Fool, do you hear me? You go to the master and call the police. Everyone, who is afraid of the damn symptoms, who is afraid to go out. At this point, everyone naturally thinks of the fool. The fool looked dumbfounded at the door and nodded. It's time to go to his lordship. I was just about to get up. Suddenly, he felt a weakness like paralysis. He didn't get it, and forced himself to stand up again with the weird feeling. It still doesn't work. Hey, how? Why don't you have any strength? I'm eating, he said naively, but he was already using his full strength. But, such behavior on his part was seen by the other force workers as posturing. MD, you idiot, I told you to get out. And you're pretending? It is. Who doesn't know you're strong? You said you don't have strength. Are you pretending? Get the fuck up. Indignant eyes stared over from all around. One of the ones who screamed fiercely yanked the bronze mirror directly from the fool's chest and pulled hard. The red rope collapsed and snapped with a bang. The fool's half-risen body, pulled up, collapsed to the ground with a thud. Grass. The force worker who pulled the mirror cord cursed and looked at the mirror in his hand with a pang of contempt. Dead fool, you don't really think that if Master Pei gives you a broken mirror, you'll be able to, do you? He cursed and was just about to raise the mirror and slam it into the fool's face. For no reason at all. I felt a wetness in my hands. When he fixed his eyes on the back of the mirror, it was actually full of dark purple scabs of blood. Grass, what is this? The forceman froze in fear. Panic tossed the mirror away. Bang! The mirror fell to the ground and cracked in 3 fine lines. Don't smash the mirror. Master will be angry. The fool was paralyzed, looking at the shattered mirror and crawling towards it like a maggot despite his weakness. Hey, you guys, look, fool's chest. Just then, a laborer pointed at the fool's chest. Because there was a mirror in the way before, no abnormalities could be seen yet. The moment the mirror was taken down and the fool's chest was densely covered in black and purple blood blisters. The blood blisters had crept up his chest to his neck, his belly, even around his waist plate. All of it. Grass, what nasty shit. Like a NM toad. A few of the force workers who had sniffed and looked at the fool changed their faces in fear. The forceful laborer who had pulled the mirror rope off earlier was looking at the fool with an odd expression on his face. Hey, did you guys notice that the pustules on the fool seem to be the same as the pustules on the few people who just died? Huh? No, you mean the fool, too, is going to die. Nope, the ones on him are obviously worse than the pustules on those who have died. Then how come he's not dead? You're stupid, the fool has grown so strong. Surely he can last a little longer. Say, I heard recently that there's some kind of something about a virus that kills you when you're infected. Hiss, it can't be us, can it? Inside the small house, there was a cacophony of noise. Only the force worker who yanked off the mirror rope grew vicious in his eyes. The disease in the fool is the worst at first sight. That means he contracted the disease first. It must be him, spreading it to us. His voice was not loud, but in just a moment, all the chatter stopped. A pair of sultry eyes all looked at the fool. Right, you're right. Silly guy. He doesn't know about bathing or hygiene either. He must have gotten sick first. MD, you're fucking stupid even if you are, and you're still hurting people? Son of a bitch. Grass, I'm not even married yet. In a flash, 1,000 fingers. Everyone looked at the paralyzed fool without pity. This guy, in their eyes, was the culprit. Dog, you're still trying to cook the books. One of the force workers couldn't help himself, stepped forward and kicked the fool towards his face. Bang! The fool's head lolled and the whole thing bled from his nose. He only felt that the symptoms of weakness, which were all over his body, worsened. Don't hit me. Silly didn't do anything bad, the fool muttered. Though he was large in stature, his mind was the size of a child's. He cowered into a ball, cradling the chapped bronze mirror in his arms. Grass, I've got blisters on my arms too. So have I. MD, it's over, it's all over. We're all going to die. It's all because of stupidity. After another fearful sound rang through the warehouse, everyone around observed themselves. Immediately after that, a monstrous sound of resentment rang out. MD, dead fool, I'll beat you to death. I haven't married a woman yet. MD, dead thing. The anger of the crowd had become established under the spiteful shouts. The crowd, swarming over the fool. Stop fighting. Don't fight. The fool really, nothing. Obviously a body as tall as a small mountain. Instead, the fool just hugged the mirror and curled up into a ball, raining punches and kicks. His body, bruised and swollen. MD, beat you to death. Beating you to death won't relieve me of my anger. The laborer who had pulled the mirror rope off earlier seemed to be tired of fighting. Stopping and looking at the blisters on his arm, he was once again on fire. Dog, you are Master Pei's dog. You still want to do the books? Bah! Cursing, he looked at the 3 characters in the fool's arms, and his evil fire grew even greater. His eyes wandered around, eventually, looking to the hammer parked by the fool in the corner. Well, you want to learn how to do the books, don't you? I'll smash your eyeballs. I'll see what you do. Taking 2 steps forward, the force worker grabbed the corner hammer, followed by a handful of calls away from those around him. All out of the way. Bang! The huge hammer slammed down towards the fool's left eye. The fool curled up with his hands protecting the mirror and the 3 characters, and there was no chance of resistance. Put at the left eye, it was instantly smashed and sunken down into a crater. The left eye was smashed and rolled down to his cheek. Stop fighting. Woo woo. Silly. Silly really didn't do anything. The fool cried. He was so helpless like a child. He really did nothing wrong. He's just a little bit thinking about his life. That's all. Dog, you still don't admit it. Bang! Another hammer. The hammer was directed towards the fool's chest. The fool still clings to the 3 characters and the mirror, for it was given to him by his lord, and he looked upon it as more precious than life. Both arms were swollen and bloodied from the giant hammer. The fool spasmed in pain. Dog thing, you're quite a smasher, aren't you? Bang! 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 Several more hammers in quick succession. The fool's shoulders, head, and knees were all smashed and twisted out of shape. Underneath the labor suit, black blood stained the shirt. Under the mountain-like body, gurgling blood gathered into a huge blood mark. The blood stained the 3 characters and the bronze mirror. Foolish, completely unmoving. Hey, is this going too far for you? Excessive? All of us are going to die. You say it's too much? Excessive. My ass? I don't think splitting him up is excessive. A cacophony of voices rose around them. Everyone looked at the fool's body with nothing but disgust. No one would have guessed that the fool had really done nothing wrong. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The blood-colored bronze mirror was drenched in blood, and a twisted bridal face emerged from the shattered lens. The monstrous face looks silly, but it is full of sadness. Grass. Damn thing. Still trying to learn how to do accounts. Come on some men. Tear up his book. Just die and don't even think about dreaming. The force worker who had yanked off the mirror rope earlier had no sympathy in his eyes. He peeled his arms away from the fool's arms as he forcefully dodged the scriptures in the fool's chest. Hissing, hissing. The fragments of the book of 3 characters, as much as they could be, were turned into paper to cover the fool's face. Come, you learn, he mocked playfully. I don't know. Next moment, the corners of the fool's mouth moved again. Don't tear. That's the fool's. The fool has to do the books. The fool wants to be with the master. The fool wants to repay the favor. Don't tear. Boom. With a jolt, the fool's hill-high body actually stood up. He was clearly dented on all 4 limbs. Even his face had hammer pits, and his left eye was shattered. But he just stood up. Are you fucking a human or a ghost? The laborer panicked, wide-eyed. Give me my stuff. Give it back. For the first time, there was a human-sounding sound coming out of the fool's mouth. With his large hands, he easily took the hammer out of the forceman's hand. What are you doing? The forceman panicked, scrambling back a few steps. Like to bully honest people? Poof. A sneer spread across the fool's lips. Immediately, his body leaned forward and came crashing down like a train. The sledgehammer smashed down with the force of the impulse, and there was a boom. Seeing this, the laborer panicked and tried to escape, but he was smashed through the back of his head with a hammer, and his entire body flew out of the warehouse. In the air, the mist of blood was still drifting. The rest of the force workers saw this and all yelled, "Holy shit, monster! Ghosts, it must be a ghost! Run! You dare to go out now? What have you been doing?" The sultry voice came. The fool's huge body once again charged towards the distance. The crowd of people running away, like sheep encountering tigers, were smashed in an instant with their limbs dented and fell to the ground. The entire warehouse, blood-stained. Outside the warehouse, the 3 of them, Xiang Nan, looked at the scene playing out inside with complicated faces. So, that's where the night station came from? Nangong Bian's small face was white, but her eyes were filled with sympathy. She could not have imagined that the murderous corpse that frightened her so much was actually such a pitiful person. He should have finished killing the entire station. But he only didn't kill Master Bei. He respects Master Pei, so he won't go if you hide on the 2nd floor. Who were she silently analyzed. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Xiang Nan's mouth. It dawned on him, now, why the bride ghost hadn't come to his bedroom for himself at that point. Shu Xiushi, equally in awe of myself. Is a fool's long-cherished dream to make books of accounts. Shu Xiu's long-cherished wish should be that when we first met, she hated herself for not being a man of great strength, so the opportunity to disarm Chusua's. Silently saving and tightening the hammer in his hand that he had brought from the murderous corpse, Xiang Nan had a complicated look on his face. That's pretty. A bizarre means of disarming. Bang bang bang. The smashing in the warehouse was interrupted as the fool, hammer in hand, had stepped out of the warehouse. He looked viciously at the 3 men at the station. The only time he looked at Xiang Nan was when there had been surprise in his eyes. Hey, Let's go. Hide on the second floor first. Nangongbyan hurriedly shouted all over the place. Who she answered, and the two of them immediately ran. Only to the south, against the murderous corpse. Chu Xiao, don't worry, I'll set you free. He saved the scissors in his arms, and with a mere movement of his mind, his figure disappeared into the station. The night fell slowly. Second Master Hu and Nangongbyan hid in the second floor and looked out the window. This time, the sound of clunking against the railroad tracks was not so terrifying. Instead, there is only sadness. This is dead. Are still working for Master Pei? Nangongbyan had a complicated expression, and Huershi let out a hey. A simple heart that has not met a wise master. Second Master, do you think Xiang Nan has discovered something again? Looking around the room, Nangongbyan then noticed that Xiang Nan had disappeared again. I think we've found a connection to the three ghost kings, right? This time he disappeared, and it was all or nothing. Without uttering a word, Nangongran nodded. The two men looked out the window at the murderous corpse and were secretly in deep thought. Same night, not the same ghosts. Chuan's dying workshop. Xiang Nan walked silently to his house. After a few moments of acclimatizing to the south, he pushed the door open. Standing in front of the newlywed house, which was plastered with the word happy, he pushed open the wooden door with determination. Crunch! The bride ghost is still cropping her face in the mirror. Xiang Nan stared at her for a while, and the other woman was still engrossed in the act of cropping her face. Master Ghost, it's you, isn't it? Ka-ching. Abrupt. The sound of scissors cutting paused. The bride ghost twisted her head to look toward Nan, the corners of her mouth grinning horribly. Ooh, in 100 years, someone actually did gain insight into the three kings' ghosts? It's obviously still Chusu's voice. Toward the south, however, he felt total strangeness. I never understood what was going on when Chusu had to cut his face after killing someone. Now that I think about it, why kill all the stations when the fool was killed? Even if he's dead, he's still a fool, right? So, there's only one answer. The mirror of the three demon kings. It's an inheritance and a reincarnation, right? You grafted Chushio. Chushio grafted the fool. And what about the fool? Going to graft your ghost king's house? Xiang Nan said as such, but the bride ghost shook her head. Stupid? A fool is just a fool. Him. I've given face. What do you mean? You'll find out soon enough. But now, clank. The bride's ghost's words turned sharply, and a bloody scissor flung itself out. A cloud of blood color immediately followed in Xiang Nan's pupils. Blood pupil the suppression. The powerful scissors were parried for just a moment before they paused in midair. The bride's ghost's face twisted. You got stronger again? If you dare to let me stay a few more days, I'll tear down this ghostly creature. Xiang Nan's eyes were cold. On his face, two bloody pupils once again flopped. Now that he was in the late grudge spirit realm, using his blood pupil was much stronger than before. Big talk. The bride ghost's body floated and had darted to pounce on Xiang Nan. Toward Nan's arms. On both palms, the 6 pupils were open. The 10 bloody pupils twisted and dilated in an instant, staring at the bride ghost. Bridal ghost? At the moment, it was nothing more than a doll in the air, though your soul is the king. But, Chu Xiao, or to say I'm sorry, I can't reverse your fate. Sorry. A silver glittering sledgehammer was taken out from behind him. Holding the hammer, Xiang Nan then smashed towards the head of the bride ghost. Boom! The loud banging was so jarring in the quiet dyer's room in the middle of the night. The bride ghost's head was immediately dented by the smash. The hammer was just stuck to her head, and in her eyes, she seemed to have some clarity. No! Hysterical, like a man's voice came. Bang! One hammer is not enough. Then another. Xiang Nan didn't pay any attention to the screams. Bang bang bang! With several hammers in succession, the twisted human face was smashed into shape. Following that, a bizarre scene occurred. The hammer in Xiang Nan's hand gradually transformed into a stream of light and embedded itself into the bride ghost's body. The corners of her open mouth gradually recovered, and the pit of her sunken face bulged. The original cracked and blood-scabbed face slowly turned into Chu Xiu's red little face. In a jiffy, the hideous bride ghost then transformed into Chu Xiu, who wore a red dress and looked like Chu Xiu. Chu Xiu's face was complicated. Her eyes drooped low, as if digesting some information. Xiang Nan stared at her, not daring to move. He knew that because of the contamination of the hammer attack, Chu Xiu should have seen the life of the fool. So, even a man with great strength can't escape tragedy. Tragedy. Just tragic. Chu Xiu sighed. There is release and there is grief. After a long time, she looked to Xiang Nan, blushing and releasing a smile. Boss Xiang. So, you're not from my time. Sorry about that, Chu Su. Xiang Nan observed Chu Xiu and made sure she wasn't the ghost prince before apologizing heavily. For Chu Xiu, his feelings were complicated. To the boss. Unhindered. If it wasn't for you, Shushio might have been beaten to death by the female workers, right? You gave me the light to live. No, Boss Xiang. Actually, you've always been Shushio's light. Shushio has always thought that one day, I will be able to see you again. And it is this thought that is enough to make Shushio face any predicament. Shushio lightly shook her head, her eyes already moist. Her figure, without realizing it, had begun to blur. Shushio, I only hate that you were born before I was born, and that you were born when I was no longer. Dressed in red, Shushio finally met the person he wanted to see. She floated to the front of Xiang Nan. After hanging his little head down for a long time, his small fists clenched tightly, and only then did he seem to make up his mind about something. She held her little head up and blushed even more. Pa! Suddenly, Xiang Nan felt that an icy coldness nudged across his face. Looking back, Shushio blushed and looked at herself and smiled. Boss Xiang, I've always had a crush on you. The red dress fluttered, and Shushio's figure faded into a haze. Xiang Nan didn't say anything. His face was quite complicated. His expression was stunned as he looked at Shushio, whose figure was hazy. The mist of water drifting in the sky is slowly dispersing for 3 minutes. The scene of Zhuang's dying house has actually begun to crumble in pieces. Drops. The host is bullish and forced. The host has successfully transcended the 3 Ghost Kings' bride ghost. Ghosts dying in dissipation. You've destroyed one of the 3 Ghost Kings and gained 500 survival points. Currently accumulating 4,080 survival points. The system's voice came. Xiang Nan came back to his senses and suddenly realized that Shushio had disappeared, and the dying workshop also disappeared. He was now, back at the station. Shushio, touching his still cold face, Xiang Nan pondered for a moment and walked quickly to the 2nd floor of the station. Don't worry, I'll relieve you of all 3 of your lives. Pays transportation. 2nd floor. Huershi looked at the sky alertly, and a bright light flashed in his vertical pupil. The fog faded. What? The fog is fading? Nangongbien sniffed and similarly looked to the sky. The fog is really fading. Her eyes flashed with joy and her mouth trembled. Is it to the south? He's breaking the game? Perhaps. He has lifted the curse of a Ghost King. 2nd Master Hu nodded, but the corners of his mouth could not help but show a bitter smile. It's really unimaginable that after living for so many years, 2nd Master, I actually had to be saved by a junior. This kid, perhaps his achievements in the future are going to be even more exaggerated. Yeah, in the future, toward the south, it might be the existence of a sitting party, a guardian god. The 2 men talked delicately. Outside the door, Xiang Nan had walked in with a black face. 2nd Master Hu and Nangongbien wanted to go up and strike up a conversation, but as soon as they saw Xiang Nan's dark face, it looked like he had lost his love. No one dared make another sound. Xiang Nan sat down on the couch. He also didn't bother to say anything to Huershi. Nangongbien, simply sitting, eyes mesmerized. He was thinking about things. Having just resolved the 3 Ghost King bride ghost, there was one thing that he noticed. That's the system's mission. Emboldened. This mission was for one to kill existences of the Jedi realm or above. But he's already taken care of the bride ghost. The system can't be contaminated or misjudged. That is to say, bridal ghosts don't count as doing this stage of the spooky. Or rather, she doesn't count as a complete creep. 3 ghost kingdoms, although 3 ghosts exist. But when you think about it, is it possible that the 3 Ghost Kings, the 3 Ghost Kings, are one ghost transformed into 3, mutually exclusive? If so, then the long-cherished dream, reincarnation, liberation. In that case, it makes sense. Shushio's long-cherished dream is a powerful male body. Because of that, she wouldn't have been sold by her father to the dye house. Therefore, Shushio's long-cherished wish and the Ghost King's mirror, reincarnated in the Fool. And the Fool's murderous sledgehammer can contaminate another's spirit and see into his life's past. To let Shushio fulfill her long-cherished wish for liberation is to take the sledgehammer to her. Shusu's long-cherished wish reincarnated as a fool. And the tragedy of the Fool relieved Shusu's long-cherished wish. The phasing has become, to fully disarm the ghostly spirits, we need to gain insight into the relationship between the 3, or to gain insight into the 3 lives of the 3 demon kings. Other than that, it's impossible to kill them anyway, much less escape from here. 3 demon kings, what a complicated existence. Shushio has been relieved. The Fool's long-cherished wish should be to become a man of culture. To be precise, to become a man who helps Master Pei settle scores? Then, needless to think, the paper of the king's house is his long-cherished dream, and the king's long-cherished wish is actually Shushio's scissors? Xiang Nan pondered and analyzed. In this way, as long as they obtained the paper from the king's house, they could break through the 3 Ghost Kings' domains one by one. In the midst of this contemplation, the time had come to midnight. Huershi and Nangongbien, both very sensible and disturbing Xiang Nan. What brought Xiang Nan back to his senses was still the system's beep. Drops. This day's log has been updated. Congratulations. You've managed to survive the 13th day of the creepy descent. You're still you. Creepy killing machine. You cleared the station of walkers in the early morning. You have accumulated 580 survival points. You had a smooth day at the station. You get 100 survival points. On the night, you actually killed the bride ghost without any effort. You gained 500 survival points. You're a monster. You've managed to survive the day. Awarding you 10 survival points. Currently accumulating 190 survival points. 4,190. If we're going to the royal residence tomorrow, the pollution there is high. System, add points. 4-dimensional attributes, all add 100. Dropping, deducting 4,000 survival points. Current survival points 190. In the process of adding points for you, a horrible heat wave overflowed all over Xiang Nan. On the side, Hu Ershi looked at Xiang Nan in surprise. The opponent's aura. It seems, it's majestic again and again. What? Losing a relationship can still boost your strength. Ha? Master Huer was puzzled. Xiang Nan squinted at his attribute values and his face eased quite a bit. To the south. Race, human. Strength, late grievance realm. Stamina value, 400. Spiritual value, 530. Agility, 400. Strength value, 400. Skills, palm thunder. Golden light curse. Creepy, bloody pupils, 19. Props, psychic paper crane *3. With a spirit value of 530. Turning on the golden light spell is 1060. It's already the equivalent of the spirit value of the evil ghost realm. I'm not so bad that I can't carry the pollution from the royal residence. Am I? Resentful thought. Xiang Nan has his own plans. Looking at the barren skills, Xiang Nan intended that it was time to replenish his means after the 3 Ghost King domain was resolved this time. Between contemplations, the sky was light. Xiang Nan knew that. In fact, to be conservative, he should have gone to the prince's mansion in the late afternoon. Just get the paper and it's a perfect finish. But, is it still him if he doesn't covet the morning's points? Still between the tranquility of the house, Xiang Nan held the bright yellow lens. His figure flickered and had dissipated. A wave of vertigo passed over his eyes. When Xiang Nan opened his eyes again, he was already inside a study. There is a lot of care in the placement of the study. A long table covered with ink and paper. In front of the long table, there is a wooden screen, and behind the long table, against the wall, there is a wall of paintings. The room is not big, and apart from that, there is nothing left. The house is quite elegant and clean. To the south, he pushed back the screen and went to push the door. Suddenly, the word danger flashed in red before his eyes. Warning, warning, host, there's actually a severed head ghost outside the door that dares to ambush you. Shoot him. I suggest we shoot him now. The system's voice rang out, and Xiang Nan's movement to push the door was stunned. An ambush? The blood pupils in his eyes flickered for a moment before. On the outside of the wooden door, there really did seem to be a man in robes, half bowed, waiting for an opportunity. Making a sneak attack? Getting a hack? Palm thunder. Bare your teeth. Berserk arcs of electricity flashed as Xiang Nan didn't open the door and smashed the wooden door with a slap. Boom! Lightning crashed through the wooden door like a python and flew towards the figure outside. Bang! Under the dazzling electric light, only a slightly chubby figure in a butler's uniform could be seen, trembling in the current. Sweeping his gaze toward the south, his eyelids couldn't help but jump wildly. Because, this guy, he doesn't have a head. Yes, it was a man half bent over in a detention position, with no problems with his movement pattern. But there it was, an empty black scab of blood on the neck, without a skull. Beheaded? Staring at the fat butler, Xiang Nan remembered. History of the Village of 3 Worlds. In the earliest days of the king's residence, it seems that someone said rumors that the king was going to conspire against him, and as a result, the whole house, all the heads were chopped off. TSK. Rumor mongering is a mouthful. Disproving rumors is a runaway success. Even to this day, 10,000 blades are no better than the words of men. Boom. Along with the body of the fat butler at the entrance being blown to pieces, Xiang Nan walked out of the study. Drop. You have successfully killed the headless ghost *1. You have gained 20 survival points, and currently have 210 survival points. 20 points? Hey, I'm going. As soon as he heard this, Xiang Nan was energized. Stride towards the outside of the study. Outside the study was the long corridor, which led to the left and right sides. On either side, a pair of maidservants in maidservant uniforms stood. There was something really odd about the way they just stood guard in the hallway without heads. Looking at that state, it is expected that even if he dies by decapitation, he will maintain his duties in life. Ghost King. The king's mansion. The king is still the king even after his death. Banter. Without waiting for Xiang Nan to make the first move, the 4 maidservants had already turned around, their headless bodies twisting oddly. It seemed to glance toward Nan, and then, actually ran away. No, I'm human, you're the ghosts. What are you running for? Xiang Nan was a bit stunned. It was the first time he had seen this ghost running away when he saw someone taking a left path at random. He caught up with them at a quick pace to the south. The corridor was divided into left and right sides, but in reality, it still all extended towards the front. Directly in front was a large bungalow. 2 corridors extend from its left and right, pulling out a back aisle. 4 maidservants, a pair running towards the large bungalow and a pair towards the front of the large bungalow. At the front of the large bungalow is another back porch, but the difference is, this zigzag corridor has a garden in the center, houses on all 4 sides, and what looks like a gateway presence right in front of it. Crunch! The frontmost door was pushed open by a pair of maidservants. The pair of handmaidens ran out the door, which was so thick and foggy that they couldn't be seen. Xiang Nan was happy. This is running off the map? He tried to follow him to the door, and sure enough, he could only stop himself at the entrance to the prince's mansion. It's nothing. Why are you running out of the house? Xiang Nan stretched his head out, trying to get a better look at what was going on outside the mansion. It's also not a lot of work. The 2 headless maidservants outside the house ran in again, leading a dozen or so armored troops. The armored soldiers, armed with short swords and covered in simple armor. Their headless necks looked at Xiang Nan in unison for the first time. They tilted their swords, their bodies sideways to the handmaiden, and sideways again to the south, seemingly communicating something with the servant girl. Grass. Encrypted calls from headless ghosts, right? Xiang Nan flirted a word, and the armorers looked like they had confirmed something. A dozen or so short knives slashed towards Xiang Nan without a second thought. A mere headless ghost dares to besiege the host? Host. Slaughtered. Kill them all. The system voice in his ear sounded. The corner of Xiang Nan's mouth quirked. Sometimes he wondered if the system was a real person. Without being reminded by the system, blue arcs of electricity bared in his left and right hands. Boom! Terrifying waves of electricity stirred at the entrance of the prince's residence. A dozen or so armored soldiers, but holding their swords and waving them around for a split second, were infused with electric current to the point where their bodies convulsed. Finally, with a bang, it was reduced to pieces on the spot. Drops. The host is bullish and forceful, killing headless ghosts in 1 move. *15. You've gained 300 survival points, currently accumulating 510 points. What's going on? This prince's residence. The commotion is so big, actually has not come to blame? Quietly poised at the entrance to the prince's residence, Xiang Nan waited for a while. By common sense, such a commotion should have been surrounded by monsters a long time ago, but there was nothing to see but broken pieces all over the place. Can you? It can't be that this royal residence. It's just this many people, isn't it? Toward the south counted. The steps had gone into the large bungalow of the king's house. This large bungalow was already considered to be the most luxurious existence of the royal residence. Just looking around, there were 5 pairs of unique chairs aligned left and right in the room. The main seat, moreover, has a pair of main seats in mahogany. The pair of maidservants who had just escaped into the large bungalow were now kneeling in front of the main seat, constantly knocking on their headless necks, like, reporting something. Only the main seat was empty. The only thing that was evident on the left side of the seat was that it had been strangled with a rope. This is explaining the situation to the head of the family? Xiang Nan didn't rush into action, but observed for a while, whether it was the butler who was guarding outside the study at the very beginning, the pair of maidservants, or the team of armored soldiers. Although they all had the appearance of ghosts, they acted and behaved like normal people. Seeing the strange Xiang Nan, the servant girl runs away at the first opportunity to notify the A-team, and the pair of maidservants in the large bungalow in front of them were thought to be reporting on the head of the family, so loyal even in death. It seems that this king has something. Standing behind the 2 maidservants, Xiang Nan did not make another move. He stared at the strangulation marks on the left seat for a while. Then he crossed over to the 2 maidservants and went up to touch the strangulation marks on the seat. Kind of like being tied to a chair with a rope, struggling and pulling leaves imprints. Xiang Nan thought this. Suddenly, there was a flash of images in front of his eyes. Lu Yinglong, Yinglong, should be for the dragon. How dare you? You dare to get your hands on that one? It was the same hall, but at that moment the hall in the immediate picture was filled with people. None of these people were scantily clad. Everyone stared at the main seat, the man in the python robe. The man's face was grim as he angrily scolded the crowd. What are you babbling about? Yinglong, the voice of Ing Long. Not for the dragon. Hey, you're still sophomoric? What do you see here? In the hall, an old man in Chinese clothes, I do not know where, took out a picture written should be a dragon. Spreading the white paper in front of the python-robed man, the man revealed a wicked smile. Black and white. What more do you want to say? What can a mere blank sheet of paper mean? Explain what? Explain that it is the one who meant for us to come this time. What? The python-robed man's face sank. He still won't leave me alone? Sixth Prince, I advise you. It's better to honestly admit it. Less pain in the flesh. Derision sounded. The python-robed man's eyes grew cold. Thinking of me, Lu Ing Long. I have lived my life without contention with the world. My family is clean, and I deal with things in a peaceful manner. So why do I have this filthy name? TSK. A prince is a prince. What a temper. But the evidence is here now, since His Majesty doesn't admit it. Don't blame us. What do you want? What do you want? Come on, tie up the sixth prince. The call went up, and several people in the hall immediately stepped forward to press the python-robed man into his seat. Afterwards, they were tied up with twine. You guys, you dogs, how dare you make a move on this king? The python-robed man snarled. The Chinese-clothed old man at the head of the group had a cold smile spreading at the corners of his mouth. Saying something about the king is being polite to you. You don't even look at what time it is. Sixth Prince. Still, if you confess, you'll be less guilty. Dogs. It seems that the king has never suffered. I have heard that the sixth prince is quite fond of calligraphy and painting. So, does your highness know about posting plus officials? Dog slave, and dare. What's there to be afraid of? Since your highness likes calligraphy and painting, you should stay with them, the Chinese-robed old man said. Put the painting with the words should be like a dragon directly over the python-robed man's face. Thick mulberry paper hides the face. The python-robed man had trouble blowing it away with just his breath. His hands were tied to the chair, desperately trying to move and lift the paper. Cluck cluck cluck. The twine was chipped and rattled. Unfortunately, the slender arms couldn't pull the twine at all. Put. The Chinese-robed old man slowly took out a bottle of vegetarian wine from his pocket, held it in his mouth, and sprayed it into the python-robed man's face. The paper met the water and turned into a puddle of wet paper that covered the python-robed man's face tightly. Nasal breathing was becoming more and more rapid. The python-robed man moved his hands desperately, trying to break the twine. But, sixth prince, admit it? The teasing voice of the Chinese-clothed old man rang out. Dog slave, what are you barking at? The python-robed man still rebuked in a cold voice. This time, what was exchanged was the anger of the old man in Chinese clothes. Since your highness doesn't recognize it, then I, for one, will have no choice but to lay down a heavy hand. As he spoke, the Chinese-clothed old man took out several sheets of mulberry paper from his arms. Following that, it was all superimposed on the python-robed man's face. Put. The Chinese-clothed old man contained another mouthful of vegetarian wine and sprayed as much as he could onto the mulberry paper. This time, several sheets of thick paper had covered the python-robed man's face so that his features were not visible. White paper overlay. Thick and closed. The most painful thing about the posting of the official is that step by step, the white paper is compressed air, and finally suffocated to death. In this process, as the paper becomes thicker and heavier, breathing becomes more and more difficult, and the person has to endure the most agonizing torture of suffocation. The python-robed man's hand was twisted to the point of pain. His leg stomped straight in front of the chair. Following that, with the white paper thoroughly branded with the outline of a human face, the python-robed man, a resigned human face reflected from behind the paper. He never moved again. TSK. And the sixth prince? What age do you think this is? The Chinese-robed old man disdainfully looked at the python-robed man's face and waved his big hand. Come on, copy the family. For what it's worth, take it all. The image in front of me faded away. Xiangnan held onto the eunuch chair, only to feel a rush of breath in front of him, just as if he was also stamped with a sticker plus official. Boo! Gasping violently, Xiangnan hurriedly pulled his hand away from the eunuch chair. Mister, who is right? The pollution here is too fast. Warning, warning, the host is being contaminated by a ghostly spirit. Please leave immediately. Leave immediately. A warning from the system followed. The corner of Xiangnan's eyebrow raised. Leave? Leaving now won't solve your own pollution. Not leave and maybe find the white paper while the pollution is not so bad. Heaven and earth, the root of all air, cultivate extensively for billions of kalpas, and prove my divine power. The golden light spell lit up and the room shimmered with golden light. The horrible suffocating feeling dissipated quite a bit. Xiangnan lowered his eyes and looked at his spirit value. 860/1060, 859. 5/1060, 859. 3/1060, The pollution slowed down under the golden light mantra. But it's still going on. Gotta get the props quick. Under the flashes of golden light, Xiang Nan left the large bungalow and explored the remaining houses of the royal residence. What made Xiang Nan unexpected was that the prince's residence actually really only had so many people. Now, he was completely convinced that Lu Yinglong said that the family is clean. With this number of people, you can't make a damn rebellion. Woody wandered around the mansion until noon. The water mist above the royal mansion gradually dissipated, and Xiang Nan finally took the time to remove the golden light spell. Paralyzed inside the deserted station, he could, for now, take advantage of the midday sun to recover values for a while. Second floor of the station. When second master Hu and Nangong Bian saw Xiang Nan's appearance, they also hurried over. Hey, kid, did you get hit again? She observed Xiang Nan, who waved his hand and was just about to say more. No harm done. It's just a bit of wind and frost. Suddenly, snippets flashed up in his head again. So it was you who betrayed me. Lu Yinglong, in what way have I wronged you? I treat you like family cronies. Food, drink, shelter and transportation. All fair. You guys actually did this to me? Inside the guest hall of the prince's mansion. At this moment, Lu Yinglong was sitting on the main seat, his face covered with thick white paper. He's dead. In front of him were all the bodies of decapitated houseguests. He looked at the obese butler, his fists clenched. Master, I'm sorry, my child needs that little money to stay abroad. The headless body of the butler sat up, fell to his knees, and thumped the broken neck. Stupid. Did you get the money? Not only do you have no money, but you think, in collusion with those assholes, you're going to end up in a good place? Looking at the butler with contempt, the butler kowtowed more than a little. Master, it's wrong. I know it's wrong. That eunuch Lu, searching the house only found white paper, so angry that he pulled me on the copy of the beheading. He didn't keep his word, and promised to split a fortune with me when it was done. Stupid. Search or no search, for the sake of shutting your mouth, you're dead. Master, slave really knows he's wrong. Dogs, you will be punished and serve the prince's house for all eternity. Some bits and pieces flashed by. Xiang Nan's face sank as he looked at his spirit value. Nice guy. 650/1060. 325/530, up. This ghost king, he's not going to haunt me, is he? Xiang Nan's face was bitter and he sat on the ground without answering. Master Huer saw him half a day did not move. Stubbed out an idea. Hey, kid, either this afternoon. You don't go. This ghost prince is not comparable to the first two. Go, it has to go. If I don't go, all this pollution I've been doing will be for nothing. At those words, although Xiang Nan's face remained unsightly, his eyes flashed with determination. A retreat will only slowly erode. Instead of that, let it go. His biggest advantage, right now, was that he didn't have to explore the king's past, phasing in and out. He only needed to kill the king with the scissors, and then use the king's paper to kill the murderous corpse. And in this way, he could completely unlock the 3 Ghost King domain. In other words, just activate the props in the afternoon and kill the Ghost King at night. Xiang Nan, are you sure? I really can't. Let's wait. You've cracked a ghostly spirit. Xian Gui should be able to calculate the weakening of the spirit. Maybe a rescue can already be launched from the outside world by now. Nangong Bian also kindly reminded a word. Xiang Nan shook his head. My mind is made up. Instead of trying to persuade me, you should let me rest more. Shrugging off the 2 men's kindness, Xiang Nan closed his eyes. It was good that the memory of the Ghost King, for the rest of the day, did not intrude again. Second Master Hu and Nangong Bian, on the other hand, looked at each other and silently guarded Xiang Nan's side. The fog thickened again in the sky. Xiang Nan held the yellow lens, and after a short while, he once again entered the king's mansion. You said that the king, such a big person, actually likes to study paper cutting. Hey, that's right. Men study women's stuff. But I think it's not bad for the king to be like this. Less hostility in fighting and killing. How nice. Yeah, the king doesn't have a frame at all. Unlike last time. The voice of a young girl like a yellow bird entered his ears, and Xiang Nan fixed his eyes again for a closer look. Himself or appear near the study. Only this time, he wasn't in the house, but in the hallway. In the hallway, the old butler still stood guard at the study door, this time with a fat head. The 4 maidservants, on the other hand, remained standing opposite each other. These 5 people are the few servants in this house. All 5 of them stood guard in a regular manner, and it was estimated that they would have to stand guard for a day if the person in the study did not come out. Abrupt. A maidservant saw Xiang Nan who suddenly appeared. Who are you? She cried out in alarm. With that, several people looked towards Xiang Nan. 2 of the maidservants, in an instant, ran towards the front door. The remaining two ran towards the study. The old butler, on the other hand, was eyeing Xiang Nan intently. It seems that, for strangers, they all have hostility. Seeing this, Xiang Nan just let out a bitter smile. He knew that, without any surprises, the two maidservants who ran out were probably going to come back with a group of armored soldiers soon. The sense of the image. How similar. Don't. Relax. I'm here to give a gift. A gift? As soon as he heard about the gift, a trace of joy clearly flashed across the old housekeeper's face. Xiang Nan is aware of that. This one. He can be greedy. Yes, I've heard that Prince Lu likes calligraphy and painting, and my family is in the paper business. Passing through, paying a visit. Xiang Nan spoke, comparing the lens in his arms in the direction of the study. Not surprisingly, the shape of the lens had begun to distort. A thick stack of rough paper took shape in his arms. Paper? Hearing that it was paper, the old butler's face darkened. Apparently, he didn't like the fact that it wasn't worth much. But in the study, then came a noise. Paper? The sound of delight came as the door to the study opened. Dressed in a python robe with a plain face, Lu Yinglong took a big step out. Xiang Nan followed the sound, and this time he did see Lu Yinglong's appearance. Prince Lu was tall, but not as robust as a man. The wide python robe was empty underneath, and a face that revealed an air of quietness despite the firmness of its features. Xiang Nan only glanced at him and realized that Lu Yinglong and Chu Xiu had some resemblance. Dropping the host is approaching the three ghost kings. The ghost king. Host, I see that this ghost king, too, is still in style. Do you think you should do it? A system beep exploded in his ears, and Xiang Nan's eyelids jumped. With pursed lips, he still took the initiative to bow his fist towards Lu Yinglong. Greetings, Sixth Prince. Daring, you commoners, you don't kneel when you see the king? Who do you think you are? Seeing that Xiang Nan only clasped his fists, the fat butler let out an angry cry. What about selling paintings and calligraphy? With your status here, how can you not kneel when you see the king? Hey butler, what an age this is. Don't do that. There are friends who come from afar and still give gifts. Come on, hurry up and prepare the banquet. Lu Yinglong waved his hand, and underneath his jade-faced scholarly appearance, he also hid an extremely good nature. This, your highness, I said. Friends come, hurry up and prepare the feast. Yes, but your highness, there are only calligraphy and paintings in the residence. This month's salary hasn't come down yet. The fat butler awkwardly looked at Lu Yinglong, who had a stunned expression on his face. Then please, this friend, and follow me to the main hall for a pot of hot tea. Yes, with a command. The fat butler arched his back towards Xiang Nan and headed towards the main hall. The main entrance in front of the main hall. At this time the two female maidservants that ran out had already led a dozen or so armored soldiers to rush in. That's him. This man suddenly broke into the royal residence. The maidservant pointed to the south, and the armored soldiers looked over with their swords. So, those headless ghosts in the morning were saying those words. Xiang Nan looked at the door with a snicker. Without waiting for the armored soldier to lash out, Lu Yinglong quickly stepped forward and drank. Don't be rude. This is a friend who came to the door as a guest. Disperse. Yes. With a wave of his python robe and long sleeves, the armored soldier immediately went out. The remaining two female maidservants were looking at Xiang Nan with anxiety. This friend. I'll make amends to you on behalf of the houseguests. They're just doing their duty. Lu Yinglong politely clasped his fists towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan guffawed. Your highness is polite. It's me who ventured to the door and was abrupt. Hey, no harm done. And follow me to the main hall. I have to say, Lu Yinglong is really good at taking care of others. 2 or 3 sentences gave Xiang Nan face, and exempted the houseboy from the chastisement. If it were anyone else, they might have immediately asked the slave to kneel and kowtow or something like that. This prince, he has a peaceful personality. It's just a pity. This era is not the era of peacemakers. Silently following behind Lu Yinglong, Xiang Nan followed him as he stepped into the main hall. On the main hall, watching Lu Yinglong sit on the eunuch chair that still had strangulation marks from the morning, Xiang Nan's eyelids fluttered wildly. Come, this friend, don't be polite, and sit beside me. Pointing to the seat on his right, Lu Yinglong personally poured a cup of hot tea for Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan nodded. The sixth prince is clearly a prince, yet he doesn't have the slightest bit of a prince's demeanor. Xiang Mao really opened his eyes. After taking his seat, Xiang Nan was not from this era after all, and his words came out in a big way. Lu Yinglong sniffed and raised his eyebrows. He looked at Xiang Nan with some consternation, because normal people wouldn't dare to talk to him like that. Oh, brother Xiang is quite interesting too. Ha, otherwise, I just saw that the sixth prince was able to discard a lot of bad habits and achieve everything, so I have some feelings. Abandonment of bad habits? Brother Xiang, do you know that if you say this and someone else hears you, You'll suffer. Then please ask the sixth prince to keep my secret? Xiang Nan silently raised his teacup, but there was no pleading in his words. Lu Yinglong sniffed and looked at Xiangnan for a while, before he haha laughed. Interesting. Brother Xiang, you're really to my liking. How? Though I am a prince, I have no desire to be entangled in open warfare and receive my salary to hide in this village. I love calligraphy and painting, cultivate my body and mind, but I have also heard some foreigners propagating equality for all. Oddly enough, I don't know if I'm learning to paint with words or if I'm just born that way, but I don't see any problem with what that also Yankee said. There are less than 30 people up and down the prince's house, but someone, still cherishes these 30 people. It seemed to have sensed that Xiang Nan was different. Lu Yinglong simply lifted the long sleeves of his python robe and drank tea with a big grin. There is no kingly demeanor to speak of. Are all men created equal? The sixth prince's state of mind is quite beyond the world. Xiang Nan nodded, obviously not expecting that a prince's ideological awareness was so high. Hey, talking about all this nonsense. In my opinion, although this concept is good, it's difficult to implement it. Lu Yinglong smiled, and Xiang Nan inexplicably returned his comment. It's not hard. 100 years from now, it'll be this great scene. Oh, I told you that Xiang is interesting. You and I are just mortals. We are lucky to live to be 100 years old. How dare you talk about 100 years later? What's wrong with that? If all men are equal, dare to think about it. What's to say that you won't dare to think about it 100 years from now? Interesting. The two men looked at each other and inexplicably both laughed. 100 years later. Would love to see that. While laughing, Lu Yinglong was a bit despondent. Xiang Nan looked at him, his face gradually calming. It was such a man who was out of touch with the world and in a transcendent state of mind, who did not escape persecution after all. Hey, eyes complex. He took a sip of tea. Suddenly, Lu Yinglong slapped the table. Right, Brother Xiang, I almost forgot about business. Didn't you bring the paper? Why don't you fetch it quickly? Are you swindling me? Want to beg for food? What if I really swindled you? Really swindle me? Then I'll send you to see what police station. Your Highness, you are not thinking about lynching at all. Xiang Nan shook his head and had already taken out the thick mulberry paper from his chest. Lu Yinglong just took a look at it and immediately took it in his hands. Great paper. Thick but not rough. Clean but not thin. Brother Xiang, such good paper. When writing like the spirited scholar. Lu Yinglong hugged the paper and looked at Xiang Nan with an excited expression. Xiang Nan knew that this was him asking for instructions on what he should write. It's honoring yourself. Able to. Looking at the sixth prince's excited face, and looking at his spirit value, Xiang Nan's eyes narrowed, his mind calculating. Since I can't change any of the endings, let me, then, carry out your 3 lives. Prince Lu, the dragon shall be as a dragon. How about just writing these 4 words? Shall it be as a dragon? Words. Lu Yinglong's face was horrified. He looked at Xiang Nan in shock. Brother Xiang, do you realize that with this one sentence, you've broken 2 taboos? Oh, which 2? Xiang Nan's face was as usual as he took a sip of tea. For one thing, you call the king by his first name, which is fine with me. But secondly, you dare to call yourself a dragon? Have you thought about what that means? Lu Yinglong's gaze was like a torch, and the paper in his hand had been pinched and creased by him. If all men are equal, how can there be a distinction between men and dragons? In the land of China, I can say that everyone is like a dragon. Xiang Nan slowly put down his teacup, his tone fiery. A sentence was uttered, and in turn, Lu Yinglong was startled. All men are equal. All men are like dragons? Everyone is like a dragon. Should be dragons. Yinglong is 100 dragons and 1,000 dragons. Snap. The white paper in his hand fell to the ground. Lu Yinglong muttered, his eyes filled with shock. If Lu Yinglong should be the one, Yinglong is merely listening to someone's dispatch. But, if, according to Xiang Nan, everyone is like a dragon, Yinglong is responding to the voice of the masses in the world. In an instant, Lu Yinglong went from terrified to dismayed, from dismayed to surprised. Yes, it shall be as a dragon. It shall be as a dragon. In the land of China, everyone should be a dragon. Brother Xiang, it's my poor eyesight. Lu Yinglong let out a silly laugh, and Xiang Nan was silent. At this moment, he could read excitement, happiness, and thrill from Lu Yinglong's eyes. Perhaps this is the arrogance of the word painter. Come on, fetch my pen and ink. Lu Yinglong gave a bold cry. The fat butler standing outside the house immediately trotted out. In a matter of moments, he walked back into the main hall with his pen and ink. Wow, the paper is laid out on the octagonal table. Lu Yinglong looked agitated, his pen moving. It shall be as a dragon. For large characters with dragon and phoenix flying were written in an unimpeded manner. It was as if, at any moment, the bravado of the moment could not be suppressed. Prince Lu, that word of yours. Xiang Nan interrupted Lu Yinglong's excitement at the right time and raised his finger to point at the fat butler who was still inside the house. No harm done. All on your own. Lu Yinglong waved his hand indifferently, lifted up the piece of calligraphy and painting, and looked at it carefully. Yinglong, it should be like a dragon. As he mumbled, the fat butler's face changed dramatically, but it was only for a moment, and the fat butler's demeanor was once again as normal. Xiang Nan took it all in and said no more. Come on, put this calligraphy and painting away. Put it in the cutout in the study. After seemingly finishing his appreciation, Lu Yinglong handed the calligraphy and painting to the fat butler. When the fat butler sniffed, he took the calligraphy and painting and trotted out the door. Paper cuts? The sixth prince still knows this? Having heard the female servant girl say long ago that Lu Yinglong could cut paper, Xiang Nan was a little curious. Brother Xiang has also heard of it? The corner of Lu Yinglong's mouth couldn't help but curl up when he heard this. But the art of cutting out different paper flowers? Oh, Brother Xiang actually understands it too? I'll talk to you about it. Paper cutting can cut window flowers, cut happy characters, cut paintings. Although it is a woman's skill, but I have nothing to do. I also love to think about it. Your Highness Lu is wrong. There are Hua Mulan for marching and fighting. So what's the harm in having Lu Yinglong for plowing and weaving in that embroidery room? Ha ha ha. Brother Xiang. Brother Xiang. I really hate myself for not recognizing you earlier. Your thinking and insights are truly extraordinary. Yes? Xiang Nan let out a light laugh. Truth be told, Lu someone had thought about how nice it would be to be a daughter. To learn how to weave. To learn how to cut paper. Not to be gossiped about. Maybe it's a conversation about getting high. Lu Yinglong really did say what he had to say. Xiang Nan looked at him oddly, and then sighed. Your Highness only sees the surface joy, but does not realize the inner suffering. Anyone who does anything has a hard time. I can't quite understand what Brother Xiang is saying. Mr. Lu Yinglong shook his head. After all, he's still a prince. How can he know the suffering of the common people? Brother Lu, in the future, you'll understand. Meaningfully returning a sentence, Lu Yinglong's face looked strange. Well, the two chatted and talked at length for another afternoon, until the twilight is gloomy. Lu Yinglong proposed to Xiang Nan to stay here and talk by candlelight. Xiang Nan readily agreed. He had been sitting in the eunuch's chair on the right. Lu Yinglong sat on his seat and greeted. Come on, buy some food, and I will have a deep conversation with Brother Xiang. As he spoke, the sky was filled with fog. Xiang Nan just wanted to wave his hand. Brother Lu, I have. Suddenly, the entire prince's mansion was dead silent. To his side, a bone-chilling coldness struck him. Warning, warning, host, you have encountered the three ghost kings, the ghost king. Please evacuate the host immediately. Danger, danger, danger. 1 second. There was laughter. In the latter moment, Xiang Nan's eyelids fluttered wildly. He carefully craned his head to his side, and the seat was still occupied by the man in the python robe. Only the excited and amiable face was at the moment wrapped tightly in white paper. The paper human face without its 5 senses twisted at the same time. And almost at the same time, the paper face also looked towards Xiang Nan. Ho ho ho. Brother Xiang. It's been a long time. A hollow, obscure voice came from behind the paper. Xiang Nan could hear in the words the twisted indignation of Mo. For Xiang Nan, it was but the fleeting passage of an afternoon. But, for Lu Yinglong, it had been 100 years of suffering and human torture. Brother Lu. Xiang Nan quietly looked at the paper human face. I don't dare to think what kind of resentment a person who was full of clarity would have after suffering this kind of torture. Brother Xiang, you say, why is it that if I don't mess with the world, why does the world want to trouble me? The Ghost King didn't make a move. As if he had traveled 100 years, he continued to sit with Xiang Nan and continued the long conversation he had had that afternoon. Blame. I can only blame Brother Lu for being missed by too many people. Ho ho. What did I do wrong? On what grounds? Why should I suffer a great injustice? A terrifying chill came from his side, and Xiang Nan's lips pursed. Brother Lu, I'm not convinced. I defy you. By what right? I have been kind to my householders, and they have betrayed me. I am full of zeal, and the world seeks to vilify me. I do not stir up the world, and in the end there are those who think of my emoluments. Why? Why is the spear pointed at me? What? Exactly. Did I do wrong? A horrible hissing sound came from Xiang Nan as he let out a long sigh. You did nothing wrong. What's wrong is this world. No, no, Brother Xiang, I figured it out. I was the one who was too weak. You're right. It should be like a dragon. It should be like a dragon. From the beginning, I should have been prepared. I came to Jackie. I'm going to change this place. A few writhing veins pulsed behind the twisted white paper. Xiangnan looked at the Ghost King in shock. Brother Ryu, how did you get like this? Ho ho. Brother Xiang, I've always admired you, even if I know you're not from here. So, you stay and we'll change this place together. Sitting quietly in his seat, Xiangnan only felt as if there was invisible paper on his face, and it was unusually difficult to breathe. Warning, warning, you're being contaminated, Brother Lu. Looking at the plummeting spirit value, Xiangnan's face was bitter. He shuddered to think what changes had occurred in the Ghost King's mind over the years. He had nothing but pity and sorrow. Brother Lu, since you can't resolve your grievances, I, for one, will help you transcend heaven and earth, the root of all air, cultivate extensively for billions of kalpas, and prove my divine power. Dazzling golden light exploded in the royal residence. The golden aura illuminated the obscure mansion. The heavy oppressive feeling on his face disappeared at this moment. Xiangnan rose from his seat, and the bloody scissors appeared in his arms at once, eyes coalescing. Xiangnan looked toward the thick white paper on the Ghost King's face. Yes, the props, mulberry paper, ended up being attached to the face of the Ghost King. That is to say, trying to get props, Xiangnan needs to skin the Ghost King himself. How unfair and ridiculous is fate. Brother Lu, let me help you transcend. The scissors in his hand violently stabbed towards the Ghost King's face. The Ghost King, however, did not hide and remained seated quietly in the eunuch's chair. Brother Xiang, you and I know each other at first sight. Why don't we work together for a great cause? DGO, where's the Daihyo now? But you have forgotten your thoughts and are living quietly? Don't I want to? It seemed that the words had angered the Demon King. Behind the paper face of the Ghost King, the five senses distorted up by the white paper topography. Brother Xiang, to this day, I realize what you said about only knowing the sweetness on the surface and not knowing the bitterness on the inside. You and I are strangers after all. The wide python robe was flung by the demon lord with a fiery sound. Xiangnan's scissors had stabbed him in the eye, but it's hard to get any closer. Oh! That oppressive choking sensation on his face came again. Xiangnan actually lost his vision, and a materialized white paper covering suddenly appeared on his face. 1 to hasten one's life, 2 to break one's spirit. The ghostly voice came. Xiangnan could feel the Ghost King slowly getting up from his chair. He still looked at himself, but the thick white paper on his face grew heavier and heavier. The first thing Xiangnan did was try to withdraw his hand and go tear the white paper from his face. But, it's almost exactly the same. He was like Lu Yinglong, who was bound to the eunuch's chair 100 years ago, unable to move his body at all. Officials add stickers. 5 covers and the person is out of breath. Brother Xiang, truly empathize with me, so that we can truly be one. The cold voice blew past his ears, and on Xiangnan's face, it seemed like a third white sheet of paper had fallen. Damn it, not bad for the toughest Ghost King ever. Gazing at the spirit value, 503/1060, 500/1060. Spirit values are plummeting. It's over. Gotta fight for my life. His body was already unable to move, so even if Xiangnan wanted to use the Palm Thunderbolt, he didn't have the means to shoot it out. Blood pupil. Almost without hesitation, all 19 blood pupils were propped up on the surface of his body. Facing the Ghost King, there was no holding back. On the cheeks, on the arms, on the back of the head, on the palms of the hands, in an instant 19 blood pupils twisted and glared at the Demon Lord. Ho ho! Brother Xiang, sure is a good tactic. The sound of a clear, quiet voice came. Through the bloody pupil on his arm, Xiangnan could make out that the Demon Lord was standing in front of him, staring at him in a face-to-face manner. The 2 white paper human faces had almost fitted together. A pity. Brother Xiang, you underestimate my resentment. 3 destroy the human face. 4 extinguish the human breath. He was still so bland. Under the sound of hushed words, the 4th piece of thick mulberry paper had already been fit onto Xiangnan's face out of thin air. Xiangnan knew deep down that once he was labeled with the 5th mulberry paper, he would surely die. Blood pupil. You don't want to die either, do you? Open them all for me. An angry rebuke. It seemed to have heard Xiangnan's call. Coochie coochie. On his chest, 5 blood-red eyes rolled out instantly. 24 bloody pupils. The white paper, however, remains covered. Not enough. Haven't you always wanted to pollute me? I demon. Is that all you've got? Coochie coochie. On his neck, a cloud of blood exploded in an instant. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a dense mass of eyeballs. In that instant, 10 eyeballs blinked at Xiangnan's neck. 34 blood pupils. Hee kid, I really didn't see the wrong person. Come, kill this unknowing creep and we'll be the ones in control. The familiar compelling voice sounded. Xiang Nan knew that the blood pupil's contamination had, once again, unfolded. 750/800, 700/800, 650/800. One's own agility value was dropping rapidly. To the south to blog. Fight for your life. Either contaminated by the Ghost King or by the blood pupil. In between, there is only one way to live. That would be to use the power of the blood pupil before contamination to kill the Ghost King. Not enough. It's not enough. Coochie. This time, a large eyeball burst out of the center of his brow under Xiang Nan's white paper. This one eyeball, it seemed to have a spirit. It actually stabbed through the white paper and burrowed out with eyes and connecting veins. What can a mere trickery do to me? This eyeball, it talks. The 35th blood pupil, after stabbing through the white paper, teasingly looked at the Ghost King. Until this moment, Xiang Nan felt that the burden on his face disappeared. Through the bloody pupils all over his body, he could see the Ghost King, who was motionless at the moment. The suppression of 35 blood pupils was definitely not something the current Ghost Prince could withstand. 400/800, 300/800. His own agility value dropped by leaps and bounds. Electricity. Because of the suppression of the Demon Prince, Xiang Nan resumed his action body, and at the first moment, the scissors in his hand stabbed towards the Demon Prince's face. There, the stern, blood-colored scissors cut an opening in the Ghost King's face. Following that, the palm of his hand swung round, and a white paper human face with some skin and flesh was scratched off. Cursed mulberry paper, status, activated. Active effect, carrying it allows you to travel freely to and from the ghostly kingdom, the king's mansion. Passive effect, it seems to signal the end. Holding that human skin in his hands, Xiang Nan panicked and closed his blood pupils as much as he could. 200/800, 100/800. A close call. The blood pupils all over his body closed, and the one growing out of his brow cursed. Just you wait. Sooner or later you will be devoured by me. Whoosh. The overflowing eyes gushed back into his brow. Xiang Nan covered his dizzy head and gasped. Hoo. Finally, a scare. Inside the quiet royal residence, Xiang Nan calmed his breathing. When he looked at the Ghost King again, he had already reverted to Lu Yinglong. The scarlet scissors turned into a ball of blood chi and were restoring the Ghost King's face to a human face. Brother Xiang. Lu Yinglong looked at Xiang Nan with a bitter expression. According to the contamination of the scissors, he has seen Shuxiu's whole life. He should have fulfilled a long-cherished dream. Drops. Congratulations, host. You have successfully transcended the 3 Ghost Kings, the Ghost King. Ghosts, the king's mansion is dissipating. You've earned 500 survival points, currently accumulating 3010 survival points. Sure enough, as the system beeped, the environment of the royal residence is slowly dissipating. Xiang Nan's expression loosened, and he just wanted to offer a few words of condolence with Lu Yinglong. Don't want to. That gentle face suddenly showed a wry smile. Brother Lu, you? Xiang Nan looked at Lu Yinglong in disbelief. Lu Yinglong's evil smile intensified. Brother Xiang, do you remember? You and I once said that 100 years from now, everyone in the land of China will be a dragon? What do you mean? Ho, my lord. I want to borrow Brother Xiang's eyes to take a look at this pomp and circumstance. After Lu Yinglong finished speaking, his python robe was once again waved. Xiang Nan was confused. This guy, why isn't he following the plot? Shouldn't you have fulfilled your long-cherished wish and dissipated? It was too stiff to move. The surrounding princely mansions were already dissipating, even as the watery mist in the sky faded another 3 degrees. But Lu Yinglong, however, snatched the paper human face from Xiang Nan's hand and covered it over Xiang Nan's face. His body, though, was dimming as the last time Chu Xiu did. However, the moment Lu Yinglong's body was about to dissipate, it actually transformed into a ball of black smoke and drilled towards Xiang Nan's brow. Brother Xiang, you and I are like old friends at first sight. Your body, which is also my body. Don't worry, I'll use it well. The teasing voice came from inside his head. Xiang Nan's face was horrified. Where is this half of Lu Yinglong's kindness? This is clearly an evil ghost. You're the Ghost King? The brain is muddled though. But Xiang Nan, it seems, has understood something with hindsight. He had just removed nothing more than a fool's grudge. And this, now, was the king's true form. That's right. When Shusu becomes a ghost bride, she will cut her face with scissors. That's the Ghost King's resentment taking over, trying to cut through the white paper on his face. After Xiang Nan used the sledgehammer to eliminate the resentment, Chu Xiu regained himself. So is the murderous corpse. He's not acting like a stupid ego right now, but an annoyed Chu Xiu. The cycle of karma is born from one to the other. So the one who had just been communicating with himself wasn't actually the Ghost King, but the fool? Stupid. Is actually so smart now? Nope. You taught him, didn't you? You taught him how to talk. didn't you? Questioned the dark mass at the center of his brow. Lu Yinglong's laughter came. Ha ha ha. As expected of Brother Xiang, he is indeed intelligent. This is a carefully prepared setup for you. How? How did you become so sinister? They forced me to. I'm sorry. I only have to erode your sea of consciousness. Don't worry. I will use your body to become the true dragon of this world. You! Xiang Nan screamed and cursed, but his body still couldn't move. Now, he finally knew why Lu Yinglong had said, "A fool is a fool," when he had communicated with the bride's ghost at the dye house that night. He's been teaching fools this rhetoric for the past 100 years. He has, all along, used the fool's resentment as a tool. For the sake of it, this is the bureau. Brother Xiang, don't worry, I will do my best to take in all that you have. A ghostly voice came from the center of his brow, and Xiang Nan only felt a sharp pain coming from his brain. Damn it, Lu Yinglong, you fucking son of a bitch up so smart. Why don't you son of a bitch earlier and get those assholes killed? A curse. Xiang Nan's eyelids fluttered. He now has one more trick up his sleeve. System. Stud. Give me all the points. Stud spirit. Dropping 3010 survival points deducted for you. In the process of adding more points for you. A moment of clarity surfaced in his mind. 551/831, 1102/1662. The base of spiritual value had come to 831 with a brain, and under the effect of the golden light spell, it even came to 1662. But, under such a terrifying spiritual value, Xiang Nan was yet still able to hear Lu Yinglong's voice. Oh, Brother Xiang liked Xiao Chui, who was at the same table when he was 8. TSK, TSK, TSK. Like the English teacher in your class when you're 12? Stockings? This stuff is really new. Grass. Your TM, spying on my memories. Xiang Nan's annoyed sentence. The paper human face on his face twisted, already in the process of distorting his features into Lu Yinglong's appearance. Ha. Don't be in a hurry when I go deep into your sea of consciousness. Everything you are, I will accept. After the hushed voice came, Xiang Nan's face turned cold. He's wrong. Spirit value is able to fight against weird contamination. But this guy who has invaded the sea of consciousness, does it work or not? It's really hard to say. Brother Xiang, are you ready? Are we going to be one? The banter resumed. But, that mocking voice this time did not resound for more than a moment before Lu Yinglong's voice became panicked. How did you come to have his power? This can't be. No, I was wrong, my lord. I was wrong. Ah. Hysterical screams came after. Xiang Nan only felt that something disappeared from his mind. Lu Yinglong? Dead? It was a trance for a while. It wasn't until he was sure that the teasing voice was completely gone that Xiang Nan inexplicably relaxed. This guy. In the end. How did he die? How did I come to have his power? Who is he? Blood pupil? That's not right. If it's a blood pupil, Lu Yinglong should have seen it before. No? Other than that, is there anything weird about me? Could it be? Xiang Nan pondered silently, and instantly his pores exploded as he cried out suspiciously. System. Come on, tell me, is it possible that you are? Not a system, but a trick? As soon as these words were uttered, Xiang Nan himself was shocked by his own guess. If the system is also a trick, then this trick, which can give him feats, can give him trick, system shenanigans, that's too strong, isn't it? Host, are you out of your mind? This system is a survival system. Lu Yinglong was wiped out by the spirit value you added. Yes? Xiang Nan remained skeptical. You don't believe me? You tell me. Which creepy can be okay with being with you every day? That's true. Nodding, Xiang Nan accepted the system's explanation. Staying in place for a long time, he silently took off the paper human face that was stuck to his face. This face, hideous and bloody, how familiar and how strange. The site of the prince's mansion had fragmented and collapsed, and Xiang Nan was once again back at the station. For once, there was no water spray in the station and no clanging of sledgehammers. The station, which had become that deserted station, the gloom of the night had just passed, and the morning sunrise of 4 or 5 o'clock was shining on every inch of the village of 3 worlds. Everything is so revitalized. Hey, Xiang Nan, you did it! Nangong Bian ran up the far steps. Second master who looked at the human face in Xiang Nan's hands with an odd expression, the corners of his mouth twitching. Did you girl rip that creepy face off? To be precise, this is the mulberry paper. It's also the key to completely disarming the 3 Ghost Kings' domain. Xiang Nan explained, holding up the paper human face in his hand. Second Master Hu and Nangong Bian looked at each other and both retreated a few steps. Their eyes were appalled. Nima, ripped the creepy face off. How scary and tough is that? Looks like it's time for me to go back and rest. Hu or she stared at Xiang Nan. showing a rare smile. You kid. That's pretty impressive. After his heartfelt words of admiration, those vertical pupils gradually spread out and his eyes turned black. After second master who left, Shimen Yuan stood dumbfounded for a while, turning his head around in confusion. Hey, I said, what happened? Where's the fog in this three-world village? It was as if he had just come back to his senses and looked around in shock. Nangongbian smiled. Thanks to Xiang Nan, the fog dissipated after he went to the two ghosts alone. Ha? Him? At those words, Shimen Yuan looked at Xiang Nan with disbelief. Until he couldn't help but shiver when he saw the paperman's face held in Xiang Nan's hand. The thick aura of resentment. Okay, I have to admit, you do have cowhide. After a moment of weirdness on his face, Shimen Yuan obeyed. Although he was arrogant, he was truly convinced by those who were truly powerful. That said, both ghostly creatures have dissipated. Can't you guys get out of here yet? Pointing outside the deserted station, Xiang Nan ignored Shimen Yuan. He was just a little curious. It was reasonable to assume that the two most powerful ghosts and creeps had dissipated, so it shouldn't be possible to keep anyone at just one station, right? It won't work. I just tried it with Master 2. There's still a barrier. Perhaps we are, ourselves, still in contact with the station. Nangongrin shook his head. Xiang Nan nodded in understanding. Alright then, wait for tonight. Go over there tonight. And this mission. It's a perfect ending. This time, it's really thanks to Captain Xiang. Nangongbian revealed a rare hint of a smile. Xiang Nan waved his hand and found a quiet place to sit down. The walkers in the station have long since been cleared out of his possession. Now, aside from the walkers, there's no such thing as a refreshment point here. This trip was quite a rewarding one, not to mention ascending 2 realms in a row. The points weren't missing either. That said, I always feel that something is missing. System, where's my log summary? As an afterthought, he looked to the clear sky. Something's not right. In the past, the system updated the log at midnight on the dot. Strike today. Ha, don't argue. I'm thinking. You think a deuce. The system is being updated. System, I'm seriously wondering now. Are you doing this on purpose, taking updates to fool me? You tell me. Are you creepy or not? Is it system shenanigans or time trick? Xiang Nan flirted casually. Unexpectedly, as soon as time shenanigans was uttered, the system reacted in time. System update complete. Log summary update. Congratulations. You've successfully survived day 14 of Eerie Advent. You broke into the ghostly warlord's mansion early this morning and killed 16 headless ghosts. You have earned 320 survival points. You have the audacity to sip tea and chat with the Ghost King in the afternoon. Look at this. You've been punished, haven't you? At night, the Ghost King is on the prowl, and you have successfully killed the 3 Ghost Kings. Ghost King at the cost of contaminating yourself again. You have earned 500 survival points. You eliminated the Ghost King's house. You're nothing short of a hero. Successful survival of one day will be rewarded with 10 survival points. Currently 10 survival points remaining. Scratch that you didn't say a word about the he that Ryu Yinglong said, with a belly laugh. Seeing that the system didn't agree, Xiang Nan didn't pursue the matter any further. The more he felt, the more he realized that the system was a thinking person. Host, are you seriously ill? Doesn't it seem that this system is also charming? There's a disease to be cured. The system's abrupt response caused the corners of Xiang Nan's mouth to twitch. Between closed eyes, he waited quietly for the night to come, perhaps already knowing that the crisis was about to be lifted. Everyone's heavy hearts were relieved. The whole day flew by. The scene at the station didn't change during the afternoon, until nightfall. Clang, clang, clang. The familiar sound of smashing iron rang out. Xiang Nan got up and walked towards the source of the sound. Shimen Yuan and Nangongbian also walked over in unison. On the deserted railroad tracks, the murderous corpse is still holding a sledgehammer and banging on the tracks. Perhaps, for him, repaying master pay or wanting to learn bookkeeping was never slack. Or perhaps, for Chusu, such gnarled prana could not be used up. Should I call you stupid? Or should I call you Chuxiao? Xiang Nan asked slyly as he stood behind the murderous corpse. The murderous corpse's hammer swing lurched. He twisted around to look at Xiang Nan, and his eyes, which were full of blisters crowding and distorting his face, actually revealed a hint of bitterness. There you are. It's time to end this. Clang. The hammer hits the ground. The fierce corpse didn't attack this time, but instead stared blankly at the man in front of him, the man who had followed through on his 3 lifetimes. I'm sorry. I didn't change everything after all. No. You've done enough. The ferocious corpse lowered its head, its huge body, but showed a womanly reserve. Xiang Nan took out the paper human face from his arms and slowly put it on the murderous corpse. This instant, the paper covered down and the face of the murderous corpse was twisting and changing. Lu Yinglong, Shu Xiao, the fool. 3 human faces twisted and resumed, as if illustrating his pathetic 3 lives. You're a good man for miles. Until the white paper was thoroughly absorbed by the murderous corpse's face, and the blisters all over the corpse dried up and reverted to its silly, naive appearance. He scratched his head. Also as naive as he was when Xiang Nan first met him, there was a slight glint of refinement in the obscure eyes. Perhaps he has witnessed the life of Lu Yinglong. Silly. The fool has been a wise man for miles, but it seems like it's not good to be a smart person for miles. Silly people think it's good to be silly. Not so much. The fool laughed nervously, his figure already fading into a blur. Silly. Xiang Nan's face was complicated. Until, that is, a large hand clapped on his shoulder. You still have a chance. You can change more things after all. The moment. To Nan's shock, he looked over his shoulder, and the fool was grinning at himself. But in this instant, Xiang Nan saw 3 people. Lu Yinglong, Shu Xiao, the fool. All 3 looked at themselves hopefully, and Xiang Nan pursed her lips. Dropping host is awesome. You have successfully transcended the 3 Ghost King Fierce Corps. The ghost station is dissipating. The 3 Demon King's domains are dissipating. You have earned 500 survival points. You surpassed 500 of the disoriented and gained 500 survival points. And you, host, are the real hero at this moment. Silently, he watched the fool's figure dissipate. The 3 Worlds Village, too, is gradually becoming what it should be. The deserted and abandoned station, illuminated by the moonlight, is as dead as a 1,000-year-old tomb. The air shimmers with freedom and sadness. I hope, in your next life, you'll be better. Xiang Nan gave a silent eulogy, looking up at the bright night sky. It was clear that he had only been in the 3 Realms village for a few days, but he felt like a long time had passed. Hey, Xiang Nan, let's go. Don't go back and turn in. Shimen Yuan's voice came from the distance. He had long ago led Nangongbian out of the station's range as it dissipated. At this moment, the ghosts that had haunted the trio for days were no longer bound. Good. Xiang Nan was just about to nod. Da. Abruptly, the cell phone in his arms vibrated. Strange to say, these days have been squatting in the 3 Ghost King domain. Cell phone is no signal at all. Now that this ghost has dissipated, the first signals come. Pulling out his cell phone and looking at it, Xiang Nan's face just changed. Hoka King, De Xian, something's wrong. There's been a lot of evil in Linjiang lately. When are you coming back? I'll wait for you at the villa. Linjiang City. Is there another problem? Frowning, Xiang Nan waved his hand towards Shimen Yuan. Hey, I'm just not going back to base. You guys hurry up and find someone to arrange a plane for me? I want to return to Linjiang City at the first opportunity. Ha? You're not going back to claim credit for this, are you? Not going. You guys don't have anything for me, Xiang Nan Wood said, already walking quickly towards the parked vehicles outside the 3 Realms village. These vehicles, arranged by the state, have been waiting outside. Getting into a random car, Xiang Nan greeted. To the airport. The driver didn't even think about it. The car started up and took off in a cloud of dust. Scratch that. What's this guy in such a hurry to get back? Damn it. Seeing Xiang Nan leave without saying goodbye, Shimen Yuan muttered a mouthful. Nangongbian's face looked odd. He, guess, is really anxious to see the ghost. KY. Underworld. Xian Gui and Long Yan were sitting in the conference room with despondent faces. It had been some time since Xiang Nan and Shimen Yuan had entered the 3 Realms village. Elder Xian, you say, it won't be 2 captains, both of them planted, right? Long Yan asked bitterly. No, I'll go too. On the side seat, Oraheim stood up. You're going to what? If you go in too, where will we find another capable person in the capital city? As soon as Dongfang Shua spoke, he was pressed out by Long Yan. It was when his face was full of sorrow that Xian Gui pinched his fingers. Don't rush. I've done the math. Captain Xiang's destiny is very strange. It shouldn't be a life in vain. So, wait, the 3 Demon King's domain disappeared? He closed his eyes and pinched, his white eyebrows moving involuntarily. Then, his eyes snapped open, his pupils filled with surprise. Interesting. Fingers pinched again. Boom. Unbidden. The knuckles of his thumbs stiffened for a moment. Xian Gui's face was horrified. His thumb actually couldn't move. The future to the south seems to have changed again. I actually can't count? Xian Gui looked at his thumb in surprise. A man whose destiny is changing again. Oddly enough, are you saying that the future has changed after a trip southward to the domain of the 3 Ghost Kings? Dongfang Shua looked at Xian Gui curiously. Xian Gui nodded. That's right. Vaguely I've calculated something. The current him seems to have the potential to change the future of Linjiang City now. Is it that scary? This person. I'm just afraid we can't control him. the two spoke one to the other. Just then, Long Yan's cell phone rang. After answering the phone, he immediately swept away his previous gloom and excitedly stood up from his seat. What? The Three Ghost Kings domain is broken? You and Nangong Bien came back from the Three Realms village? Okay. We'll have a celebration dinner right away. What? Going straight back south? While Long Yan was talking, Xian Gui, who was on the side, revealed an expression that it was really like that. Elder Xian, you are truly divine. The Three Ghost King domain broke just now. The main action force is Captain Xiang. Hanging up the phone, Long Yan spoke excitedly. With the isolation of the underworld and the eradication of the poisonous tumor in Kyoto City, on our side, it's time to speed up the progress. While it's true that Captain Xiang is powerful, he won't come to our aid every time. Talent absorption is quite important. Dongfang Shua, when Nangong Biao returns to rest, you have her make a trip to Wanghai City. Received a report from the Northern Water Genpu Scouting. There are two strange people there. Try to take them in. Yes. Dongfang Shua nodded and just wanted to go out. Xian Gui looked like he remembered something. By the way, of these two strange people, the one from the blessing technique lineage, make sure to take them in. The talisman they blessed can effectively alleviate the bizarre contamination. Understood. Well, go ahead. With Dongfang Shua's departure, the conference room, once again, fell into a calm. Capital City Airport. Xiang Nan followed a flight attendant and boarded the fastest airplane to Linjiang City. Inside the luxury cabin, Xiang Nan closed his eyes and recuperated. In his ears, the system's voice rang on time. Drops. Congratulations on successfully surviving the 15th day of Eerie Advent. You're finally having a smooth day. But then, at night, you find the Three Ghost Kingwalkers. You have transcended the Three Ghost Kingwalkers and gained 500 survival points. You have uprooted the Three Ghost Kings domain and saved those lost in the weird 3500, earning you 3,500 survival points. You survived the day. Award 10 survival points. Current survival points totaled 6,020. Yoo-hoo! You're pretty punctual today. Looking out the window at the thick, heavy night, Xiang Nan flirted. The system, I don't know if it was arrogant or not, didn't respond at all this time. Transcendental lost creepy. These 500 points should mean that 500 people will enter the Three Worlds village later to be trapped and contaminated in it, right? By uprooting the Three Demon Kings domain ahead of time, I've saved 500 people in disguise? Thinking silently, Xiang Nan idly clicked on the system panel. He noticed, on the quest panel, there were points of light flashing. In other words, the task of being emboldened has been accomplished through the transcendent Three Ghost Kings. As I recall, this quest gives a prop that is bound to be epic or higher, right? What could it be? With anticipation, Xiang Nan clicked on the quest list. Mission, Emboldened completed. You have pending rewards that have not been claimed. Mission update, Unstoppable. Unstoppable, you've been able to kill the shenanigans of the Jedi police. Why don't you let these creeps see what you're made of? Please kill a Calamity Realm creepy or above for a random reward. Grass. Playing me are you? Kill Calamity Realm creepy. You reward random? System, aren't you bullying the nonce? Cursing, Xiang Nan looked at the unstoppable task. The corner of his mouth straight twitch. Randomness, a reward for the Europa. Randomness, a punishment for non-celebrities. Forget it, take the reward first. Tapping on the to-be-claimed reward bar, a prop with a golden frame outline slowly unfolded. Parasite creepy, shadow creepy, legendary, shadow sneak, hidden in the shadow. You can make your shadow do all sorts of extraordinary things. Imagine if your shadow, too, could synchronize with you to hit the palm thunderbolt? Golden legend? Looking at the gold frame, the black outline of the shadow, the corner of Xiang Nan's mouth curled up. Sure enough, it still smells like a fixed reward. System, is there any contamination in Shadow Guile? Because of the blood poople, Xiang Nan was a bit of a cupcake. One blood poople was enough for him, and with another Shadow Guile, it was hard to imagine his mental state in the future. Drops, Shadow Creepy is symbiotic form creepy. Strong when it's strong, weak when it's weak. The host's ability will be about the shadow's strength. The shadow cannot leave the host, much less replace it, and he has no cognizance. But please always be aware of the shadow trick's changing moods. You're telling me that shadow has emotions? Cluelessly, I clicked down to pick it up. Anyway, all Xiang Nan knew now was that Shadow Guile was definitely better than Blood Pupil, and it was still reliable. After clicking to claim it, Xiang Nan could clearly notice that his own shadow in the cabin seemed to move on its own. With just a movement of the mind, the shape of that shadow could be twisted and transformed at will, as long as Nan wants to. Perhaps, All of them could make the shadows infinitely longer and run to look beyond the plane. And of course only think about it. After a brief experiment, seeing that his shadow was obediently and solidly immobile again, Xiangnan then turned his gaze to his survival points. 6,020 points. That's a lot of points. Even if you add all the attribute points, you won't be able to pull in the 1,000 points required by the realm of evil ghosts for the time being. Such a boost is not cost effective. But what if we leave 1,000 for the raffle? 1,000-point draw. He hadn't touched it yet. At least there's a guarantee. It shouldn't be a loss. Think of it this way. Xiangnan's heart fluttered. System, add points. Add 100 to all 4-dimensional attributes for me. Dropping. 4,000 survival points have been deducted from you. Currently 2020 survival points remain. In the process of adding points for you. As the system's response sounded, warm vitality filled his body, and Xiangnan stretched his legs out cozily. When he came back to his senses, he opened the panel of the shopping mall, and found the lucky carousel. System, give me a drawing for 1,000 points. 10 in a row for 100 points. Drops, deducting 1,000 survival points from you. Currently 1,020 survival points remaining. Lucky roulette is open. Congratulations on obtaining Red Dragon *1, Child's Urine *3, Black Dog's Blood *3. Looking at the contents of the raffle, Xiangnan's face darkened. It's true that Xian doesn't change his mind, and Krypton doesn't change his life. Drop. 10 consecutive triggers of the guaranteed mechanism were successful. Congratulations on obtaining the Divine Heavenly Thunder Technique, 5 Thunders, Landmine Technique, Legendary. Bailed out? Surprised, he looked at the only pattern that came out in gold after 10 straight. It was a reddish-red wooden plaque with the words 5 Thunders, Landmine Technique engraved on it. After clicking to collect it, Xiangnan didn't get the wooden card. Instead, in the palm of his right hand, a section of vivid text that looked like a talisman appeared. If one looked closely, there seemed to be hidden flashes of lightning on the text. Divine Heavenly Thunder Technique, 5 Thunders, Landmine Technique. The 5 Thunders Landmine, also known as the Divine Thunder, is the Divine Thunder of the 5 Thunders of the Divine Heavenly Thunder Technique, specializing in the treatment of insidious filth and the unforgiving and ungrateful Divine Thunder. To activate the Mind Technique, consume 100 points of power value. Hiss. 100 power points? Xiangnan was shocked. Just by scanning the notes of this spell, Xiangnan was somewhat glad that he hadn't directly purchased this top-grade spell earlier. Then if he bought those spells initially, he wouldn't have the ability to unleash them. Even his current self was only able to release the Mine Art a few times. Nice guy. That's a killer. 5 Thunder Mine Art. System, Divine Heavenly Thunder Technique. Are there any other Thunder Arts? Xiangnan did not know much about Taoist lightning techniques. All he knew was that Thunder Law originated very early, and Taoist priests of all sects would go on to delve into Thunder Law cultivation. It's like a student in school where language and math are essential, and Taoist priests, whether they majored in talismans or Dan Dao, would all go on to learn thunder magic. Drops. There are 5 thunders, 10 thunders, and 36 thunders in the Divine Heavenly Thunder. The host is lucky to have drawn the Divine Thunder of the 5 Thunder Laws. Each of the 5 thunderbolts is different, and each of them has its own target. For example, the Heavenly Thunder among the 5 thunders is specially designed to strike those who have committed a lot of crimes. And the Dragon Thunder among the 5 thunders is to summon the thunder to signal the Dragon King to rain to cure the drought. Anyone who invites thunder must set up an altar to perform the ritual and use the Thunder Talisman to show the Ministry of Thunder. The Ministry of Thunder will descend Divine Thunder only after it has given its consent. So, what you rewarded me with was a thunder charm for mind magic. Xiangnan was thoughtful. I consume 100 points of power value. Is it taken to communicate with the Ministry of Thunder to descend thunder? Questioned the system. Unfortunately, the system didn't respond this time. The Ministry of Thunder. Come to that, can there really be a god when weirdness descends? Inexplicably, more extended questions came to Nan's mind, but for a moment, I couldn't make sense of it. The airplane slowly had a tendency to descend. Xiangnan collected his mind and looked at the only 1020 survival points left. He did not choose to move again, fixed his eyes and scanned his own panel. This one could be considered to have led to a sea change. To the south, race, human/I demon parasite, 35%. Strength, late grievance realm. Stamina value, 500. Spiritual value, 931. Agility, 500. Strength value, 500. Skills, Palm Thunder. Golden Light Mantra. Divine Heavenly Thunder Technique, 5 Thunders, Landmine Technique. Creepy, Blood Poople. Shadow Ghost. Props, Psychic Paper Crane *3. Red Dragon *3. Child's Urine *3. Black Dog's Blood *3. As of now, I still need some points to advance to the evil ghost realm. The weirdness within this Linjiang city needs to be purged. Gazing at his own data, Xiang Nan's gaze flickered. Linjiang city has arrived. The plane is about to land. With the airplane's announcing tone ringing in his ears, Xiang Nan looked out the window. He was once again back in his familiar homeland. Perhaps, because of my growing strength, Linjiang city, in the future, will be the safest city. Looking towards the gradually expanding boundaries, Xiang Nan thought to himself. The plane headed south at 3 a.m. Because of his status as the captain of the Middle-earth Griffin team, he easily found his way out of the airport in his car. What Xiang Nan didn't expect was that when he called He Jiajin at this time, the other party also answered in seconds. Hello? What's the situation? The car drove straight toward the hilltop villa. Xiang Nan hadn't noticed much change in Linjiang city. Ah, Da Xian, you finally called back. On the other end, upon hearing Xiang Nan's voice, He Jiajin's tone was quite agitated. What the hell? Since you left, two things happened in Linjiang city. You say, and the first, it's that some people can see human-headed lanterns with scary smiling faces flying through the city night sky in the middle of the night. At first, there were people who thought they were homemade lanterns, and it was the middle of the night, so no one cared. But I've noticed that every time a human head lantern shows up, by the next day, there's a case of suicide by hanging. Then again, there's the second thing. Over in the southern district of Linjiang city, for some unknown reason, there has been a mass lethargy incident of nearly 100 people. A mass lethargy incident? At that, Xiang Nan's eyebrows furrowed. Yeah, it's just that for no reason at all. A lot of people don't sleep at all. Can't even scream. The doctor said that these people are in a deep sleep, and if they are forced to call them up, there will be an accident. These people, are they all living together? No. It's spread out in various neighborhoods, but none of them are from the south side of the city. Is this a big deal? It's manageable at the moment. The higher-up stepped in and said it was narcolepsy and it's under control. Is there anything else then? Xiang Nan rubbed his temples. He did know that He Jiajin was very life-thirsty, and he had been hiding in the hilltop villa, presumably because something unusual had occurred. Yes. Da Xian, you don't know. After you left, on the third night, we heard a commotion at the door. Go out and look. And guess what? Don't sell out. A four-handed handprint has appeared on the wall of our family's Tarzan stone wall. Taoist Master Zhang said that it's the dreaded evil devil creepy looking for us. He wants us not to go out. Four-handed handprints? Unsolicited? Xiang Nan wondered. What kind of creepy thinker takes it upon himself to go to a safe house these days? Okay, you wait for me in the house. Hanging up the phone, Xiang Nan's face didn't look good. He knew that his presence and intervention had led to some extra historical butterflies at the moment. Looks like I'm going to have to take care of them one by one. The car drove slowly to the bottom of the hill. Giving the driver a greeting, Xiang Nan got out of the car and turned his entire body into a black shadow, drilling headfirst into the mountaintop, the villa complex of South Park Hill House. On the hill, only 3 occupants were purchased, and at the moment, the only light is on at the top of the hill. Lights flickered in the safe house as he arrived at its door to the south. The walls outside the house were even wrapped in a ring of electric fences. Good lord, this is defense against people and ghosts. With a mutter to Nan, he yelled towards the house. Hey, He Jiajin, come out. A sharp response immediately rang out from the house under the mid-air voice. The Great Fairy, Great Immortal, you're finally back. Crunch. The thick burglar door of the inner room opened, and the eye could see He Jiajin with a black eye. Behind him, there was Lu Lingxue, Lu Qing, and Zhang Yuanshan. It was thought that this Lu family's mother and daughter had listened to Xiang Nan's words and took the initiative to defect here. Dyson, once you're back, my hanging heart can be put down. Unable to wait to open the door, He Jiajin rushed straight to Xiang Nan. It's a good thing he's not a woman. If it had been a woman, Xiang Nan would have felt like he was going to burrow into his arms. Xiang Nan. Lu Lingxue also led Lu Qing with a weak greeting. Xiang Nan nodded, his eyes scanning around the room. Hey, where's that black handprint you were talking about? Brother Dao, look here. After asking, Zhang Yuanshan walked towards the back fence of the villa. He pointed to a corner of the back wall. The light from the courtyard shines away, and 2 pairs of handprints can be seen on the exterior wall filled with Tarzan stone postings. These 2 pairs of handprints, one large and one small, all are incredibly slim fingerprints that look like a woman's child's. The handprints covered the Tarzanite, leaving a black, dirty coloration that should have been caused by the Tarzanite burn. I see that the handprints leave a very thick stain. I think the evil spirits that want to enter the courtyard are of extraordinary strength, but since he gave up coming in because of the Tarzan stone, perhaps his own state is not good enough to dare force his way in. Zhang Yuanshan analyzed the black handprint. Word by word. Xiang Nan looked at him. Worthy of being from the Maoshan school, he could analyze so much with just a handprint. You mean, this evil spirit of uncommon strength is injured, don't you? Yes. In recent times, he has not been a nuisance, but in my opinion, he'll definitely come over again once he recovers. We have, here, what he must need. Creepy needs something? Upon hearing this, Xiang Nan's gaze scanned the courtyard. This one compound, is spooky needy stuff, Tarzan stone, mahogany, black dog, houses with seal-engraved scriptures. Which one is not the nemesis of weirdness? If spooky takes anything. Xiang Nan finally looked at Lu Qing. Perhaps it was this child with the potential to become calamity creepy? Without moving, he nodded. Okay, I got it. Now all go inside. Don't worry, I'm here. It'll be fine. A breathless bit of relief came down. Throughout the courtyard, the tension dissipated. Everyone knows how strong Xiang Nan is. Everyone walked back inside in a flurry. And although Jiajin was still worried, with Xiang Nan there, he shrunk down on the couch in the living room and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Lu Lingxue glanced at Xiang Nan, obviously wanting to say something. Nan pointed to the bedroom. She immediately understood, and led Lu Qing into the house. The moment. Zhang Yuanshan and Xiang Nan were the only ones remaining in the living room. Zhang Yuanshan's state was fine, and he looked at Xiang Nan with a snicker. Fellow Daoist, as I observe your chi and facial features, it seems to be quite a bit more majestic. Is there not some strange encounter on this trip? A strange encounter? Sort of. Xiang Nan nodded. Seeing that he didn't deny it, Zhang Yuanshan's face flickered, and he was just about to try to ask a question. Unexpectedly, Xiang Nan asked back. I've heard that there's been a large number of fainting incidents in the city recently. I wonder what insights do you have, Taoist Master Zhang? Insights? If you ask me, when things go wrong, they go wrong. It may not be an accident, but it's bizarre. Chapter 101, The Human Head Lantern Incident. Creepy? What's so weird that it puts people to sleep? Xiang Nan continued to ask deeper. There were nightmares in ancient times, but nightmares are nothing more than the demons in the minds of those who do evil. It's unheard of to see this kind of weirdness that can affect a person's sleep. Zhang Yuanshan shook his head. He did, however, look out of the house expectantly. Xiao Dao also resembles to the Taoist friends in general. Curious about this incident beat tight. It's just that I've gone exploring a couple times during the day, and it doesn't matter. I can't get into the areas that are cordoned off by the police. He scratched his head with a look of pity. So, why don't you come with me tomorrow and see? Xiang Nan was just about to mention it. In fact, he had the idea of taking Zhang Yuanshan into his team. That just came out. Suddenly, the system's voice snapped. Warning, warning, lantern ghosts are approaching the host. Lantern ghosts have the rule of life and death, so please be careful with the host. Lantern ghosts? Life and death? What's that? Just as he was wondering about the system's prompt, Xiang Nan alertly glanced out toward the window for a few moments. But, there's nothing. The eyes were blank, but it was clear to Nan. Lantern Ghost is a weird event that has already happened in Linjiang City, so it was recorded by the system. Now the system is spelling out the rules for Lantern Ghosts out of some condition. Two conclusions can be drawn at the moment. First, the Lantern Ghosts started out as normal group spooks, and now because of certain anomalies they'd become rule-based spooks. And because it's shenanigans that have already happened, the system can only know the rules for it a year from now. Second, since the system gives a warning, that means that the ghost outside the house has the power to kill itself. It's rule power. It's dangerous. Live and die together. Is it the same as the tombstone ghost that kills it and dies itself? Puzzled, he looked out the window. Xiang Nan hesitated, intending to feel out this rule ghost. After all, something that could control his life and death. If he didn't figure it out, he would definitely be a scourge in the future. It just so happens that I have the newly acquired shadow ghost. Eyes narrowed. Xiang Nan didn't intend to just walk out. Inside the brightly lit living room, his own slender shadow lengthened and turned into a black thread poking into the darkness outside the house. A shadow ghost. Another self. What it can see, it can perceive just as well itself. Slender shadows climbed out of the doorway onto the wall outside the house and looked around. Finally, on the top surface of the hilltop villa, Xiang Nan saw a creepy scene through the shadow ghost's vision. Head lanterns. Huge lanterns with human heads. They were as big as hot air balloons, and the lanterns still burned with crimson fire, lining the red, demonic face of the human head. Why them? Because the head balloon that came was too. Fixing his eyes to take a closer look, it was clearly Xiang Nan's own head and He Jiajin's head. Their human heads floated on the roof, their faces twisted and their mouths showing a strange smile. The lantern man face mouth grinned. and underneath the plastic-looking cloth texture of the lantern, there was actually a mouthful of sharp fangs. Under the snow-white moonlight, it revealed an eerie chill. There was no wind at midnight, but the two head lanterns, however, managed to come together on the roof. They don't speak, and they're huge, blood red. Huge eyes just stare down at the underside of the roof in death. It's my head and Ho's head? They can find themselves? Xiang Nan looked at the two hideous heads and silently withdrew the shadow ghost. He now could finally understand why it was said that Linjiang City had a lot more lanterns in the middle of the night recently. Not surprisingly, anyone who has ever been to the Lantern Festival Square has given birth to a lantern ghost. Lantern ghosts should be able to find their counterparts on their own. Unlike tombstone ghosts, they are active. Can't kill it, but it should come to claim its life. But I don't see it flying to the Three Realms village to come to me either. That means this thing is another specialty creepy that's restricted to activities in Linjiang City. Mortar and pestle stayed in place for a long time. Xiang Nan's face clouded over. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Zhang Yuanshan on the side stared at him. Fellow Daoist? Tomorrow, can you have the means to go to the southern district of Linjiang City? Slightly backward beforehand in the south end. Tell me, is He Jiajin hiding out at home all these days? Waving his hand, Xiang Nan looked toward He Jiajin, who was lying on the sofa. Yes, there's one good thing about this person. Sure. He listens very well to advice. He's been holed up in the house for the last little week and hasn't moved an inch. No wonder. Hey, what's going on? Zhang Yuanshan looked at Xiang Nan curiously, and Xiang Nan gave Zhang Yuanshan a complicated look. If he thought right, there was a little more to add to the lantern ghost's traits. Lantern ghosts shouldn't actively attack if they can't see themselves. That said, this thing is better to serve than the tombstone ghost, but it's also more of a pain in the ass, because it's moving around looking for you. If it dies, itself dies with it. Well, it's a moving bomb. He is strong all by himself. If one's lantern is shot out, then it was a matter of his own life and death. So Xiang Nan had to think clearly about whether or not to talk to Zhang Yuanshan about this. The report said that lantern ghosts can only be seen at night. That means the lantern ghost came out at night to find the original owner. Never mind. We'll have to talk to He Jiajin about this. With some secret calculations in his mind, Xiang Nan's face changed. Here's the thing. I have a cop friend who told me that there's a stretch of road there on the outskirts of the city that's always having problems. If you can fix it, Taoist Master Zhang, I think we'll be able to go to the southern district in a few days. Oh, so fellow Taoist Xiang is saying that he's going to see the roadway tomorrow. No problem. I thought you said you were going to the south end tomorrow. Zhang Yuanshan sniffed and agreed with alacrity. He didn't think much of it at all. The corner of Xiang Nan's eye twitched lightly. In fact, according to the original plan, it was indeed intended to go directly to the southern district tomorrow. But if we don't get rid of the lantern ghost, we won't be able to live in peace anymore. Fellow Daoist, you just came back. Don't you need to rest? Seeing that Xiang Nan had been standing in front of the window, Zhang Yuanshan asked. Xiang Nan shook his head. No, I slept on the plane. Well then, fellow Daoist will just call out to me directly tomorrow. Nodding, Zhang Yuanshan also entered the house. In the quiet night, Xiang Nan was the only one who had a deep expression on his face. Probably, everyone's attention was on the 4 black handprints on the stone wall of Tarzan. Anyone who didn't realize that there were actually 2 shenanigans on the roof. Southward guarded the window as the shadow peeked out again. In the darkness of the night, slender shadows locked eyes with 2 hideous lanterns of human heads in the air. It wasn't until 4:30 a.m. When it was dark, Xiang Nan watched as the 2 human-headed lanterns gradually rose high into the sky and completely disappeared from view. Sure enough, they'll only act if they see the original owner with their own eyes at night. Well, I'll have to do some experimenting then. There was a strange twinkle in his eyes. Xiang Nan dialed a phone number. Hey, is it the City Public Safety Department? I am Xiang Nan, leader of the Middle-earth Curing Team. And now, your superiors need your cooperation. Chapter 102, Using Power Again. Blocking Square Roads. 7 o'clock in the morning. He Jiajin and Zhang Yuanshan looked at the police officers standing outside the house with confused faces. They didn't understand what all the cops were doing up here so early in the morning. Until, seeing the group of people nodding to Xiang Nan one by one, they were staggered. Zhang Yuanshan did wonder if Xiang Nan was acquainted with the officials. Now look at the stance. Seems like a lot of bull. I'll keep it simple with a few requests. Sitting on the sofa, Xiang Nan sipped his morning tea. In front of him, a sheriff was starting to take notes with a small notebook. First, block off the road near Holiday Square. Yes, may I ask the leader how long the blockade will last? It's always been given a seal. It's, get it through your head. This is from the top. Understood. Seeing the sheriff's hesitation, Xiang Nan glared, and the sheriff immediately nodded his head like garlic. Second, I'm going to the Lantern Festival Square later. After I finish my review, you guys apply to the government to put a plastic roof over the square. Leader, isn't that place abandoned? Putting a roof on it, isn't it a bit of a waste? Remember what I say. It's not up to you to approve it from above. Yes. Third, prepare a mobile cargo warehouse right away, the kind with windows, and haul it to Lantern Square for me. In addition, you draw 2 death row inmates that I'm going to take with me on an errand. Understood. Fourth, this Mr. Zhang will go in charge of the crossroads issue in the suburbs. Whatever he asks for, all of you will cooperate. Xiang Nan spoke and pointed to Zhang Yuanshan, who was still dumbfounded on the side. The sheriff swept a glance at Zhang Yuanshan and immediately nodded his head. Understood. Okay, do it right away. If I see a car go by in Lantern Square tonight, you know what happens, don't you? Promise to finish the job. Regularly saluting towards Xiang Nan, the sheriff immediately ran out of the villa gate in a hurry. Inside the hall, He Jiajin and Zhang Yuanshan watched this scene with jaws agape. No, great immortal. You're not much better than me in terms of connections, are you? He Jiajin looked at Xiang Nan in surprise. Before he met Xiang Nan, he was just a small employee of a design company. Now, isn't that pure and simple bigotry? In our line of work, it's normal to know people. Nan waved his hand. Right, you and Taoist Zhang pack up. We're going out now. Okay. The two of them were full of promises. The three of them were just about to go out. When in the bedroom, Lu Lingxua pulled Lu Qing out and looked blearily at Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan. The woman's eyes flashed with fear. Apparently, she wanted to follow it out as well. You take Haru and hide in the house. You'll be fine. Just remember, no matter what happens, don't leave here. Yes, Xiang Nan instructed, and Lu Lingxua nodded. She also understood that Xiang Nan was worried about the existence that pressed black palm prints out of the stone walls of Taishan. Depart. Leading Zhang Yuanshan and He Jiajin, he headed south into a police car. The morning sun is reflected. The car made its way toward a suburban intersection. The morning air is crisp. People and traffic are everywhere, and the whole city is alive. Looking at this scene, Xiang Nan was inexplicably emotional. Perhaps, unbeknownst to anyone, the city's hidden crisis is expanding. The sun shines brightly. There was nothing unusual about the traffic passing on the intersection. Xiang Nan led Zhang Yuanshan and He Jiajin to stop here. Xiang Nan is aware that this place can be haunted at night. Dropping the host has entered the area of the ghostly wall. Host, you're not the same little Kalemi you used to be. I suggest that you just take a landmine strike and level this place to the ground. The system's voice rang in his ears at the right time. Xiang Nan all but ignored it and looked at Zhang Yuanshan beside him. Taoist Zhang, how's it going? See anything wrong? Even though the sun is blazing here right now, I can still spy resentment on the roadway. Think, there should be quite a few car accidents here. Zhang Yuanshan spoke and pointed to the exact center of the intersection. Xiang Nan nodded. And is there a way to undo it? Yes, resolving grievances. Number 1. The dead are great. With so much traffic here, the dead can't rest in peace and are trampled on daily. The first step to undoing the fury is to stop the traffic. Okay, come on, make this a closed section too. Xiang Nan directly greeted towards the officers in the police car. The officer sniffed and went straight to the phone and started communicating. He wouldn't dare to contradict the leaders up here. After the first step is completed, there is the second step. Crossroads means unpredictable paths. And if a person dies here, if they had a bad life, they'll have an even worse life. So how can the demonic energy dissipate? So, build a circular loop in the center of the intersection. In the center of the circular loop, it is better to build another statue of Bao Zhang. In addition, if conditions permit, every morning, noon, and afternoon, it is best to play the mantra of the afterlife once more here on a loudspeaker. Zhang Yuanshan said as such. To be honest, he felt that he was going a bit overboard with these requests. What kind of person is willing to go this far just to get rid of a haunting? But, he underestimated Xiang Nan's energy. Xiang Nan just raised an eyebrow, then looked at the officers inside the police car. All heard? Here, go arrange it. Yes, junior police officers make all kinds of calls. Strangely enough, once the words Middle-earth Unicorn were brought up, all sorts of approvals were granted unusually quickly. Only half an hour passed. What with the construction crews and barricades starting to be set up, Zhang Yuanshan was dumbfounded. He Jiajin was even more dumbfounded. Even if you go to beg the leader yourself, the efficiency is not so fast, right? Remember, daytime construction only, no construction at all at night, shouted towards the busy crowd. Xiang Nan's voice was strong, and all of them hurriedly nodded their heads to Xiang Nan after hearing this. Leader, don't worry. Promise to fulfill the mission. All of them have been notified that this is the top man. Everyone's cooperative attitude puts Xiang Nan at ease as well. That's what's so great about having a mountain at your back. After explaining everything, Xiang Nan barked out a message towards Zhang Yuanshan. Daoist Zhang, you stay here and command them. I have something else to go over with Bossy. No problem. Zhang Yuanshan nodded. He couldn't wait to be able to lift a party's demonic barrier. After bidding farewell to Zhang Yuanshan, the police car took Xiang Nan and He Jiajin to the nearby Lantern Festival Square again. In the car, He Jiajin then asked Xiang Nan slyly, Xian, didn't you used to love finding these spiritual places? Is it hard to believe that you found them in order to destroy them? He couldn't figure it out. He didn't think Xiang Nan was a great person. Xiang Nan smiled noncommittally at his words. If it was before, he certainly wouldn't have done it. How good is it to keep gleaning points? But now he has the information resources of the Special Investigation Bureau. Maximum points can be gained by directly eradicating shenanigans. Even if Creepy was done eradicating, he could still go to another city if he was no good, couldn't he? Now, if you want to wildly collect points, you have to uproot all the shenanigans in Linjiang City. Chapter 103, The Truth About the Lantern Ghost. Xiang Nan and He Jiajin's secret. As soon as you think about this, Xiang Nan then thought of his former neighbor's Grandma Li. Perhaps I could find a volunteer to serve Grandma Li? So the chances of her having a good old age and turning out to be creepy, have they gone down? Since you have to earn big points. Xiang Nan was then ready to line up all the previous points paths. Current remaining channels for points, Grandma Li, Fawa Temple, North Suburban Cemetery. Other than that, there were no new shenanigans in Linjiang that he knew about. It's good to talk about Grandma Li's business, but the Bone Demon in Fahua Temple, there's no time to deal with it now for the time being. As for the North Suburban Cemetery, it's already closed and controlled. Boss He, you do something for me. Xian, you say. Abruptly, Nan squeaked. He Jiajin immediately sat up straight. There's an older grandma in room 302, building 7 of the Linping neighborhood. You get someone to take care of her. Just make sure she's well and comfortable. And this man's salary, you drive it high. It's great, Immortal. You care so much about her. Do you think you want me to get her to our villa? He Jiajin asked, licking his chops. He just assumed that it would be one of Xiang Nan's relatives, right? Taking over, he directly served himself. Then Xiang Nan still not Jie thanked himself? No need, she's just an ungrateful family member. So find someone who can serve her all the time and call it a volunteer. Don't let that one slip. Just invite it. Nan waved his hand. That was as far as he could go. Understood. I'll pay a high salary to hire an escort over there. At those words, He Jiajin pulled out his cell phone and operated it. Calm was once again restored to the car. Lantern Square. At this moment, the door to the square that had been closed had been opened. A dozen or so delivery trucks that are coming in with plastic sheds. One of the delivery trucks was loaded with a tin mobile compartment. Inside the compartment, 2 other policemen were holding 2 prisoners in prison uniforms. After the mobile chambers were placed in the middle of the square, the 4 people in the compartment didn't move at all, as if they were waiting for Xiang Nan's order at any time. After the large number of plastic sheds were unloaded, it didn't take long for a special vehicle to transport the welders to the site. Dozens of welders moved cleanly to hit the base frame. Looking at the momentum, it is estimated that the simple frame can be put up in a day. Barely the iron flower was welded off. Lantern Festival Square, a noisy and boisterous place at the moment. Dyson, you're guarding the place. You're going to supervise? He Jiajin stood at a distance, watching everything in disbelief. Since when does Dyson have this hobby? Xiang Nan sniffed and shook his head, gesturing to the incipient trellis. You remember the day I asked you to bring me here and we saw the lantern with the human head, don't you? There seems to be. Dyson built this scaffolding to seal the head lanterns in? He looked out over the roof of the shed. If anything, the square will have a shed roof by then. This place, then, should be crowded with head lanterns, right? Sealing is a given. A road ban is also necessary. Boss He, have you ever thought that this lantern might be like a virus that will spread and spread without sealing the control? Xiang Nan wrapped his arms around his chest, and He Jiajin's cheeks quivered. Spread? Spread? He hadn't seen the so-called rule ghosts, and only felt that what Xiang Nan said was frighteningly unusual. Wait until the evening and you'll see. Waving his hand, Xiang Nan stood guard at Lantern Square, keeping an eye on the progress of the scene. It was about 4:30 in the afternoon. It was not yet dark, so Xiang Nan dismissed the staff just to be on the safe side. No one is sure when the Lantern Festival Square's head lanterns, which are active at the Lantern Festival, actually start. In the square, a steel frame has been erected. While the interior of the square was still visible, The frame was framed in mid-air, at least blocking off the overhead range. As long as the steel shed is covered by then, the whole square will be tightly covered. Boss go into the mobile compartment. Pointing to the tin compartment in the center of the square, he rushed south a few steps. Jiajin didn't dare to slow down and ran after him. The small compartment, with the police death row inmates, was at the moment crowded with 6 people. Everyone looked at Xiang Nan uncertainly, confused as to what he was up to. As for Xiang Nan, he had his eyes fixed on the square and didn't say a word. The atmosphere was somewhat silent to depressing. Host, not bad for you. You have successfully killed the cat-faced old lady, Spirit Cat, and gained 240 survival points, currently accumulating 260 survival points. You have destroyed the ghost fighting wall 800 ghosts walking at night area, successfully destroying a spooky location, and you have gained 2,000 survival points, currently accumulating 260 survival points. You defeated 413 lantern ghosts. You have earned 130 survival points, currently accumulating 7,390 survival points. Abrupt. The system sounded like a podcast. Xiang Nan's face gave a lurch. Coming. Points for solving shenanigans coming up. Only. The points of this lantern ghost are actually this much? Eyebrows raised. Xiang Nan clearly couldn't have imagined this points explosion. Combined with the current time, Grandma Li's. It should be the caregiver Jiajin found on duty. Because of the presence of a caregiver, Grandma Li may be able to live a good old age. So, when the caregiver shows up, the cat-faced old lady ceases to exist, and the points are credited. On the side of the ghosts beating the wall, it should be Zhang Yuanshan who has supervised the erection of the stone statue of Bao Zhang. As for the human head lantern, in the future, will there really be that many people passing through Lantern Square? Xiang Nan frowned. 413 lamps. Where did all these people come from? It's between puzzlement and disbelief. A flame suddenly lit up over the dimly lit square. The flames were first one, then several. The flames burned in mid-air, a twisted red light flickering around each flame. Between the red light distortions, it slowly took on an outline shape. Human face. A giant human face twisted and molded. They bulged round, for the arc of the lantern made the features of each face both hideous and comical. At a cursory glance, there were actually 30 to 40 human faces hovering in midair, rising and falling. In just a moment, the entire square was so weird and unusual. Crap. This nigga. What the hell? Jiajin looked at the human face that suddenly appeared outside the house and took a few steps backward in panic. Inside the small tin room, the officers and the condemned man were shaking with fear. It was beyond their comprehension. Only Xiang Nan, blankly and calmly looking at the distant sky, still didn't want to understand why the expansion of the human head lanterns was so rapid, until he saw that within a cloud of human-headed lanterns, 4 new ones were slowly rising. That heck, it was none other than the police officer and the death row inmate's human lantern. Chapter 104, The Truth About the Lantern Ghost. Xiang Nan and Jiajin's secret, too. Because they are in the Lantern Festival Plaza, are their head lanterns replicated as well? Or, because they saw the head lanterns, that's why their head lanterns appeared? If only by mere sight. Looking at the sky full of hideous human faces, Xiang Nan's brain turned quickly. One moment, he figured it out. Why does the lantern ghost have so many points? It's simple. What you see is what you get. Then the human head lantern that floats out every night in search of the original owner. And in the process, if someone else sees the human head lantern, won't his human head lantern, the next day, come looking for him? The effect of spreading the word from one person to another can be terrifying. Good thing, too, that the human-headed lanterns only appear high in the sky at night. Otherwise, if it appeared during the day,